Chapter 1. The universe has its own determinations. A young man finds life in despair. In the eastern capital of the Shangchuan dynasty, the Song family gathered in the martial arts arena. Song Qian colluded with heretical sects according to family rules. He must be executed. Amidst the assembly of thousands of noble descendants, the Grand Elder proclaimed, "Those who are not of our kin must harbor different intentions. Kill him. We must show no mercy towards a beast that colludes with heretical sects. I just heard that the Ouyang family has come to annul the engagement. All this is the fault of Song Qian, turning our eastern capital's foremost family into a laughingstock." A cacophony of curses and denunciations reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Once, Song Qian had been taken in by the family head, awakening his lower-grade Xianyang martial vein at the tender age of 5, astonishing the entire Shangchuan dynasty. The late emperor personally betrothed him to the current princess, evoking envy among many. Living up to expectations, Song Qian reached the pinnacle of the third realm by merely 17. However, 6 months prior, the late emperor passed away, and the crown prince ascended the throne. Under the pretext of mourning, the new emperor summoned Song Qian to the palace, but the true intent was to seize his martial vein's essence. In the morning hall, facing several Fifth Realm masters, Song Qian fought valiantly for over 1,000 rounds before ultimately succumbing. His martial vein was taken, and his cultivation lost. Once a peerless prodigy, he had now become the foremost waste. The age-old truth that when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down remained unchanged. In the 6 months since returning to the Song family, Song Qian endured relentless humiliation, ultimately becoming a scapegoat for others. Song Lang, the second prodigy of the Song family, second only to Song Qian with the Xianyang martial vein, gradually twisted in psyche from living in Song Qian's shadow for so long. In a desperate bid to enhance his cultivation, he conspired with heretical sects to attempt the refinement of countless innocents. Little did he expect that the plot would be exposed, inciting the wrath of the entire eastern capital's populace. Now, to protect Song Lang, the Song family chose to make Song Qian the scapegoat. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction at the expressions of the family descendants below. Song Qian, you waste, even at the brink of death, can still contribute to the family. That is a fitting end. The Grand Elder leaned closer, whispering mockingly, "Why the long face? Cheer up." Bloodshot eyes filled with resentment and humiliation, Song Qian faced the Grand Elder's ridicule, nearly grinding his teeth to utter, "When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. The Song family is doomed." Doomed? Huh? At these words, the Grand Elder seemed to hear the greatest jest. "Since you are at death's door, allow me to speak plainly. I've heard you colluded with heretical sects, and members of the Ouyang royal family rushed here overnight. Besides annulling the engagement, they have promised us a pact. As long as you are killed, our Song family shall become the guardians of the Shangchuan dynasty, relocating the entire clan to the royal capital. Otherwise, do you think the family head would relent and allow you to be the scapegoat for my son?" The Grand Elder's words pierced deeply into Song Qian's already shattered heart like a sharp blade. Looking into the distance, he saw the family head, Song Zhong, sitting solemnly in the ancestral hall, facing the ancestral tablets, his back turned to Song Qian. At the moment of his demise, not daring to glance at him even once, such behavior was nothing short of tacit approval of the Grand Elder's every word. Having lost his martial vein was a grievous wound coupled with the humiliation and beatings endured in the Song family for the past 6 months. Song Qian's injuries worsened rather than improved. Now, Song Zhong's silence had ultimately become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Consumed by rage, Song Qian spewed a mouthful of blood and fell lifeless to the ground. As the blood seeped into the earth, a sword-shaped jade pendant lay buried within. With blood recognizing its master, the pendant transformed into a beam of light, soaring into Song Qian's body. The lost vitality was restored, and Song Qian's consciousness was transported to a realm of nothingness. Where is this? The underworld? Swish! Just as Song Qian was bewildered, an unparalleled divine sword descended from the heavens, standing firmly before him. Eastern capital Shangchuan Qi, chaotic Yin-Yang Qi, North Star Taiwei Qi, celestial longevity Qi, and the essence of heaven and earth. 5 chi merged as one, forging the unparalleled. An ancient and distant voice emanated from within the divine sword. Gulp! Song Qian swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face. What is this place? How can such a terrifying divine weapon exist? Swish! In the next moment, a blinding white light burst forth from the divine sword, piercing into Song Qian's mind. The inheritance of swordsmanship from a bygone era surged forth, accompanied by excruciating pain. Ah! Song Qian's eyes bulged, unable to suppress a skyward howl. In the outside world, an earth-shattering roar startled the gathered crowd, sending their souls reeling. The Grand Elder's gaze tightened to Song Qian, who had just been on the verge of death, now surged with vitality, akin to a primordial beast. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, the Grand Elder drew a dagger and lunged at Song Qian's heart. Song Qian, your fate is sealed. You cannot turn the tide. The dagger pierced his body, but inflicted no harm instead. It ignited the vast blood energy within him. Swish! The torrent of blood energy erupted from his chest, instantly engulfing the dagger, along with the entirety of the Grand Elder's right arm. Ah! Feeling the ultimate agony from his severed arm, the Grand Elder let out a heart-wrenching scream. Swish! Song Qian opened his eyes, a glint of crimson flashing within. In the next moment, the ropes binding him were swiftly consumed by the overwhelming blood energy enveloping him. The cultivation that had once been crippled began to ascend rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the first realm in mere seconds. Your martial vein has returned. The Grand Elder, who had activated a secret technique, was taken aback to find that Song Qian's previously incomplete Xian Yang martial vein had been replaced by a divine sword. The sword martial vein. Song Qian possesses the legendary twin martial veins. Amidst the surging blood energy, a divine sword flickered into view. Just as the Grand Elder stood in shock, Song Qian raised his hand and grasped the divine sword, his lips parting to utter a single word: die. In an instant, the sword light flashed, and the Grand Elder, at the mid-second realm, fell lifeless on the spot. The Grand Elder is dead. The sword strike contains the essence of the Tao. It is sword intent. Song Qian is an unparalleled swordsman. How can this be? Wasn't he stripped of his martial vein and lost his cultivation? Wait, his cultivation? Song Qian's cultivation has actually returned to the pinnacle of the first realm. In an instant, the martial arts arena erupted in chaos. The disciples, attendants, and elders were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he was away stripped of his martial vein. Now he had transformed into an unparalleled swordsman. How dramatically absurd! Amidst the astonishment of those present, there was no sense of satisfaction within Song Qian. Instead, he found it all quite noisy. Silence. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a sword energy cleaved through the air, splitting a decorative mountain in half. Witnessing this scene, the arena fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to utter a sound. Then, Song Qian's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. In a cold voice, he declared, "Seventh Elder, 5 years ago, you were merely an ordinary disciple. Who helped you ascend to the position of elder?" At these words, the Seventh Elder's expression tightened, trembling as he replied, "It was you, young Master Song Qian, who recognized your subordinate." Swish! Sword energy coursed through the air, and a head fell to the ground. Song Qian made his move without hesitation. "I granted you a chance at rebirth. Yet you sought to kill me. Such an ungrateful wretch deserves no mercy." His icy proclamation resonated throughout the martial arts arena, instilling fear in all present. Swish! Song Qian's figure flickered, soon appearing before a youth. "Song Qiubua, during the execution, you were the loudest in calling for it. Now, tell me, what crime have I committed?" Thud! Witnessing the deaths of 2 elders at his hands, Song Qiubua's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. "Wah-ah-ah!" Song Qiubua wept profusely. "Young Master Song Qian, I was blinded by ignorance. I beg for your mercy." Whoosh! In response to the pleas for mercy, Song Qian remained indifferent, raising his hand for another strike, sealing his throat with a single blow. Those who kick a man when he is down shall face immediate execution. Swish! With Song Qian's turn, The crowd was left terrified, fearing they might be next. In the 6 months of my lost cultivation, had it not been for your special care, this day would not have come to pass. Clutching the divine sword, surrounded by overwhelming blood energy, Song Qian prepared to settle the score. Everyone present, none shall escape. Swish, swish, swish. Throughout the past 6 months, anyone who had humiliated, oppressed, or mocked him would receive rewards commensurate with the degree of their special care. In an instant, the martial arts arena was filled with wails of despair, blood flowing like rivers. Enough! A booming voice echoed from the ancestral hall as Song Zhong emerged in a dark robe. Chino, the clan forbids fratricide. Cease your actions, and we will show you leniency. Song Qian, who appeared to have gone mad with killing, uttered a contemplative sound. Lifting his hand to brush aside his hair, revealing clear eyes, he queried, "Does the family head truly believe I am at fault? If it is forbidden to harm one another, why was I subjected to such humiliation after losing my cultivation? If you intend to show leniency, why did you remain silent when I was made a scapegoat for Song Lang? Now you come forward to tell me not to harm my kin? Family head, are you here to jest?" In but a few words, Song Qian expressed his bitterness with self-mockery. Song Zhong was left speechless. Faced with the once-renowned youth, he was acutely aware of the profound guilt that weighed upon him. However, as the head of the family, Song Zhong could not idly stand by while his kin were slaughtered. "Chinner, when will the cycle of vengeance cease? Where one can show mercy, let them do so." "Humph," Song Qian retorted with a cold laugh. "You speak so lightly of mercy and vengeance. Have you ever truly suffered as I have? Do not advise others to be benevolent without having experienced their hardships. If you were to endure my suffering, you would not necessarily possess my compassion. Were it not for the kindness you once showed me, you, a self-proclaimed lofty and ineffectual person, would already be a lifeless corpse." With the supreme divine sword in hand, all the pent-up hostility within Song Qian erupted at this moment. As they beheld the figure of Song Qian, akin to a god of slaughter, the onlookers felt a mixture of fear and a sense of youthful audacity. How dare he challenge the esteemed head of the family? It was crucial to note that the head of the family had attained the pinnacle of the second realm, while Song Qian, despite being an extraordinary swordsman, was merely at the peak of the first realm. The chasm between the two realms was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. "Do not advise others to be benevolent without having experienced their hardships," Song Zhong murmured to himself. Should he impose another's plight upon himself? He knew he could never extend mercy where he himself could not. It was absurd to expect a mere 17-year-old boy to embody the very virtues he struggled to uphold. At that moment, Song Zhong finally realized the extent of his own folly. Words unworthy of further discourse from this day forth. "I, Song Qian, sever all ties with you and the Song family." Crack! Before the other could respond, Song Qian crushed a palm-sized ancient bronze mirror with his own hands. "Kiana!" Song Zhong's sturdy frame trembled. That bronze mirror was the supreme token granted to our Song family by the Eastern Lord. With the mirror shattered, the Song family shall face utter ruin. To this, Song Qian paid no heed, for from the shattered mirror emerged a faint yellow mist, swirling forth. Upon sensing the appearance of this mist, the supreme divine sword within him reacted vigorously. Overjoyed, Song Qian immediately harnessed the surrounding surging vitality to devour the faint yellow mist in an instant. The divine sword, which bore a remarkable origin, not only transformed into a martial vein, but also carried a legacy of swordsmanship. Buzz! After absorbing the faint yellow mist, the divine sword emitted a resounding cry, and its previously dull blade now gleamed with a newfound luster. This faint yellow mist must be one of the 5 vital energies. Albeit incomplete otherwise, its effects would not be so trivial as merely adding luster. Song Qian mused, realizing this substance had been concealed within the bronze mirror, which was a gift from the Eastern Lord. To claim there was no connection between the Eastern Lord and the Supreme Xuanqi would be utterly foolish. Returning to the present, as he gazed upon Song Zhong and the remaining members of the clan, Song Qian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. 10 years ago, The Song family was but an inconspicuous little clan. Were it not for my prowess, which outshone the Eastern Lord's ancient city, how could the Song family possess the merit to be the foremost family in the Eastern Lord's domain? As for the royal family's promised guardians, the mass relocation to the capital was merely a guise for a treacherous scheme. These words remained unuttered, merely echoing in his heart. Having severed all ties, there was no need to waste breath on empty words. After a moment of silence, Song Qian turned and departed without a backward glance. Stop! Song Zhong leaped to obstruct him. Incredulous after all, he was a swordsman of unparalleled caliber. Even if he had lost his martial vein, he was still an extraordinary talent. Given the Song family's current dire straits, he could not allow Song Qian to abandon them so easily. Humph! Song Qian scoffed, fully aware of the other's intentions. Yet, a broken mirror cannot be restored. What was lost could never be reclaimed. Swish! A flash of sword light surged forth, transforming into a primordial beast fueled by the surrounding vitality. Song Zhong, experienced in facing formidable situations, showed no hesitation as he drew his second-tier sword, the Qishao sword. The Qishao sword technique, a signature martial skill of the Song family, possessed the power to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Moreover, as the head of the family, Song Zhong's mastery of this technique had reached a transformative realm, its might only increasing. The head of the family is truly serious. There is no choice. A rebellious swordsman poses a terrifying threat to the Song family. Alas, the once great prodigy shines anew, only to face imminent downfall. Fleeting brilliance. Indeed a pity. At that moment, the onlookers perceived Song Qian as nothing more than a corpse. Roar! A primal roar resonated through the heavens and earth as the primordial beast opened its massive jaws, consuming the attack whole. Song Zhong, witnessing this, was left aghast. His concentrated effort, coalesced into a formidable Qishao, had been devoured in an instant. Before he could react, an unparalleled sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at him. Slash! The sword energy veered just 2 centimeters, merely tearing through his garments without inflicting mortal harm. Having faced near death, Song Zhong's emotions were tumultuous and could not be quelled for a long time. I promised you mercy for your past kindness. I shall not kill you. But thrice is the limit. Should you dare strike again, I shall show no mercy. Listening to the boy's frigid proclamation, the onlookers suddenly awakened to reality. The once celebrated prodigy had truly returned. Having personally driven away a swordsman with boundless potential, the hearts of those present felt as though struck by 5 thunders, unable to recover for an extended period. Chapter 2. With such a fair lady, what more could one desire? As the divine sword dissipated and the vitality receded, Song Qian appeared as an ordinary person strolling down the street. Yet, the passers-by still avoided him as if he were a venomous snake. The reason was evident, stemming from the Song family's prior sensationalist proclamations. Confronting a scoundrel who colluded with dark forces, seeking to consume the lives of an entire city, the populace was merely grateful that they had not been pelted with rotten vegetables or foul eggs. Though he had been wronged, Song Qian did not intend to explain himself. After all, it is much easier to spread rumors than to dispel them. He still needed to visit the Eastern Lord's residence to seek artifacts related to the Eastern Lord's supreme Xuanqi. Moreover, the Ouyang royal family was already en route, leaving him with little time to spare. With this in mind, Song Qian hastened his pace. "Brother Song Qian." As he passed a medicine shop, a sweet voice called out, causing him to halt. Turning around, he saw a fair and striking young girl rushing toward him. Without a hint of disdain for his blood-stained attire, she dove into his embrace. After a moment of hesitation, Song Qian affectionately ruffled her hair. The girl, named Yao Yao, was a childhood companion of Song Qian. Since his martial vein had been destroyed, the attitudes of his former friends, brothers, and even Song Zhong, who was akin to a father to him, had sour disdain, contempt, loathing, and ultimately, the desire to see him dead. Only Yao Yao remained steadfast, unwavering in her loyalty. Song Qian reflected that during the darkest moment of his life, had it not been for Yao Yao's encouragement and solace, he might have succumbed to despair. Now, Amidst the swirling rumors in Eastern Lord City, while everyone avoided him like a plague-ridden wretch, Yao Yao still rushed toward him without hesitation. Such unconditional trust from the young girl brought a glimmer of comfort to Song Qian's fragmented heart. Shopkeeper, the assassins are already waiting in the inner courtyard. Why did you suddenly come out now? At that moment, a maidservant, dressed as a servant, rushed out from the medicine shop. Song Qian was taken aback. Assassins? According to the law, those who committed heinous crimes were to be executed at noon atop the Eastern Lord City wall. Originally, there were still a few days before Song Qian's execution, but due to the Ouyang royal family's interference, the Grand Elder could no longer wait and opted for a preemptive strike. This led to the events in the martial arts arena. Now, at this critical juncture, Yao Yao had gathered a group of assassins. The intent was all too clear. Brother Song Qian, you go inside and sit for a moment, I'll be back shortly. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao reluctantly released his arm and followed the maidservant into the back courtyard. Temporarily abandoning his visit to the Eastern Lord's residence, Song Qian entered the medicine shop. Surveying the empty shelves, he found only a few scattered, insignificant herbs. It was evident that the exorbitant fees required to hire assassins had drained the shop's resources. The wealth accumulated over years of operating the medicine shop, combined with the selling off of nearly all precious herbs at a pittance, barely covered the costs. For me, willing to squander wealth and risk it all. With such a fair lady, what more could one desire? Previously, Song Qian's sole focus had been on his family, aspiring to elevate the Song family to the pinnacle of the Qian dynasty. Now, having gained an understanding of the world's complexities, he realized that cherishing those before him was of utmost importance. Brother Song Qian, I found you a garment, try it on and see if it fits. Before long, Yao Yao emerged holding a black robe. But when she looked up, she found Song Qian's figure had already vanished, leaving behind only a stack of silver notes and a hastily written letter on the counter. The letter contained straightforward instructions. First, it explained the reason for his sudden departure. Second, it instructed her to use the stack of silver notes to purchase some materials. Third, it arranged for them to meet at noon tonight at the West Lake Embankment. Miss, the group of raucous assassins in the back courtyard has been dealt with. Is there anything else you require? The maidservant emerged from behind the door, wiping the blood from her hands. Nothing much happening for now. Yao Yao tucked the envelope and the banknote into her sleeve. I will step out for a moment. You stay here at the clinic to receive the family envoy. Understood. Meanwhile, Song Qian came to a realization. Yao Yao was the sole beacon of his life. He had to protect her, ensuring she suffered not the slightest harm. The prerequisite for this was that he must possess power surpassing all in the world. In the divine martial continent, strength reigns supreme. Only by standing at the pinnacle of martial arts could he guarantee a life free of worries for those he cherished. Thus, the Dongjun Shanshuan Qi within the Dongjun Manor was something Song Qian deemed imperative to acquire. As the foremost power of Dongjun ancient city, the Dongjun Manor was guarded by 5 formidable beings. Directly seizing it would be futile. He could only await midnight when Yao Yao would arrive with what he desired. With several hours remaining until midnight, Song Qian seized this opportunity to attend to another matter. Huaman Lu, a place where crimson sleeves abound, a sacred land of the Yaoqi that ensnares the hearts of all men. The moment Song Qian crossed the threshold, beautiful women immediately swarmed around him. Regardless of whether they were ruthless bandits or scoundrels in league with sinister cults, within Huaman Lu, status mattered not as long as one possessed wealth. Exquisite drinks and beautiful delicacies were readily available. Young master, will you be dining or lodging? A provocatively dressed enchantress gently traced her delicate fingers across his chest, her sultry voice intoxicating enough to make one forget their troubles. In response, Song Qian remained unfazed, coldly uttering, find someone. TCH. What nonsense! Seeking someone in Huaman Lu. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, a group of beauties immediately unleashed a barrage of scornful remarks. Song Qian paid no heed and ascended to the second floor. The second floor, compared to the first, was even more indecent. Under the bright, clear sky, debauchery was laid bare. Taking a deep breath, Song Qian, despite his remarkable composure, felt the seething flames within him barely contained at the mere sight. His gaze swept the room, ultimately landing on a well-dressed, handsome man. Song Lang, the only fish that slipped through the net. At a time when the Song family faced unprecedented peril, he was utterly engrossed in the path of debauchery. Such a person, receiving the family's utmost protection, while he, once the architect of the family's ascent to greatness, had met a fate of execution at noon. At this thought, Song Qian's heart ached with sorrow. Young Master Lang, there's someone over there who's been watching you. Is he a friend of yours? The blue-clad beauty resting in his embrace pointed towards Song Qian. And Song Lang, slightly puzzled, wondered who would seek him out at this hour. Looking up, an expression akin to that of the king of hell met his gaze. Startled, Song Lang nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance, and spilled his drink all over the floor. Young Master Lang, why did you spill your drink on me? The blue-clad beauty complained. Get away. Song Lang shoved her aside, adjusting his robes. Fixing his gaze on Song Qian, he feigned calmness and asked, what brings you here at this hour? Shouldn't you be? Is it amusing to feign ignorance? Song Qian interrupted, not wishing to waste time, conjuring a mundane sword and slowly approaching. You conspire with a sinister cult, your crimes warrant execution. Now, daring to escape, your sins have compounded. As Song Lang retreated, he employed secret methods to assess Song Qian, discovering that his strength had astonishingly restored to the pinnacle of the first realm. Sigh. Song Qian sighed softly, saying, at death's door, yet pretending to be oblivious. Aren't you tired? Heh. In response, Song Lang sneered. Do you think you are still the unrivaled genius of yesteryear? While I am unsure how you restored your strength to the pinnacle of the first realm, do not forget, I am a latest-stage second realm powerhouse, second only to the family head. Now tell me, what do you have to fight against me? The last sentence almost erupted from Song Lang's mouth, facing the nightmare that had haunted him for decades. He could only muster courage in this manner. Second only to the family head? How impressive! A slight smile graced Song Qian's lips as he thought, to kill you, the first realm suffices. Damn it! What are you laughing at? He'll kill you. Song Lang's composure was on the verge of collapse. He could not tolerate the once-fallen Song Qian rising above him again. The Arhat's 9 fists drunkenly reclining like an Arhat. The Arhat's 9 fists, a mid-tier second-grade martial art, surpassed even his Qishao sword technique. This move unleashed gasps from the crowd. Truly worthy of being the Song family's greatest talent, casually employing a second-grade martial art. That poor fellow is doomed. Young Master Lang is dead serious now. Too young to have tasted the utmost pleasures of life, yet destined to meet his end. What a pity. In the face of mockery, Song Qian remained indifferent, inhaling deeply as he prepared to unleash the supreme divine sword, imparting his unparalleled sword technique. With this one stroke, sever all ties to the past. 9 heavens startling divine. A searing white light erupted from the sword's tip. The aura of slaughter surged upwards to the celestial heavens and downwards to the underworld's king of hell. Witnessing this scene, all present were left astounded. Stop! Just as the drunken Arhat was about to collide with the blinding white light, an ethereal voice echoed from afar. To this, both Qian and Lang remained oblivious, not regarding the voice at all. Impudence! Noticing their behavior, the newcomer was incensed, directly slamming down a palm from midair to suppress them. Boom! The force of this palm was so immense that it directly withstood the lethal strikes of Song Qian and Song Lang, sending them both staggering back several hundred steps. Except for Qian and Lang, the remaining crowd had fainted from sheer fright. Uffed. Song Qian knelt on one knee, hand on his chest, and coughed up blood. In contrast, Song Lang was in worse shape, with signs of blood seeping from his 7 orifices. A third-realm powerhouse. The term simultaneously sprang to mind for both Qian and Lang. Only a third-realm powerhouse could unleash such a terrifying attack. Whoosh! A pair of exceptionally graceful figures descended from the heavens, one in red, one in white. The woman in red was stunningly beautiful, with fair skin and an air of elegance that left one in awe and feeling inferior, daring not to defile her presence. This was none other than the current princess, Ouyang Tinglan. She coldly observed the injured Song Qian in the corner, her brows sharp, eyes bright, and features handsome enough to be deemed acceptable, though her filthy robes were quite displeasing. "You are Song Qian?" Ouyang Tinglan stepped forward, looking down with an air of arrogance. "Who are you?" Song Qian did not recognize her, but someone of such youth possessing such strength was likely from the Ouyang royal family within the entire Shangchuan dynasty. Ouyang Tinglan produced a marriage contract from her bosom. "My name is Ouyang Tinglan. I am here to inform you that we are no longer of the same world." Song Qian was taken aback. "Ouyang Tinglan, the current princess, we seem to have had no dealings, have we?" Ouyang Tinglan did not respond, but instead glanced at his abdomen. A low-grade Earth stage Xianyang martial vein, regrettably, it has been rendered useless. Song Qian frowned, his expression darkening. "What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question." The destruction of his martial vein marked the beginning of all tragedies. Ouyang Tinglan's mention of it now sparked a flicker of disdain within Song Qian. "A useless person? What right do you have to question me? You need only know that the marriage contract bestowed by the late emperor has been annulled." Ouyang Tinglan spoke coldly, though her gaze revealed a hint of sympathy. As the once greatest genius, he had fallen into ruin after his martial vein was destroyed, ultimately leading him down the path of colluding with sinister cults. "Do you have any objections?" Though she posed the question, not waiting for a response, Ouyang Tinglan channeled her true energy, reducing the marriage contract to powder. Clearly, Song Qian's opinion held no significance. Witnessing this, Song Lang could not refrain from sneering, his eyes filled with contempt. A man with a ruined martial vein dared to aspire to the current princess, truly a self-inflicted humiliation. Sigh. Observing Song Qian's dazed demeanor, Ouyang Tinglan sighed in disappointment. "The annulment is not my desire, it is simply that our statuses are worlds apart." As she spoke, her gaze shifted from his abdomen to the token hanging at her waist. There hung a black iron token, inscribed with the words Qing Xian. Qing Xian Tianzong, the preeminent force within Yaoguang Prefecture. With a plethora of formidable beings within, even a casual member could obliterate the Shangchuan dynasty. Ouyang Tinglan's entry into such a force truly marked her as a prodigy. Even with Song Qian's extraordinary temperament, he was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his astonishment, Ouyang Tinglan smiled with satisfaction. "Teaching one to fish is better than merely providing a fish. I possess a 4th-grade cultivation method that can aid you in reconstructing a decent martial vein. Consider it compensation for the annulment. Regarding the matter of colluding with a sinister cult, I have already suppressed it. May you soon find your way back to the righteous path and avoid straying further." With that, Ouyang Tinglan paid no mind to whether he accepted and forcefully handed over the cultivation method before departing with the woman in white, riding the wind. "That person just now, is she the first genius you often speak of?" Indeed, however, due to certain circumstances, his martial vein was destroyed, and he has since sunk into debauchery within brothels. Alas, upon hearing this, the woman clad in white contemplatively gazed at her palm, where a shallow sword wound lingered, a mere trifle for a warrior of the 5th realm. After the two departed, Song Qian pondered over the martial arts manual in his possession, ultimately deciding to stow it away. When opportunity knocks, one ought not to let it go to waste. Who would have thought that you share such a connection with the current princess? On the other side, Song Lang, having channeled his energy, observed that his injuries had significantly healed. "It is a pity, however, that you are no longer the unparalleled prodigy of yesteryear now. You are but a mere shell of your former self, a soon-to be extinguished waste." With a swift motion, the sword descended, and a head was severed, soaring through the air. "You had such a splendid opportunity to flee just moments ago. Yet, you chose to wait until they departed to mock me. Is that not a death wish?" As Song Qian removed the opponent's storage ring, he shook his head in lamentation. Chapter 3. Innately endowed with spiritual power, a true child of destiny. On the long street of Dongjun, at the entrance of Shihu Pond, Song Qian sat cross-legged on his bed, with the 4th-grade cultivation method gifted by Ouyang Tinglan resting on his lap. This method, named the Treasure Record of the 8 Directions, allows practitioners to condense the 8 directional treasure altars within their dantian. These altars can store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into true qi. Except for the inability to derive martial veins and divine abilities, it is akin to the standard martial veins. The difficulty of cultivating this method is immense, and it requires vast amounts of rare treasures to condense the altars. Fortunately, today he had acquired a considerable number of spirit stones and some low-grade spiritual plants, allowing him to barely condense 3 altars. According to the records in the book, Song Qian's consciousness entered his dantian, commencing the process of altar condensation. To his surprise, the process was remarkably simple. The Supreme Divine Sword seemed to sense Song Qian's intention and cooperated in condensing the altars in less than 3 hours. The 3 altars were successfully formed. After attempting to operate the altars to refine the spiritual energy, he made a significant discovery. The spiritual energy, after being refined by the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein, transformed directly into true qi usable by him. Moreover, after undergoing a second refinement through the 3 altars, this true qi astonishingly advanced to the level of spiritual energy possessed by practitioners of the 3rd realm. The process of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into true qi via martial veins typically requires a significant duration. The higher the grade of the martial vein, the shorter the time needed. For example, a yellow grade martial vein requires about 3 days, a mysterious grade martial vein 1 day, and a terrestrial grade martial vein half a day. Even the legendary celestial grade martial vein requires approximately half an hour. However, now any spiritual energy entering the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein can directly transform into true qi. Such a terrifying capability underscores the uniqueness of the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein. Consequently, in future battles, he would not only wield spiritual energy far superior to others of the same realm, but also recover stamina at an astonishing pace post-battle. Taking a deep breath, the momentous revelation filled Song Qian with an overwhelming sense of excitement. Suddenly, an odd bird call broke the silence. Song Qian glanced out the window. The bright moon hung in the sky, indicating it was already midnight. Oh no, he realized he had lost track of time while practicing. Forgetting the agreed-upon matter, quickly stowing away the treasure record of the 8 directions, he hurried outside. Following the sound, he arrived at a narrow alley, where he beheld a woman clad in white, whistling softly in the moonlight. The woman had delicate skin, an air of leisure about her, captivating eyes that sparkled with life, and a gentle demeanor that was hard to describe. Especially under the moonlight, she appeared exceedingly sacred and beautiful. Song Qian found himself momentarily entranced. A soft giggle snapped him back to reality. "It's the first time I've seen you with such an expression, Brother Song Qian," Yao Yao teased, covering her mouth with a light laugh. "Ah, the moonlight is quite lovely tonight," Song Qian replied, scratching his head in embarrassment, feeling a peculiar sensation akin to being caught in a moment of secret observation. "Is the moonlight more beautiful than me?" Yao Yao approached him slowly, a smile playing on her lips. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, the usually composed Song Qian found himself flustered. Hee, Yao Yao chuckled, unable to contain her amusement at his reaction. Brother Song Qian is still as shy as ever, utterly oblivious to teasing. Realizing he had been playfully teased, Song Qian smiled back, not offended. "By the way, did you manage to buy everything I wrote down during the day?" he inquired, not forgetting the matter at hand amidst their light conversation. The 10 directions formation flags, the Xian Zhendao brush, and the beast blood essence, Yao Yao recounted as she handed him a storage ring. Confirming everything was accounted for. Receiving the ring, Song Qian looked at Yao Yao, who bore no signs of cultivation, and after a moment of contemplation, he produced the treasure record of the 8 directions from his robe. "I have a 4th grade cultivation method here that can assist practitioners in forging a commendable martial vein. You, being without a vein, will find this method particularly suitable." 4th grade cultivation method. Yao Yao gasped, covering her small mouth in disbelief. "Is this really for me?" "Yes," Song Qian nodded. "All right, I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and catch up to you, Brother Song Qian." Taking the cultivation method into her hands, Yao Yao nodded resolutely, her eyes filled with determination. "Go for it. I believe in you," Song Qian encouraged, ruffling her hair. "Practice tonight, and if you have any questions, I will teach you tomorrow." Just as they were about to part ways, Yao Yao hesitated and asked a question that had long troubled her. "Brother Song Qian, the items you asked me to buy are all needed for setting up formations. Are you perhaps a formation master?" As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Becoming a formation master is no easy feat. The requirement of possessing a 10th level spiritual power alone deters the vast majority of individuals, leading to a scarcity of formation masters in the entire Dongjun ancient city. However, Song Qian's subsequent words revealed what true genius meant. You guessed correctly. I am indeed a formation master. Song Qian confirmed her speculation with a nod, then elaborated, due to the brilliance of my terrestrial-grade martial vein. People often overlook my talent in spiritual power. In truth, I possess innate full spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao was left dumbfounded, her astonishment beyond words. Innate full spiritual power. Spiritual power is something that ordinary individuals typically possess at the first or second level, enabling them to read rapidly and retain information effortlessly. Innate full spiritual power means being born with 10th level spiritual power. Such a prodigy is likely unmatched in the entire Qian dynasty, which boasts a population of 100 billion. Shu, Song Qian gently shook his head, signaling her to keep it a secret. I only discovered this after my martial vein was rendered useless. Since then, I have diligently studied the path of formations and have now reached the pinnacle of the first-level formation master. Yao Yao, covering her mouth, was nearly breathless from shock. A self-taught first-level formation master. Well, it's not entirely self-taught. I did study some ancient texts on formations, Song Qian said, waving his hand dismissively. Yao Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. After bidding farewell to her, Song Qian stealthily made his way to a towering wall under the cover of night. This wall, soaring hundreds of feet high, was forged from indestructible black gold blood soil, said to be impervious to anyone below the 5th realm. Glancing at the luminous moon above, Song Qian realized time was of the essence. Let us begin. He planted several 10 directions formation flags in specific locations, then dipped the Xianjin Dao brush into the beast blood essence. Holding the brush tightly, Song Qian took a deep breath and began inscribing the formation runes onto the wall. The inscribing of runes is the most crucial and intricate step in setting up a formation, requiring absolute precision. Any mistake could lead to the total loss of effort, or worse, backlash from the formation, resulting in death. Thus, to become a formation master, one must possess spiritual power that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. After a brief quarter of an hour, Song Qian lay exhausted on the ground, having nearly depleted his spiritual power to barely complete the rune inscriptions for this first-level formation. Not far away, on a rooftop, 2 women witnessed the scene unfolding before them. It truly is a first-level formation. He did not deceive me, miss. If this person were still in possession of his terrestrial-grade martial vein, coupled with his identity as a first-level formation master, he could barely manage a 9th-rank guest elder position within the family. What a pity standing beside Yao Yao was a red-haired girl, a maid from the apothecary, whose cultivation level astonishingly reached the 4th realm. There's nothing to lament. Everything is predestined. Yao Yao murmured to herself, gazing at the treasure record of the 8 directions in her hands. The Qing Xian Tian sect is indeed a promising destination. Chapter 4. The Precious Great Sun Shimi Map. Thanks to the almost extraordinary recovery ability provided by the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein, Song Qian's depleted spiritual power had fully restored within mere breaths. With a satisfied smile, he admired the nearly flawless formation on the wall. Now, let me infuse some true qi and test its efficacy. A wisp of milky white gas emerged from his fingertips, a result of the true qi refined by the Supreme Divine Sword, distinctly different from ordinary true qi. With a swift motion, the true qi was injected into the wall, rapidly spreading through the intricate runes. In the next moment, the entire formation seemed to come alive, emitting a gentle white glow. Seeing this, Song Qian wasted no time and dashed through the formation. Upon entering the Dongjun mansion, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth elevating to a new dimension. A faint sword hum resonated within him, and Song Qian was pleasantly surprised that there was a response so quickly. Indeed, the supreme Xian Qi of Dongjun was hidden within the Dongjun mansion. Following the guidance of the Supreme Divine Sword, Song Qian navigated through numerous obstacles, ultimately arriving at a study filled with expensive calligraphy, paintings, and rare ancient texts, valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones. Reflecting on how he had pilfered a fraction of his clan's wealth today, obtaining only a few hundred spirit stones, Song Qian couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder people say that 10 Nanyang banks can't compare to a single Dongjun mansion. What a true treasure trove! After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian did not hesitate. With a sweeping gesture, he gathered all the treasures in the room into his possession. However, it was peculiar that, despite the items being completely collected, the supreme divine sword within him exhibited no response whatsoever. This was unexpected. Could it be that he had mistakenly entered the wrong chamber? Resting his chin on one hand, Song Qian pondered deeply. According to the guidance of the supreme divine sword, the object imbued with the Eastern Lord's celestial energy must surely be located within this study. How could it possibly be absent? Was there, perhaps, a hidden door within this room? Just as Song Qian was lost in thought, the sound of a door creaking open echoed, and two figures entered the room. Upon seeing the empty study, their hearts sank. It dawned on them that a thief had infiltrated their home. That item must not be allowed to be compromised. Exchanging a glance, the two hastened towards a desk. The middle-aged man reached beneath the table, fiddling with something until, with a click, a concealed door swung open. Witnessing this scene from the beams above, Song Qian silently marveled. There truly was a hidden door. Fortunately, as long as that treasure remained intact, it was not a grave matter. In the next moment, the two emerged from the secret passage, one of them holding a scroll. The instant the scroll appeared, the supreme divine sword within Song Qian stirred restlessly. Without a doubt, the Eastern Lord's celestial energy was concealed within that very scroll. The two figures were still basking in the relief of their treasure being unscathed, utterly oblivious to the shadow that descended silently behind them. With a swift motion, Song Qian struck with two knife-hand blows, the overwhelming force rendering both men unconscious instantly. He caught the collapsing figures and gently set them down on the ground without making a sound. Seizing the scroll from the middle-aged man's grasp, Song Qian held it in his hands. A gentle surge of energy coursed through his arm, spreading throughout his body, ultimately absorbed by the supreme divine sword within. A resonance echoed, a sword-esque cry followed by a muffled thud, both sounds reverberating within Song Qian's being. The sword's cry was undoubtedly from the supreme divine sword, while the muffled sound signified the breakthrough to the second realm of martial arts. He had succeeded. Overcome with delight, Song Qian mused. It truly is the complete Eastern Lord's celestial energy. I have merely absorbed a fraction of it, yet I have achieved a breakthrough. Before he could savor the victory, the middle-aged man, who had just been unconscious, suddenly awoke. Grabbing Song Qian's pant leg, he shouted, "Help! A thief!" This was dreadful. He had been too lenient. Realizing the man had regained consciousness so quickly, Song Qian thought it best to leave immediately. Breaking free from the man's grasp, he swiftly leaped through the window and fled. Thief! A group of household servants, brandishing torches, quickly surrounded the study, blocking all exits. Fortunately, the servants were generally of low cultivation, mostly at the first realm, with very few reaching the second realm. Assessing his escape route, Song Qian drew a sword, preparing to carve a path through the crowd. Clang, clang, clang. In the ensuing chaos of clash and clamor, bodies fell in droves. Within mere seconds, Song Qian had forged a bloody path through his assailants. During the day, he would have needed to exert considerable effort to slay a first-realm martial artist. But now, having broken through to the second realm, it felt akin to slaughtering dogs. Surveying the sprawled corpses behind him, Song Qian gripped his sword and murmured to himself, "This person possesses formidable cultivation. We cannot stop him." Quickly, summon higher-ranked servants from the inner courtyard. A servant among the crowd shouted, "We cannot linger here." Promptly, Song Qian retraced his steps. Inside, a youth adorned in splendid attire slowly rose from the ground. Observing Song Qian's retreating figure, he questioned, "Father, the great Sun Sumi diagram is our family's treasured legacy. Are we just allowing that thief to take it?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man gradually stood, brushing off the dust from his clothing. This intruder had scaled the walls with a clear objective, undoubtedly aware of some hidden truths. "Our clan has possessed the great Sun Sumi diagram for over 3 centuries. Apart from our revered ancestor, no one else has been able to glimpse its secrets. Now, someone has come to us. I shall turn the tables on him." As he spoke, the middle-aged man strolled to the window, shedding his disguise beneath the moonlight. Had Song Qian been present, he would have been astonished to discover that this individual was none other than the master of the Eastern Lord's estate, the sole authority of Dongjun ancient city. Meanwhile, Song Qian escaped the throng of servants and arrived at the wall where he had previously set up an array. With a swift infusion of true energy, the array activated, allowing him to slip through the wall in a flash. Retrieving the array flags as he went as he dashed through the streets and alleys, he contemplated his next course of action. According to his original plan, he intended to stealthily steal the treasure and return to the Westlake dock. However, now that his scheme had been uncovered, the Eastern Lord's people would inevitably seal the city gates and conduct a thorough search. He needed to leave Dongjun Ancient City before dawn. The Eastern Lord's estate maintained absolute control within the ancient city, and now only the path of escape remained open to him. Furthermore, if he departed without taking Yao Yao with him, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. The thought of Yao Yao, a frail girl, potentially being victimized in his absence, steeled Song Qian's resolve to take her along as they ventured into the world, without delay. He urged his horse towards the apothecary managed by the other party. Knocking at the door repeatedly, it was some time before the sound of footsteps descended from within. "Who goes there at this late hour?" A somewhat drowsy voice called from inside. "It is I, Song Qian," he replied. The wooden door creaked open to reveal Yao Yao, stifling a yawn. "Brother Song Qian, what brings you here at such an hour?" "There's no time to explain. You must pack your belongings quickly." As he spoke, he took her hand and led her into the room. "We must escape the ancient city before dawn." Upon hearing that they were to flee the ancient city, Yao Yao's expression shifted, and she hastily inquired, "Brother Song Qian, where are you planning to go?" "It's urgent. You need to gather your belongings first. I will explain on the way," Song Qian urged her, already sensing multiple powerful presences closing in within 100 miles. Without a doubt, these were experts dispatched by the Eastern Lord's estate. "All right, I'll gather my things right away." Seeing Yao Yao's anxious demeanor, she refrained from asking further questions and rushed upstairs to prepare. "Miss, he seems to be under pursuit. Should I take action?" A red-haired maid in the room spoke. "No, we shall remain still for now. We will assess the situation before deciding." After contemplating, Yao Yao added, "You will follow us closely. If something seems amiss, you may act." Understood. Chapter 5. A Hand for a Foot. As the moon set, the darkest hour before dawn arrived. In the wilderness, a white horse galloped swiftly. "Brother Song Qian, can you now tell me what has transpired?" Seated atop the horse were Song Qian and Yao Yao, having escaped Dongjun Ancient City. "This is a long story." In response to Yao Yao's inquiry, Song Qian recounted the events of his treasure heist at the Eastern Lord's estate, deliberately omitting details regarding the Supreme Divine Sword and the Eastern Lord's celestial energy. This was not due to distrust, but rather the fear that the extraordinary nature of the Supreme Divine Sword might attract peril to Yao Yao. "I see." After absorbing the information, Yao Yao nodded thoughtfully. "Our destination is Zhantian Ancient City, which lies near the front lines and is a chaotic hub. Even the mighty Eastern Lord's estate would find it difficult to conduct a thorough search there." Gripping the reins, Song Qian detailed their escape route. Yet, Yao Yao seemed disinterested, her focus solely on pressing her face against Song Qian's back as she softly asked, "Brother Song Qian, do you like me?" Taken aback. Song Qian was puzzled by Yao Yao's sudden confession amidst their peril. Although he was acutely aware of his feelings, he found himself at a loss for words. He contemplated feigning ignorance, but ultimately, he was still a young man. His body betrayed him despite his silence. Noticing the sudden quickening of his heartbeat, Yao Yao smiled. "If you like me, why not speak the truth?" The girl's voice was cool yet hinted at something deeper. "What truth?" Alarmed, Song Qian wondered if she had already discerned his feelings. "Stop!" Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from behind. Turning around, they spotted a figure clad in black racing towards them. Recognizing the aura emanating from the newcomer, Song Qian's mind raced with a single thought: a third realm expert. Such a formidable foe could traverse 1,000 miles in a day, far surpassing the speed of an ordinary steed. With only his white horse beneath him, it was only a matter of time before he would be overtaken. With no way to evade, he was left with no choice but to confront the threat head-on. "Whoa!" Bringing the horse to a halt, Song Qian handed the reins to Yao Yao, instructing, "While I engage this opponent, you must escape on horseback, and if you go, what will happen to you?" Yao Yao's expression revealed her concern. "I possess the second realm of cultivation. I can hold my ground for a while. If I find myself in danger, I will retreat. 18 noon tomorrow. We shall convene at the ancient city of Zhantian." Having said this, Song Qian, gripping his sword, took the initiative to launch an attack towards the approaching figure. 9 Heaven's shocking spirit. Faced with a formidable opponent from the third realm, Song Qian dared not show even a hint of negligence. unleashing his most powerful technique. Himph, mere tricks. How dare you flaunt your skills before me? The shadow retorted with a cold snort, completely disregarding the assault. Receive my strike, the heavenly eye-severing soul slash. With a swift motion, the shadow wielded a pair of soul-severing twin blades, countering the attack instead of evading. The clash of the blades against the sword erupted with a terrifying force, obliterating the trees within a radius of several dozen meters. A thunderous sound resonated as the ground beneath them was shaken, forming a pit several meters deep. Even the horses 100 meters away felt the disturbance, restlessly attempting to flee the scene. Behave, don't stir. Noticing the horses' agitation, Yao Yao gently caressed them, watching as the white horse's pupils turned emerald green. Calming down instantly, meanwhile, the battle between the two remained deadlocked. What sword technique are you employing? How could you withstand my absolute kill strike? The shadow, astonished, realized that the opponent, relying solely on an unnamed sword technique, had managed to endure the full might of his high-tier weapon combined with advanced martial arts and spiritual energy. Song Qian remained silent, his heart filled with dread. Indeed, the Third Realm warriors were formidable, and even the supreme sword technique could not contend with them. Thus, he had no choice but to reveal another trump card. Spiritual energy, drawing upon the 3 sacred altars within him, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth. With this enhancement, the power of the supreme sword technique escalated to an entirely new level. Kill! Song Qian roared fiercely, subsequently unleashing a powerful downward slash. The shadow's pupils constricted. He clearly had not anticipated that his adversary still held back strength. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the high-quality soul-severing twin blades developed a fine crack along their edge. Taking the full brunt of Song Qian's overwhelming strike, the shadow suffered significant internal injuries, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. This is impossible. Looking at the blood in his hands, the shadow could hardly believe it. A dignified warrior of the Third Realm had been forced to cough up blood by a mere fledgling of the Second Realm. And to make matters worse, it occurred while he held the advantage. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qian did not hesitate to press the attack with another sword strike. Swish! The shadow, a seasoned veteran, reacted almost instantaneously to the renewed assault, leaning his body leftward to narrowly evade the lethal blow. You think you can strike once and then twice? You are too greedy. The shadow capitalized on the momentary opening as Song Qian withdrew, thrusting the soul-severing twin blades upward. Slash! The blades tore through fabric, penetrating skin and driving straight into bone. Song Qian cried out in pain, but soon he noticed the shadow's vulnerability. His legs were now exposed. Offering no form of protection, the warrior of the Third Realm relies heavily on his legs. If he could sever the shadow's legs, he could escape unscathed. However, doing so would require him to halt his defense, allowing his left arm to be severed in the process. One arm for 2 legs. Desperate times call for desperate measures. With a furious roar, Song Qian swung his sword towards the shadow's legs. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, but the shadow had already moved aside. You scoundrel, are you playing a game of mutual destruction? The shadow snarled, intent on severing Song Qian's left arm. Clang! Yet, as the soul-severing twin blades struck the bone, they emitted a sound akin to metal clashing. In that moment, the shadow was taken aback. Song Qian's bones were as tough as black iron, and his attack had failed to deliver a devastating blow. Swish! Seizing the opportunity of the shadow's momentary stupor, Song Qian broke free from his restraints and, without a second thought, abandoned his sword and fled. He had no intention of lingering in battle, for he understood that cornering an opponent could provoke a frenzied counterattack. Moreover, his primary objective was escape, not slaughter. Upon leaping out of the pit, he discovered that Yao Yao had not left. She had been waiting for him the entire time. Chapter 6. Wait for me to rebuild for 12 years? Dare to call the Empress to the Yellow Springs. The previous moment had been perilously close. Had he been defeated, she would have become a lamb awaiting slaughter, with nowhere to escape. Gripping the reins, Song Qian chastised Yao Yao for her thoughtless actions, showing no concern for her safety. In response, Yao Yao remained silent, wrapping her arms around him from behind and pressing her face tightly against his back. Softly murmuring, if you were to die, what meaning would my existence hold? Faced with Yao Yao's sudden confession, Song Qian's mind buzzed. leaving him momentarily speechless. Not receiving a reply, Yao Yao lifted her head, about to inquire why he had not responded. But in that instant, she noticed that the path ahead had vanished, replaced instead by a sheer cliff. "Be careful, there's a cliff ahead," Yao Yao exclaimed. Song Qian, jolted back to reality, focused his gaze on the daunting precipice before them and hastily yanked the reins. "Whoa!" The white horse beneath him let out a resounding whinny, halting just a few meters from the edge of the cliff. This is... Dismounting to assess the situation, he gazed at the towering cliff, his mind racing with a single thought. Wuji Cliff. The terrain of the Upper Xian dynasty predominantly consisted of plains, with cliffs being a rare sight. The towering Wuji Cliff was the only one of its kind. Located southwest of the ancient city of Dongjun, yet therein lay the problem. The ancient city of Zhantian was situated northeast of Dongjun, while Wuji Cliff was to the southwest, separated by tens of thousands of miles. Have we taken a wrong turn? Song Qian scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Ants remain ants, their imagination so limited. At that moment, a voice filled with authority resonated through the air. Who goes there? Song Qian swiftly shielded Yao Yao behind him, an instinctual warning surging through him that the newcomer was exceedingly dangerous. This day had ultimately arrived. Recognizing the familiar voice, Yao Yao thought, this 12-year-long scheme must come to an end. I am Long Chen, known to the world as the North Star Divine Lord. A towering figure descended from the distance, gliding through the air. A warrior of the Fifth Realm. Song Qian was utterly astonished. A Fifth Realm warrior not only could traverse the air, but also possessed the power to move mountains and divert rivers, suggesting that this sudden emergence of Wuji Cliff had been conjured by this self-proclaimed Divine Lord from miles away. Although Song Qian could not comprehend it, he was deeply shaken. "Aunt, if you hand over the treasure willingly, I shall grant you a complete corpse," Long Chen declared haughtily, his words dripping with arrogance. Indeed, the Dongjun residence is formidable. To summon a Fifth Realm warrior for a mere painting is truly impressive. Song Qian remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, acknowledging that while he might contend with a Third Realm cultivator, facing a Fifth Realm warrior would spell certain doom unless he could mobilize the supreme divine sword within him. What nonsense is this about the Dongjun residence? I am the 72nd holy son of the Qingming divine sect, sent to reclaim the ancestral treasure, the Qingming divine sword. Long Chen scoffed at Song Qian's mention of the Dongjun residence, dismissing it as a gathering place for ants unworthy of his attention. The Qingming divine sword. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's mind went blank. He had never anticipated that the target of this individual would be the supreme divine sword within him. Heh. Long Chen chuckled lightly, observing Song Qian's reaction. The Qingming divine sword is indeed in your possession. However, ants are still merely ants. Even if they obtain the transcendent sword, they cannot wield its true power. I am its rightful master. Swish, Long Chen extended his hand, preparing to breach Song Qian's body and forcibly extract the Qingming divine sword. The speed at which a Fifth Realm warrior struck left Song Qian no time to react. His instinct kicked in, and he pushed Yao Yao away to shield her from harm. Impudent. A cold voice rang out. The space before Song Qian warped, and a delicate, fair hand emerged, forming a water barrier that blocked Long Chen's assault entirely. Long Chen emitted a sound of surprise, sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding space, his expression growing serious. He had not anticipated encountering a spatial cultivator in this desolate region. Holy son of the demon sect, how dare you slaughter the prodigies of my 9 provinces? As the water barrier receded, an unparalleled figure emerged from the space, taking measured steps forward. Who are you, that you know my identity and dare to obstruct me? Long Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on the newcomer. Is your title of Holy Son so grand? You wish to slaughter the prodigies of my 9 provinces. Yet I cannot intervene? In response to the inquiry about her name, the extraordinary figure paused briefly before stating, I am Luo Jianxian of the Qingxian Heavenly Sect. Luo Jianxian? I have not heard of you. Long Chen replied dismissively, his powerful aura enveloping the area. But are you certain you wish to oppose me, the Divine Lord, for the sake of such an insignificant ant? Divine Lord? Ha ha, the unparalleled figure coldly scoffed. The world calls you a Divine Lord due to your martial lineage, and you truly believe yourself to be a deity. Today, I shall witness the prowess of this so-called saint of the demonic sect. who has been elevated to the altar of divinity. With that, the unparalleled figure raised a hand and unleashed a palm strike, causing the heavens and earth to dim. A torrent of majestic spiritual energy surged forth, manifesting as a cascading celestial river. Humph! An ant trying to shake a tree. Yet, Long Chen stood undaunted, lifting his right hand into a fist, invoking the dragon elephant divine fist. With a single punch, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. An immense phantom of a dragon elephant, towering 1,000 feet high, materialized in the void above. As the celestial river rushed towards him, the dragon elephant roared and charged directly into the oncoming torrent. Boom! The colossal dragon elephant collided with the surging celestial river, resulting in a thunderous explosion that flattened the surrounding forests for miles. The towering cliffs of Wuji Mountain, stretching thousands of feet high, trembled precariously, as if they would collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the unparalleled figure had set up a barrier of water mist at the summit of the cliff before making her move, thus sparing Song Qian and the others from peril. After this devastating strike, neither Long Chen nor the unparalleled figure showed any intention of halting their battle. In a flurry of movement, the two began to duel from a distance, unleashing a series of astonishing and formidable high-level martial techniques. Not only was the terrain of the surrounding area at risk of collapse, but even the seemingly flawless spatial barrier began to show signs of fracture. Her strength was astonishingly formidable. Seeing the unparalleled woman fighting against Long Chen in order to protect herself, Song Qian recognized her as the white-clad woman who had previously accompanied Ouyang Tinglan. "Brother Song Qian, do you know this woman?" Yao Yao inquired, observing Song Qian's reaction. In response, Song Qian did not conceal the truth, recounting how the white-clad woman in Wamanlu had severely injured both him and Song Lang with a single palm strike. "I initially thought she was at the third realm, but it seems I have underestimated her." In that moment, Song Qian realized his own frailty. The battle that could shatter space itself was beyond even his peak capabilities. In the void, the unparalleled figure devoted 9 parts of her attention to confronting Long Chen. While diverting 1 part to gaze towards the cliff's summit, the sight startled her. At such an opportune moment for escape, the adversary not only remained but appeared to be observing the spectacle. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Even the well-mannered, unparalleled figure could not suppress her exasperation. "Oh right, to escape." Song Qian snapped back to reality, realizing that now was not the time for idle conversation. "We must hurry." Just as he intended to pull Yao Yao along to flee on horseback, he was met not with a gentle hand, but with a cold dagger. Swish! The dagger plunged directly into his dantian, followed by a detached yet familiar voice. "Brother Song Qian, my apologies, why?" Song Qian turned rigidly, his face as pale as death, his eyes wide with shock. Ever since his martial lineage had been severed and he had witnessed the ugliness of humanity, he had ceased to trust anyone. The sole exception was Yao Yao, his childhood companion of 12 years, who had remained steadfast during his life's nadir. This bond had allowed him to lower his guard and trust her completely. Yet it was precisely this person, the one he deemed least likely to betray him, who chose this critical moment to do so. A few hours prior, Song Qian had vowed to dedicate his life to protecting her. A conviction that crumbled with the dagger's thrust. In response, Yao Yao remained silent, seemingly awaiting something. "Don't you dare smile. I demand an explanation." Her faint smile struck a heavy blow to Song Qian's already fragile psyche. He grasped her shoulders, his voice a heart-wrenching roar. "Why?" Swish! Witnessing Song Qian on the brink of madness, Yao Yao desired precisely this reaction. She abruptly withdrew the dagger, revealing a delicate sword-shaped jade pendant at its tip. Holding the pendant, a wondrous energy coursed through her body, awakening her long-dormant martial lineage. Seeing this, Yao Yao rejoiced and ceased her torment, explaining, "Brother Song Qian, you've always been extraordinarily intelligent. Surely, you've realized that I am aligned with Long Chen. We both came for the Qingming divine sword, but I arrived 12 years prior." Swish! At her words, Song Qian felt as if struck by lightning. 12 years of companionship had culminated in a mere quest for a sword. 12 years of familial ties now lay in tatters due to the severance of his martial lineage. All past experiences felt like a mirage, dissolving into nothingness. In that moment, Song Qian's world collapsed, leaving him questioning the very meaning of his existence. Buzz! As Song Qian sank deeper into despair, A sword's resonance echoed within his dantian. Live for yourself. Following the sword's cry, an ancient, distant voice followed, awakening him from his stupor. His murky eyes began to clear. The enmity of having his martial lineage severed, the betrayal of the sword theft, remained unavenged. He could not perish yet. He must live for himself and ascend to the zenith of martial arts. At that moment, Song Qian's crumbled convictions were rebuilt. This time, it was for no one but himself. However, as clarity returned, he sensed a discord. The supreme divine sword had already been seized by Shang Guanyao. Hadn't it? Confounded, he hurriedly examined his dantian. Within, the supreme divine sword's martial lineage stood resolutely. Indeed, the supreme divine sword had transformed into a martial lineage, merging with him. With a clap of his hands, realization dawned upon him. The sword-shaped jade pendant that Shang Guanyao had taken was merely a hollow shell. Shang Guanyao, you could never fathom that the Qingming divine sword you schemed to acquire was but an empty vessel. Returning to reality, Song Qian could hardly contain his joy, yet to mask his elation from those present, he donned a fade of despair, murmuring, was it truly worth 12 years of scheming for a sword? Ha. In response, Yao Yao remained silent, merely revealing her martial lineage and abilities. 5 realms. In the void, the unparalleled figure had been closely monitoring the situation between Qian and Yao. Upon realizing Yao Yao's strength was at the 5th realm, she was taken aback. Humph, common folk only see the surface. Observing the oblivious, unparalleled figure, Long Qian unabashedly mocked, what worth is this level of power? The martial lineage is the essence. Behind Yao Yao stood a humanoid phantom. Robed in a dragon gown, crowned with a phoenix tiara, exuding an innate imperial majesty with every gesture. The Empress's martial lineage, one of the most supreme in history. Anyone possessing this lineage would inevitably attain at least the status of an emperor, provided they did not perish prematurely. The first empress to wield such a lineage had single-handedly pierced the heavens, venturing into the fabled divine realm. 12 years of plotting for the revival of my empress's martial lineage. What say you to its worth? Ignoring the reactions of others, Yao Yao focused intently on Song Qian, as if his praise were of utmost importance. In response, Song Qian chuckled coldly, offering no reply. He stepped slowly to the cliff's edge, facing the 1,000-foot drop without a hint of hesitation, and leaped into the void. His form plummeted rapidly, vanishing from the sight of the 3 fifth-realm powerhouses in mere seconds. At this moment, past and present diverged. Even if you possessed the Empress's martial lineage, what could it matter? When I rebuild myself over the next 12 years, I shall challenge the Empress in the underworld. His boisterous voice echoed through the mountains. A declaration to Yao Yao and a promise to himself. Within 12 years, he would surpass Shang Guanyao, who wielded the Empress's martial lineage. Observing Song Qian's leap into oblivion, the unparalleled figure found no reason to linger. She tore open a spatial rift and vanished within. As she departed, the unparalleled figure cast a glance back at Long Qian and Yao Yao, inwardly reflecting. The Qingming demonic sect already possesses a divine lord's martial lineage. Now, it has additionally acquired the Empress's martial lineage. The Jiuzhou continent may face grave peril. Chapter 7. Male Pet? Within 12 years, I shall challenge the Empress in the underworld. Who would have thought that a mere ant could utter such grand aspirations in its final moments? Witnessing Song Qian's resolve, willing to shatter like jade rather than remain intact like tile, Long Qian felt an inexplicable admiration swell within him. Grand aspirations? Yao Yao seemed unconcerned, even amused, thinking it merely a line learned from tales. Spoken by a weakling enough. With the Qingming divine sword in hand, we should take our leave. Neither Long Qian nor Yao Yao intended to pursue the enchanting figure or expend energy searching the cliff's base to confirm Song Qian's demise. Their mission accomplished, they were set to return to the sect. Wait, old servant. Just as they were about to depart, a withered figure hurriedly approached from behind. It was the shadow who had previously obstructed Song Qian. To be defeated by a mere novice of the second realm, you still have the face to return. Upon first encountering this clan envoy, Yao Yao had expected great strength, only to find him crippled by Song Qian. That lad is no ordinary individual. His bone density rivals that of mysterious iron. Had I known this beforehand, I would undoubtedly not have failed. with hands clasping the remnants of his severed legs. The shadow knelt on the ground, explaining his plight in a manner that evoked deep sympathy. I have no desire to hear your justifications. Save your words for the Qintian Bureau. With that, Yao Yao cast a teleportation talisman, vanishing into the void alongside Long Chun, leaving the bewildered shadow behind, lamenting. Miss, it is no issue to face punishment at the Qintian Bureau, but you must take me with you. Without my legs, I fear I cannot traverse the realms alone. Suddenly, a talisman flew through the void, materializing into a portal before the shadow. From within, the impatient voice of Shangguan Yao rang out, when you emerge, do not claim to be from the Shangguan family. I cannot afford such disgrace. Meanwhile, as Song Qian plummeted from the cliff, he timed his descent, and at a distance of 100 meters from the ground, a flash of white light heralded the emergence of a pair of inky black wings, one of the treasures of the Song family, the chasing wind howling sky wings, which he had discovered in Song Lang's storage ring. With these wings, Song Qian narrowly evaded a catastrophic fall, once again escaping death. Upon landing, however, he coughed up blood, a bitter taste of iron filling his throat. Damn it, after 12 years together, even if it was all a ruse. Must you strike so ruthlessly? He muttered, his gaze fixating on the gaping hole in his abdomen. Yet, as he contemplated that all the effort exerted by his adversary had yielded naught but an empty shell, a grim smile crept upon his face. Due to the severity of his wounds, Song Qian could only sit on the ground and begin to circulate his energy for healing. He summoned the unparalleled divine sword meridian within him, channeling a vast quantity of true qi to staunch the bleeding. Concerned that Long Chen and Yao Yao might descend the cliff to investigate, he stood after a brief period of recuperation and continued his journey towards the ancient city of Zhantian. At the cliff's summit, a peerless figure returned, an eerie vertical pupil opening on its forehead. Absorbing the scene at the cliff's base, it had indeed obtained the sword path inheritance of the Qingming divine sword. Hence, it understood how to breach its protective barrier. The figure glanced at its palm, where a small wound lay, one inflicted by Song Qian's supreme sword technique earlier. I risked my life to save you. Not for naught, but in hopes that you may achieve something in the impending battle of righteousness and evil. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east, and Song Qian, dragging his weary body, arrived at a sparsely populated small city-state. The obstruction posed by the shadow and Long Chun, coupled with the loss of his steed, severely hampered his speed. Even with urgency, he could only reach a city 100 miles from the ancient city of Zhantian. Shangguan Yao, you even laced the dagger with deadly poison. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, along with the toxins spreading to his very marrow, Song Qian felt dizzy and disoriented, on the verge of fainting. No, I cannot succumb now. I must find a healer quickly. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when his vision blurred, and he collapsed. Liu Zai, I'm stepping out for a moment. Keep an eye on this patient. He's in quite serious condition. Understood. I'll guard him at the door. Sister Xiaoli, don't forget to bring Liu Zai some candied hawthorn. As the sounds of conversation reached his ears, Song Qian's consciousness gradually sharpened. What is this place? Sitting up from the bed, he surveyed the room's decor, undoubtedly a woman's boudoir. To his pleasant surprise, he found his arms and abdomen expertly bandaged. The poison's effect seemed to have lessened, leaving him no longer in agony. A creaking sound announced a figure stealthily entering. Noticing this, Song Qian quickly lay back down, observing the unfolding scene. The newcomer, appearing to be in his mid-20s and dressed as a scholar, headed straight for a large red cabinet in the corner. After some fiddling, he managed to unlock it, rummaging within until he retrieved a stack of land deeds and silver notes. Jasmine, do not blame me for being heartless. This is all you're doing. You refused my proposal, wasting my time and energy. Consider these silver notes as compensation. The scholar, clutching the hefty notes and the priceless deeds, realized the Jasmine family was wealthy, but he had not anticipated their immense fortune. Truly, the richest in Luoqing, a gentleman loves wealth, but only when acquired through proper means. As he prepared to leave, Song Qian spoke up from the bed. Having observed, he noted that the scholar possessed no cultivation and was merely an ordinary person. Even in his injured state, he could easily handle a mere mortal. Who are you? The scholar jumped, nearly dropping the silver notes in shock. He quickly scanned the room, only to be met with the sight of an unclothed man lying on the bed. How could there be a naked man in Jasmine's boudoir? Realizing the implications, the scholar's fury ignited. You dare seduce Jasmine, you wretched male concubine. You shall die. Before Song Qian could respond, the scholar seized a stool and hurled it at him. With a flick of his finger, Song Qian unleashed a strand of true qi, shattering the stool into pieces. What a ridiculous accusation. Did you just call me a male concubine? He retorted, his expression darkening. Misunderstanding? We are sharing a bed, and you dare claim it's a misunderstanding? The scholar's rage boiled over. I shall see you dead. The fury clouded his judgment, and he lunged at Song Qian, intending to engage in close combat. However, he grossly underestimated the strength of his opponent. In mere moments, he found himself firmly subdued. You little fool, I am the strategist of the Black Sha gang. If you dare harm a hair on me, you will suffer a most gruesome fate. Even in his precarious position, the scholar's arrogance was undiminished, intensifying with each word. You wish to be a male concubine? I shall summon dozens of servants to ravage you repeatedly, and then cast you to the lustful steeds for your pleasure. As for your family, the males shall be castrated and sent to the palace as slaves for eternity, while the females will be sold to brothels for a lifetime of debauchery. A resounding slap silenced all his vitriol, erasing every trace of his insults. Though you think yourself something special, the strategist of the Black Sha gang, do you believe I wouldn't kill you right here and now? Song Qian had intended to speak calmly, but the scholar's tirade had reignited his pent-up resentment. Come on then, if you have the guts, kill me. If I survive, I will despise you for eternity. The scholar was convinced that Song Qian would not dare kill him. For within Luocheng, the Black Sha gang held absolute power. With a powerful punch, Song Qian struck without using true qi, relying solely on his physical strength. Yet, this seemingly ordinary blow sent the scholar sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth as he staggered backward. What the hell? You're serious? The scholar knelt, hands clutching his chest, eyes wide with disbelief. You said you wouldn't kill me, or you would be despised for life. Step by step, Song Qian closed the distance between them. Wait, I was joking. The scholar, realizing the gravity of his predicament, quickly shifted tactics, pleading, Brother, I was wrong. It was my fault for offending you. Please, spare my life. With a smirk, Song Qian remained silent, his advancing steps and powerful fists signaling the scholar's impending doom. Please, be gentle. Don't strike my face. Chapter 8. Turning the table. Xiao Lu, what are you doing in Sister Xiaoli's room? Just as Song Qian was about to teach the scholar a lesson, a somewhat pudgy boy entered the room. Liu Zai, you're just in time. Look what I caught in your sister's bed, a male concubine. At the sight of the newcomer, the scholar seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Scrambling behind him, I wondered why Jasmine rejected my proposal. It turns out she has a male concubine in her boudoir. A male concubine? What is that? Can it be eaten? The child, blissfully unaware of the implications, innocently asked. The unclothed big brother fainted at the city gate today. It was Liu Zai who carried him back. Sister Xiaoli said you were severely injured and must not move until her return. Liu Zai ignored the scholar and approached Song Qian, earnestly advising him. Song Qian was taken aback. So he had indeed fainted, carried back by a child. Thank you. I have a red fruit here, quite delicious. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. He produced a second-tier spirit fruit from his storage ring and handed it over. Thank you. Liu Zai's face lit up with joy at the prospect of tasty treats. The scholar, realizing Liu Zai never lied, began to suspect he had misunderstood the situation. Big brother, why do you have the deeds to our land? And these silver notes are certified by our Mo family's bank. Liu Zai pointed at the silver note and land deed in Song Qian's hand, his eyes revealing a clear yet foolish glimmer. The land deed and silver note. After Liu Zai's remark, the scholar finally realized that he had come to steal, not to catch someone in the act. Oh, is that what you meant? Song Qian glanced at the apprehensive scholar, preparing to disclose the matter of the theft. Liu Zai, the wind is quite strong today. I instructed you to close the door properly. Why did you not heed my words? Before Song Qian could finish, a melodious voice rang from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a woman clad in elegant blue attire, with delicate brows, phoenix-like eyes, a jade-like complexion, and cherry-red lips, a true beauty. The newcomer was named Emoli, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Mo family. Lu Yuan, what brings you here? Emoli looked at the unexpectedly arrived scholar with a hint of surprise. Did you not say yesterday that you would be heading to the capital today to take the imperial examination? In that instant, countless excuses flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. After a brief hesitation, he explained, after parting yesterday, I spent the night at home contemplating. The journey to the capital is long, and who knows when we shall meet again. Thus, I wish to see you one last time before we parted. As he spoke, tears glimmered in Lu Yuan's eyes, seemingly a genuine display of emotion. Do not be so pessimistic. Should you succeed in the examination, the emperor will send a grand procession to escort you back home in glory. Even if you were to fail, returning to Luoqing would not be a disgrace. Mo Li and Lu Yuan shared a deep friendship, despite Lu Yuan's heartfelt confession under the moonlight being met with rejection the previous day. She still wished to extend her blessings as he prepared to depart. You are awake? After exchanging pleasantries, Mo Li noticed Song Qian standing nearby. You have been poisoned with the 7 tendons burning bone poison. I have temporarily suppressed it with 9 stalks of lotus cloud herb. Be sure not to exert your true energy excessively, or the poison will flare up again, and even a deity would be of no help. I am Song Qian. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Mississippi. Upon learning that she had saved him, Song Qian hurriedly clasped his fists in thanks. He then produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket, saying, I have some silver. Consider it payment for your medicine. Oli gently shook her head, replying, judging by your attire, you must have fled from another city. You hardly possess much wealth. It is best you keep it for yourself. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. My act of saving you today is merely a way to accumulate merit for myself. With a smile on her face, she radiated warmth. By the way, aside from the poison, you also have a deep knife wound on your shoulder. The medicinal herbs for treating sword injuries in the manor have run out, so I can only give you a simple bandage for now. I just went out to buy some. Please lie down and I will grind the herbs and tend to your wound. As she spoke, Emoli took out a bag of herbs she had just purchased, preparing to grind them, but was halted by Lu Yuan's hand. Mo Li, you are far too kind. You don't know if this person is good or bad, yet you bring him home without a second thought. Lu Yuan regarded Song Qian with feigned apprehension and added, this man is no good. Just look at what he is holding in his hand. Emoli was momentarily taken aback, then turned to follow Lu Yuan's gaze. She saw that one of Song Qian's hands was clutching their family deed, and upon glancing at the corner, she noticed that the gilded lock on the grand cabinet had been pried open. Seeing this scene, Mo Li's brows furrowed involuntarily. It is not what you think. I had no intention of stealing your land deed. Realizing the situation had turned unfavorable, Song Qian attempted to explain, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Yuan's hand. Evidence is right before us. What more do you have to explain? Do you mean to say that the deed flew into your hand on its own? As a scholar, Lu Yuan was adept with words. When I arrived, I personally witnessed this man prying open the lock and stealing. I tried to intervene, but as a mere first-level mortal, I was no match for him. Not only did he seize the wealth, but he also left me gravely injured. As he spoke, he lifted his garment to reveal large bruises on his abdomen and a row of ribs that appeared to be fractured, evidence of the blow he had received from Song Qian. To cry thief while being a thief yourself, what significance does that hold? Song Qian regarded Lu Yuan, who was so eloquent and twisted the truth. Though his face bore no expression, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How outrageous! Just then, a loud voice echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned to see an elderly man with white eyebrows and another in gray robes, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. Grandfather, Elder Han, what brings you here? Emoli greeted the newcomers with a slight nod. The elderly man with white eyebrows was the head of the Mo family, possessing formidable cultivation at the peak of the Second Realm. An invincible figure in Luoqing, the gray-robed elder was the family's grand elder, slightly weaker than the white-browed elder, but still among the strongest in the city. It was Lu Yuan who instructed Liuzi to summon grandfather and Elder Han. Liuzi, holding a chessboard, peeked out from behind the two elders. It turned out Lu Yuan, aware that he could not contend with Song Qian, had instructed Liuzi to fetch the 2 strongest members of the Mo family while he engaged in conversation with Song Qian and Emoli. The white-browed elder fixed his piercing gaze upon Song Qian and said, You, young man, dare to steal from the Mo family and even harm others. You are the first to do so. only hearing one side of the story. He hastily passed judgment, leaving Song Qian incredulous at how he could have assumed such authority as the family head. Preposterous. I have been the head of this family for over 70 years. It is not your place to teach me how to conduct my affairs. I know Lu Yuan's character all too well. He would never falsely accuse an innocent person. As for you, I find you quite unfamiliar. You are certainly not from Luocheng, but rather resemble those rogue cultists. Having held the position of family head for so long, it was the first time he had been accused by a junior. Causing his anger to swell, meanwhile, two young women arrived at the Mo family estate. How could the treasured belongings of Lady Ouyang Tinglan be lost in such a remote place? I am merely following orders. The reasons are not for me to disclose. The newcomers were Yuer, the personal maid of Lady Ouyang Tinglan, and Yi Shuang, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family in the royal capital. Their purpose for coming was to retrieve a treasured item lost by the Ouyang royal family many years ago. Haha. Hearing Yuer's response, Yi Shuang smiled playfully, unperturbed. We have searched every corner of Luocheng for 3 days, and this mansion is the only place left. Suspect the so-called treasure has already been claimed by someone else. Impossible! The news regarding the treasures of Luocheng has always been controlled by the royal family. How could anyone else possibly know? Yuer, caught off guard, failed to realize she was stepping into a trap set by Yi Shuang. Oh, so it turns out that Luocheng truly conceals treasures. Thank you for the information, Miss Yuer. With a mischievous smile, Yi Shuang's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Damn it, I've been tricked. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Yuer hurriedly activated her skills to pursue after her. Chapter 9. Golden Bones. So, you have all concluded that I am the thief of these riches. After some negotiation, Song Qian finally perceived the true nature of the individuals before him. No matter how he explained, they were steadfast in their belief that he had stolen their wealth and assaulted someone. I do not wish to repeat myself. You had best comply and return the land deed and silver notes. Or I assure you, we shall not hesitate to take drastic measures. With that, the two centenarians rolled up their sleeves, their demeanor quite comical. Haha. Observing this scene, Song Qian could not help but snicker coldly. Reflecting on how he had initially sought to aid them in recovering their losses, only to find himself in such a predicament. Was this what they meant when they said that good deeds often went unrewarded? Grandfather, Song Qian, do not quarrel just yet. There may be some misunderstanding. As tensions mounted, Emily stepped forward, positioning herself between the white-browed elder and Song Qian, signaling everyone to remain calm and not act impulsively. Having observed the situation carefully, Emily realized that Song Qian seemed entirely unconcerned about the valuable land deed. In fact, the medicine money he had just revealed far surpassed the value of the deed. This indicated that Song Qian was quite affluent and likely did not place much importance on such petty sums. Indeed, as Emily had surmised, Song Qian had just looted half of the Song family's scions. Along with a trove of precious artworks from the Dongjun Manor, given Song Qian's current worth, he was at least 10,000 spirit stones deep, rendering a mere 10,000 taels of silver utterly inconsequential in his eyes. One spirit stone is approximately equivalent to 100 taels of silver. Lear, your heart is far too kind. You would feel remorse for stepping on an ant by accident. Grandfather cannot protect you forever. I must ensure you understand that some people do not deserve to be treated with kindness. Upon concluding his words, the elderly man with white brows cast a significant glance at Lu Yuan, who instantly comprehended the unspoken message. Xiao Li, you are yet inexperienced in the ways of the world and unaware of the malice that resides in human hearts. Come closer, and I shall elaborate for you. Lu Yuan stepped forward, simultaneously drawing Emily down from her position. With Emily no longer obstructing him, Song Qian and the white-browed elder were effectively locked in a standoff, neither willing to concede ground. Young man, I perceive that you are still quite young and likely a first-time offender, thus I shall extend to you another opportunity. Return all the silver notes and property deeds to us, and perform 3 respectful bows as an expression of your apology. If you do so, we shall consider today's matters resolved. The elder stroked his white brows, recognizing that this was already his greatest concession. To avoid the gossip that might arise from today's events, accusing him of bullying the young and being disrespectful to the elderly. Words that do not resonate need not be prolonged, Song Qian retorted. Unwilling to squander further breath on the matter, with a swift motion, he tossed the silver notes into the air in a grand display, akin to a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. And here is a piece of advice. It is not too late to withdraw now. Following a fierce battle with the shadow the previous night, Song Qian had discerned that his pinnacle combat prowess resided above the peak of the second realm but below the initial phase of the third realm. In other words, beneath the third realm, he was invincible. Above it, he could trade one for one. Young man, you are testing my patience. The sight of the silver notes fluttering in the air enraged the white-browed elder. Causing his vital energy to surge within, dragon claw technique, the elder propelled himself forward with lightning speed, his left hand transforming into a claw resembling that of a dragon, aimed directly at Song Qian's heart. You brought this upon yourself. Confronted with the lethal assault of the white-browed elder, Song Qian's expression turned increasingly frigid as he reached into his storage ring to retrieve a sword. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. Do you think me a mere sickly cat? With your mere peak second realm cultivation, a single strike from my sword shall suffice. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded from the rooftop. Halt! Who dares? The white-browed elder froze mid-air, his heart pounding with astonishment, never having anticipated the presence of others lurking nearby. Why not let them continue their ruckus? We could enjoy the spectacle. This individual had once been the fiancé of the young lady, and although they had since broken off the engagement, she still felt a tinge of guilt towards him. Ignoring the situation would surely displease her. On the rooftop, Yu Er and Yi Shuang stood tall. In search of the coveted treasure, the duo had thoroughly scoured the Imo family estate, leaving only Imo Li's chambers unexamined. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Yu Er finally intervened. May I inquire as to which esteemed person has graced the Imo family with their presence? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Inside, the white-browed elder, having received no response for a prolonged moment, spoke again. Please, do come down. We have been referred to as esteemed individuals. The two women descended through the shattered tiles, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Why come crashing through the roof when there is an entrance? Are you two lacking in common sense? Lu Yuan was nearly choked by the dust. Their garments are untainted by dust. They must be cultivators at the half-step third realm, the white-browed elder exclaimed in shock. Despite being enveloped in dust, the two women remained spotless, their vital energy manifesting as a symbol of their strength. As Song Qian beheld the newcomers, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind, prompting him to sheath his sword and observe the developments. What brings the two of you to my humble abode? The white-browed elder inquired, his earlier arrogance replaced by a congenial demeanor. Ouyang family Su heir, I kindly ask that you let today's events conclude here. Yu Er replied, her expression indifferent. Ouyang? That is the royal family of the Upper Xian. The white-browed elder stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. Indeed, Yu Er affirmed, let him be. Consider it a favor owed, since it is Miss Yu Er who speaks. How could I refuse? The white-browed elder's face beamed with a smile, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Bring forth the finest robes for this gentleman, Song Qian, and have the kitchen prepare a feast. Although the elder intended to host a banquet, Yu Er raised her hand to halt him. There is no need. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave. After resolving the situation, Yu Er and Yi Shuang departed one after the other, never once casting a glance at Song Qian. So, she is a maidservant of Ouyang Tinglan. I thought she looked somewhat familiar. Watching Yu Er's retreating figure, Song Qian finally recalled. Yet, once the two women exited, the atmosphere in the room reverted to its previous tension. The white-browed elder was about to voice something, but Song Qian interrupted him. I apologize, but I typically do not wear garments bestowed by curs, particularly those who are unreasonable. With that, Song Qian donned a robe from his storage ring and brushed past the members of the Imo family. Observing this, both the white-browed elder and Elder Han felt their anger surging. Yet they were powerless to act. This wretched boy from a remote village has struck it lucky by associating with the royal family. Should there be a next time, he will surely meet his demise. The white-browed elder silently vowed as he watched Song Qian's retreating form. Lu Yuan's eyes burned with fury. Having suffered such a significant loss today, would it simply end here? Wait, please wait. A melodious voice rang out as Song Qian turned to see Imoli pursuing him. You are called Imoli, correct? Song Qian recalled her name. Yes, I cannot believe you remember my name. Emily exclaimed, hands on her hips, panting. I never expected you. A severely injured individual could move so swiftly. I nearly lost sight of you. Ha ha, with practice, one naturally becomes swift, Song Qian replied playfully, revealing that he harbored no ill will towards the woman who had aided him. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude. To extend aid to someone completely unrelated speaks volumes of her kindness. And do you not fear that your father might reprimand you for pursuing me so fervently? Not at all. My father is harsh in words but soft in heart. He would not blame me. Emily answered, handing him a pouch of medicinal herbs. I have already prepared this medicine. Please apply it when you have the time. How considerate! Song Qian was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how he had just clashed with the white-browed elder. Yet here she was offering him medicine. Truly too good of her. A healer's benevolence is nothing to mention. May I take a look at the wound on your arm? Emily recalled the golden glow emanating from his bones during her earlier treatment. My arm? Song Qian, not thinking much of it, tore off the bandage, revealing a grievous wound that exposed the bone beneath. Is that truly golden bones? Emily gasped, marveling at the sight before her. I had read in ancient texts that indestructible golden bones truly existed. Golden bones? Song Qian pondered the transformation of his bones, recalling the battle with the shadow when it had exclaimed that his bones were as hard as black iron. He had not practiced any body-refining techniques. When had his bones turned golden, able to withstand a fatal strike from a third-realm expert? Could it be? After bidding farewell to Emily, Song Qian retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. This was the treasure he had obtained from the Dongjun Manor, containing one of the Supreme Five Energies, the Dongjun Shang Xian Qi. Reflecting on the extraordinary events of the past few days, he surmised that the most likely catalyst for this transformation occurred last night, when the Dongjun Shang Xian Qi coursed through his body, aiding him in breaking through his realm whilst also reshaping his physique. Endowing his bones with the resilience of black iron and a radiant golden sheen, as he unfurled the scroll, an incredibly lifelike depiction of the sun was revealed. Truly, this treasure infused with Dongjun Shang Xian Qi is extraordinary. Song Qian marveled, although he could not decipher the mysteries contained within the sun's image. Yet, he sensed that beyond the Dongjun Shang Xian Qi, the scroll held other secrets yet to be unveiled, perhaps even a martial technique. Stop! Before he could ponder further, a familiar cold voice interrupted him. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Lu Yuan, accompanied by a dozen martial artists. Do you remember what I said about making you pay the price? With reinforcements at his back, Lu Yuan strode forward with an air of arrogance. The individuals from the royal city who aided you have already departed from Luo City. Let us see what means you possess now. Persisting in your threats? Are you seeking death? Song Qian scoffed, his face displaying disdain. Had it not been for Ouyang Yuer's intervention, you all would have met your end today. Ha ha ha. Are you truly this foolish or merely feigning ignorance? Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Do you not comprehend the situation? The individuals behind me are all elites of the Black Sha gang. Facing 10 of them is child's play. Do not think that even if Ouyang Yuer were still present, my elites would not teach her what it means to face the harsh realities of society. Are you finished? Song Qian said, casually cleaning his ears, displaying impatience. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. Do not prattle like a woman, impudent child. Brothers, advance with your blades, and beat him to a pulp. With a single command from Lu Yuan, dozens of martial artists surged forward. In response, Song Qian casually stifled a yawn before slowly drawing a sword. Qi Shao's sword slash. Against a horde of first-tier minions, Song Qian couldn't be bothered to employ the supreme sword technique, opting instead for a mere second-tier martial art. Profound energy surged wildly into the sword, coalescing at its tip into a radiant Qi Shao. Wait, this is the Song family's ultimate technique from Dongjun Ancient City, the Qi Shao sword technique. Seeing that radiant Qi Shao, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled, your name is Song Qian? You are of the Song clan. The elites of the Black Sha gang froze in place upon hearing this. They had long heard of the first family of Dongjun, the Song family. Although the Black Sha gang was the local tyrant of Luoqing, they were utterly insignificant in the presence of the Song family. Fear not, I have severed ties with the Song family, so you need not worry about their feelings, Song Qian said with a slight smile. Oh, so you have been expelled from your family, and no wonder you were so severely injured when you first arrived in Luoqing. Lu Yuan nodded in response. However, Even if you are of the Song family, dying here in Luoqing means that even the King of Heaven could not find your remains, brothers. Do not be afraid. I will take the blame if anything goes wrong. Charge, Lu Yuan declared, and only then did the elite members of the Black Sha gang dare to take action. Swish, the elites leapt into the air, surrounding Song Qian with steel knives. In contrast, Song Qian remained unfazed, accurately gauging his position before swinging his sword. A radiant qishao shot forth like a fireball. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding crashes echoed, akin to a perfect strike in bowling, hitting all targets. The steel knives held by the elites melted into molten iron upon contact with the qishao. If the knives could be melted so easily, one could only imagine the fate of the human bodies. A group of so-called elites, under the assault of this radiant qishao, suffered from devastating burns, with some reduced to mere ashes, not even a trace remaining. My qishao sword technique has evidently reached the realm of great perfection. After half a year without practice, Song Qian had been unaware of when his qishao sword technique had broken through to such heights. Thud, witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Song Qian, please forgive my offense. I beg you to spare my life. Ha. Song Qian chuckled. You are quite amusing. Before the fight, I cautioned you repeatedly to prioritize peace. Yet you, relying on a mere Black Sha gang, sought to trample upon me. Now that I have dispatched your so-called elites with a single stroke, you plead for mercy. Song Qian stepped forward, pressing the sword against Lu Yuan's neck. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Do not kill me. I know a secret. I will trade this secret for my life. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from the sword's tip, Lu Yuan was so frightened that he wet his pants. Song Qian lifted his hand to cover his mouth and nose, a look of disdain on his face. What secret? Speak quickly. 100 years ago, before Luoqing was established, there was a 5th-tier practitioner who secluded himself here. Now, a century has passed, and that powerful figure has long since ascended. His cave must contain countless treasures. The 2 women from the royal city earlier were likely here for those treasures. Song Qian, growing impatient, retorted, Luoqing is vast. Finding a cave the size of a sesame seed is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Are you jesting with me? No. I have pinpointed the location. It is within the boudoir of Emojia's Emo Li. Lu Yuan spoke with conviction. To be honest, I stealthily entered Emo Li's boudoir not only to steal some treasures, but also to investigate the cave's entrance. It was merely a coincidence that I encountered you at that time. Lu Yuan's words were so vivid that they even piqued Song Qian's interest. After all, a 5th-tier practitioner's cave would undoubtedly contain treasures. How did you come by this information about the cave? In an ancient tome titled Luoqing's Historical Records, you can check page 9527, line 306. Lu Yuan, fearing disbelief, even recited the line number. Realizing that Lu Yuan was not deceiving him, Song Qian inquired, and how are you so certain the cave is within Emojia? I foolishly spent 3 years searching Luoqing before daring to confirm that the cave is indeed within Emojia. Lu Yuan looked at Song Qian with hopeful eyes, pleading for his life. Ha. Song Qian chuckled silently. What you say is true. If I kill you, the treasures would still belong to me. Swish, in an instant. The gleam of the sword flashed past, and Lu Yuan's head rolled to the ground. Having witnessed the events unfold, Song Qian clearly understood Lu Yuan's nature. If he showed mercy this time, Lu Yuan would undoubtedly return with a stronger force to hunt him down. Chapter 11. The Spatial Jade Soul at the Emo Family's Council Hall. Second grandfather. Although Song Qian has stolen wealth, his crime does not warrant death. You want me to poison him, which would surely lead to his demise. Emo Li knelt, her voice firm. Ha. Considering my Emo family's dominance in Luoqing for so many years, we have never suffered such a loss. The elder with white brows stood with hands clasped behind his back. Having regained his former imposing demeanor, the fact that that young man was not flayed alive and torn apart is already a sign of my mercy. Oli attempted to interject, but the elder cut her off. There is no buts. You are the legitimate daughter of the Emo family. Family interests must come first. The elder's words were sharp, leaving no room for rebuttal. Outside, in search of the powerful practitioner's cave, Song Qian returned just in time to overhear the schemes of the white-browed elder and others. Looking at the ground-up medicinal materials in his hand, Song Qian chuckled self-deprecatingly. With a flick of his palm, Spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a fiery blaze that incinerated all the medicinal materials. After the interruption, Song Qian spent a quarter of an hour locating Imo Li's boudoir. Upon confirming that the space was unoccupied, he gently opened the door and stealthily entered. Having failed to ascertain the precise location of the cave entrance, Song Qian could only conduct his own search. However, after meticulously examining the room, he found no trace of the cave. This shouldn't be the case. The room is only so large. A cave entrance would be impossible to hide. Could it be that the so-called treasures do not exist and that Lu Yuan was merely deceiving me? Song Qian harbored serious doubts about Lu Yuan's honesty, suspecting that there was no powerful practitioner's cave here at all. Just then, a shadow flitted past the window, prompting Song Qian to quickly hide. In the next moment, a familiar figure entered the room, none other than Ouyang Yue, who Lu Yuan claimed had already left Luoqing. It seemed Lu Yuan had indeed hit the mark. Ouyang Yue and her companions were truly here for the powerful practitioner's cave. Song Qian thought to himself, now certain that Lu Yuan had not lied to him. There was indeed a powerful practitioner's cave here. Panting heavily, Ouyang Yue rejoiced inwardly. Finally, I've shaken off that annoying Yi Shuang. Who are you calling annoying? Another figure appeared in the room. Yi Shuang, who had returned. Did you really think I was fooled by you? I was just playing with you. Seeing Yi Shuang's persistent presence, Ouyang Yue felt utterly exasperated. Why are you here again? This is not the time for explanations. The room's owner will return soon. Hurry and get the key. Ignoring Ouyang Yue's expression, Yi Shuang urged her to produce the cave key. How do you know about the cave key? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yue was taken aback. The matter of the key was highly confidential. Even as the personal maid of the current princess, she had only recently learned of it from her mistress. Many years ago, a fifth-tier practitioner from the royal family went missing and left behind a key for the current emperor. My father told me this. Yi Shuang explained. Ouyang Yue replied, realizing that Yi Shuang's father was the head of the Yi family in the royal city and a close friend of the current emperor, which clarified the situation. Then, Ouyang Yue took out a yin-yang fish jade pendant from her pocket and placed it in the center of the room. Heaven and earth are boundless, sun and moon in harmony. I command you to open. Chanting incantations, Ouyang Yue infused a strand of true energy into the pendant. The pendant then automatically embedded itself into the ground, causing the yin-yang fish to begin to rotate. And the ground opened up a gaping It turned out the cave entrance was right beneath their feet, but it required a key to unlock it. Above the beam, Song Qian beheld everything with a discerning eye. The opening on the ground was modest, barely allowing the passage of a single individual. Ouyang Yue and Yi Shuang exchanged a glance, and subsequently executed their respective techniques. The first to enter the cave would undoubtedly have a greater chance of acquiring the coveted treasures. Song Qian followed closely behind. The passage was not only exceedingly narrow but also engulfed in utter darkness, a realm where one could not discern their own fingers. However, this was precisely as Song Qian desired. Even if he were within 100 meters of the two women, they would remain oblivious to his presence. At the end of the passage lay a stone chamber, adorned with countless luminous pearls that illuminated the room brightly. At first glance, one could see a luxurious bed made of golden silk nanmu in the center of the chamber, upon which lay a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman possessed unparalleled grace. They lay entwined in slumber, yet devoid of any signs of life, clearly having departed from this world long ago. However, the lingering aura of martial prowess surrounding them indicated that in their prime, they had reached the formidable fifth realm. Two fifth-realm powerhouses. The Ouyang family's foundation is indeed formidable, Yi Shuang couldn't help but exclaim. Throughout the entire Shangshuan dynasty, fifth-realm warriors were exceedingly rare, often regarded as the revered ancestors of prominent families. It was hard to fathom that the Ouyang family had possessed two such young fifth-realm powerhouses centuries ago. Fifth-realm warriors are but a trifle. Our Ouyang family has many more, Ouyang Yue remarked, equally astonished, though she maintained an air of composure in front of others. Just as the two women conversed, a gust of wind swept through, and the two figures on the bed disintegrated, leaving behind only a pile of bones. With a soft thud, a dark green jade orb fell from the bed to the ground, producing a delicate sound. That is the space jade orb, Yi Shuang exclaimed. The legacy of two fifth-realm powerhouses must reside within it. Ouyang Yue and Yi Shuang exchanged a knowing glance, and each unleashed their utmost speed. intent on seizing the space jade orb. In a flash, a blinding sword light surged from behind, forcibly separating the two women. "Who dares?" The two women cried out in indignation, recognizing the treachery. As they shouted, Song Qian stealthily approached the bed, picking up the fallen space jade orb. "Who is the rogue that dares covet the royal treasures?" Upon witnessing Song Qian claim the space jade orb, Ouyang Yuer wasted no time and drew her sword, charging forward. In response to her lethal attack, Song Qian raised a hand to deflect her strike with a wisp of spiritual energy. With a resounding clang, Ouyang Yuer's sword shattered in an instant. "How is this possible?" she gasped, incredulous. Her weapon was a top-tier first-grade treasure. How could it be obliterated with a single blow? "Who are you?" Yi Shuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. To avoid unnecessary complications, Song Qian had donned a silver-white mask before arriving, hence the two women did not recognize him. "I am but a wandering cultivator." Song Qian, unwilling to elaborate further, positioned his sword across his chest, adopting a stance that hinted at readiness. A wandering cultivator. Upon hearing that he was merely a first-tier wandering cultivator, Yi Shuang's eyes lit up. "Shall we strike a deal? I am the legitimate daughter of the Yi family in the royal city. If you hand over the space jade orb, I shall make you a guest elder in my household. You will receive a generous monthly stipend and have your choice of martial arts teachings with ample resources for cultivation." Chapter 12. Please cherish life as a wandering cultivator. One often traverses the world alone, lacking the very resources essential for cultivation. Had Song Qian truly been just a wandering cultivator, he might have readily accepted such a lucrative offer. "Wait!" Ouyang Yuer exclaimed in a panic, fearing that Song Qian might indeed be tempted to relinquish the space jade orb to Yi Shuang. "I am the personal maid of the reigning princess. If you give me the space jade orb, I guarantee you a life of wealth and security." Unmoved by the temptations presented by the two women, Song Qian regarded them with a look of incredulity, retorting, "The space jade orb contains the legacy of fifth realm powerhouses. Why would I relinquish it? Do you truly believe I am a fool, my friend? Though you are a sword cultivator, both of us are at the threshold of the third realm. Two fists cannot contend with four legs. You may not necessarily triumph over us both. It would be wiser to hand over the space jade orb in exchange for a life of luxury." Recalling the terrifying sword aura from earlier, Yi Shuang recognized the formidable strength of the individual before her. Thus, she sought to resolve matters through negotiation rather than conflict. "Words are futile. If you two can defeat me, I shall gladly hand over the space jade orb. However, should you fail, your storage rings shall belong to me." One was the legitimate daughter of a noble family in the royal city, and the other was the personal maid of the reigning princess. Song Qian had no doubt that their wealth would not disappoint him. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang and Ouyang Yuer exchanged glances. "Let us join forces to seize the space jade orb first, and then compete against each other based on our own merits." "Very well, let it be as you propose." Once the agreement was reached, the two women each retrieved their weapons from their storage rings. Yi Shuang wielded a deep blue long blade, a top-tier first-grade weapon, while Ouyang Yuer, whose sword had just been shattered by Song Qian, could only temporarily replace it with a high-quality first-grade long sword. With blades drawn and no reservations, the two women unleashed their signature techniques. Song Qian infused his sword with spiritual energy, making a single sweeping motion without even utilizing martial techniques. In an instant, a sword aura materialized and collided with the women's attacks. Though they were on the cusp of the third realm, their strength still relied on true energy, which was utterly insufficient to withstand the spiritual energy sword techniques employed by Song Qian. When spiritual energy clashed with true energy, it was akin to a dimensional strike. With a sharp crack, the weapons of the two women shattered in succession. With a powerful impact, the sword aura struck their bodies, sending the two women hurtling backward until they crashed against the stone wall, where they finally came to a halt. "Is that all?" Observing the two women who could barely withstand his strike, Song Qian could not help but muse, "This is rather disappointing. They are even weaker than Song Lang, that mediocre fighter. And these were the legitimate daughter of the Yi family and the personal maid of the reigning princess?" After a while, the two women lay motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Feigning death, Song Qian speculated that the two might be attempting to lure him closer. "Since you are no longer inclined to fight, I shall take my leave." As Song Qian stepped toward the stone door, Ouyang Yuer, who had been pretending to be lifeless, could no longer contain herself. Grasping a dagger, she lunged towards Song Qian's waist. Disdainful of such childish antics, Song Qian channeled a modicum of spiritual energy into his fingertip, effortlessly pinching the dagger's tip, and with a slight exertion, it shattered. Having failed to land her strike, Ouyang Yue was clearly unwilling to relent. She raised her left hand, forming a fist, and unleashed all her might in a powerful punch. Are you truly that desperate? Song Qian had already spared her multiple times, yet her actions seemed to imply that he was weak. To teach her a lesson, he nimbly dodged the full force of her punch and seized the opportunity to counterattack. Arhat's 9 fists, drunken Arhat, with a resounding thud, his fist struck her abdomen, causing Ouyang Yue to cough up blood. How dare you truly injure me? Gazing at the blood-stained fabric of her robe, Ouyang Yue was incredulous. I am the personal maid of the reigning princess. Injuring me means declaring war on the entire royal family. Heh! Song Qian replied with a sardonic smile, by your reasoning, should I be frightened and kneel before you? Offering the space jade orb in both hands. Kneeling is unnecessary. Simply hand over the space jade orb. Wiping the blood from her lips, Ouyang Yue once again charged at Song Qian. With her sword drawn, she pressed the blade against his neck. This is your final ultimatum. Do not test my patience. Swords are blind, so please cherish your life. If Ouyang Yue dared to take another step forward, Song Qian would not hesitate to strike her down. Feeling the cold aura emanating from the sword's tip, Ouyang Yue understood his intent was deadly serious and ultimately refrained from advancing. With a graceful arc, Song Qian sheathed his sword, vanishing into the inky darkness of the passage. Do you not realize that I have a blood feud with your Ouyang royal family? One day, I shall sever the heads of the Ouyang clan from their bodies. In the stone chamber, Song Qian's audacious voice echoed. The name Ouyang Tianxia was none other than that of the reigning emperor. Meanwhile, at the Amo family estate, uninvited guests arrived. Master, there is grave news. Zhao Tianhu, the leader of the Black Sha gang, accompanied by a group of Second Realm elites, threatened to raze our Amo family to the ground. The white-browed elder, puffing on his pipe, nearly choked upon hearing the report. Who did you say? Zhao Tianhu? Our Amo family has always kept to ourselves. How could they suddenly come to stir trouble? Setting down his pipe, the elder paced back and forth, contemplating. Although both the Amo family and the Black Sha gang were dominant forces in Luo City, the latter's overall combat strength far surpassed that of the Amo family. How could I possibly know what you don't, grandfather? You should hurry outside and take a look. Miss Amo might not withstand it. The servant gasped for breath. What nonsense is this? Upon hearing the words, the elder with white brows felt as though he must have misheard. How could a group of robust men abandon their post, leaving a mere young woman like Lyre to face the situation alone? My subordinates did not flee. It was Miss who instructed me to report to you, the house servant said, his face a picture of grievance. Enough. Quickly lead the way. If anything were to happen to little Lyre, I shall hold you rascals accountable. The elder with white brows would not listen to any explanations, insisting that they hasten their steps. Reluctantly, the house servant acknowledged and proceeded to lead the way. Outside the gates of the Amo residence, Zhao Tianhu brandished the severed head of Lu Yuan, accompanied by a band of brothers, demanding an explanation with great ferocity. Zhao, I have been friends with young Master Lu since childhood. How could I possibly harm him? Emoli pressed a hand to her forehead, her expression tinged with helplessness, for this marked her 17th explanation. I in all of Luo City, aside from your Amo family, no one dares to lay a hand on my Black Sha gang brothers. I see. Your old master has broken through again. Hasn't he? You Amo family seek to dominate Luo City, so you decided to eliminate Lu Yuan as a show of force. Is that correct? Zhao Tianhu, holding Lu Yuan's head aloft, bore no semblance of sorrow. Instead, a flicker of glee danced across his face. Lu Yuan, having no cultivation of his own, had only attained the position of military advisor within the Black Sha gang due to the backing of powerful forces. Now that this decorative advisor had perished, even if blame were cast upon Zhao Tianhu, he could easily deflect it onto the Amo family. More crucially, Lu Yuan's death could serve as a pretext for Zhao Tianhu to wage war against the Amo family. In a small place like Luo City, the opportunities for profit were scant. If Zhao Tianhu wished to expand the Black Sha gang, he must absorb other forces, and thus, the Amo family, being large yet weak, naturally became his primary target. Chapter 13. Three treasures stop this nonsense. Cease at once. The elder with white brows arrived at the entrance, witnessing a group of ruffians leering around Imoli, which ignited his fury, prompting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Him? Zhao Tianhu grunted in response, turning his gaze toward the sound at "Oh, the old fool has found his spine. It seems he truly has made a breakthrough." Previously, the elder's cultivation had been at the latter stage of the second realm, but now he had unexpectedly ascended to the peak of the second realm, matching Zhao Tianhu's level. "Though I am but an old man, I have toiled for over a decade and have barely reached the peak of the second realm," the elder proclaimed, stepping forward to extricate Imoli from the ruffian's clutches. Unlike Zhao Tianhu, who had achieved the peak of the second realm at a young age, the elder's path was far more arduous to clear. "Those scoundrels did not cause you any harm, did they?" The elder inquired softly. "Thank you for your concern, second grandfather. I am quite well," Imoli nodded, indicating that she was unscathed, but then hesitated. "But what is it?" "I have deciphered Zhao Tianhu's intentions. He has come today to incite war against our Imo family." Using Lu Yuan's death as a catalyst, Imoli whispered in his ear, "A fight to the bitter end?" "Indeed, a fight to the bitter end." "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Speak up so the brothers can hear." Zhao Tianhu scratched his ear, growing impatient. "Or is it that you are plotting how to encroach upon my Black Sha gang's territory? Gather the capable youths from our family. I shall hold the line here." The elder instructed Imoli, then turned to Zhao Tianhu with a genial expression. "Zhao, your words are misplaced. Our Imo family has always kept to ourselves. The death of Lu Yuan must contain some mystery. My Imo family is willing to offer 10 million taels for a comprehensive search throughout Luo City to capture the vile murderer." 10 million. The members of the Black Sha gang were left astounded. Whispering among themselves, "The annual protection fee for our Black Sha gang barely exceeds 10 million. The Imo family, renowned as the wealthiest in Luo City, casually proposed 10 million taels. Upon hearing the elder's declaration, the members of the Black Sha gang were left dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous glances. 10 million taels. Zhao Tianhu contemplated the implications. It was clear to any astute observer that this sum, ostensibly for the search for the assassin, was merely a strategic maneuver by the elder to secure a glimmer of hope for the Imo family. Zhao Tianhu regarded the elder with an expression as placid as a still lake, as if 10 million taels were of no consequence whatsoever. The Imo family had engaged in commerce for generations, with countless shops and taverns under their name, their daily revenues enough to leave others in the dust. Such an astonishing capacity for wealth could hardly be overstated. It was akin to a vast mint. This realization only fortified Zhao Tianhu's ambition to attack the Imo family. Thud. Zhao Tianhu tossed Lu Yuan's severed head at the elder's feet. "The man is already dead. No amount of silver will change that. Moreover, our investigation into Lu Yuan's demise has revealed he was slain by a man in a black cloak. That very man was carried back by your sixth son this morning. Do you still dare to claim that Lu Yuan's death has nothing to do with your Imo family?" It was evident that the black-cloaked figure Zhao Tianhu spoke of was none other than Song Qian. At that moment, Song Qian, having seized the spatial jade core from the two women, was casually exploring a secluded chamber within the Imo residence. He eagerly opened the jade core to uncover what treasures lay within. Upon entering the expansive void of the jade core, he found a space vast enough to house a palace. In stark contrast to the mere cubic spaces offered by storage rings, this was a dimensional assault. Yet within this grand expanse lay only 3 treasures: a sword, a spear, and a scroll. There were no spirit stones or other celestial treasures to be found. Is this truly the legacy left by 2 fifth-realm powerhouses? Song Qian felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, considering that they had entered closed-door cultivation upon arriving in Luo City, it was understandable that they would have exhausted their spirit stones. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, a top-tier weapon of the 4th grade. The 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword, a low-tier weapon of the 5th grade. Grasping one weapon in each hand, Song Qian felt the martial aura emanating from them. Buzz! The sound of a sword's song and a spear's cry echoed from the 2 weapons, for weapons of 4th grade and above were imbued with weapon spirits. The sound just heard was the spirit's acknowledgement of Song Qian. An excellent spear, an exceptional sword. Song Qian was thoroughly pleased with these 2 weapons, as he had been in need of a reliable sword. The previous 1st and 2nd grade weapons had been unable to withstand his strength, breaking after just a few uses. Now, With the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword in his possession, his power was certain to ascend to new heights as for the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Although he did not wield a spear, keeping it on hand would not go amiss. After all, who would ever complain about having more treasures? As for the scroll, what knowledge might it contain? A technique? A martial skill? Given that it was kept alongside the spear and sword, it was likely of similar caliber. Perhaps it even contained a 5th-grade martial skill. With a swish, he unfurled the scroll, and a chilling aura enveloped him. Is this a military formation? Song Qian gazed incredulously at the contents of the scroll. The scroll was divided into 2 sections, each detailing a formidable military formation. The upper section was titled 8 Swords Breaking the Army Formation, requiring 800 well-coordinated martial artists to execute. Once established, it could shatter 10,000 troops. The lower section was named Dragon Elephant Treading the Heavens Formation, necessitating 1,000 warriors of dragon and elephant bloodlines to combine their strength. When completed, it could conjure an ancient dragon elephant's phantom, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens. Though formidable, military formations were not as pragmatic as a 5th-grade martial technique. While the 2 formations boasted tremendous power, they could not be executed by a single individual. For Song Qian, they were of no practical use and would have to remain in the Jade Core, gathering dust. Hurry up! Second grandfather has already engaged in battle with Zhao Tianhu. We must assist him. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Qian hastily stowed the Jade Core and peered out the door. He observed Mo Li rallying all capable members of the Mo family, a formidable procession advancing toward the estate's entrance. Were formidable foes approaching? Such a display was unprecedented. At that moment, Song Qian remained unaware that his slaying of Lu Yuan had triggered calamity for the Mo family. Should he investigate? A conflict raged within him. Should he follow and ascertain the situation or depart without concern? Never mind. If it weren't for the 6th son carrying me back, I would still be lying in the street. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear and the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword are treasures I found within the Mo family. I might as well follow and see how things unfold. If the Mo family falters, I shall intervene, considering it a personal favor. After wrestling with his thoughts, Song Qian resolved to follow and observe. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Mo residence, the elder with white brows and Zhao Tianhu clashed, their philosophies at odds, leading them to the inevitable confrontation. As 2 of the last remaining peak Second Realm cultivators in Luo City. Their strength was beyond reproach. Every move they made was laden with skill, tinged with emotion. Old fool, you dare to provoke me, a seasoned powerhouse, even before your newly attained realm has solidified. I wonder who granted you such audacity. Taste my strike. Black Tiger pouncing on the heart. Zhao Tianhu initially disrupted his opponent with words, then seized upon a flaw, unleashing a masterful technique aimed directly at the heart. Ha! You think a few words can unsettle me? Do you truly believe I have squandered the past few decades? Allow me to demonstrate the overwhelming power of my palm technique, perfected through 30 years of arduous practice. A tremendous surge of true energy coalesced in my palm. And after a brief harmonization, it erupted forth, boom! The clash of 2 formidable techniques resonated with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves outward from the 2 combatants, forcing several younger disciples to retreat in haste. Oh ho, quite impressive, old man. Zhao Tianhu genuinely admired his opponent's tenacity, daring to devote half a lifetime to the study of martial arts to bridge the gap in their realms. Yet, admiration was all it was. With a flick of his left hand, he unleashed an iron claw, attacking with stealth, ensuring a certain hit. With a swift thrust, the claw pierced from the side, nearly impaling the old man with white brows through half of his body. You dare! The old man felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. Zhao Tianhu, release my grandfather. The arriving disciples of the Mo family witnessed this brutal scene. Who? Zhao Tianhu turned at the sound, spotting Mo Li accompanied by a group of young Karami coming to the rescue, unable to stifle a laugh. Ha ha ha, old man, look at those who have come to your aid, mere children of 15 or 16. With that, Zhao Tianhu exchanged a knowing glance with the members of the Black Sha gang, who immediately understood, drawing their weapons as they advanced slowly. Fear not, little ones, uncle's sword is swift and painless. Brother's knife is as well. It has slain 3 mighty beasts with a single stroke to the throat, though not frightened them. Come to uncle, and he shall treat you to a delicacy of love and sorrow. Faced with the dual torment of mental and physical anguish, the younger and more fragile-hearted individuals faltered first, abandoning their armor and fleeing. Once the first fled, a second and third followed suit, regardless of Mo Li's encouragement. As they were no match for the ruthless Black Sha gang, the Mo family's disciples, accustomed to a life of luxury, had been raised with every comfort and possessed no real combat experience. Just a single intimidation from the enemy sent them scattering. Zhao Tianhu, witnessing this scene, laughed uncontrollably. "Old man, is this truly the mettle of your Mo family disciples? Ha ha ha, you must be jesting." Observing the fleeing Mo family disciples, tears streamed down the old man's face as the sorrow within him eclipsed the physical torment he endured. By the way, where is old Han? Lear, why did you not summon old Han? The old man suddenly recalled that in his estate resided Elder Han, a peak practitioner of the Second Realm. If they allied against Zhao Tianhu, the outcome was uncertain. Elder Han is a coward. Mo Li, typically composed and well-mannered, could not help but curse at this moment. Upon learning of Zhao Tianhu's impending attack on the Mo family, he had fled at the first opportunity. What? Fled? The old man's mind went blank at the revelation. Elder Han, who lived off the Mo family and received a monthly salary of 100,000 taels, had actually deserted in the heat of battle. As a gust of autumn wind blew, leaves scattered across the ground. The old man looked up to the sky, lamenting, "It seems heaven has decreed the downfall of the Mo family. Oh dear, the Mo family is doomed. How terribly sad." Zhao Tianhu observed the unfolding chaos with undisguised glee. "Nonsense. As long as I, Mo Li, stand here, the Mo family shall not perish," surrounded by the members of the Black Sha gang. Mo Li struggled to fend them off with her exquisite swordsmanship. Though she still had some strength left, it was merely a matter of time before she succumbed, as two fists could not contend with four legs. Zhao Tianhu gazed at Mo Li, engaged in combat with the Black Sha gang, intrigued. How rare it is for the Mo family to possess someone with genuine spirit. How about this? If your Mo Li serves me for one night, I shall refrain from attacking your family and grant you a chance at survival. Upon hearing this, both the old man and Mo Li were momentarily stunned. But soon after, the old man's face brightened with hope as he inquired, "Is this truly so?" His surreptitious joy indicated he genuinely wished to barter Mo Li's freedom for a chance at survival for the Mo family. Mo Li, upon realizing this, felt despair wash over her. Yet, Zhao Tianhu had only divulged half of his terms, driving the old man to the brink of desperation. "You may stipulate any conditions, shops, taverns, or wealth, anything that can secure a sliver of hope for my Mo family." No. Zhao Tianhu slightly shook his head. "How mundane to demand money. What I desire is for your Mo family to henceforth belong to the Black Sha gang, surrendering 90% of your daily profits." "Belong? 90%? The old man stood frozen, then quickly reacted. "Are you mocking me? With such terms, you might as well annihilate my Mo family." Boom. Zhao Tianhu unleashed a punch, creating a massive hole in the Mo family gate. "Are you certain you wish for me to obliterate your family?" Gulping, the old man swallowed hard. "No. I was merely jesting. 90% will suffice, as long as poo. That scoundrel shattered the gate, unaware that this young master was hiding behind it. Before the old man could finish his sentence, a brash voice interrupted. The newcomer was Song Qian, who had been eavesdropping at the door. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianhu's overzealous display had turned the gate to splinters, filling the air with dust that enveloped Song Qian. "Who are you, and why do you hide behind the door to eavesdrop?" Zhao Tianhu's eyes narrowed. He had exerted all his strength in that punch, and the individual before him had taken the brunt of it yet appeared entirely unscathed. His instincts told him this newcomer was anything but ordinary. Song Qian, adorned with a silver-white mask, was unrecognized by Mo Li and the old man, who assumed he was merely a wandering cultivator. "I am a wandering cultivator, indebted to Miss Mo Li for a meal long ago. I did not perish on the streets today. I returned to repay that kindness." To conceal his identity, Song Qian concocted an excuse, recalling that during a severe drought in the past, Mo Li, with her kind heart, must have performed numerous charitable deeds. "For just a meal, you would dare to oppose the Black Sha gang?" Zhao Tianhu retorted. "You dare to speak of a mere band of rabble as if they were a true gang. How utterly laughable." Song Qian dismissed his mockery with disdain. You dare to insult the Black Sha gang? You seek death. Seeing the newcomer insult their gang, the Black Sha gang's members grew indignant, brandishing their weapons, prepared to teach Song Qian a lesson. Whoosh! The flash of a sword cut through the air, and a head fell to the ground. Song Qian, wielding the Zhulong Tunchen sword, remained expressionless. I am in a hurry. You may all come at once. Hee hee. Zhao Tianhu chuckled softly, having discerned Song Qian's cultivation level through that one sword strike, merely at the initial stage of the second realm. This realization eased his concerns. The newcomer was not an unparalleled master, merely a brash youth. Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Sha gang promptly abandoned their assault on Emoli and turned their attention toward Song Qian. Chapter 14. Song Qian takes action. Please, enlighten me. With his arm raised, the Zhulong Tunchen sword positioned before him, Song Qian stood ready for the impending slaughter. Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. I can no longer hold back. One of the members wielding dual hammers struck first. Seeking death, Song Qian's wrist flicked, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The young man raised his hammers to defend, but against the sword energy, they were as fragile as paper. The sword energy sliced through, and the young man perished. Whoosh! In a blink, Song Qian appeared amidst the remaining Black Sha gang members, wielding the Zhulong Tunchen sword. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Song Qian harvested lives like a reaper in a field. In mere seconds, the Black Sha gang was left with only Zhao Tianhu standing as the sole survivor. He is incredibly powerful. Emoli marveled at the newcomer's terrifying strength. Then she noticed Zhao Tianhu stealthily approaching Song Qian from behind. Intent on ambushing him, be careful behind you, Emoli urgently warned. Alas, her warning came too late. Zhao Tianhu's steel claws were already closing in on Song Qian's chest, and should they pierce, even a celestial being would be doomed. Boy, if the blade is not sharp, what will you use to contend with me? In the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile. Without turning around, Song Qian poured his immense spiritual energy into the Zhulong Tunchen sword and swung it back. The blade pierced Zhao Tianhu's head at a most cunning angle, while his steel claws halted just a millimeter from Song Qian's chest, unable to advance any further. With a thud, Zhao Tianhu collapsed to the ground. Realizing too late that his instincts had been right, this youth before him was indeed a peerless master. After the battle, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito is meat, Song Qian collected Zhao Tianhu and his subordinate storage rings into his possession. What are you two staring at me for? Song Qian turned around and saw the white-browed elders standing alongside Emoli, their faces still bearing the marks of astonishment. I am eternally grateful to the young hero for rescuing the Mo family from the brink of disaster. This kindness I shall never forget, the elder said, his demeanor transformed, imbued with profound respect, and he bowed deeply upon finishing his words. Song Qian, harboring no fondness for the old man, disdainfully replied, my intervention was merely to repay Emoli's kindness. Do not flatter yourself, old man. You speak wisely, young hero. May I inquire where your journey leads next? If time permits, I would be honored to host you at the Mo residence for a while. We will certainly extend our hospitality. Despite being referred to as an old man, the elder showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he pleaded for Song Qian to stay at No. I must proceed to Zhantan ancient city. Song Qian firmly declined, waving his hand. Lear, witnessing the elder's lack of response, quickly exchanged glances with Emoli. Although Emoli understood the unspoken message instantly, she remained unmoved. This was due to Zhao Tianhu's willingness to trade his own conditions for the Mo family's survival, to which the elder had eagerly acquiesced. Sacrificing one person's innocence for the survival of the entire clan may seem justifiable. Oli was prepared to fight to the death for her family and even to sacrifice herself. Yet the elder's actions were truly disheartening. What are you standing there for? Speak. The elder, observing Emoli's indifference, was drenched in sweat from anxiety. The young man before him possessed extraordinary strength, unparalleled throughout history. If he could be persuaded to join their ranks, the Mo family could dominate Luo City in no time. Grandfather, what do you want me to say? This young hero has already made it clear that he is here to repay an old favor. He has assisted us in dealing with the Black Sha gang, thus fulfilling his debt. But you truly wish to retain him? Is it not for the purpose of securing the young hero as a guest elder? To intimidate the other factions in Luo City and thereby achieve dominance? Emoli spoke bluntly, revealing the elder's true intentions without a shred of decorum. Interesting, Song Qian was well aware of the elder's thoughts. But Mo Li's forthrightness aimed to sever the faade between them. He chose not to intervene. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Mo Li, what on earth are you doing? The elder was taken aback. Never expecting the usually obedient Mo Li to utter such words that undermined him, I am not losing my mind. I speak nothing but the truth. Mo Li gazed intently at the elder. Her fear dissipating, and no longer intimidated by the cowardly elder or the retreating disciples, she declared, I am utterly disillusioned with this family. As she spoke, she produced a jade pendant that verified her identity as a member of the Mo family. Declaring, from this moment forth, I, Mo Li, sever all ties with the Mo family. With a resounding crash, she hurled the pendant to the ground, signifying her departure from the clan. You? The elder could no longer contain his fury. Despite his injuries, he was poised to punish his ungrateful granddaughter. Cough, cough. At that moment, Song Qian cleared his throat, saying, Old man, to strike my savior in my presence shows a complete disregard for me. No, no, young hero, you misunderstand. My granddaughter is merely headstrong, and I beg your pardon for her behavior. Upon hearing Song Qian's cold and deep voice, the elder's hair stood on end, fearing that a mere displeasure might lead to his own demise. Is that so? Song Qian raised an eyebrow. I can't help but feel she has a point. Yes, yes, young hero speaks wisely. I am indeed just an old fool. I shall discipline myself and will not provoke your anger. The elder hastily apologized, slapping his own face in a frenzy. Noticing a slight improvement in Mo Li's expression, Song Qian motioned for the elder to cease. Enough. I have little time and cannot linger here with your quarrels. Here are some talismans. Should you face any trouble from this old man in the future, one talisman will suffice. Concerned that the elder might seek revenge on Mo Li after his departure, Song Qian retrieved a stack of talismans, roughly a dozen, all obtained from the Dongjun residence. The quality of these talismans ranged from the first to the second tier, of little use to Song Qian himself, but more than sufficient for dealing with a practitioner of the second realm like the elder. Extending his hand, he encouraged her to take them, only glanced back at the dilapidated entrance, seemingly bidding farewell, then stepped forward, accepting the talismans. However, during the exchange, she grasped Song Qian's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Song Qian was puzzled by her intent, about to inquire, when Mo Li leaned closer, whispering in his ear. I can smell the medicinal scent emanating from you. You are Song Qian, aren't you? Moreover, the signs of the 7 veins burning bone poison are subtly manifesting. I can assist in your treatment. However, as a condition for my help, you must take me away from Luo City. Understanding the elder's character, Mo Li realized that if she did not leave with Song Qian today, she might not see the light of another day. Up close, Song Qian could distinctly feel her body trembling from fear. Very well, I agree. Song Qian ultimately nodded, unwilling to let such a kind-hearted young woman fall victim to the old man's hands. Thank you. With his affirmation, the immense weight that had burdened Mo Li's heart was finally lifted. My benefactor wishes to travel the world, and I shall accompany her. You have no objections, do you, old man? As he prepared to leave, Song Qian knew the elder would not hinder him, yet he asked, delivering a blow to the elder's pride. Of course, the young lady is still young. It would be beneficial for her to see the world. The elder forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Enough, if you can't manage a proper smile, then don't bother. It looks worse than excrement. Farewell. Before the words could dissipate, Song Qian vanished down the street with Mo Li. Chapter 15. Celestial Meteorite. Zhangtian Ancient City, the foremost among the 9 cities under the banner of the Xian dynasty, stands as a bulwark against foreign invasions. Within its walls, a tumultuous mix of people thrives, where lawlessness reigns and martial prowess is held in the highest regard. As the gentle spring breeze swept through, it was the perfect season for recruiting soldiers. Attention, citizens! The barbarian tribes from beyond the borders threaten our lands. Noble men seek glory in far-off places. Defending our homeland is our sacred duty. United as one, we shall see who can rival us. The streets were alive with the sounds of various military factions calling for recruits. Hearing of the barbarian tribes' repeated incursions, robbing and slaughtering the innocent, Song Qian's fists clenched involuntarily, vowing that one day he would trample the savages and avenge his fallen comrades. However, before that, Song Qian needed to ensure his own safety. Just moments ago, he had spotted a wanted poster bearing his name plastered on the street. Numerous individuals clad in Dongjun robes were wandering about Zhantian ancient city, clearly on the hunt for him. To avoid exposing his identity, Song Qian donned a silver mask once more, eyeing a city rife with danger. Many don masks to evade their enemies, making his choice seem almost customary. "Do you have an extra mask?" "I would like one too." Emoli extended her hand expectantly. "No. We had originally agreed that I would only escort you to the outskirts of Luo City, but you insisted on following me to Zhantian ancient city. Moreover, did you not see the wanted poster on the city wall? I am now a wanted criminal of the Dongjun residence. You ask me to keep my distance, yet you still request a mask? I think your mind might be a tad muddled." Bearing the weight of deep-seated grudges, Song Qian knew he could not traverse the world with a girl in tow. Thus, along the way to Zhantian ancient city, he had contemplated abandoning her multiple times, yet for some inexplicable reason, Emoli always managed to find him within moments. "And what of being a wanted criminal?" "I do not hold it against you." Emoli replied nonchalantly. "This is not a matter of whether or not you hold it against me." Song Qian wanted to explain but found the words stuck in his throat. He could hardly disclose his intentions of training hard to eventually sever the head of the reigning emperor. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Song Qian retorted, "I find it curious. I am no prize, so why are you so intent on following me? I am homeless now, so I have no choice but to stick with you." Emoli shrugged her shoulders, looking helpless. "You trust me so readily? Aren't you afraid I might harbor ulterior motives?" Leaning against a pillar, Song Qian's eyes suddenly took on a lecherous glint as he appraised Emoli's alluring figure. It is said that throughout history, heroes are drawn to beautiful women. Conversely, beautiful women are also drawn to heroes. You were once the pride of the Qian dynasty. Should you take a liking to me? I would be more than willing. As a resident of a small city-state, Jasmine is acutely aware of her identity and worth. Encountering the legendary youth of remarkable talent, she feels that even serving as a charming maid would not be beneath her. Faced with Jasmine's audacious retort, Song Qian finds himself at a loss. "If you wish to accompany me, then so be it. However, I shall not be responsible for your safety in the face of danger." With this declaration, Song Qian turns to leave. "Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." In the ensuing journey, Song Qian sets his sights on the various martial arts arenas within the ancient city of Zhantian. These arenas, entities that straddle the line between family and sect, are managed in a familial manner yet open their doors to outsiders, akin to large gangs. Within Zhantian, the power of these arenas is formidable enough to overshadow the city lord's estate and rival even the military forces stationed at the borders. Among the numerous arenas, the Black Shot Arena stands at the forefront, its master renowned throughout the Shangchuan dynasty for his peak cultivation level. This notoriety explains why Song Qian could not help but scoff upon hearing that Zhao Tianhu had named his gang the Black Sha Gang in the city of Luo. It is akin to the ridiculousness of a deer attempting to impersonate a celebrity or a lesser-known figure trying to capitalize on the fame of someone more illustrious. Let's visit the Black Sha Arena and see if they are hiring martial artists. Song Qian muses, confident that with his 17 years of age and nascent cultivation at the second level, gaining entry into the Black Sha Arena should not pose much difficulty. To seek employment at the Black Sha Arena would be akin to a sheep wandering into a den of wolves. Jasmine gently shakes her head, urging him to reconsider. "Is it because I annihilated the Black Sha Gang?" Song Qian retorts. The Black Sha Gang bears no relation to the Black Sha Arena. However, their strategist, Lu Yuan, is the younger brother of the chief steward of the arena. Jasmine explains. "It is precisely due to his connection to the Black Sha Arena that he has managed to secure the position of strategist within the Black Sha Gang with his mortal strength." "And what of the chief steward's cultivation level?" Song Qian inquires. "It is approximately mid-level of the third realm. Though I cannot provide specifics," Jasmine responds, her delicate features partially obscured by a sheer veil. Mid-level of the third realm is not overly formidable. With access to the resources of the Black Sha Arena for a month or two, I could surpass him. Song Qian's choice of the Black Shot Arena hinges on the wealth of training resources they can provide to expedite his ascension in strength. To surpass a mid-level third realm expert in just a month or two, Jasmine is incredulous, for she knows he currently stands at the initial stage of the second realm. Is that truly so difficult? Song Qian waves his hand dismissively. Previously, with his Xianyang martial vein, he had managed to ascend from the second to the third realm in merely 6 months under resource-strapped conditions. With ample resources, he could have that time. Now, possessing the even more mysterious Supreme Divine Sword Martial Vein. A breakthrough to the third realm within a couple of months is an understatement. Gulping, Jasmine swallows hard. Very well. The world of prodigies is beyond my comprehension. After settling their plans, the duo makes their way to the Black Shah Arena, only to be met with a throng of eager onlookers. All that meets the eye. Aside from the sea of heads, are branches swaying in the wind. Through whispers from bystanders, they learn that a meteor had fallen into the Black Shah Arena recently, and after days of investigation, it was rumored to harbor unparalleled treasures. This news had attracted countless martial artists seeking fortune and divine weapons. The Black Shah Arena capitalized on this influx by charging an entrance fee, thus reaping substantial profits. Divine weapons from the heavens? How implausible does that sound? Song Qian muses, sensing that the meteor's descent is likely orchestrated by unseen hands. Regardless of its credibility, he is merely here to witness the spectacle. If fortune smiles upon him, perhaps he may seize an opportunity to soar to new heights. As anticipated, the overwhelming majority of the crowd are present merely for the excitement, with only a few powerful cultivators there to contend for the so-called unparalleled treasures. Glancing towards the recruitment area, Song Qian notes the absence of any personnel. Everyone must be caught up in the spectacle, Jasmine speculates. Since we're here, let us indulge in the excitement. Look, Master Pao has arrived. A voice exclaims. With his unparalleled stone-splitting technique, the treasures within the meteor are finally about to be unveiled. Perhaps not. After all, the Black Shah Arena has recently invited a cadre of experts in stone analysis. Another counters. 4 days, these masters had circled the meteor without gleaning any insights. Master Pao, clad in a dark robe, immediately ignites a flurry of discussion upon his entrance. Master Pao, this is the meteor from the heavens. Please take a look. The steward of the Black Shah Arena gestures for him to inspect the meteor. Is this truly the celestial meteor? Its exterior bears a striking resemblance to extreme black obsidian. As an expert, Master Pao has heard numerous rumors about the meteor, yet witnessing such a colossal specimen leaves him awestruck. Extreme black obsidian, you say? The previous experts have claimed the same. The elder steward nods in agreement. No, this is not extreme black obsidian. However, Master Pao quickly revises his initial assessment. Extreme black obsidian lies over 10,000 meters underground. When unearthed, it emanates a chilling aura that deters any who venture near. Yet this meteor, upon its descent to the Black Shah Arena, resembled a blazing fireball. Days have passed, and it has only now cooled to this state. Could the heat not be emanating from the meteor itself? The elder steward posits, attempting to articulate his perspective. No, the heat originates from within the meteor. I can sense it, Master Pao asserts, placing his hand upon the surface to gauge its warmth. By the heavens. A true master indeed, to handle a meteor akin to molten lava. My apologies. I admit I laughed rather loudly just now. Master Pao acknowledges, my technique, the Pao-style stone splitting, relies heavily on my hands. If I am not careful, I might meet an unfortunate fate before my work is complete. As he speaks, a sudden laugh breaks out from a corner of the arena. This meteor may appear incredibly heated, but in reality, its surface bears no temperature. With a collective gasp, the crowd turns to face the speaker, a young man of tall stature, clad in a silver mask, with unkempt dark hair obscuring his eyes, exuding an air of enigma. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Be wary of attracting lightning with your bravado. You, with your youthful ignorance, should know that Master Pao has resolved more extraordinary stones in a year than you have meals in your lifetime. Unfazed by the mockery, the youth continues, if you doubt my words, observe Master Pao's hands for burns. Indeed, if the celestial meteor were truly scorching, Master Pao's hands would surely bear the scars. Thus, a chorus of spectators clamors for Master Pao to release his grip, eager to verify the truth. Some even jest that should his hands remain unscathed, they would willingly perform absurd feats. In response, Master Pao, typically reserved, chuckles. He turns to the young man and inquires, pray tell, young friend, to which sect do you belong? The query from the master surprises the crowd. Could this youth truly possess some extraordinary insight? I am but a wandering cultivator without a teacher, the young man replies. Then you are merely making wild guesses, Master Pao concedes, releasing his grip from the meteor. What was once an unblemished hand is now a gruesome sight, blood and flesh rendered unrecognizable. Some recently dined cultivators, upon witnessing the grotesque injury, retch in disgust, prompting disdain from those around them. See, Master Pau's hand has been injured. The meteor's surface is indeed infernally hot. With the Master's injury confirmed, the earlier mockers spring forth to gloat. Observing this scene, the young man furrows his brow. How can this be? I enveloped the meteor with my spiritual energy and deduced that it bore no such heat. If the meteor itself is not at fault, then the issue must lie with Master Pao. The young man envelopes Master Pao's presence within his spiritual energy, conducting a thorough examination until he uncovers the truth. Ahem. He clears his throat, signaling for silence. Master Pao's hand was not burned by the meteor. Rather, it suffered injury from the legendary Southern Ming leaving fire array. The Southern Ming leaving fire array. What manner of thing is that? An array? You say? How could it be set upon a celestial meteor? That defies logic, brother. We dwell in a world of cultivation. Does it make sense to discuss logic here? As the young man speaks of the Southern Ming leaving fire array, the crowd erupts into heated discussion. At that moment, a girl's laughter pierces the air. Southern Ming leaving fire array. Oh, dear brother, could you be any more amusing? She is Nangong Xiaoyun, the prodigious array master of the city lord's mansion. Among the crowd, some recognize the identity of the young girl, who is none other than the youngest daughter of the lord of Zhantian City, Nangong Xiaoyun. Blessed with innate fifth-tier spiritual power, she has already attained the mid-stage of a first-tier array master at such a tender age. Surely, she possesses knowledge of the South Mingli fire array. We implore you, Miss Xiaoyun, to enlighten us. In response, Nangong Xiaoyun raised her hand, gesturing for silence. Young man, you claim that the scorching heat of the meteorite originates from the South Mingli fire array. Correct? Indeed, the youth nodded. Well then, might I inquire, what is the South Mingli fire? With a smile, Nangong Xiaoyun awaited the young man's response. The young man fell silent, and just as the crowd assumed he would concede, he spoke as if consulting an oracle. Regarding the South Mingli fire, I initially had no intention of answering, for the South Mingli fire and the South Mingli fire array are unrelated. However, since you have asked, I shall oblige. The South Mingli fire is said to be the true flame of Zhu Ke, one of the four saints. It is a fire of unparalleled intensity, capable of incinerating anything, and cannot be extinguished by water. Only the true water of Xuanwu, known as Baiming weak water, can withstand it. The South Mingli fire array, on the other hand, is an unparalleled formation created by the array genius Du Zhan, who comprehended the ancient 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, crafting this extraordinary array. The array is infused with the essence of Du Zhan's Zhu Ke martial vein, which is why it is referred to as the South Mingli fire array in later generations. As the youth eloquently recounted, Nangong Xiaoyun's expression shifted from disdain to seriousness, then to solemnity. Is what I said incorrect? The youth asked, gazing at her. Correct? Nangong Xiaoyun hesitated before uttering a word, noticing the peculiar glances from those around her, accompanied by some murmurs of doubt. Yes, but not entirely correct. In fact, one could say it's completely wrong. Miss Xiaoyun, could you refrain from being so cryptic? What is the truth? Someone interjected. I am eagerly awaiting the spectacle of someone eating rice while standing on their head. Please spare us the riddles. Nangong Xiaoyun's enigmatic response left the crowd in awe. Meanwhile, on the other side, the recently bandaged Pao Niu leaned in, eager to hear the exchange between the youth and Nangong Xiaoyun. He too wished to discover the source of the meteorite's intense heat. Please, commence your demonstration. The youth gestured for him to proceed. The South Mingli fire array indeed bears no connection to the South Mingli fire. I merely wish to test your knowledge. Should you be unable to answer such a simple query, I see no reason to continue this discourse. Yet, you are fortunate to have guessed some aspects correctly. Though not all, as she spoke, Nangong Xiaoyun retrieved a tome from her robes in a secret realm. I fortuitously discovered a book authored by Du Zhan himself. It meticulously documents the arrays he created, comprehended and realized throughout his life. Coincidentally, the South Mingli fire array is featured on the very first page. Allow me to read to you what it states. Nangong Xiaoyun opened the tome and proclaimed, the South Mingli fire array, one of the most formidable arrays I have created, possesses a power unparalleled throughout the ages. Alas, its single use comes at a tremendous cost. In my lifetime, I have only deployed it once, the price being the sacrifice of the essence of my Zhuke martial vein. When the array is formed, it obscures the heavens. Without the Emperor's intervention, who can rival it? Chapter 17. Intuition. Did you hear that? Duzhan only utilized the South Mingli fire array once in his entire life. How could such a powerful array be wasted on a mere stone? Besides, Duzhan lived over 5,000 years ago. Any arrays he left behind could not possibly endure for so long. Amidst the crowd's chatter, the youth paid them no mind, his gaze fixated on the tome in Nangong Xiaoyun's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Seeing is believing, while hearing is often misleading. If I can demonstrate that the meteorite indeed harbors the South Mingli fire array, what will you do?" Nangong Xiaoyun sensed the desire in his eyes and replied, "If you can prove it, I shall gift you this ancient text." "Very well, should I fail to provide proof, I shall give you this 5th-tier spirit treasure." The 9 dragons devouring heaven sword. The youth was none other than Song Qian. Initially, he had hidden among the crowd merely to observe, but the supreme sword within him reacted to the meteorite. Song Qian surmised that the meteorite likely concealed an object imbued with one of the 5 energies. Being a peak 1st-tier array master himself, Song Qian had keenly sensed the anomaly of the meteorite, leading to the unfolding events. Yet, before obtaining the 5 energies, he needed to secure the ancient tome. Duzhan's book is an irresistible lure for all array masters. Song Qian was uncertain from which secret realm Nangong Xiaoyun had procured it, but it was evident that it was authentic. Clang. With that, the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword was hurled by Song Qian, producing a resounding cry as it was firmly embedded in the meteorite. "What? Did I hear correctly? A 5th-tier spirit treasure. Young man, I possess a book on Duzhan as well. How about you give me the 5th-tier spirit treasure, and I'll fetch the book for you." Goodness, this lad is truly a prodigal, wagering a 5th-tier spirit treasure against an ancient tome. Amidst the crowd's ridicule, Song Qian merely scoffed. "I in the realm of arrays." The untrained gaze at the spectacle, while the knowledgeable discern the profound intricacies. And Duzhan's book represents the most significant of those intricacies. Not to mention a mere 5th-tier spirit treasure, Song Qian would willingly wager treasures of even higher tiers. As you wish. Observing the situation, Nangong Xiaoyun also tossed her tome, which landed securely at the hilt of the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword. As an array master, Nangong Xiaoyun understood the rarity of Duzhan's ancient text. Yet she was confident that the youth was merely boasting, lacking genuine skill. In this way, acquiring a 5th-tier spirit treasure would be a delightful windfall for her. So prevent any change of heart. Please sign the heavenly contract with me. Song Qian produced 2 pieces of yellowed ancient paper from his robes. The heavenly contract, a pact with the heavens, states that any reneging will incur divine punishment. The heavenly contract. I never imagined you possessed such a remarkable treasure. Nangong Xiaoyun was astonished. Artifacts that could invoke heavenly calamities were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Shangxian dynasty. I have been fortunate enough to acquire some from other studies. Song Qian spoke candidly, admitting that the heavenly contract was indeed pilfered from the Dongjun mansion. However, this statement fell on deaf ears for Nangong Xiaoyun, who found it implausible. It was quite normal for a scion of a noble family to carry a few treasures while venturing out for training. Why the need for such secrecy? First, a 5th-tier spirit treasure, then the heavenly contract. Nangong Xiaoyun concluded that Song Qian must be a scion from another ancient city or royal capital. As you wish. Song Qian urged, "Please sign quickly. I am pressed for time." "You?" Observing his indifferent demeanor, Nangong Xiaoyun felt a surge of frustration, yearning to slap him and demand, "Do you not possess 2 treasures? Why act so superior?" Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she could only suppress her anger and inscribe her name on the heavenly contract. "Very well, I shall demonstrate just how ignorant you truly are," with her signature. Song Qian no longer had any reservations and swiftly approached the meteorite. He then withdrew the Xian Jindao pin from his robes and began to trace the meteorite. Swish, 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 for Song Qian, who wielded sword intent, holding the pin was akin to wielding a sword. The pin danced like a soaring dragon. As large chunks of stone fell away, the once mountain-sized meteorite was reduced to a mere human size through Song Qian's intricate work. The formerly uneven surface now appeared remarkably smooth, resembling a large egg. At this moment, some genuine mysteries began to reveal themselves. The surface of the meteorite displayed complex and intricate patterns that appeared faintly What the array patterns? There are indeed array patterns inscribed upon the meteorite. Surely, this time you cannot escape. The one who dares to eat rice while standing on their head. I am watching you closely. Nangong Xiaoyun gazed at the red array patterns, her brows furrowed as she murmured. This makes no sense. The key to the South Mingli fire array lies in the essence of the Zhuke martial vein. Who would be idle enough to sacrifice their own Zhuke martial vein essence to inscribe an array on a meteorite? The Zhuke martial vein is considered a premier martial vein within the divine martial continent. Possessed by very few, under normal circumstances, no one would willingly forfeit their cultivation to sacrifice their martial vein essence unless faced with life and death. Huff. Song Qian panted heavily. The process of carving the stone mirrored that of arranging an array. Both were exceedingly intricate and mentally taxing, requiring absolute precision. Should his pen deviate even the slightest, it would trigger the South Mingli fire array, incinerating him in an instant. Hey, come over here and take a look. Is this not the South Mingli fire array? Song Qian beckoned to Nangong Xiaoyun, only to receive a disdainful roll of her eyes in response. I am not He. I have a name, Nangong Xiaoyun. Remember it? Nangong Xiaoyun cast a fierce glare at Song Qian, but later, when she approached the celestial meteorite, she meticulously examined it. I sincerely apologize, my young friend, she said, seizing the opportunity while Nangong Xiaoyun was preoccupied. Master Peoniu sidled up and remarked, Indeed, I was somewhat short-sighted, failing to recognize that you possess genuine talent and knowledge. Upon hearing this, Song Qian merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," showing no interest in engaging with this so-called master. The surface of the celestial meteorite appeared to be searingly hot, yet it bore no actual temperature. Touching it would not result in burns, however. Upon discovering that he had no backing, the old man conjured a flame within him to feign the appearance of having been scalded. Song Qian observed this little trick, but chose not to expose it. It seems we are not acquainted. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Peoniu, sensing the impatience in Song Qian's tone, inquired again. The meteorite harbors a flame array. Song Qian slowly articulated 5 words. What? Peoniu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized he had been discovered. He had not anticipated that this unassuming youth would be able to see through the subtle ploys that even many formidable experts present had overlooked. I concede. At this moment, after observing for a while, Nangong Xiaoyun left the celestial meteorite with a forlorn expression. Through her examination, she discovered that the array on the meteorite surface was identical to the Naming Li Hua array described in the ancient tome of formations. In light of this, Song Qian's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Since that is the case, I shall accept the ancient tome of formations. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Song Qian stepped forward and stowed the Zhilong Tunshan sword along with the ancient tome into his possession. What he had initially intended as a search for a martial master had unexpectedly led to a valuable acquisition. As he opened the ancient tome and perused its detailed accounts of various formations, Song Qian was now certain that this was indeed the legendary ancient formation tome. Now that you've handed over the ancient tome, could you explain how you discern the presence of the Nanming Li Hua array within the celestial meteorite so swiftly? Nangong Xiaoyun, perplexed, couldn't comprehend how, as a mid-tier formation master, augmented by the ancient tome, she could be outdone by a mere youth. Do you believe me if I say it was intuition? Song Qian, a genius with innate spiritual prowess, had an extraordinary affinity for formations. The moment he approached the celestial meteorite and felt its emanating heat, the name of the Naming Li Hua array sprang to his mind. Calling it intuition was not an exaggeration. Chapter 18. Ancient Species. You just mentioned that the Celestial Pact was pilfered from another study. That is already outrageous. Now you tell me that you sensed the Naming Li Hua array intuitively. Are you jesting? Nangong Xiaoyun glared at the seemingly frivolous youth, her ire mounting. Were it not for the fear of violating the pact and incurring divine retribution, she would have longed to teach him a stern lesson. If you do not believe me, I cannot help that. Song Qian shrugged helplessly. Every word he spoke was the truth. If she chose not to believe him, there was little he could do, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. Realizing that lingering was unwise, Song Qian took Jasmine by the hand and prepared to exit the Black Shaman's hall. Wait. Peoniu stepped forward, blocking the path of Song Qian and Jasmine. Young brother, I noticed your exceptional skill in deciphering stones earlier. How about we wager? You, Song Qian looked up at the man, pondering briefly before replying, "Are you suggesting a contest of stone deciphering?" "Precisely. We shall compare our skills in deciphering stones." Peoniu nodded slightly. As for the wager, how about that fifth-tier spiritual treasure? Chuckling, Song Qian couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Peoniu's heavily bandaged hand. "You've severely burned your hand. Perhaps it's best you refrain from coveting my fifth-tier sword and head home to rest." Moreover, he was well aware that Peoniu coveted his Julong Tunchen sword. But if the man could not present an equivalent treasure, he would not fall for such an obvious trap. With a swift motion, Peoniu tore away the bandages, revealing his unscathed hand. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Wasn't Master Peoniu just burned? How could he recover so swiftly? Mere moments later, they speculated whether he had used some miraculous elixir. Paying no heed to the gossip, Peoniu unleashed a wisp of purple flame from his hand, a fire known as Ziji Chunyan, ranked 76th on the heavenly flame list. I shall wager this extraordinary flame. Ziji Chunyan was Peoniu's prized possession, compensating for his shortcomings in martial prowess. Were it not for the fifth-tier spiritual treasure, he would never have considered using it as a wager. By heavens, Master Peoniu possesses a heavenly flame. And it's the Ziji Chunyan ranked 76th on the heavenly flame list. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Could it be that the treasures of the Upper Qian dynasty are so abundant? The appearance of Ziji Chunyan instantly ignited fervent discussions, with some eyeing Peoniu greedily, plotting their schemes. Humph! Peoniu snorted, the aura of a peak second-tier cultivator radiating throughout the vicinity. I advise you all not to be blinded by the allure of the heavenly flame. Losing your life over it would not be worth it. With his peak second-tier cultivation combined with the terrifying lethality of his flame, Peoniu's true combat power was indeed comparable to a third-tier expert. Ziji Chunyan, Song Qian mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Heavenly flames ranked on the heavenly flame list are truly fascinating. However, 76th is rather low. If it were within the top 50, I might consider it. Are you implying that this Ziji Chunyan is insufficient? Peonia's eyes narrowed, astonished by the youth's audacity. I merely speak the truth. If you cannot present an item of equal value, then I see no need for a competition. Though tempted by the Ziji Chunyan, Song Qian sought to test Peoniu further, hoping to extract more from him. I find that spirit-gathering jade at your waist rather appealing. Though its quality is merely second-tier low-grade, I might begrudgingly accept it as a concession. With a keen gaze, Song Qian immediately identified the most valuable item on Peoniu besides the heavenly flame. Youngster, do you not understand the folly of greed? Peonia's expression darkened as he realized the youth sought to leverage not only the Ziji Chunyan but also the spirit-gathering jade. The spirit-gathering jade, as the name implies, is capable of gathering the spiritual energy of the surrounding area for several miles, making it a rare treasure. Although it was only second-tier low-grade in quality, its value could rival that of third-tier treasures. I need no guidance from you, old man. Answer me. Will you wager or not? Song Qian, concealed behind a silver-white mask, left the crowd unable to discern his true identity. However, his brazen words suggested that beneath the mask lay a face even more audacious. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Peoniu finally resolved, I shall wager Ziji Chunyan along with the spirit-gathering jade. I will take you on. The stakes were high, but the contest hinged on the art of stone deciphering, and Peoniu held unwavering confidence in his ancestral techniques. History often has a way of repeating itself. Watching the determined Peoniu, Nangong Xiaoyun was reminded of her own earlier conviction. Let us sign the Celestial Pact. I challenge you. Song Qian, seeing that Peoniu had taken the bait, produced 2 Celestial Pacts. Without hesitation, Peoniu inscribed his name on the pact, sealing their agreement. Should either party break the terms, they shall face the wrath of divine punishment. Retrieving the Celestial Pacts, Song Qian stepped forward to face Peoniu. What are the terms of our competition? Deciphering stones, of course. We shall see who can unravel this celestial meteorite. Peoniu gestured towards the meteorite as the object of their contest. Are you suggesting that the victor is the one who can decipher this celestial meteorite? Song Qian inquired. Indeed, Peoniu affirmed with a nod. According to your suggestion, who shall make the first cut? As the senior, I shall allow you, the junior, to make the first cut. Peoniu replied confidently, arms crossed. Very well, then I shall graciously comply. Song Qian stepped forward, approaching the now human-sized celestial meteorite once more. With a deep breath, Song Qian enveloped the meteorite with his spiritual force. Holding the Xian Jin Dao pin, he inhaled deeply and commenced his careful journey of deciphering the stone. Given that the surface of the celestial meteorite was encased in the intricate patterns of the Nanming Li Hua array, the decipherer needed to tread carefully. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Under the scrutiny of mental prowess, every strike from Song Qian narrowly evaded the intricate patterns of the array. A quarter of an hour, 2 quarters, 3 quarters. Time slipped away second by second, yet the onlookers remained utterly vigilant. They were all eager to uncover the treasures concealed within the celestial meteorite. After diligently carving for a full hour, Song Qian finally paused his efforts. The once human-sized meteorite had now shrunk to the size of a human head. The previously sparse array patterns had now entirely covered its surface, rendering it practically impossible to proceed. With a sigh of relief, Song Qian thought, "This is my limit." He chuckled softly, observing the slight smile that crept onto the lips of Pao Niu, who remarked, "Youngster, you still have much to practice. After you." Song Qian gestured to Pao Niu to step forward and decipher the stone. "What trickery is this?" Nangong Xiaoyun noted the tranquil expression on Song Qian's face, realizing he would not simply concede defeat. "Why have you chosen not to continue?" Jasmine inquired, puzzled by Song Qian's decision to abandon the final step of the stone's revelation. "After all, I am not a professional stone decipherer. And my strength is limited," Song Qian replied with a slight shake of his head. "If I were to continue, I would inevitably trigger the Nanming Li Hua array. The legendary ultimate flame would consume me utterly." Song Qian understood his own capabilities well. He knew that relying solely on his strength would not suffice to unlock the celestial meteorite. "Are you suggesting that you are willingly conceding victory to your opponent?" Jasmine observed Song Qian's demeanor, clearly aware that he had already recognized his inability to decipher the meteorite. "If that is the case, why did you agree to Pao Niu's wager? Such an extraordinary flame and gathering spirit jade have come to me. How could I refuse them?" Song Qian reassured Jasmine, signaling that he had a plan of his own. Pao Niu took the stage, employing his exceptional knife skills to discover a cutting point on the array-ridden celestial meteorite. The blade flashed like lightning, seemingly avoiding the array patterns, but just barely. Swish, swish, swish. After hundreds of strikes, the true form of the celestial meteorite began to emerge. To everyone's astonishment, it revealed itself to be an egg of a demon beast. Furthermore, the creature within was alive, its powerful heartbeat resonating clearly among the crowd. Were we not told that the celestial meteorite contained unparalleled treasures? And yet, it is merely a demon beast egg? Have we been deceived? The Black Sha Dao Chong had relied on a mere egg to lead so many of us in circles. What a cunning tactic! The absence of extraordinary treasures within the meteorite left the spectators feeling cheated. "Ah, my friends, your words are misguided that a fully grown, unparalleled demon could possess strength comparable to a fifth realm expert. How could that not qualify as a treasure of the highest order?" At that moment, the chief steward stepped forward to clarify. Nevertheless, the crowd remained unconvinced. Some even incited others to demand refunds. Left with no choice, the chief steward resorted to exercising authority, urging the elite members of the Dao Chong to step outside for some fresh air. Lest they suffocate in their confinement, before long, a group of formidable Dao Chong elites surrounded the crowd. "Anyone with objections, step forward. Our Black Sha Dao Chong values persuasion through reason," the chief steward proclaimed, yet no one dared to respond. "Since there are no objections," he continued, "the stone deciphering contest shall proceed. Master Pao Niu has yet to complete his task." Although the treasures within the meteorite were now visible, a thin layer of stone skin still encased its surface. Only when this layer was entirely removed could the stone deciphering be deemed complete. Breathing heavily, Master Pao Niu was now drenched in sweat. He took a deep breath, preparing to make the final cut that would completely unlock the celestial meteorite. Is this lad truly willing to relinquish a fifth-level spiritual treasure? Even Nangong Xiaoyun felt the outcome was already determined, and no matter how formidable Song Qian was, or how many techniques he possessed, he appeared powerless at this moment. Is this truly the end? Jasmine gazed at Song Qian, sensing that matters should not be so simple. An opportunity has arisen. Song Qian seized the moment. Snap, with a snap of his fingers, he watched as Pao Niu's final blade struck the meteorite. Initially avoiding all array patterns, an unexpected phenomenon occurred the next moment. Beneath the Nanming Li Hua array, there was yet another layer of formation. "Not good," Pao Niu shouted, hastily retracting his blade and retreating 100 meters. But one misstep led to another. Pao Niu's blade had merely grazed the other layer of formation, not touching the Nanming Li Hua array pattern. However, in his frantic attempt to withdraw, he inadvertently shifted the blade by a millimeter, triggering the Nanming Li Hua array pattern. Swish! A surge of ultimate flame erupted from the celestial meteorite. Despite Pao Niu's swift retreat, he could not escape its wrath. Sizzle! In an instant, Pao Niu's robes, equipment, and even his storage ring were incinerated. Damn it! As the ultimate flame threatened to consume him entirely, Pao Niu gritted his teeth and produced one of his last resort treasures, a 4th-level mid-grade talisman. Endless Ice Seal. Swish! Pao Niu affixed the Endless Ice Seal talisman to himself, just managing to mitigate the consuming flames. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted as the crowd turned to see Song Qian clapping his hands, an expression of feigned regret on his face. Teske, what a pity. You were just one cut away from winning the wager. Observing Song Qian's display of mock sorrow, one might genuinely believe he felt remorse. Yet, unbeknownst to them, everything was within Song Qian's control. Within the hour of deciphering, as a peak first-level array master, how could he not have made subtle adjustments to the meteorite? The formation that Pao Niu's final blade had struck was one that Song Qian had just inscribed. A first-level early formation with minimal lethality. Its purpose was solely to disrupt Pao Niu's composure. Cough, cough. Pao Niu knelt on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest and the other braced against the earth. Boy, do not get too complacent. Aside from the Nanming Li Hua array, there exists another deeply hidden formation within the celestial meteorite. The two arrays complement each other. Now the entire celestial meteorite is devoid of any means to approach it. This wager can only be deemed a draw. Confident that he could not unravel it, Pao Niu was certain that no one else could either. Is that so? Song Qian's lips curled into a smile, an uncontainable glee illuminating his face. Unfortunately, concealed beneath the silver mask, the crowd could not discern his expression, only speculating based on the emotions intertwined within his voice. After you. Pao Niu borrowed a long robe from someone nearby to cover himself and avoid the embarrassment of being exposed. I am eager to see what miraculous methods you possess to decipher these two formations. Then watch closely. Song Qian stepped forward, lightly tapping his Xian Jindao pin, dispelling the formation he had inscribed. Recalling the position where Pao Niu's final blade had landed, Song Qian replicated the motion, striking out with a single stroke, break. With the last layer of stone skin falling away, the demon beast egg was truly reborn. Thump, thump. The resounding beats of its heart sent the crowd's pulses racing, their blood surging. Some spectators, whose cultivation was slightly lacking, were even shaken to the point of spitting blood. This is a truly astonishing demon. I sense an aura from the ancient times. Could it be an ancient relic species? An ancient relic species. Once matured, it possesses the terrifying strength of a 6th realm powerhouse. The crowd erupted into fervent debate surrounding the demon beast egg. The outcome is clear. I concede. Song Qian extended his hand, effortlessly claiming both the purple extreme pure flame and gathering spirit jade as his own. Well played, lad. I have fallen to your scheme. Pao Niu's face was clouded with resentment. Having come merely to decipher a stone, only to leave empty-handed. Chapter 19. The Emergence of Chongqi. Just wait. Once this heavenly decree expires, it will be your demise. Pao Niu glared at Song Qian, silently vowing in his heart. My instincts were indeed correct. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiaoyun observed the sudden turn of events, equally astonished by Song Qian's astonishing tactics. While she was unaware of how he had caused Pao Niu to falter at the last moment, she understood that this was all orchestrated by Song Qian. You are indeed the legendary array master. As she beheld the victorious Song Qian, Jasmine marveled at his incredible talent, beyond his exceptional martial prowess. He also dabbled in the legendary array arts. Such a person could hardly be described as anything less than a prodigy. You noticed? Song Qian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jasmine's keen perception could see through what so many powerful individuals, including those hidden in the shadows, had failed to discern. Have you heard of the spirit-searching eye? Jasmine inquired. The spirit-searching eye is a unique constitution that enables one to locate spiritual veins and treasures. Song Qian elaborated, then countered. So, do you possess the spirit-searching eye? Yes, Jasmine nodded. I activated my spirit-searching eye just now and saw the formation you inscribed on the celestial meteorite. I see. Song Qian comprehended. Those who possessed the spirit-searching eye had vision far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even if the ability of the spirit-searching eye did not encompass seeing through illusions, Jasmine's eyesight was indeed among the best present. Swish, swish, swish. The awe-inspiring demon is on the verge of emergence, its sinister aura spreading like wildfire, stirring the attention of all the influential figures within the ancient city of Zhantian. The master of the Haisha Daoist temple, Sha Tian, a pinnacle expert of the fourth realm, the lord of Zhantian city. Nangong Qingcang, also a pinnacle expert of the fourth realm, the master of the black market, Luo Kanglan, a half-step fifth realm expert, the lord of the martial market, the grand general of Tianwu, Wei Long. As each formidable figure makes their entrance, the emotions of those present fluctuate wildly, akin to a roller coaster ride. The mere presence of an unborn beast is enough to draw out all the strong individuals from within Zhantian city. Witnessing this scene, even Song Qian cannot help but gasp in shock. The thought that the beast within the egg might harbor one of the 5 auras sends chills down his spine. Yet in the presence of so many powerful figures, there is simply no opportunity for him to seize it. He'll watch such a chance slip away right before his eyes. No, Song Qian cannot accept that. Even knowing the improbability, he still wishes to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. What is the meaning of this? Sha Tian, as the host, are you not going to provide an explanation? Nangong Qingcang speaks first. A meteor from the heavens has unexpectedly descended, containing a world-shaking demon. Sha Tian waves his hand, indicating that he knows nothing more than this. The Grand General's eyes are fixed intently on the demon's egg. Could it be that he has discerned something? The master of the black market, Luo Kanglan, observes the silent countenance of the Grand General Wei Long and speculates that the latter must have some insight. An ancient rare species, the ferocious beast Qiongqi, the Grand General Wei Long slowly utters these 8 words. This astonishing great demon is indeed an ancient rare species, one of the 4 ferocious beasts. Qiongqi is among the elite even within the ranks of ancient rare species. Whoever can tame this Qiongqi will possess a formidable ally of the 7th realm. With the Grand General's confirmation, the onlookers become agitated, each preparing to seize this Qiongqi. You beat it. As an ancient rare species, Qiongqi possesses an exceedingly noble bloodline. Even just hatched, its strength is already at the initial stage of the 3rd realm. Song Qian murmurs to himself. He has also learned of the 4 ferocious beasts from ancient texts. Thus, his chances of obtaining one of the 5 auras have significantly diminished. Do not blame me for not warning you. The fearsome reputation of Qiongqi is not mere talk. Observing the avaricious gazes of those present, the Grand General of Tianwu once again cautions that only those at the 4th realm possess the ability to subdue this demon. Those whose cultivation has not reached the 4th realm should abandon this notion early on. After issuing his warning, the Grand General's gaze falls upon the 3 remaining 4th realm experts, the Master of Haisha, the Lord of Zhantian, and the Master of the Black Market. Among you 3, who has the confidence to completely subdue this ancient rare species? I am willing to serve as its protector alongside the other 2. Sha Tian and the others clearly understand the terror of ancient rare species. Taming the ferocious beast Qiongqi is an even greater challenge. Even Luo Kanglan, the master of the black market with half-step 5th realm cultivation, does not dare to claim complete control. Since the meteor from the heavens has chosen to land in my Haisha Daoist temple, it is evidently fated. Seeing no one stepping forward, Sha Tian chooses to take the initiative. As the host, I shall attempt to subdue this ancient ferocious beast. Protectors. The Grand General of Tianwu remains expressionless, coldly uttering 2 words. Swish, in a flash, several powerful figures arrive before the demon's egg. The Lord of Zhantian City wields a spear. Standing firm in the west, the master of the black market holds a long gun, asserting his presence in the south. The Lord of the martial market and the Grand General of Tianwu stand resolutely in the north. Finally, Sha Tian approaches the demon's egg from the east, holding a magical orb. Bang! Without the stone skin veiling it, the powerful heartbeat of Qiongqi resonates, stirring the bloodlines of all those present. The Hunyuan orb, dispel the illusions. Activate! Sha Tian performs hand seals, chanting incantations, and then infuses his abundant spiritual energy into the orb. Swish! A crimson light bursts forth from the orb, precisely entering the demon's egg. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and after 10 breaths, the heartbeat from within the demon's egg ceases. In a way, has it perished? A creature that cannot withstand a single strike from a fourth realm expert is rather weak, indeed. What a pity for this ancient ferocious beast with boundless potential, to be snuffed out in its cradle. The onlookers incessantly discuss whether the Cheongchi cub within the demon's egg has already met its demise. However, the 3 top-tier experts do not dare to exhibit any negligence. Their hands gripping their weapons tremble, for they sense an even more potent demonic energy emanating from the egg. Within this aura lies a boundless intent to kill. It is evident that the Cheongchi cub has become enraged. As the saying goes, when Cheongchi is angered, millions fall, rivers run red with blood. Prepare yourselves, for Cheongchi is about to break free from its shell. Never underestimate it. The Grand General of Tianwu is cut off mid-sentence as a beastly roar reverberates through heaven and earth. Shaking the ages, everyone present is struck by this roar, blood streaming from their orifices, their souls shaken. Swish! Seeing this, Song Qian hastily retrieves 2 soundproof talismans from his bosom, one for himself and one for Emoli. Thus, the 2 of them narrowly avoid the gruesome fate of blood gushing from their 7 orifices. Crack! After the beastly roar, a sound of cracking follows, and the surface of the demon's egg is riddled with cracks. An overwhelming demonic energy surges forth, instantly enveloping the entire Haisha Daoist temple. Gulp! Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the demonic energy, even Shatian cannot help but swallow hard. His hand controlling the magical orb trembles uncontrollably. Damn it, this newly hatched cub can only possess the strength of the 3rd realm at most. I am a pinnacle expert of the 4th realm. Subduing it should be a piece of cake. Shatian encourages himself inwardly and then slowly advances a step or 2. Crack! Another sound of the egg shattering resonates, the cracks rapidly spreading across the entirety, as if at any moment, Cheongchi will burst forth. Swish! A sudden gust of wind blows from an unknown direction, completely scattering the already shattered demon's egg. With a coat of pure white fur, 2 light golden dragon horns sprouting from its forehead, a beak resembling that of an eagle, and a pair of black wings on its back, it is none other than the legendary Cheongchi cub, with its light golden eyes scanning its surroundings. The Cheongchi cub seems to sense the greed of those present and the provocations from the 4 great powers. Roar! A beastly cry erupts, and all present feel an invisible pressure, making even breathing a strenuous task. Attack together! The Grand General of Tianwu seizes the moment, commanding the 3 powerful figures to launch a combined assault. Mortal beings, do not overstep your bounds. Facing the simultaneous attack from the 4 great powers, the Cheongchi cub suddenly speaks human words, a shadow of the Zhuke appearing in its light golden eyes. Nanxing Lihua, incinerate all living beings. Swish! The Cheongchi cub opens its mouth, unleashing the primordial true flame of the Zhuke. Nanxing Lihua, this is bad, retreat. The Grand General of Tianwu exclaims. Nanxing Lihua is an ultimate fire, capable of burning anything, extinguished by no water. Even a 5th realm expert would find it hard to resist. The 4 great powers instantly retreat thousands of miles, barely escaping with their lives. Swish! Seizing the opportunity, the Cheongchi cub flaps its wings, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Chase! We cannot let this cooked duck fly away. The 4 great powers immediately employ their movement techniques, pursuing the direction in which the Cheongchi cub disappeared. Let us follow them. Who knows, we might seize an opportunity. Someone in the crowd shouts, hearing the prospect of a windfall. The crowd hesitates not, setting off in a grand procession. Song Qian also wishes to join the commotion but is stopped by Moli.do. You also want to seize a chance? Emoli inquires. Of course, who wouldn't he want to? Song Qian retorts. Since you wish to seize a chance, then come with me. With that, Emoli takes Song Qian's hand, moving against the tide of the crowd. Hey, you're going the wrong way. Song Qian reminds, we're not going after that demon beast. I'm taking you somewhere else to find opportunities. Observing Emoli's confident demeanor, Song Qian can only choose to trust her. Subsequently, Emoli leads Song Qian in a few circles around the outskirts of the Haisha Daoist temple. Once the personnel within the temple have nearly cleared out, the 2 return to their original spot. Wait, why are we back here? Song Qian queries in confusion. Everyone's attention is drawn to that Chonchi cub. Yet no one has noticed that the demon's egg itself is a treasure brimming with spiritual energy. Mo Li points to the scattered eggshells on the ground. "Oh, right," Song Qian exclaims, clapping his hands in excitement. "How could I have forgotten about that?" It is said that some powerful demon beasts consume their own eggshells as their first meal after hatching. Thus, the eggshell itself is indeed a rare treasure. Song Qian and Mo Li hurriedly move forward, gathering the scattered eggshells into their possession. The eggshells have shattered into thousands of pieces, but each fragment contains an incredibly pure essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Just a single piece of eggshell is worth 100 spirit stones. With 1,000 pieces of eggshell fragments, rounding up, it equates to a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. As Song Qian calculates this astronomical figure in his mind, he exclaims in thrill, "Truly, Mo Li, we've struck it rich this time. By the way, how did you notice the extraordinary nature of these eggshells when so many people were oblivious?" "Because I possess the treasure-seeking martial lineage." Jasmine responded, "The treasure-seeking martial vein, as the name suggests, is a special martial vein used to uncover treasures. This explains why I could immediately discern the extraordinary qualities of the eggshell. The combination of the spirit-searching eyes and the treasure-seeking martial vein is indeed intriguing." Song Qian pondered, "Does this mean that as long as I keep you by my side, I will not miss any treasures?" "Well," Jasmine nodded, "theoretically, that is feasible. Then I have certainly stumbled upon a great treasure." Song Qian thought to himself, delighted by the transformation of a mere burden into a treasure detector. However, he lamented the unfortunate loss of one of the 5 energies, which had slipped through his fingers. With a slight sigh, he mused that life's essence lies in the balance of gain and loss. Today, he had acquired an ancient tome on the dew formation, the purple extreme pure flame, the spirit-gathering jade, and 1,000 pieces of eggshell, truly a bountiful harvest. One must not be overly greedy in life. By the way, when the Chonchi broke its shell just now, a treasure orb flew out as well. I noticed no one else saw it, so I picked it up. Would you like to take a look?" As she spoke, Jasmine retrieved a deep blue treasure orb from her bosom. Buzz! The moment the orb appeared, the long-dormant supreme divine sword within Song Qian emitted a resounding cry. "What is it?" Song Qian suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on the orb in Jasmine's hand. "Are you all right?" Jasmine, noticing the peculiar look in his eyes, felt a twinge of fear. "May I see the orb?" After a long pause, Song Qian finally regained his composure and said, "Here you go." Jasmine handed over the orb. Whoosh! The instant he grasped the orb, a torrent of immense power surged into Song Qian's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Song Qian broke through once more. Reaching the mid-stage of the second realm, he understood that the orb contained one of the 5 energies, the chaotic yin-yang qi. "What has happened to you? Is the poison of fire flaring up again?" Outside, Jasmine looked at the suddenly motionless Song Qian, deeply worried. I'm fine." Song Qian quickly reassured her, "If you're fine, then why did you suddenly freeze?" Jasmine frowned slightly. This matter involves some personal secrets that are not convenient to disclose." There was no way Song Qian could reveal anything about the Supreme Divine Sword. "Jasmine, let us negotiate something. How about I trade this spirit-gathering jade for your treasure orb?" As they walked along the street, Song Qian toyed with the deep blue orb, finding himself increasingly enamored with it. "You can keep it if you like. I have no need for the spirit-gathering jade." Jasmine gently shook her head, declining Song Qian's goodwill. "I do not desire spirit stone resources, martial techniques, or magical weapons." Song Qian raised his eyes to look at her. "Jasmine, what exactly do you seek by staying by my side?" "I seek nothing," Jasmine replied, momentarily taken aback, then added in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "I only wish that you do not abandon me." Even with Song Qian's keen hearing, he could barely catch her words. "What did you say? Speak up." "It's nothing. I just think you're handsome and want to marry you and be your wife." Chapter 20. A grievous assassination. Song Qian and Jasmine found a tavern to temporarily reside in. Due to the incident with the meteorite, the Black Fiend sect had nearly emptied its ranks, leaving Song Qian with no choice but to wait until the next day to apply for a position. Given the tavern's overcrowding, only Room 1 and Room 9 remained available. Considering himself a rough man, he thought either room would suffice. Thus he offered Room 1 to Jasmine and proceeded to Room 9 himself. Creak. Upon entering Room 9, a rich fragrance of jasmine enveloped him. This scent was specially concocted, infused with various precious herbs, creating a refreshing and invigorating atmosphere. However, Song Qian discerned a trace of murderous intent within. Having recently revealed the 9 dragons devouring Heaven Sword and the Heavenly Pact at the Black Fiend sect, he knew someone would be watching him. Yet, he did not expect them to act so swiftly, having already laid their plans. Come out. Hiding is pointless, Song Qian called out to the empty room. 1 breath. 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a moment, no one responded. Are you all cramped up in there, feeling uneasy? Song Qian mused aloud. If you don't come out soon, I might just leave. 3, 2, 1. I'm leaving. Clap. He closed the door and swiftly retreated 100 meters away, confident that they would reveal themselves. Sure enough, just seconds after he closed the door, a group of masked assailants brandishing weapons burst through, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Finally, they dared to show themselves. Drawing the 9 dragons devouring Heaven's sword, Song Qian moved like a specter, charging into the throng and unleashing a flurry of strikes. The masked assailants, caught off guard, fell like wheat before the scythe. Who sent you? The city lord's mansion, the Black Fiend sect, or that Master Pao Nyo? Song Qian deliberately spared one, intending to extract valuable information. Please don't kill me. The surviving masked man quickly knelt in supplication, eager to divulge all he knew. Just then, a blade of air shot through the room. Song Qian, with sharp reflexes, spun around to evade it. Unfortunately, the kneeling masked man was too slow to react, and the blade pierced his skull, leaving him lifeless. Damn it, Song Qian cursed, realizing he was on the verge of uncovering the mastermind when the opportunity was snatched away. Swish, swish, swish. Unwilling to give up after a missed strike, the hidden assailants loosed several more blades of air. Is that so? You're asking for it. With the 9 dragons devouring Heaven's sword in hand, Song Qian merely raised his arm and severed the incoming blades effortlessly, catching the blades' tips between his fingers. He infused them with spiritual energy and flung them back toward the direction from which they came. The blade tip, like a streak of light, struck down one of the concealed assailants before they could dodge. Thud! A body fell from the ceiling, revealing the one who had attempted to assassinate him. Not good, Jasmine. Realizing he had been ambushed, Song Qian feared for Jasmine's safety in Room 1. He hastily cleared the battlefield, changed into a new robe, and rushed to Room 1. Upon pushing the door open, he found Jasmine's absence and signs of a struggle within the room. Clearly, she had been taken. Damn it! Which faction is behind this? Song Qian seethed in anger, slamming his palm onto the wooden table. Crack! The heavy and robust wooden table could not withstand the force of his fury, splintering into pieces. Just then, a flying dagger shot out from behind the screen, aimed directly at his heart. Again, with his keen hearing, Song Qian extended his left hand, deftly catching the dagger between his fingers. Utilizing their own weapon against them, he hurled the dagger back, not at the assailant's heart, but at their feet. Puffed. The hidden assassin, caught off guard, felt the dagger pierce their left foot. Who sent you? To prevent another instance of silencing, Song Qian enveloped the entire room with his spiritual energy, ensuring no one could sneak up on him before he approached the assailant. If I tell you the truth, will you spare my life? The assassin, trembling at the sight of Song Qian's murderous aura, regretted taking on such a task. I have no patience for negotiations. Song Qian raised the 9 dragons devouring Heaven's sword, pressing it against the assassin's throat. Gulp! Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the sword's tip, the assassin swallowed hard. Please, don't be angry. I'll tell you everything. We were sent by Master Pao Nyo to lay in wait at this tavern. Pao Nyo? That detestable old fool, Song Qian seethed. Where is he now? In the Black Fiend sect's council hall, the assassin replied. And Jasmine? Where have you taken her? According to the master's orders, she should also be sent back to the Black Fiend sect for him to handle. Swish, with the answers in hand, Song Qian's sword fell without hesitation. Didn't you say you would let me go? The assassin's head rolled to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. How could one who had become an assassin still harbor such naive dreams? Just moments ago, the assassin had hidden behind the screen, launching a sneak attack. If it weren't for Song Qian's exceptional hearing, the outcome would have been dire. With no intention of letting a cold-blooded killer escape, Song Qian stripped the assassin of their clothing, returned to the front desk to check out, and hastened toward the Black Fiend sect. The Black Fiend sect's council hall. The steward of the sect sat at the head of the table. flanked by Master Paonyo and Nangong Xiaoyun. Following them were representatives from the East Jun Mansion, lined up in rows, numbering a dozen or more. Hey, do you think that masked person was Song Qian? The first prodigy of the former Xianyuan dynasty? Nangong Xiaoyun inquired of the East Jun Mansion representatives. Indeed, Song Qian infiltrated our East Jun Mansion 2 days ago, stealing not only our treasured items, but also an entire collection of valuable paintings and ancient texts. The speaker, known as Dongfang, is a direct elder of the Dongjun Manor and the commander dispatched by Dongjun to investigate Song Qian. However, how can you be certain that this individual is indeed Song Qian? He is wearing a mask, obscuring his face entirely. Nangong Xiaoyun shook her head, still skeptical of the claims made by the other party. Miss Nangong, do you still recall the covenant of the heavens that Song Qian presented during your wager? Dongfang inquired after a moment of contemplation. I remember. When I asked him where the item came from, he deceived me, claiming it was pilfered from someone else's study. Nangong Xiaoyun recollected. He did not deceive you. The covenant of the heavens indeed originated from my family's study. Such treasures, like the covenant of the heavens, which can summon heavenly tribulations, are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Shangchuan dynasty. Thus, Dongfang and his companions concluded that the silver-masked figure must be Song Qian. All right, enough bickering. You two, haven't we already sent people to ambush Song Qian? I estimate the time should be nearly right. Once he is brought to this council hall, everything will be clarified, said Paonyu, stepping in to halt the ongoing dispute between Nangong and Dongfang. Let us make this clear. The 5th-tier spiritual treasure will belong to my Haisha Taoist Hall. Nangong Xiaoyun and Paonyu shall reclaim their treasures, while the individual will be handed over to the Dongfang brothers for resolution. To prevent any disputes over the spoils, the supervising elder of the Haisha Taoist Hall reiterated the division. Understood. Clear. Acknowledged. The 3 factions unanimously assured there would be no issues. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Enter. With a click, the hall door swung open, and a dark figure stepped inside. Have you captured Song Qian? Paonyu, observing the visitor's attire, assumed it was one of the assassins he had dispatched. Reporting to the master. We have indeed captured him. The newcomer, head bowed, with long, black hair obscuring his visage, rasped, this was found on him. Please take a look with that. He presented an exquisite jade pendant with both hands, gathering spirit jade. Upon seeing this, Paonia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quickly, bring it here. The newcomer said nothing further but silently approached and offered the gathering spirit jade. Taking the pendant and examining it closely, Paonyu exclaimed with elation. This truly is my gathering spirit jade. The recovery of the gathering spirit jade signifies that Song Qian has indeed fallen into our grasp, and I shall finally reclaim the purple extreme pure flame that I lost. Paonyu was genuinely overjoyed, patting the newcomer on the shoulder. What is your name, young man? I must reward you handsomely. My name is Song Qian. Before the words had left his lips, the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword was already unsheathed. Its blade glimmering like frost, exuding a chilling aura. Faced with this sudden strike, Paonyu was taken aback, horrified. This is the Haisha Taoist Hall. Do not act recklessly, sensing the lethal intent from the opponent, yet refraining from striking. Paonyu believed Song Qian was intimidated. With a swift motion, the sword's tip, which had merely been poised at his neck, swiftly descended, and in an instant, a flash of crimson crossed the spectator's eyes as Paonia's left shoulder was severed. Ah! Paonyu let out a heart-wrenching scream. My arm, it's gone. The unexpected scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. Song Qian, when there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread, yet when hell has no door, you come uninvited. Recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Dongfang could no longer remain passive and drew his weapon. Nangong Xiaoyun remained silent, but quietly unsheathed her formation pin. Only the overseeing elder of the Taoist Hall sat in the main seat, observing everything unfold below without even bothering to lift his eyelids. You are Dongfang, the 3rd elder of Dongjun Manor? Song Qian recognized Dongfang. Since you still recognize me, quickly return the treasures of my Dongjun Manor. Given that we are both from Dongjun Ancient City, I can spare your life. Dongfang began to persuade him, hoping to capture Song Qian without bloodshed. We shall discuss our previous matters later. Song Qian ignored Dongfang, turning his attention to Paonyu. Old fool, where have you taken Jasmine? Damn your grandparent. Feeling the pain in his arm, Paonyu erupted in fury at Song Qian's inquiry. You first seized my and crippled my spirit jade. And now you sever my arm, ruining my future. I swear here that I shall never coexist with you. Song Qian, old fool, open your eyes and see clearly who the sword wielder is. Upon hearing this, Song Qian doubted whether the old man had lost his mind, still daring to threaten him with a blade at his throat. Kill. If you have the courage, then do it. Confronted by death, Peoniu displayed no fear. With his arms severed, he could no longer employ the Pausher sword technique, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Rather than live in humiliation, he would prefer to die with dignity. Drawing a breath, Song Qian inhaled deeply, taken aback by the old man's unwavering resolve, unafraid even of death. Thus, to extract Jasmine's whereabouts, he would have to resort to some coercive measures. With a thought, a cluster of purple flames ignited at the tip of his finger. Impossible! It has scarcely been a while since you acquired the purple extreme pure flame, and you have already tamed it? Peoniu exclaimed in shock. The purple extreme pure flame is a formidable fire that ranks on the list of celestial. Taming it is exceedingly challenging. It took Peoniu a decade of arduous effort to barely subdue it. What do you care? Song Qian replied. He was aware of the difficulties in taming, and had initially prepared to spend 3 months on the endeavor. However, to his astonishment, the supreme divine sword meridian within him detected the restless purple extreme pure flame and merely released a wisp of sword energy, causing the flames to submit obediently. What do you intend to do? Observing the wicked grin on Song Qian's face as he toyed with a wave of foreboding surged within Peoniu. Did you not just claim you were unafraid of death? Song Qian's lips curled into a malevolent smile. Then I shall make you wish for life, yet find none. Purple extreme pure flame. Go. With a command, the flames transformed into a streak of light, instantly soaring into Peoniu's body. The purple extreme pure flame rampaged within him, scorching through his meridians and bones, causing Peoniu to writhe on the ground, wailing incessantly. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Xiaoyun felt a pang of pity and contemplated intervening. Yet, upon reflection, her peak first realm cultivation might not withstand even a single strike from Song Qian. Observing the 2 third-realm powerhouses coldly watching Peoniu's suffering, with no sign of intervention, they thought to themselves, with one less Peoniu, they could acquire more or another gathering spirit jade, which would be quite delightful. After weighing her options, Nangong Xiaoyun ultimately chose to refrain from intervening, opting to observe the developments. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will say anything. I saw that the girl had excellent qualifications, so I intended to give her to the son of Shatian. Cheyenne as a furnace cauldron, he revealed. They are within this Haisha Daoist hall. I have said all I needed to say. Please spare me. A furnace cauldron. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was filled with rage. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly executed a fatal strike, cleaving Peoniu in half. If he were to show mercy towards such a beast, it would be an affront to his identity as a sword cultivator. Having dealt with Peoniu, Song Qian retracted the purple extreme pure flame and turned to leave. You think you can simply leave after killing someone? You truly do not regard us at all. The supervising elder rose from his seat, casting a glance at Dongfang, signaling him to block the exit. I do not wish to kill. Step aside now, and I will spare your lives. Song Qian, anxious for Jasmine's safety, did not want to waste any more time. Song Qian, do you still think you are the unrivaled prodigy of Shangshuan from back in the day, suppressing the entire Dongjun ancient city? Dongfang mocked. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation should merely be mid-second realm. The supervising elder squinted. Both of us are early third realm powerhouses. What confidence do you possess to utter such nonsense about sparing our lives? As the two closed in, Song Qian's gaze gradually turned frigid. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword in his hand seemed to sense its master's fury, emitting 3 resounding sword cries that echoed throughout the entire council hall. If Jasmine is sullied by your young master, I will drag your entire Haisha Daoist hall to the grave with me. Though Song Qian's voice was not loud, it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Chapter 21. 1 against 3. You have quite the audacity, boy. Receive my palm, breaking waves and soaring sky. The supervising elder, incensed, activated his spiritual energy and unleashed his signature move, the third-tier palm technique, Tsunami Palm. The palm wind instantly ravaged the entire hall, and those present could vaguely sense a pressure akin to a towering wave. Is this all you have? Song Qian scoffed, lifting the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword with a flick, unleashing the second form of the Qishao sword technique. Sword like Qishao, drawing on the spiritual energy that had undergone 2 refinements within his dantian, he infused it entirely into the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword, then unleashed it through his sword technique, maximizing its lethality. Swish, as if shattered by a colossal wave, the gust of wind from the palm was cleaved by a single sword strike. Although Song Qian had not cultivated his body technique, the dual purifications of the Eastern Monarch's upper celestial energy and the chaotic yin-yang energy had rendered his speed comparable to that of a practitioner employing second-tier body techniques. At this moment, his speed surged to its utmost, and his figure appeared as elusive as a specter. Before the elder in charge could react, the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword had already lunged forth. I granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Prepare to meet your demise. Song Qian bellowed, and with that, the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword descended with a swift slash, clang. Suddenly, a formidable long spear shot in from the right, precisely intercepting the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword. Song Qian, do not forget that I am still here. The assailant was none other than Dongfang, whose mastery of the 3rd-tier body technique, the Spectre Steps, surpassed Song Qian's speed. This allowed him to strike just before the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword could land, saving the elder in charge. Humph! Song Qian let out a cold snort, retracting his sword and retreating several dozen meters to establish a safe distance from the two. Thank you, Brother Dongfang, for your timely assistance. The elder in charge expressed gratefully, acknowledging that without Dongfang's intervention, he would have undoubtedly perished. As a formidable warrior at the initial stage of the 3rd realm, he could hardly fathom being cornered to such an extent by a mid-stage, 2nd realm martial artist. This individual was once the pinnacle genius of the upper celestial realm. Although he had since undergone a rebirth, he remained formidable. Being a resident of the Eastern Monarch ancient city, Dongfang had witnessed Song Qian at his peak, which is why he approached the situation with such caution. Let us join forces. 2 against 1 will increase our chances of victory. Agreed. The elder nodded in affirmation. What significance is there in the alliance of mere chickens and dogs? Song Qian remarked with a slight shake of his head. Heh, Dongfang sneered. You are overly arrogant, young one. The collaboration of 2 third-realm powerhouses is far more than a simple sum of 1 and 1. Is that so? Song Qian arched an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Just watch closely. Dongfang and the elder exchanged a glance before each summoned their respective martial veins, merging their energies and unveiling their martial vein supernatural abilities. Martial vein supernatural abilities? Song Qian paused momentarily. In the world, myriad martial veins existed, yet only a scant few possessed the unique characteristics to give rise to martial vein supernatural abilities. These supernatural abilities resembled martial arts but surpassed them in potency, since 99 of martial arts were derived from countless martial vein supernatural abilities. For instance, the Crimson Cloud Sword technique was born from the supernatural ability of the Crimson Cloud martial vein. Those unique martial veins capable of evolving into supernatural abilities were considered exceptional even among martial veins of the same tier. Song Qian's former Xian-Yang martial vein was indeed a special martial vein, and the supernatural abilities derived from it were comparable to 5th-tier martial arts. In contrast, Dongfang and the elder's martial veins, the twin-headed spirit serpent and the 3-inch golden palm, respectively, were merely of lower yellow-tier quality, not classified as special martial veins. Logically, they should lack the ability to generate supernatural abilities. However, there existed a secret technique known as the martial vein fusion supernatural ability, which allowed 2 or more third-realm powerhouses to infuse their vast energies into a single individual, temporarily enhancing their martial vein to the point of manifesting the supernatural ability. A beam of golden light shot skyward as the twin-headed spirit serpent martial vein behind Dongfang radiated with brilliance. Clearly, with the elder's infusion of energy, Dongfang's martial vein temporarily acquired the ability to unleash a supernatural ability. Martial vein supernatural ability. Divine Serpent's tail sweep, Dongfang roared, and the ethereal silhouette of the twin-headed spirit serpent appeared almost corporeal. Swish, a tail glowing with azure light swept towards Song Qian. Just as Song Qian attempted to leap to evade, intricate runes suddenly materialized beneath his feet, binding his legs tightly to formation. Song Qian turned to see Nangong Xiaoyun lurking in the corner. Wielding an array pin and reciting incantations in terms of martial prowess, I may not match you, Nangong Xiaoyun declared with an air of pride, but do not forget, I am known as the array little genius. A proper mid-stage first realm array master. Ha ha ha. Observing this scene, the elder in charge laughed heartily. Young man, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. Sighing, Dongfang shook his head, lamenting. Once the top genius of the upper celestial realm, today he shall meet his end right here. What a pity. Faced with the twin-headed spirit serpent's martial vein supernatural ability and the array confinement from Nangong Xiaoyun, the situation appeared dire for Song Qian. Yet, he retorted nonchalantly, is that so? With a swift motion, he produced the Xian Zhen Dao pin, pointing it in midair. Accompanied by the eruption of his 10th-tier spiritual energy, Nangong Xiaoyun's array crumbled as if made of paper. With the array shattered, Nangong Xiaoyun suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her expression turning to one of terror as she gazed at Song Qian. You possess 10th-tier spiritual energy. Ignoring Nangong Xiaoyun's astonishment, Song Qian remained impassive as he regarded the sweeping serpent's tail. The martial vein supernatural ability truly that formidable? Receive my sword, 9 heavens shocking spirit. As the supreme sword technique was unleashed, a blinding beam of white light erupted from the sword's tip, boom. With a resounding crash, the once mighty silhouette of the twin-headed spirit serpent was instantly obliterated by the sword energy. The martial vein and the martial artist were inextricably linked. If one prospered, so did the other, and vice versa. With Song Qian's sword cleaving the two serpents, Dongfang coughed up blood, sent flying backward. The elder, having lent all his energy to Dongfang, was similarly affected, hurtling backward alongside him for several dozen meters. In this battle, Song Qian had triumphed over 3 adversaries, achieving absolute victory. With a single sword strike, he had defeated 2 third-realm powerhouses, and his cultivation had been restored. The former top genius of the upper celestial realm had truly returned. Is it too late for us to flee now? Seeing this scene, the dozens of individuals from the Eastern Monarch's residence lost all fighting spirit, scattering like birds and beasts. I had warned you not to meddle in this matter. Yet you not only ignored my counsel but also sought to intervene. Song Qian paid no heed to the fleeing crowd, instead approaching Dongfang and the elder, stating, the outcome you face today is entirely self-inflicted. With a swing of the 9 dragons devouring the heaven sword, the 2 third-realm powerhouses fell, blood spilling upon the ground. Pray tell, where is the room of young Master Sha Yun? Song Qian inquired of a passing servant. The Black Sha Dojo spanned over 10,000 miles, housing no fewer than 10,000 rooms. Without guidance, locating a specific chamber would consume considerable time. You must be new here. The 36 rooms in the western courtyard are all the young master's quarters. The servant replied. Swish, upon receiving the answer, Song Qian unleashed his utmost speed, dashing toward the western courtyard. Meanwhile, within the 36 rooms of the western courtyard. Not bad. It seems your master is quite attentive. Observing the jasmine brought by the servant, Sha Yun's appreciation grew. With this, my yin-yang cultivation technique is just a virgin away from completion. Return and inform the master that this gift pleases me greatly. I shall certainly pay a visit next time. The servant complied, promptly exiting the room to avoid interrupting the matter at hand. Do not come near me. Jasmine curled up on the bed, her limbs bound, gazing at the lascivious Sha Yun with utmost terror. Rest assured, little girl, I shall treat your first time with care, ensuring it is devoid of pain, Sha Yun proclaimed, rubbing his hands eagerly while licking his cracked lips, clearly unable to contain his anticipation. Knock, knock. By a stroke of misfortune, a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Apologies, young master. The master instructed us to deliver a woman to you, along with a treasured item, which I momentarily forgot. The voice of the servant came from the door. I am truly exasperated by your incompetence. Forgetting to deliver an item is inexcusable. Sha Yun, visibly annoyed, approached the door. Swish! The instant the door swung open, he was met not with a treasured item, but rather a gleaming sword. Ugh! Sha Yun's pupils dilated in shock. Due to the speed of the strike and the proximity, he had no time to evade, and could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced his body. Clang! The sword tip penetrated his garments, as if encountering something solid, producing a piercing sound. Yet it could advance no further, 5th tier soft armor. Song Qian exclaimed in astonishment. To withstand the assault of the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword. At the very least, 5th tier soft armor was required. Remarkably, the Black Sha Dojo harbored no 5th realm powerhouses, yet possessed a piece of 5th tier soft armor. How peculiar! 5th tier spiritual treasure. Sha Yun gazed at the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword in Song Qian's grasp. Equally astonished. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the Black Sha Dojo with murderous intent? Having regained his composure, Sha Yun drew a 3rd tier dagger from his sleeve, deflecting the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword. Hand over Jasmine, and I shall spare your life. Song Qian enveloped the entire room with his spiritual energy, soon discovering Jasmine curled up on the bed, her clothing still intact. Jasmine? Who is that? Sha Yun, unaware of Jasmine's name, inquired, Is there someone else in this room? Aside from myself and the furnace, there is no one else. Sha Yun replied truthfully. However, he quickly realized, I understand now. You are here to rescue her. Song Qian. Hearing the familiar voice, Jasmine hastily poked her head out from behind the bed curtains. Song Qian nodded at Jasmine, signaling her not to fear. I have come to rescue you. Rescue? Upon hearing this, Sha Yun laughed derisively. With your mid-stage 2nd realm cultivation, you think you can take her from me? You must be dreaming. With that, Sha Yun revealed his cultivation level, which was astonishingly mid-stage 3rd realm. Compared to the elder in charge and the 2 from the east, he possesses an additional minor realm of strength. At just over 20 years of age, such cultivation can only be described as the brilliance of youth. What a nuisance. Let us engage. Song Qian fully understood that this battle was inevitable. Further words would be of no use, and it would be better to demonstrate one's true skills. You, young man, are quite impressive. Sha Yun suddenly praised as he observed Song Qian's fierce battle intent. Among the cultivators under 25 in the City of War, none have heard my name without trembling in fear. You are the first to dare engage me after witnessing my prowess. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine. Despite a fleeting sense of familiarity, Sha Yun could not recall where he had seen Song Qian before. Here is the deal. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall release that woman. What do you say? 3 moves? As you wish, Song Qian replied thoughtfully. The first technique of the Black Sha Ghost Blade. Unmatched malevolence. Upon hearing Song Qian's agreement, Sha Yun wasted no time, brandishing a short blade and launching himself at Song Qian. The Black Sha Ghost Blade, a prestigious 4th tier weapon, could transform spiritual energy into formidable malevolence, a signature technique of the Black Sha sect. Malevolence enveloped the surroundings, particularly coalescing into a ghostly visage atop the blade, indicating that Sha Yun had already mastered the technique. If you cannot withstand this move, that woman will belong to me. Sha Yun noticed that Song Qian remained unperturbed by his lethal strike. Was he contemplating surrender? However, Sha Yun had underestimated Song Qian. He was not considering defeat, but rather seeking an opening to exploit. Upon finding a flaw, Song Qian's lips curled into a slight smirk. With the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword in hand, he softly chanted, Supreme Sword Art. 9 heavens shocking the gods. The sword tip shimmered with a cold radiance, reminiscent of starlight descending from the heavens. Accompanied by a chilling supreme sword aura, it surged towards Sha Yun in an instant. It reached Sha Yun's front. The so-called overwhelmingly potent malevolence was utterly insignificant before the supreme sword aura. In but a moment, it was shattered to pieces. The ghostly visage atop the short blade was pierced through by the sword's icy gleam. With a swish, a sound of air being sliced echoed past Sha Yun's ear. Severing a lock of his dark hair, gulping, Sha Yun narrowly escaped death inside. What a formidable sword technique! Had the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword been even slightly misaligned, Sha Yun's head would have surely parted ways with his body. I concede. Song Qian sheathed his sword and clasped his hands in respect. Song Qian was not one to revel in slaughter. Since Sha Yun bore no murderous intent towards him, he had no desire to eradicate him completely. Heh, Sha Yun chuckled self-deprecatingly. I had initially thought that if you could withstand 3 of my moves, I would release her, but instead, the tables have turned, and I nearly fell victim to your sword. Go find your companion. She is resting on the bed. Song Qian stepped forward and untied the ropes binding Emoli. Are you all right? As soon as the ropes fell away, Emoli leaped into Song Qian's embrace. exclaiming, "I was so scared, truly terrified." Feeling the warmth of her tears soaking into his chest, Song Qian furrowed his brow and glared at Sha Yun. Hey, 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 this has nothing to do with me. I didn't even lay a finger on her. Sensing the murderous intent in Song Qian's gaze, Sha Yun quickly raised his hands in surrender. Redirecting his attention, Song Qian gently stroked Mo Li's back, comforting her, "Do not fear. I am here. Song Qian, you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Mo Li looked up, her delicate face streaked with tears. This question felt strangely familiar to Song Qian. He recalled someone had asked him something similar before and had even stabbed him in the back. To prevent a repeat of that tragedy, he merely responded with a smile. Chapter 22. The Martial Market. You have taken a life. As they walked through the streets, Mo Li caught the scent of blood on Song Qian. Yes, Song Qian nodded. I in my rush to save you. A few rabid dogs leaped out to block my path, and I had no choice but to eliminate them. What were their backgrounds? Should we expect retaliation? Upon hearing that he had killed for her, warmth flooded Mo Li's heart. Flee. Song Qian did not elaborate, simply uttering a single word. The city of war was already on the frontier. If they were to escape, Mo Li pondered calmly, we would have to head north into the barbarian territories. Entering the barbarian lands as cultivators was akin to walking into the jaws of a wolf. It was a guaranteed one-way trip. Song Qian shook his head, dismissing the idea of heading north. Let us consider other options. What are you two contemplating over here? Would you like us to assist you in brainstorming? At that moment, an incongruous voice chimed from above. Song Qian looked up to find themselves surrounded by thousands of martial artists from various factions, including the Dongjun House, the Pao family, the City Lord's mansion, and the Black Sha sect. Run! Song Qian brandished the Nine Dragons swallowing heaven sword, carving a path through the throng, leading Mo Li towards the busiest street. Run! The 4 city gates of the City of War have already been shut. Where can you flee? A loud laugh erupted as pursuers followed in the direction Song Qian had fled. With the enhancements of the 9 Dragons swallowing heaven sword, the supreme sword art, and spiritual energy, Song Qian had the strength to slay those at the third realm. However, against over 1,000 martial artists, even he could only resort to the prudent strategy of retreat. Though most of the opponents were weak, consisting of first and second realm practitioners, their overwhelming numbers could easily drown any single adversary. I have an idea. As they dashed through the crowd, Mo Li suddenly clapped her hands in excitement. What have you thought of? Song Qian inquired. A hiding place. A sly smile graced Mo Li's lips. In that location, even the combined might of the Black Sha sect, the City Lord's mansion, and the Dongjun House would not dare act recklessly. How come I have never heard of such a place in the City of War? Song Qian questioned skeptically. It is called the Black Market, Mo Li replied, revealing a name that hinted at a hidden region. Wherever there is light, there exists darkness. Every ancient city, despite its surface brilliance, harbors secrets in the shadows. Those in the know refer to such places collectively as the Black Market, Mo Li reasoned. Since you major factions control the illuminated areas, I shall tread a path contrary to yours, eschewing the light and embracing the dark. Old Taoist, do you know the way to the Black Market? You heard wrong. We are lost, Song Qian admitted. It wouldn't be accurate to say they were lost. Rather, the Black Market was a peculiar entity that typically did not appear on maps. Being newcomers, they had no choice but to seek guidance from others. Just then, beneath a crooked tree, lay a shabby old Taoist, half-heartedly chewing on a dog leg. Is it time to eat? The old Taoist murmured, blinking awake. It is not meal time. I was asking if you know the way to the Black Market. With his mind operating at the 10th level of spiritual acuity, Song Qian's keen observations revealed that despite his ragged appearance, the old Taoist was surrounded by wisps of martial energy. Such a presence indicated that he was likely a powerful figure, perhaps a grand elder of some sect. Taking a leisurely stroll in the mortal realm. Do not disturb me if it isn't mealtime. I haven't had enough sleep, the old Taoist grumbled, rolling over. How about this? Tell me the way to the Black Market, and I will bring you whatever you desire to eat. Knowing the old Taoist was no ordinary figure, Song Qian was certain he possessed knowledge of the Black Market. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, and roasted duck. 108 dishes in total. If you can procure them all for me, I might consider your request, the old Taoist replied, his excitement palpable. Song Qian's face fell. 108 dishes were far too much even for a banquet. Yet, to enter the black market and secure a chance at survival, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Half an hour later, Song Qian and Emily returned with the promised 108 dishes, even bringing a table along. Oh ho! Impressive, young man. The old Taoist, suddenly energized by the sight of the dishes, leaped onto the table and began devouring the food with astonishing vigor. Song Qian vowed he had never witnessed such a primitive yet transcendent way of consuming food. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 108 dishes had vanished. After finishing his meal, the old Taoist kept his word, gesturing in a direction for Song Qian. Then he promptly lay down again, mumbling, "Eat, then sleep. Sleep, then eat. Such is the greatest fortune in life. Old Taoist, that 108 dishes cost me over 100 spirit stones. You cannot simply point me in a random direction and expect me to be satisfied." Song Qian harbored grave doubts about the other party's directions, as he had just come from that area. Not to mention the black market, there wasn't even a single strand of hair to be found. The old man was confident in his assertion, insisting he was certainly correct. Unable to argue further, Song Qian could only proceed in the direction indicated by the old man to investigate. "You stay here and do not move. I will go ahead to take a look. If I don't find the entrance to the black market, you are finished. Once we arrive, mention my name, and they will give you a discount." The old man dismissed Song Qian's threat entirely and rolled over to sleep soundly. "Wait a moment. That boy just asked me whether the place was a black market or a martial market." After a brief pause, the old man suddenly awoke, but quickly returned to his normal demeanor, thinking it was of no consequence where young people chose to go. Meanwhile, Song Qian and his companion, following the old man's directions, astonishingly found a highly concealed entrance. They entered together, and immediately a teleportation array emerged beneath their feet. Whoosh! In the next instant, they were transported to an underground city, bustling and vibrant, its liveliness rivaling that of the ancient city of Zhantian. "Is this the black market of Zhantian? It is magnificently splendid." Song Qian was somewhat taken aback, considering he had previously visited the black market of Dongjun, a place so dismal that even dogs would shake their heads at it. "Who dares to intrude upon the martial market?" Two armored soldiers approached Song Qian and his companion, their expressions cold as they inquired, "My name is Qian Song, and this is my sister. We have just arrived here to seek a suitable treasure." To be cautious, Song Qian adopted a different name, fabricating an excuse that did not involve being pursued by enemies. The longevity of the black market's operation stemmed from the multitude of desperate individuals who came to trade in illicit goods. Weapons, techniques, and martial arts could all be found in the black market, generally of decent quality. To buy weapons in the martial market? Are you jesting? The soldiers regarded Song Qian with an expression akin to that of a fool. Martial market? Wait, is this not the black market? In recent years, due to repeated incursions by barbarian tribes, the reigning emperor decreed the establishment of 9 martial markets within the 9 ancient cities to cultivate military strength against the barbarians. To enter the martial market for training, one must first have the recommendation of an official of 3rd rank or higher, followed by passing an entrance examination, which was notoriously difficult. Song Qian never anticipated that by asking the old man for directions to the black market, he would be led directly to the martial market. "Pardon me, gentlemen, we initially intended to go to the black market, but were deceived by an old Taoist to come here. We shall take our leave now." "Wait!" One soldier raised his hand to interrupt Song Qian. "You claim you were recommended by the old Taoist?" No, not recommended, deceived." Song Qian corrected him. The soldiers exchanged glances, understanding that this matter was not simple. "Should we report this to the general? Is that even a question? If the old Taoist sent them, we should certainly report it to the Grand General, not to you." "Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The martial market was directly under the emperor's jurisdiction, and Song Qian had no desire to linger. Cough, cough. The soldier, upon hearing this, turned and feigned seriousness. "Your situation is rather special. We must report to the Grand General. Please wait here a moment." "What makes our situation so special? Even if it were, there would be no need to report to the Grand General." According to Song Qian's knowledge, the Grand General referred to by the soldiers was the highest authority of this martial market, the foremost defender against the barbarian tribes of the Shangxuan dynasty, revered as the god of war, Wei Long. "You keep an eye on him. I shall be right back." The two soldiers completely ignored Song Qian, engrossed in their own tasks. "Excuse me, I am quite busy and have no time to waste here with you. Song Qian felt somewhat exasperated, pondering why they needed to report to the general when he had committed no offense. Moreover, the martial market was not the same as the black market. The formidable powers within the city could easily extend their reach here. If the people from the Haisha Daoist Hall discovered Song Qian and his companion hiding in the martial market, they could simply block the only teleportation array, leaving them trapped like fish in a barrel, awaiting capture. Seeing you so anxious, it seems you are in a hurry to buy weapons. You two aren't being pursued, are you? The soldier, having guarded the martial market for many years, was adept at reading people and could tell at a glance that they were being hunted. Huh. Is it that obvious? Song Qian was taken aback. Ha ha. The soldier laughed upon noticing his reaction. If you are evading enemies, why must you go to the black market? Our martial market can equally ensure your safety. Really? Song Qian expressed skepticism. Absolutely. The martial market was established personally by His Majesty as a talent reserve. What kind of fool would dare come here to capture people? The soldier pounded his chest in assurance. What if I have offended powers like the Dongjun Mansion, the City Lord's Mansion, the Haisha Daoist Hall, and the Pao family? Song Qian continued, I see you have quite a few enemies. The soldier was surprised, not expecting the young man before him to have offended so many factions, which explained his desire to seek refuge in the black market. However, you need not worry. Even if all the powers you mentioned banded together, they would not dare to cause trouble in the martial market. What if? Song Qian had more questions, but at that moment, the soldier who had gone to report to the Grand General returned. How did it go? What did the Grand General say? The Grand General does not believe you were recommended by the old Taoist and wishes us to bring you before him for a personal assessment. Following this, Song Qian and his companion were escorted by the two soldiers to a magnificent pavilion adorned in gold and splendor. Heavenly Court. Song Qian gazed at the plaque above the pavilion, where the characters for Heavenly Court were inscribed, exuding an air of authority. 3 years prior, the Grand General had led an army of 100,000 to defeat the barbarian royal family, much to the delight of the emperor, who bestowed the title Tianwu upon him. The pavilion where the Tianwu general resided was aptly named Heavenly Court. What could be amiss with that? The soldier glanced at Song Qian and elaborated. The name Tianwu general also carries a certain majesty. Song Qian nodded, harboring admiration for this legendary general. It was well known that in the past several decades, the barbarian tribes had clashed with the Shangchuan dynasty hundreds of times, each encounter ending in the dynasty's defeat, ultimately resulting in territorial concessions and reparations. It was not until a decade ago that General Wei Long emerged, delivering a lightning-fast strike that caught the barbarians off guard, allowing the Shangchuan dynasty to gradually regain its strength. Upon entering the Heavenly Court, the interior was even more lavish, with golden floors, crystal stairs, and walls embedded with spirit stones for illumination. Even someone like Song Qian, who had seen grand sights, could not help but exclaim, even the imperial palace does not possess such opulence. Money is but an external possession. The general values it no more than dirt. The soldier continued to explain, the general is wealthy and indulgent. I have no objections. Song Qian outwardly concurred, while inwardly he discerned some unusual elements. Gold represented the element of metal in the 5 elements, crystal represented water, and spirit stones represented earth. This was clearly a large-scale seal array of the 5 elements. Beneath this extravagant heavenly court, something terrifying might be sealed away. All of this was conjecture on Song Qian's part. The true nature of the heavenly court remained to be investigated. Ultimately, Song Qian and his companion were brought before a tightly shut door made of dark iron. Why have we stopped? Have we arrived? Song Qian inquired, observing the 2 soldiers who had come to a halt. Without the general's orders, we cannot open this iron door. Standing before the iron door, the 2 soldiers had shed their earlier jovial demeanor. Adopting a serious countenance, enter. A commanding voice resonated, and the closed iron door swung open. Chapter 23. The White Dragon Cavalry Subordinate pays respects to General Tianwu. The 2 soldiers knelt on one knee, performing the most formal military salute of the dynasty. Young Master Qian Song pays respects to General Tianwu. Young Miss Qianli pays respects to General Tianwu. Song Qian and Emoli inclined their heads slightly to the approaching figure. You may rise. You two indeed carry the aura of the old Taoist. You were truly recommended by him. The Grand General Wei Long, clad in a simple white robe, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped Song Qian and his companion as he approached. It was not a recommendation. We were deceived by that old Taoist. Song Qian replied while activating his supreme divine sword martial vein to counteract the pressure exerted by the general. Deceived? A hint of confusion flickered across the handsome face of General Wei Long. The soldiers beside him hastily leaned in to whisper in his ear. I see. The general nodded. Since you were recommended by the old Taoist, you must be of some merit. You too should report to the White Dragon Cavalry. The White Dragon Cavalry. The soldiers were taken aback. That was the most formidable legion among the 108 military groups in the martial market, absolutely excluding all but the most exceptional talents. You too, take them to register, and then escort them to the White Dragon Cavalry. By the way, kindly inform Li Ao and his gang that there is no need to compete. I have delivered the White Dragon General to them. General Tianwu stood with his arms crossed, his expression one of indifference, as he commanded, "Your orders are acknowledged." The two soldiers lowered their heads, their faces betraying an extraordinary shock within them. The White Dragon Cavalry. And they were indeed generals, brothers. Where are we headed next? Along the way, Song Qian inquired. You two siblings are truly fortunate. Not only are you exempt from the market examination, but you have also been directly parachuted into the White Dragon Cavalry. One soldier spoke, his envy nearly overflowing. Shut your mouth. The individuals within the White Dragon Cavalry are not to be trifled with. Another soldier glanced at Song Qian's frail figure, struggling to fathom what the formidable members of the White Dragon Cavalry would think upon encountering a mere White Dragon general. The White Dragon Cavalry? Is it a truly formidable army? Song Qian pondered in silence. Although he had no prior knowledge, he could discern from the soldiers' unusual expressions that the White Dragon Cavalry was far from ordinary. Within the ancient city, 1,000 warriors had scoured the main thoroughfares of Zhantian ancient city, yet they found no trace of Song Qian and his companion. 2 living beings, having seemingly vanished into thin air. Some expressed disbelief. With the city gates now closed and the confines of Zhantian ancient city not vast, where could they possibly hide? Continue searching, commanded the Grand Elder of the Black Sha Dojo. As thousands of warriors were dispatched once more to seek them out. For the sake of that 5th-tier spiritual treasure, the Black Sha Dojo was truly going all out. Amidst the fog of the market, Song Qian and his companion were entirely unaware that, due to their actions, Zhantian ancient city had descended into chaos. The White Dragon Cavalry has arrived. I shall escort you two siblings no further. From here, you must proceed on your own. Before the White Dragon Cavalry's encampment, the two soldiers stood at the entrance, gesturing for Song Qian and his companion to enter. Why do you both seem so fearful of the White Dragon Cavalry? Jasmine observed their demeanor, wondering if there was something truly fearsome lurking within that made the seasoned soldiers so apprehensive. It's not fear. Rather, the little demons inside are exceptionally intolerant of anyone who is not from the White Dragon Cavalry. Just as one soldier was about to explain, he was interrupted by the other. What is it? Why are you pulling me? The soldier turned, just in time to see a man in black emerging from the barracks. Dragon suppression and tiger subjugation. Why are you two not properly guarding the market gate? What brings you to my White Dragon Cavalry? Are you seeking a beating? The man in black, despite being at the initial stage of the Third Realm, dared to threaten two peak Third Realm warriors. This piqued Song Qian's interest. He was eager to witness what kind of extraordinary prowess the White Dragon Cavalry possessed. Li Kuang, what are you being so arrogant about? You only managed to enter the White Dragon Cavalry by relying on your brother, Li Ao. The soldier named Dragon Suppression could not tolerate Li Kuang's brazen attitude. Having a strong backing is also a testament to my strength. Unlike certain individuals who have been lingering in the market for over a decade and are still nothing more than gatekeepers, Li Kuang wore a smug expression, even as he relied on favoritism. He carried himself with undeniable confidence. Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, you might not comprehend how I earned the title of Dragon Suppression. Provoked, Dragon Suppression rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Li Kuang. Calm down. Tiger Subjugation restrained the soon-to-erupt Dragon Suppression, then retrieved a letter from his bosom. We come today under the orders of the general. Are you so arrogant that you would disregard the general's orders? Li Kuang snorted disdainfully in response, a mere gatekeeper, relying solely on the general's name to flaunt before us in the White Dragon Cavalry. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer, Li Kuang. I am going to sew that filthy mouth of yours shut. Hearing himself referred to as a gatekeeper once more ignited Dragon Suppression's already volatile temper. With a single punch, he aimed directly at Li Kuang's face. Seeking death. A glint of malice flashed in Li Kuang's eyes as he flipped his hand. Producing a dagger as the fist approached, Li Kuang lunged forward with the dagger. Watch out! Tiger Subjugation attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. If that dagger pierced Dragon Suppression's arm, his hand would be rendered useless. With a clang, a metallic clash resonated as Song Qian intervened, channeling spiritual energy into his fingertip to deflect the dagger, averting a bloody catastrophe. Consequently, Dragon Suppression's punch missed Li Kuang, merely grazing his cheek. Dragon Suppression had intended only to intimidate, not to harm. However, Li Kuang's dagger had provoked a genuine risk to his hand. Li Kuang, are you playing for real? Had Song Qian not intervened, Dragon Suppression's hand would have indeed been ruined. This time, Dragon Suppression was genuinely enraged. The Ascending Dragon platform, to sign a life and death agreement. You are at the peak of the Third Realm, while I am merely at the initial stage of the Third Realm. Do you think I am foolish enough to engage in a life and death battle with you? Li Kuang scoffed. I do not possess the same prowess as my brother, able to defeat foes of a higher realm. Attacking one's own kind. Is this the conduct of the White Dragon Cavalry? I truly wonder where your arrogance stems from. Song Qian regarded the individual before him, puzzled as to what gave him the audacity to behave so arrogantly. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the White Dragon Cavalry? Do you seek death? Dragon Suppression and Tiger Subjugation, both peak Third Realm warriors, were disregarded by Li Kuang, let alone Song Qian, who was merely at the mid-second realm. Have you cultivated some body-tempering martial arts to be able to deflect my dagger with your finger? Li Kuang recalled how Song Qian had flicked away his dagger with mere fingertips, marveling at the rarity of such hardiness. What are you? How dare you question me in such a condescending tone? Song Qian did not back down, meeting Li Kuang's arrogance head-on, a mere initial stage of the Third Realm. I need only one sword. You think you can speak to me like that because you are a member of the White Dragon Cavalry? Do you understand the consequences of your words? Li Kuang regarded Song Qian, naively assuming him to be an inexperienced youth unafraid of tigers. Li Kuang, do you know who he is? Dragon Suppression stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Song Qian, daring anyone to speak to him in such a manner. Huh? Li Kuang smirked, filled with disdain. What status could one who associates with two gatekeepers possibly have? Are you suggesting this is your little lapdog? Here to inherit your legacy? Li Kuang laughed heartily, completely disregarding Song Qian. In the next moment, Tiger Subjugation produced a token from his bosom. To see the Tiger Talisman is to see the General. The White Dragon Cavalry is under orders. We are here to escort your newly appointed White Dragon General, Qian Song, for his report. A newly appointed general? You say he is the new White Dragon General? Were it not for Tiger Subjugation holding the General's Tiger Talisman, Li Kuang would never have believed it. The great General Tianwu had actually appointed a mere mid-second realm youth to command the White Dragon Cavalry. The martial market boasted 108 armies, with the original White Dragon Cavalry producing countless prodigies, surpassing the other 107 armies to become the foremost among them. General Wei Long was the inaugural White Dragon General, having gone to the frontier after graduating from the martial market to fight against the barbarian tribes, igniting the first shot in the counteroffensive. Now, having achieved fame and success, the general not only earned the title Tianwu but also commanded the three armies, his name resounding throughout the realm. With such a glorious history, the subsequent White Dragon Cavalry was destined to be exceptional, adhering strictly to the rule of only accepting prodigies, a tradition established by past generals. Now, the great General Tianwu had dispatched a mere youth to command the foremost of the 100 armies. The White Dragon Cavalry. Even though Li Kuang was an ardent admirer of General Wei Long, he could not help but harbor doubts. Li Kuang, do you dare to defy the command? Do you not kneel before the general's token? Dragon Suppression bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the military tents as he seized upon Li Kuang's lack of response. What are you stammering about? Those who defy military orders shall be executed without mercy. Dragon Suppression seized the opportunity to assert his dominance. Come, let us take a trip to the military punishment area. After a moment's hesitation, Li Kuang ultimately chose to kneel on one knee. Cavalryman Li Kuang. Receiving orders, step aside. You overestimate yourself. I asked this command for you to receive. Dragon Suppression kicked him over. We are here to have you pay respects to the new White Dragon General. You. Li Kuang, having been kicked, seethed with rage. Had it not been for the tiger talisman, he would have recklessly engaged in a confrontation. You dare not kneel before the general, and I am being generous by merely kicking you. Taking advantage of his own righteousness, dragon suppression began to provoke Li Kuang further. What, are you not satisfied? Should I let you kick me back, and then you can join me in the military punishment area to face your crimes? Ignoring the general deserves at least 100 lashes. If I don't break you, I will write dragon suppression backwards. The punishment sticks of the military punishment office are not to be compared with the bureaucratic institutions of the outside world. A single strike from such a stick could send shivers through one's very soul. An ordinary martial artist might endure a maximum of 10 strikes before suffering severe injuries and spitting blood. At the mention of this, Li Kuang felt a jolt of fear, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as he involuntarily swallowed hard. He had witnessed the punishment stick's effect firsthand. A formidable warrior from the Four Realms had collapsed after enduring over 70 strikes, only to spend more than a year recuperating at home before he could walk again. If he were to receive a full 100 strikes, it would be a miracle if he did not end up crippled, and merely surviving would be considered fortunate. As a cavalryman, Li Kuang had seen the White Dragon General in action. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to submit, bowing deeply before Song Qian. Heh, you think you can challenge me? You're nowhere near my level. Having vented his frustrations, Zhang Long felt a sense of relief. But this was just the beginning. Speak up. Haven't you eaten? Who is this watchdog daring to cause a ruckus in the White Dragon Cavalry? Are you tired of living? At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out, and the crowd turned to see a group of individuals emerging from the White Dragon Cavalry's tent. Though they were relatively young, their power was astonishing, each one at least a beginner in the third realm, with the strongest among them having reached half-step into the fourth realm. Li Ao, Sun Ba, Zhang Xiong. These were the elite of the White Dragon Cavalry, their prowess surpassing even that of the two accompanying Zhang Long. Oh no, Li Ao and the others have all come out. Zhang Long whispered, should we retreat? He was unaware that it was his own shout that had summoned Li Ao and his companions. Retreat? We hold the Tiger Talisman. Do you think they would dare act against us? Fu Hu signaled Zhang Long to remain calm, asserting that the Tiger Talisman was akin to the presence of a general, and no one in the martial city would dare show disrespect to a general. It was indeed fortuitous that Li Ao and his companions appeared just as Li Kuang was kneeling. Little Kuang, what is the meaning of this? Li Ao's gaze turned lethal as he beheld his younger brother forced to kneel. You arrived just in time, saving us the trouble of entering further. Fu Hu raised the Tiger Talisman once more, declaring, with the Tiger Talisman in hand, the White Dragon Cavalry is at your command. At that moment, as the talisman was revealed, not a single one of Li Ao's group hesitated. They immediately knelt down in reverence. Seeing the Tiger Talisman is akin to seeing the general. That is the proper response, unlike certain individuals who fail to bow before the talisman and refuse to kneel before the general, a true rebel. Zhang Long's words dripped with sarcasm aimed at Li Kuang. Enough of your nonsense, Zhang Long. Don't use the Tiger Talisman as a banner. Li Kuang snapped, genuinely furious. He had not anticipated Zhang Long's relentless vendetta against him. Despite his attempts to concede, Zhang Long continued to attack him verbally, leaving no room for retreat. If you push me too far, I won't care about the consequences and will make sure you find yourself in dire straits. Smack! Before Li Kuang could finish his brash declaration, Li Ao appeared behind him, forcefully pressing his head down to the ground. My younger brother has not been properly disciplined. I apologize for the disturbance. Everyone. Li Ao forced a smile that lacked sincerity, then lifted Li Kuang's head, saying, now, apologize to everyone, and let this matter rest, sorry. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from his elder brother, even Li Kuang could not help but shudder. Hastily offering his apology, I hope the esteemed ones can accept my foolish brother's apology. Li Ao wore a disingenuous smile, and anyone could see that this proud figure was genuinely enraged. Chapter 24. The White Dragon General. Zhang Long and Fu Hu exchanged glances, their hearts racing. They had not anticipated that this legendary prodigy would be so ruthless, showing no mercy even to his own brother. It was unfathomable. If they were to fall into his hands, the consequences would surely be 100-fold more severe than this. Ahem. Let's set aside your personal matters for now. You mentioned a meeting with the general? Is the Grand General also present? Sun Ba and Zhang Xiong stepped forward. inquiring whether the Grand General had appointed the White Dragon General. Indeed, we have come to bring this brother Qian Song and sister Qian Li into the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. And also, wait, a short figure interrupted Fu Hu, pointing disdainfully at the two individuals. With their early Second Realm and mid-Second Realm cultivation, do they even qualify to join the White Dragon Cavalry? The White Dragon Cavalry only accepts prodigies. This has been the rule established by past White Dragon generals. The short man sneered at Song Qian. You don't belong here. Return to where you came from. Prodigy? Song Qian chuckled at the remark. What martial vein do you possess that deems me unworthy? He never imagined he would be so openly ridiculed for his talent. Setting aside the fact that he possessed the supreme divine sword martial vein, even his previous Earth-grade low-tier Xian Yang martial vein was unparalleled throughout the entire Shang Xian dynasty. Earth-grade mid-tier, Thunder Leopard martial vein. The short man boasted proudly, declaring that even within the White Dragon Cavalry, it was considered exceptional. Heh. Hearing this, Song Qian laughed. Is the Thunder Leopard martial vein truly strong? If you were boasting about an Earth-grade mid-tier Thunderstorm martial vein, your arrogance would be somewhat understandable. But to claim such with a mere Earth-grade mid-tier Thunder Leopard martial vein is utterly ridiculous. The difference between the Thunderstorm and Thunder Leopard martial veins was but a single character. Yet in terms of talent, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Throughout the history of the Shang Xian dynasty, the one with the highest martial vein was none other than Song Qian, whose Xian Yang martial vein was merely Earth-grade low-tier. And you boast of an Earth-grade mid-tier Thunderstorm martial vein. If I had such a vein, I would have long surpassed the Fourth Realm and led troops into battle against the barbarian tribes. Would you even still see me here? The short man looked at Song Qian as though he were a fool, deeply suspicious that this young man must have just emerged from a remote village. For how else could he utter such foolish words? I won't engage in a war of words with you. What is your name? Asked Song Qian. Yi Ernyo of the Yi family, declared the short man with great pride. Yi Ernyo, a name easy to remember. Song Qian nodded. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. I shall make Yi Ernyo my first target. If you two continue to interrupt, beware that I might just give you both a beating. Song Xiong stepped forward to halt the quarrel, his muscular physique making him appear quite formidable. Speak quickly. What is the second matter? Who has the Grand General appointed as the White Dragon General among us? Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong, the 3 most gifted in the White Dragon Cavalry, had often clashed in their quest for the position of the current White Dragon General, with fatal outcomes not being uncommon. Now, hearing that the Grand General would appoint the White Dragon General, they were all exceedingly excited, each believing that the position rightfully belonged to them. The Grand General has indeed appointed the White Dragon General. But who said it would come from among you? A smile crept across Fu Hu's face as he glanced at Song Qian, as if inquiring if he could reveal the truth. Song Qian nodded in a nonchalant manner. With the permission granted, Fu Hu announced loudly, Qian Song is the one appointed by the Grand General as the White Dragon General. What nonsense is this? Someone exclaimed incredulously. You must be joking. This boy can't even meet the threshold of the White Dragon Cavalry. Yet he is to be the White Dragon General? You dare to falsely relay military orders. Come with me to the military punishment office. Upon Fu Hu's words, the members of the White Dragon Cavalry erupted into chaos. Especially Yi Ernyo, whose reaction was the most intense. If this kid is the White Dragon General, I will practice standing on my head on the spot and vow not to break through the Fourth Realm. The trio of Li Ao, however, reacted unusually, their expressions turning grave. They could not fathom why the Grand General would appoint a useless individual as the White Dragon General, questioning the purpose behind such a decision. Was it merely to train them? With the Tiger Talisman here, anyone who doubts it can come with me. Seeing the furious expressions on the faces around him, Fu Hu became incensed. I dare you to question the Grand General directly. As these words left his mouth, silence fell over the gathering. The White Dragon Cavalry, typically arrogant and dismissive of the other 107 military factions, would never dare to defy the Grand General's orders. Why is no one speaking? Have you all lost your tongues? Jiang Long taunted, unable to resist mocking them. Weren't you all quite boisterous? Come on, keep arguing and making noise. The best way to present yourselves to the Grand General. Even Jiang Long's provocations failed to elicit a further response from the White Dragon Cavalry, who merely glared at him with resentment, plotting that once this matter settled, they would ensure that these 2 watchdogs paid a steep price. Jiang Long, enough, Fu Hu intervened, pulling Jiang Long back. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a group of exceptionally gifted prodigies, him. After a few coughs to clear his throat, Fu Hu addressed the crowd. Since everyone seems to have no objections, let us proceed to pay our respects to the White Dragon General. Paying respects to the White Dragon General, given the circumstances, there was nothing more to be said, and all one could do was offer a respectful bow. Brother Qian, from this day forth, you shall bear the esteemed title of the 9th General of the White Dragon Cavalry. Please step forward and share a few words. Noticing Song Qian standing silently to the side, unable to interject, Jiang Long hastily invited him to the forefront. As Song Qian approached, he beheld a group of kneeling prodigies, their faces emblazoned with a singular expression, defiance. It was only natural for such proud individuals to possess an air of arrogance. However, since the great General Tianwu had personally appointed me as the White Dragon General, I shall not disappoint his expectations. Within 3 days, I shall earn your wholehearted respect and acknowledgement as your White Dragon General. Although Song Qian could not fathom why the great General Tianwu had assigned him to such a military unit, and even bestowed upon him the rank of general from the onset, he resolved to accept his fate. As the former leading prodigy of the Shangchuan dynasty, he harbored confidence in his ability to command the respect of these fiery young talents. I must also express my gratitude to you both for escorting my sister and me to the White Dragon Cavalry. Song Qian turned to Jiang Long and Fu Hu, offering them a slight nod. Brother Qian, there is no need for such formalities. Once we enter the martial market, we are family. Should you encounter any troublesome matters within the market, do not hesitate to seek out my brother and me. We are stationed at the southern gate of the martial market, making us easy to find. As time was of the essence, Jiang Long and Fu Hu exchanged a few pleasantries with Song Qian before bidding farewell. However, before departing, Fu Hu specifically cautioned Song Qian to be wary of Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong, the 3 most gifted and formidable members of the White Dragon Cavalry, who had long coveted the position of White Dragon General. Thank you, Song Qian replied with a clasped fist. Once Jiang Long and Fu Hu had taken their leave, Song Qian began to reassess the members of the White Dragon Cavalry. Most were quite young, around 19 or 20 years of age, and all possessed a minimum cultivation of the initial stage of the 3rd realm. In an instant, Song Qian understood the source of these prodigies' arrogance. It was only natural for individuals of such youth and cultivation to carry an air of superiority, especially as members of the premier White Dragon Cavalry. Ye Erniu, you need not continue your practice in an inverted position. Please lead us to the accommodations of the White Dragon General. The rest of you may disperse and attend to your own affairs. Song Qian chose not to immediately impose order upon these young warriors, preferring instead to observe their dynamics. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. He resolved to first understand the circumstances before prescribing a remedy. At this moment, Song Qian set a goal for himself: to forge the White Dragon Cavalry into an indomitable force, capable of vanquishing foes, repelling barbarian invaders, and avenging the fallen compatriots of the Xinghua. Brother, I fear my voice was a tad too loud just now. I hope you can overlook this minor indiscretion. As they walked, Yi Erniu suddenly adopted a humble demeanor. I haven't even begun to impose order yet. And you are already yielding? Song Qian had initially believed Yi Erniu to be a tough nut to crack, someone to be disciplined to set an example for the others. Yet, Yi Erniu's sudden submission left Song Qian somewhat bewildered. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Brother Qian, your recognition by the great general must indicate your extraordinary capabilities. It is simply that we mere mortals have failed to perceive them. One could say that Yi Erniu, though appearing somewhat foolish, possessed a keen insight that surpassed even that of Li Ao and others. I had intended to take you to task, but now that you've said this, I find myself in a quandary. Song Qian donned a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. Brother, from this day forth, I, Yi Erniu, shall be at your service. Should you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west. Should you command me to dine, I shall not settle for mere porridge. With a thud, Yi Erniu knelt, swearing fealty in a show of loyalty. Ha ha. Song Qian chuckled at the gesture. Our relationship is that of general and soldier, not master and servant. There is no need for such extravagant displays of loyalty. Very well, Brother Qian. Truth be told, we did not wish to act this way. We merely seek to align ourselves. Would you not agree? Yi Erniu sprang up nimbly. Align ourselves? Song Qian pondered, now curious about the current state of the White Dragon Cavalry, the number of its members, their strengths, and their alliances. Reporting to you, Brother Qian, our current generation of the White Dragon Cavalry began recruiting only at the start of the year, thus our numbers are still modest, barely reaching 800. In terms of strength, most members fall within the initial or mid-third realm. 120 have broken through to the late third realm, forming the backbone of the White Dragon Cavalry. Furthermore, Li Ao and the other two boast the highest prowess, each possessing at least half a step into the fourth realm. As for allegiances, they primarily align themselves with those three. Ye Erniu counted off on his fingers. Detailing each aspect, Song Qian nodded, finding the situation largely consistent with his assumptions. Among Li Ao, Sunba, and Song Xiong, who commands the most support and strength. Song Xiong has the most supporters, followed by Sunba. Li Ao has the fewest. Ye Erniu replied. Are you suggesting that Li Ao is the weakest? Song Qian inquired. No. Ye Erniu shook his head slightly. Quite the opposite. Li Ao possesses the strongest influence among the three. Out of the 123rd Realm cavalrymen, 72 have chosen to align with Li Ao. Why is that? Song Qian asked, perplexed. From my observations, I have gathered a preliminary understanding of the cultivations of Song Xiong. Li Ao and Sun Bi at Liao does not possess the highest cultivation. So how has he attracted 72 exceptionally gifted members to his side? Talent. Li Ao's bone of pride martial vein is of the highest grade, reaching the pinnacle of the Xian tier, making it the most exceptional within the White Dragon Cavalry. Speaking of martial veins, Ye Erniu's eyes dimmed slightly. When I awakened my medium Xian tier Thunder Leopard martial vein, I believed I could dominate the Shangshuan dynasty, only to find upon arriving at the martial market that I was, in truth, just a frog in a well. The bone of pride martial vein, with its innate superiority, possesses intriguing qualities. A smile played upon Song Qian's lips as he devised a plan to win Li Ao over. Since Li Ao draws support through his talent, what remarkable attributes do the other two possess? Song Qian pondered further. Song Xiong is the adopted son of the Black Sha Dao Master, boasting an extraordinarily formidable background. Sunba, being the strongest, has achieved the fourth realm and will not be surpassed by the other two in the near future. Ye Erniu readily divulged all he knew without a hint of reservation. Talent, strength, background, Song Qian mused. No wonder these three are locked in a stalemate. Each possesses their own unique advantages, maintaining a delicate balance. By the way, Erniu, which faction did you align with previously? Song Qian scrutinized the overly eager Ye Erniu, his tone laced with skepticism. In my youthful ignorance, I aligned myself with that scoundrel Li Ao. I have since seen the error of my ways, and hope Brother Qian will not hold it against me. Ye Erniu sensed Song Qian's suspicion and quickly distanced himself from Li Ao and his cohort, professing his undying loyalty to Song Qian alone. No worries. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. There is no need to be so tense. Song Qian offered a serene smile, exuding an aura of warmth. Tension? I am not tense at all. Ye Erniu struggled to relax his stiff facial muscles, managing a painfully awkward smile. Brother Qian, sisterly, we have arrived at the White Dragon Court. Led by Ye Erniu, they approached a grand and imposing courtyard. This is the residence of the esteemed White Dragon generals throughout the ages. It certainly exudes opulence. Song Qian gazed up at the resplendent courtyard before him, remarking, it is only slightly inferior to the Great General's Heavenly Palace. The Great General is the first White Dragon General, and this place has historically been his abode. Ye Erniu explained it was only after the Emperor ordered the construction of the Heavenly Palace that the Great General relocated. Wait, did you say the Heavenly Palace was commissioned by the Emperor? Song Qian detected a hint of intrigue in the conversation. Indeed. Ye Erniu nodded, continuing his explanation. 10 years ago, when the general achieved a decisive victory against the barbarian tribes, the emperor was greatly pleased and decreed the construction of a heavenly palace for the general. 10 years ago, a special decree. Song Qian nodded thoughtfully, having begun to piece together the significance of the heavenly palace and those it might suppress beneath it. Chapter 25, The White Dragon Court, the Resonance of Heaven and Earth. Brother Qian, do you have any further questions? Ye Erniu, unaware of Song Qian's true background, regarded the White Dragon General as somewhat simple-minded, often engaging in self-dialogue and silly laughter. I have no questions. Let us proceed inside. Song Qian composed himself, striding confidently into the White Dragon Court. What mysteries lie within the White Dragon Court? As he walked, Song Qian observed the surroundings, growing increasingly aware that something felt amiss. Though he could not pinpoint what it was, it is said that the builder of the White Dragon Court was a master of the Tao, who utilized the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams as a foundation to construct 9 palaces and 8 gardens. Every blade of grass and tree within has been meticulously designed. Noticing the unusual expression on Song Qian's face, Yi Erniu inquired once more, "Brother Qian, do you sense something amiss?" "Indeed," Song Qian nodded. "What could be the cause?" "Qian Gu, when you asked me for the reason, I could hardly articulate it. But what I do know is that everyone who arrives at the White Dragon Courtyard experiences such feelings. However, there is no need for you to worry. This sensation will not harm your body. Rather, it aids in your cultivation and enhances your comprehension." Yi Erniu explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Song Qian ceased his inquiries and allowed Yi Erniu to guide him and his companion as they strolled through the White Dragon Courtyard. Taking in the sights of the 9 palaces and 8 forests, as dusk approached, Song Qian sent Yi Erniu away and returned to the White Dragon Pavilion, which served as his resting place. He had originally arranged for Jia Li's room to be in the side quarters, merely a wall away from the White Dragon Pavilion, quite convenient. Yet, following the incident at the tavern where Jia Li had been kidnapped, she refused to part from him under any circumstances. Left with no choice, Song Qian allowed Jia Li to stay with him in the White Dragon Pavilion. Fortunately, the space was ample, and Song Qian moved to bed from the side quarters, thus avoiding the predicament of having to sleep on the floor that night. Exhausted from recent travels, Jia Li lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Song Qian, meanwhile, sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly closed, as he meticulously sensed the peculiarities within the White Dragon Courtyard. Swish, 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 within the cosmos, strands of pale yellow aura gradually materialized. This aura was dense and permeated the entire White Dragon Courtyard. It was precisely these energies that caused discomfort to Song Qian. "Withdraw?" Song Qian uttered softly, and the surrounding energy, drawn to him, surged into his body. With a resounding thud, Song Qian experienced a breakthrough, though not in martial realm, but rather in his mental prowess, ascending from the 10th to the 11th level. Truly, it was the resonance of the heavens and earth. Song Qian opened his eyes, unable to contain his joy. The legendary 9 palaces and 8 trigrams spirit-gathering formation. Who would have imagined encountering it here? The genius of formations, Du Zhan, had personally crafted ancient texts that not only detailed his life's work on formations, but also chronicled 99% of formations throughout history. Song Qian had memorized it thoroughly, from the 9th-level world-destroying formations to the intra-level formations of the 1st and 2nd levels. He possessed a substantial understanding of them. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams spirit-gathering formation, rated at the 5th level, was an astonishing formation created by a master of mental prowess from ancient times. To break through in mental prowess requires an immense amount of heavenly and earthly resonance, a force that is exceedingly rare. Moreover, it lacks storage mediums akin to spirit stones. One must rely solely on personal comprehension. Even for a prodigy like Song Qian, who possessed innate full mental prowess, achieving an understanding to break through to the 11th level would take no less than 3 to 4 months, and potentially over a year. Thus, it is evident that a breakthrough in mental prowess is far more challenging than in martial realms. An ordinary martial artist may only reach 1 or 2 levels in their lifetime. While the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams spirit-gathering formation lacks any offensive capabilities, it can condense the meager resonances of heaven and earth. For a practitioner like Song Qian, who cultivated mental prowess, this was akin to divine assistance. Most individuals in the martial market primarily focus on martial arts, with few engaging in the study of mental prowess, leading to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams spirit-gathering formation becoming merely ornamental. After years of accumulation, the heavenly and earthly resonances within the White Dragon Courtyard had reached a terrifying quantity. It was precisely for this reason that it could influence ordinary martial practitioners, enhancing their comprehension. With such an abundance of heavenly and earthly resonances, I estimate I could achieve a sudden breakthrough to the 15th level. Song Qian calculated privately. Possessing 15th level mental prowess would allow him to touch the threshold of 4th level formations. 3rd level formations would be at his fingertips, while those below the 2nd level could be easily manipulated at will. Based on Song Qian's conjecture, there could not be more than 3 individuals in the entire Upper Qian dynasty who could reach this level. The ability to casually deploy a third-level formation was a fearsome power, rivaling that of a third-stage martial artist in battle. When clashing swords with an enemy, he could unleash a formation with a mere flick of his hand, catching the opponent completely off guard. The mere thought of such a combat style excited Song Qian immensely. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his mindset at a critical point. Only in this way could he maximize his absorption of the heavenly and earthly resonances within the White Dragon courtyard. A sleepless night passed until noon the following day. Ye Ernyo arrived to knock on the door, compelling Song Qian to cease his cultivation and rise to open it. "What brings you here so early in the morning?" "Early? It's already 1/4 past noon. Qian-gu, what are you talking about?" Ye Ernyo noticed the deep dark circles under Song Qian's eyes. "Oh dear, Qian-gu, you didn't stay up all night, did you?" "Ah, the White Dragon courtyard is quite conducive for cultivation. I couldn't help but practice through the night." Song Qian yawned and inquired, "Is there something you need from me?" Ye Ernyo swallowed nervously. "Qian-gu, you might not be aware, but all members of the White Dragon cavalry are required to train in the summer heat and winter chill. You all practice in the mornings, so what does that have to do with me?" Song Qian, uninterested in Ye Ernyo's ramblings, stated bluntly, "Do you need me to supervise you on site?" "It's not about supervision. It's that you must join us in training," Ye Ernyo replied. "The martial market has regulations. Generals must train alongside their soldiers every morning without fail. Failure to do so results in 50 lashes." Ye Ernyo, already frantic like an ant on a hot pan, became speechless at Song Qian's nonchalant demeanor. What on earth? When did the martial market have such a bizarre rule? Upon hearing this, Song Qian felt a chill. Such an important matter. Why hadn't you informed me last night? "Qian-gu, you are the White Dragon general appointed by the Grand General. I assumed he would clarify these matters with you. However, until this morning, the brothers waited for your arrival at the training grounds for several hours without seeing you. Realizing something was amiss, I hurried to find you." Ye Ernyo recalled the grim faces of Liao and the others that morning and added, "By the way, Qian-gu, you should come up with an excuse. Otherwise, Liao and the others will surely pounce on your tardiness. If this escalates to the Grand General, even if you aren't dismissed, you might still receive several lashes." Ye Ernyo had just severed ties with Liao the previous night to align himself with Song Qian. He certainly did not wish for his newfound backing to falter on the very first day. Rest assured, Song Qian reassured him, signaling that there was no need for concern. "I have my strategies. Just lead the way to the training grounds." "That's my sister?" Ye Ernyo pointed at Jiali, who was sleeping soundly, and Y's sister caught a chill last night, so let her rest here. Song Qian gestured for Ye Ernyo not to disturb Jiali. In a massive training ground spanning hundreds of miles, various training tools were scattered about. The White Dragon cavalry stood in the center of the training ground under the leadership of Liao and his companions. "Brother, if that fellow doesn't arrive soon, are we to stand here indefinitely?" After enduring the scorching sun for over 2 hours, Li Kuang could no longer bear it and inquired of his brother. "Let us wait a bit longer. I've already sent someone to notify the Grand General. When the Grand General arrives and sees this scene, that newcomer is bound to be dismissed." Liao's gaze was fixed in a certain direction, precisely where the Celestial Palace lay. "Where is Ye Ernyo? Could he have gone to inform that newcomer?" Li Kuang noticed Ye Ernyo's absence. "What?" Liao turned to look, indeed discovering that Ye Ernyo was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, when did he leave? Didn't you all notice? Ye Ernyo mentioned he was going to the restroom half an hour ago. We didn't think it was odd, so we didn't report it to you." Someone in the crowd responded. "That Ye Ernyo told me last night he was going undercover, yet he truly followed that newcomer." A glint of malice flickered in Liao's eyes. "Just wait. I'll make him understand the consequences of being a traitor." The White Dragon courtyard and the Celestial Palace shared the same direction, and at this moment, all eyes of the White Dragon cavalry were fixated, eager to see who would arrive at the training grounds first. "Someone's coming." A keen-eyed member of the White Dragon cavalry spotted 2 figures rushing towards the training grounds. "Apologies for the wait, everyone. I took longer than expected." The newcomers were none other than Song Qian and Ye Ernyo. The trio of Liao felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. However, it mattered little. Even if they arrived first, it wouldn't change the outcome of Song Qian's tardiness. Once the Grand General arrived, they would surely explain the situation and ensure that he faced his punishment. "What is wrong with you all? Why are you staring at me in silence?" Song Qian sensed the odd atmosphere among the White Dragon cavalry. I was delayed by some matters. Since I'm here now, let us begin our training. General, you have violated the martial market regulations. We must wait for the Grand General to arrive before making decisions, Li Ao asserted. I am the White Dragon General, the direct commander of the White Dragon Cavalry. If you do not obey my orders, that is tantamount to defying military commands. Song Qian had already anticipated the potential scenarios during his journey there, having devised various excuses in advance. Why Ernyo? According to the martial market regulations, what is the punishment for defying military orders? To report back to the general, military orders are as solid as mountains. Anyone who dares to defy the general's command shall receive 100 lashes. Yi Ernyo momentarily felt dazed, but still answered truthfully, "My tardiness is my own matter. I will handle it myself. However, your defiance of military orders is your issue. 100 lashes could be fatal. So think it over carefully." Song Qian paced back and forth before the crowd, relentlessly assailing the psychological defenses of Li Ao with his words. This young man speaks with undeniable reason. Perhaps we should commence our training. Upon hearing that disobeying military orders would result in 100 lashes, a stir of agitation rippled through the throng. Where there was one, there would soon be two, and then three. It was a contagion that spread with remarkable swiftness. Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to engage in training. When the general arrives, I shall step forward to explain matters to him personally. By that time, I shall see how this newcomer intends to respond. Training. With a single command from the three formidable warriors, all the members of the White Dragon Cavalry sprang into action. Yi Ernyu, come here. Li Ao beckoned to Yi Ernyu, although a smile graced Li Ao's face. In Yi Ernyu's eyes, it was a harbinger of death. Qiangu, I am now under your command. You must protect me, Yi Ernyu quipped as he hid behind Song Qian. Can we not converse properly? The overly sentimental tone of Ernyu made Song Qian feel somewhat nauseous. Those who understood the situation knew this was merely a general addressing a soldier. Those unaware might think there was some unspeakable secret between the two. Yi Ernyu, I summon you. Li Ao's voice rose several decibels, drawing the attention of those engaged in training. Focus on your practice. Do not gaze at what does not concern you. Song Qian barked, though his admonition fell on deaf ears. For the White Dragon Cavalry did not acknowledge Song Qian as their general and had no desire to heed his orders. Tio set an example. This must be done swiftly, Song Qian mused inwardly. However, the immediate priority was to suppress the audacity of Li Ao and his companions. Liao, do you presume to know your worth? Do you comprehend the significance of this place? This is the White Dragon Cavalry, not a playground for your arrogance. Song Qian's expression was stern. I am merely disciplining a disobedient dog under my command. Liao narrowed his eyes slightly, retorting, What? Are you feeling indignant and wish to defend him? Observing Li Ao's nonchalant demeanor, Song Qian realized the other party held him in utter disregard. Your talent is remarkable. I had no intention of curbing your pride so soon, but you insist on prancing before me, leaving me no choice but to make an example of you. Song Qian originally intended to select one among the 120 late-stage martial artists to intimidate this group of unobservant White Dragon Cavalry. But due to Li Ao's repeated provocations, he was compelled to alter his plans. Such audacity? Li Ao scoffed. You intend to make an example of me with your mere mid-stage, second realm cultivation? A confrontation between the third realm and the second realm could be resolved with a single strike. Were it not for the fact that Song Qian was the White Dragon General, Li Ao would have already acted to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Qiangu, Li Ao has reached the pinnacle of the third realm and is on the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm. Sensing Song Qian's intent to duel Li Ao, Yi Ernyu rushed forward to intervene. I understand your desire to set an example, but choosing Li Ao is far from ideal. You must reconsider. Song Qian shot a glance at Yi Ernyu and replied, If I allow this insolence to continue unchecked, I might as well resign as the White Dragon General. Besides, should I choose to forego this confrontation, your life may very well be at stake. Right? Li Ao is targeting me. Yi Ernyu finally grasped the situation. Isn't he just a small fry? Qiangu, fear not. Just take him down. As he spoke, Yi Ernyu had already retreated 30 paces, cheering for Song Qian from a safe distance. You little rascal, Song Qian thought, bemused by Yi Ernyu's antics. Chapter 26. The Great General of Tianwu. With a resonant clang, Li Ao unsheathed his weapon, a third-tier exceptional red tassel spear in the martial market. Where individuals were trained for battle, the weapons employed were distinct from those of ordinary folk. Most wielded long spears, polearms, or halberds. As in mounted combat, blades would prove disadvantageous. The principle of longer is stronger was most vividly illustrated on the battlefield. By chance, I also possess a spear. Let us engage in a contest. Song Qian chose not to utilize his preferred swordsmanship, as doing so would risk revealing his identity and invite unnecessary complications. Fortunately, the martial market favored long-handled weapons, and Song Qian's prized 100 birds and phoenix spear found its purpose, a fourth-tier spiritual treasure. Li Ao's eyes gleamed with avarice, fixated on Song Qian's 100 birds and phoenix spear, which far surpassed his own red tassel spear. Song Xiong and Sun Ba, hailing from esteemed families, wielded fourth-tier spiritual treasures, while Li Ao alone relied on a third-tier artifact. Li Ao mused that if he could seize Song Qian's spear, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Greed is a dangerous pitfall. Some treasures are not meant for your covetous grasp, Song Qian coldly cautioned, noting the glimmer of greed in Li Ao's eyes. Such a fine spear deserves a worthy master, and that master is I, Li Ao retorted, shaking his head slightly. With that, Li Ao unleashed his speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The gleaming spear tip, akin to a shard of ice, lunged directly towards Song Qian's heart. By the heavens, Li Ao, you truly mean to kill? Yi Erniu, who had been observing from the sidelines, was instantly alarmed. He had assumed that, with Song Qian's status as the White Dragon General, Li Ao would not act with lethal intent. After all, should Song Qian perish, Li Ao would have no explanation for the general. However, as soon as the 100 birds and phoenix spear came into play, Li Ao's intentions shifted. He now sought to kill and claim the treasure. Witnessing this, Song Qian could not allow Li Ao to fulfill his desires. Just as the red tassel spear was about to pierce his body, Song Qian moved, raising his left hand to deflect the 100 birds and phoenix spear upward. With a resounding clang, Song Qian, leveraging the advantage of his fourth-tier spiritual treasure, sent Li Ao's red tassel spear flying. Damn it! Li Ao cursed under his breath, quickly stabilizing his trembling weapon. Had I possessed a fourth-tier spiritual treasure, you would have met your end with that last strike. Is that so? Song Qian's voice echoed from behind. Li Ao was taken aback, his body tensing as he felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated Song Qian's speed to be so extraordinary. In mere moments, he had appeared behind him. Such terrifying velocity was not characteristic of a mid-stage second-realm cultivator. Clearly, being designated as the White Dragon General was no mere coincidence. As Song Qian had yet to master spear techniques, he could only employ the most rudimentary forms of thrusting, sweeping, and lifting. Yet, the most practical killing techniques were often these basic moves, simple and unadorned. Yet deadly, unmatched pride, Li Ao bellowed, immediately unleashing the divine ability of his pride-bone martial vein. A shaft of golden light erupted from his bones, parrying Song Qian's lethal strike. Martial vein divine ability? Song Qian paused momentarily, astonished. Li Ao's pride-bone martial vein was of exceptional quality, possessing the true capability to manifest a martial vein divine ability. As the golden light dissipated, Li Ao's skeletal structure became visible, glimmering like gold under the sunlight, radiating an unparalleled aura of pride. Young man, should you now present that fourth-tier spiritual treasure with both hands, I might consider sparing your life, Li Ao warned for the final time. Bold Li Ao, the martial market strictly forbids internal strife. How dare you conspire to murder a general for the sake of a fourth-tier spiritual treasure? Before Song Qian could speak, Yi Erniu interjected passionately. Without rules, chaos ensues. Do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the right to act with impunity in the martial market. Qian Gu is the White Dragon General appointed by the Great General. To harm him is to slap the Great General's face. As Yi Erniu grew increasingly agitated, spittle flew from his lips. Enough, Erniu. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a living person, Song Qian cautioned, raising his hand to restrain Yi Erniu from advancing. If you provoke him further, I might only be able to defend myself and will lack the capacity to protect you. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, everyone, I meant no offense. Yi Erniu chuckled awkwardly before swiftly retreating to a safer distance, declaring, Go, Qian Gu, your little brother will always support you. I have already granted you a chance at life, and you have squandered it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Li Ao observed Song Qian's unyielding demeanor, realizing that unless he deployed genuine prowess, the other would not willingly relinquish the fourth-tier spiritual treasure. Spear like thunder, illuminating the very soul, Li Ao bellowed, brandishing his red tassel spear and executing a third-tier martial art technique, the Thunder Spear Technique. From the dantian surged a vast quantity of spiritual energy, transforming into strands of thunder that clung to the crimson spear. With a crackling sound, the spear tip, accompanied by the thunder, once again lunged forward. The thunder sealed off the surrounding area, leaving Song Qian with no means of escape. He could only raise his spear to block the attack. The clash rang out sharply, and as the two engaged, Song Qian, bolstered by the spiritual energy acquired from his second refinement, did not find himself at a disadvantage. The most significant distinctions between the second and third realms are twofold. One is the martial veins and their corresponding divine abilities, and the other is the spiritual energy. Not all martial veins can manifest divine abilities. Only a select few special veins possess this capacity. Thus, the primary difference between the second and third realms ultimately comes down to spiritual energy. In comparison to true energy, spiritual energy strikes akin to a dimensional assault. A single strand of spiritual energy can cleave mountains and shatter stones, and when combined with weaponry and martial techniques, its power becomes even more terrifying. Fortunately, the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear is a fourth-tier spiritual treasure, capable of mitigating some of the thunder's might. Moreover, with Song Qian wielding spiritual power, he was able to stand toe-to-toe against the formidable Li Ao without losing ground. How is this possible? With this strike, any cultivator beneath the third realm is surely doomed. Observing that Song Qian not only blocked his attack, but could also contend with him equally, Li Ao was genuinely astonished. My goodness, this newcomer truly possesses some strength. Not merely strength. Considering he could withstand 2 of Li Ao's assaults, it was clear he was exceptionally formidable. No wonder he was appointed by the great general as the White Dragon General. This lad indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Witnessing this scene, the White Dragon cavalry erupted into a flurry of discussion, particularly Yi Erniu, who stood at the back, utterly shocked. He had always thought of Song Qian as merely a decorative vase. Yet today this vase had transformed into a fearsome being capable of confronting third-realm powerhouses across boundaries. The stark contrast left Yi Erniu somewhat dazed. Is this truly so shocking? I still have trump cards yet to reveal. Noticing the astonishment in Li Ao's eyes, Song Qian smiled and said, "To borrow your words, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your life." How laughable. Who doesn't have a trump card? I simply choose not to reveal mine, Li Ao scoffed. Besides, if you had the ability to kill me, you would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? If you don't believe it, let us put it to the test. As he spoke, Song Qian retrieved the Xiandao True Brush from his robe. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual power had risen from the 10th to the 13th level. Utilizing 13th level spiritual power to cast a first-tier formation would certainly not be as arduous as before. A mere sketch would suffice to establish the formation. Upon witnessing this, Li Ao, rather than feeling fear, couldn't help but sneer. Do you think you are the king of hell, able to dictate life and death with a mere stroke? Receive my spear, the overbearing spear technique. The 4th-tier superior martial technique, overbearing spear technique, combined with Li Ao's spiritual power, was extraordinarily formidable. Yet Song Qian remained undaunted, gripping the Xuanjin Dao brush, the brush tip stained with a drop of barbarian blood. Intent on retaliating with the formation? Stop. Just then, a deep and commanding voice echoed from afar. The sudden appearance of a figure interrupted the duel between Song Qian and Li Ao. The newcomer spoke in an utterly calm tone, seemingly indifferent, yet the words were imbued with an undeniable authority. That voice belongs to the general. Song Xiong and Sun Ba exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Salute. Cavalry. Song Xiong, Sun Ba, respectfully greet the great general of Tianwu. As Song Xiong and Sun Ba knelt, the remaining White Dragon cavalry promptly followed suit. In an instant, before the figure approached, everyone, save for Song Qian and Li Ao, had fallen to their knees. Brother Qian, cease the fight. The general has arrived. Yi Erniu called out. The general? Upon hearing this, Song Qian turned around just in time to see another slender figure approaching through the air. Child, in moments of life and death, you should not be distracted. Li Ao, already intoxicated by the fourth-tier spiritual treasure, failed to heed the general's admonition, his focus solely on stabbing at Song Qian's chest with the crimson spear. Impudence! Before Song Qian could raise his weapon to counter, General Wei Long snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a wave of energy. The wave traveled with astonishing speed, striking Li Ao's shoulder before the spear tip could reach Song Qian. With a dull thud, Li Ao was sent hurtling backward for dozens of meters, crashing through several wooden stakes before finally halting his momentum. The White Dragon's spiritual energy. Could it be the general? Recognizing the White Dragon's spiritual energy within the wave, Li Ao finally realized the general had arrived. Qian Song, greetings to the general. Song Qian nodded slightly to Wei Long, expressing his gratitude for the timely rescue. Everyone rised as Wei Long approached. He gestured for the others to stand. Qian Song, as the White Dragon General, you are a direct subordinate of the White Dragon Cavalry. What exactly transpired here? Wei Long surveyed the chaos in the training grounds and inquired. Reporting to the general, the situation is as follows. Song Qian, neither humble nor arrogant, recounted the events in full detail, without a hint of concealment or alteration. Wei Long, renowned across Shangshuan and revered at the borders as the great general of Tianwu, would undoubtedly detect any deception. Should Song Qian attempt to alter the narrative, he would face significant repercussions in the explanation that followed. Liao, have I been too lenient with you, leading you to become so arrogant? Not only do you defy military orders, but you even harbor murderous intent against your own general over a fourth-tier spiritual treasure. Wei Long's expression was one of disappointment as he regarded Li Ao, who lay on the ground at Liao, possessing the proud bone martial vein and exceptional talent, had been personally recruited by Wei Long into the White Dragon Cavalry, a gathering place for prodigies. He had expected great achievements from him, only to be met with utter disappointment. Liao, seeing the disappointment in the general's eyes fills me with dread. Li Ao hastily scrambled to his feet, eager to explain. No, General, you have misunderstood me. It was he, as the White Dragon General, neglects his duties and was late for morning practice on his second day in office. According to military law, you should punish him first. Li Ao pointed at Song Qian. Attempting to shift all blame onto him, I have already stated that I will apologize to the general for my tardiness. What punishment I deserve is not for you to concern yourself with. Moreover, who says I am neglecting my duties? With that, Song Qian shifted the conversation, producing a scroll from his robe. Last night, I observed the celestial signs and deduced that the barbarian tribes would soon take action, which is why I crafted these two military formations overnight. Military formations? The general was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. The arrangement of troops into formations is indeed the essence of military strategy. The profound and unpredictable military formations serve as a significant weapon for an army. Child, there's a limit to boasting. Do you understand how challenging it is to create a military formation? Even the most renowned masters of formations wouldn't dare claim they could create one within a decade. Yet here you are, claiming to have created two formations in a single night. Are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old? Li Ao dismissed Song Qian's claims outright. Why goodness. Just on the way here, Brother Qian told me he had already crafted an excuse, and this is it? Yi Erniu, 30 zhang away, was equally bewildered, staring at Song Qian in utter disbelief. His expression seemed to ask, I understand you're looking for an excuse for your tardiness, but could you at least choose a less absurd reason? Military formations are not something one can just conjure. Song Qian seemed to sense Yi Erniu's silent plea, glancing back to convey a reassuring look that said, rest assured, I have it all under control. In response, Yi Erniu simply wanted to give him a 6. Qian Song, there are no jokes in the military. If this scroll opens, and there are no military formations within, I will have to charge you with a crime of deceiving the military. The penalties for such an offense would far exceed those for tardiness. Wei Long, fully aware of the tremendous difficulty in creating military formations, recognized Song Qian was fabricating an excuse, and he was keenly aware of it all. If Song Qian admitted to this now, considering the influential figure behind him, Wei Long would choose to impose a lighter punishment. Just 100 lashes would suffice. It isn't too harsh. Chapter 27. The Art of Dragon Seeking and Acupuncture Techniques. General, feel free to open it. If the scroll does not contain military formations, I will accept any punishment. Song Qian seemed to hear Wei Long's inner monologue, and to avoid receiving those 100 lashes, he encouraged the general to proceed. Upon hearing this, Wei Long ceased his inquiries, gesturing with his arm to unfurl the scroll. With a whoosh, the scroll opened, and a surge of a murderous aura washed over them. Even though Wei Long was battle-hardened and had witnessed countless acts of slaughter, he could not help but feel a jolt at the sight of this murderous aura. This is indeed a military formation. And 2 of them at that. The scroll was divided into 2 sections, each documenting a different military formation. The upper scroll was titled, 8 Swords Breaking Formation, requiring 800 harmoniously cooperating warriors to execute. Once established, it could rout tens of thousands. The lower scroll was titled, Dragon Elephant Treading the Heavens Formation. This formation demanded over 10,000 warriors possessing the bloodline of dragons and elephants to perform. Once established, it could conjure an ancient dragon elephant's phantom with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. As Wei Long beheld the 2 unparalleled military formations inscribed on the scroll, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Excellent, simply excellent. Bring forth the 8 swords of the army-breaking formation, and make 107 copies to distribute among the remaining 107 armies. Let their commanders select 800 elite warriors to practice this formation day and night. In a month, we shall prepare for the Grand Martial Assembly of 100 armies, and I shall personally inspect the results. In recent years, the Shang dynasty has faced incessant friction with the barbarian tribes. Wei Long was initially concerned that the younger generation of the dynasty might prove inadequate to withstand the onslaught of the barbarian cavalry. However, with this unparalleled military formation, defeating the barbarians is no longer a matter for debate. Is there truly such a formation? Our General Bai Long is, after all, a legendary commander. No wonder he has received the Grand General's commendation. Our general indeed possesses extraordinary capabilities. A group of Bai Long cavalry, though they had yet to see the contents of the scroll, could perceive the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from it. Coupled with the astonished reaction of Grand General Wei Long, even a fool could deduce that the scroll undoubtedly contained a genuine military formation, one of such formidable power that it might reach unimaginable heights. Otherwise, a battle-hardened Grand General would not display such shock. This is unfathomable. At this moment, Li Ao remained unwilling to believe it, stepping forward with the intent to seize the scroll for a closer examination. Yet, with the prowess of the Grand General, how could he allow such a thing? With a swift sidestep, he snatched the scroll away, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to seal Li Ao's vital meridians, rendering him incapable of harnessing the energy within his dantian. Bring him to the military punishment department. Convey my orders for strict punishment. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It is known that the Grand General treasures talent more than anything. Typically, he treats prodigies like Li Ao with utmost care and regard, as it is due to the Grand General's appreciation that Li Ao has garnered the support of many Bai Long cavalry. Now, he personally sends Li Ao to the punishment department, and with such severity. This clearly indicates that the Grand General is genuinely enraged this time. Of course, it is also possible that our Bai Long General has exhibited talents that surpass those of Li Ao, leading to the difficult decision to forsake Li Ao in favor of Song Qian. Grand General, the lad did not deceive you, did he? After Li Ao was dragged away by 2 soldiers, Song Qian smiled at the Grand General. Very well. Grand General Wei Long nodded, acknowledging Song Qian's abilities. Speak your desired reward without hesitation. You have recruited me and appointed me as the Bai Long General. Song Qian shook his head and replied, Just this recognition is something I shall never forget. What further reward could I desire? The absence of a present wish does not signify there will be none in the future. The Grand General pondered for a moment, then said, I shall remember this. Should you encounter any insurmountable matters in the future, come to Tianting to seek my assistance. Within the military, rewards and punishments are distinctly defined. Since Song Qian has provided the 8 swords of the army-breaking formation, it is only fitting that he receive some form of reward to solidify morale. Thank you, Grand General. Song Qian clasped his hands in gratitude, and Grand General Wei Long nodded, and then departed from the training ground. Oh my, Brother Qian, you are quite impressive. Once the Grand General had left, Yi Ernyo approached and gave Song Qian a hearty thumbs up. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, saying, I told you, I have my own discernment. A merely AO is not worthy of contesting with me, brother. May I ask you a question? Yi Ernyo inquired. Speak. Is it true that the extraordinary military formation on that scroll was created by you overnight? Upon hearing Yi Ernyo's question, the surrounding Bai Long cavalry immediately perked up, eagerly leaning in to listen. Even Song Xiong and Sun Ba cast a few extra glances at Song Qian. Indeed, Song Qian replied with a composed demeanor. Impressive. With Song Qian's confirmation, Yi Ernyo was genuinely convinced. From that moment onward, the perception of the 800 Bai Long cavalry towards Song Qian, their Bai Long general, underwent a complete transformation. Now that you all have heard, the Grand General has declared that a martial assembly of 100 armies will be held in a month. Therefore, starting today, we shall cease all other training and focus solely on mastering this 8 swords army-breaking formation. Coincidentally, the Bai Long cavalry numbered just over 800, all elite warriors. Yes, the Bai Long cavalry responded in unison. Meanwhile, outside, several major factions, having searched for Song Qian for a day and a night without success, reconvened. In the south of the city, my Haisha Daoist Hall has scoured every corner without finding Song Qian. In the north, the Lord's residence has searched thoroughly and found nothing. In the west, the Dongjun residence has also found no trace. In the east, my Pao family has yet to locate him. The leaders of the various factions sat together, deliberating their next course of action. They had thoroughly searched War Heaven ancient city, yet not even a hair of Song Qian could be found. The elder of Haisha Daoist Hall sat at the head of the table, resting a hand on his forehead, deep in thought about where the oversight might have occurred. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be unable to locate him. Bang! A member of Dongjun residence slammed the table, exclaiming, with the combined efforts of several major factions, deploying over 1,000 personnel, we cannot find a mere mid-stage second realm Song Qian. If this information spreads, it would be the subject of mockery. The members of Dongjun residence had previously sworn an oath before Lord Dongjun, stating that if they failed to capture Song Qian, their own heads would be forfeit. Is there a possibility that Song Qian has escaped to the martial market or the black market? A member from the Lord's residence, reclining in a slanted chair, voiced his opinion. Gaining entry to the martial market for training is no easy feat. One must first secure the recommendation of a third-rank official and pass the entry examination. The black market, however, does possess some possibilities. Members of Dongjun residence nodded, agreeing with this line of reasoning. Our Haisha Daoist Hall also has some personnel within the black market. We can conduct a search there. The elder of Haisha Daoist Hall pondered. As for the martial market, let it be. Does the Song family lack third-rank officials in the court? Do not forget, Song Qian was once hailed as the #1 prodigy of Shangxian. Passing the entry examination would be child's play. The members of the Lord's residence differed in their views, feeling that Song Qian might be hiding within the martial market. After a day's training, Song Qian returned to Bai Long Court, where he found that Imoli had prepared a delectable meal, eagerly awaiting his return. It smells divine. Upon inhaling the enticing aroma wafting through the air, Song Qian's first words were a hearty compliment to Imoli, who was busy serving the food. Hee, Imoli chuckled at the praise. Come, sit down and eat. Seating himself, Song Qian took the chopsticks and declared, Then I shall not be polite. He picked up a piece of steamed base and savored it, exclaiming, Delicious. Imoli, your cooking is exceptional, surpassing even the imperial chef hired at great expense. As a child of a noble family, Song Qian's discerning palate made him particularly critical of culinary offerings. If a dish was even slightly unsatisfactory, he would rather go hungry than eat it. This was also why, since leaving the Song family, he had seldom dined and usually relied on medicinal pills for sustenance. Having studied in the palace as a chef for a few years, he had not cooked in many years and assumed his culinary skills had grown rusty. But seeing how much you enjoy it, I shall take comfort in that, Imoli said, resting her chin on one hand. Watching Song Qian eat with a tilted head, if you like it, I can cook for you every day. It would not be feasible to cook every day. Today, I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I took a sick leave from the military department, claiming you had caught a chill, but I only requested one day. Tomorrow, you must accompany me to the training ground. Song Qian, devouring the feast with great enthusiasm, reminded Imoli not to oversleep the next morning. I am not cut out for martial arts. I have already spoken with the Grand General about this. He agreed to that. Yes, Imoli nodded. From now on, I shall wait for your return here in Bai Long Court. You need not wait for my return. Sometimes you can eat in advance. Song Qian, somewhat oblivious, did not catch the deeper meaning in Imo Lee's words and interpreted her statement as merely about meals. In this tumultuous world, to live comfortably and avoid being bullied by others, one must possess a degree of strength. Since you dislike martial arts, I possess a technique for locating dragon veins and treasure spots, which can complement your spirit-seeking eyes. This will enable you to uncover treasures and martial veins, maximizing their potential. In the event that I am no longer by your side in the future, you may rely on this ultimate skill to garner support and protection. Song Qian understood that he could not protect her indefinitely. She would ultimately need to carve her own path. Locating dragon veins and treasure spots? Imo Lee inquired, intrigued. I would like to hear more. Very well. Song Qian nodded, then retrieved an ancient, yellowed tome from the spatial jade, stating, "This book is a treasure I obtained after enduring numerous tribulations in a secret realm." Imo Lee took the ancient book and, upon examining it, saw the words Feng Shui Marvels inscribed boldly on the cover. Locating dragon veins and treasure spots is indeed a branch of Feng Shui. Given that you possess the spirit-seeking eyes and the treasure-seeking martial veins, studying Feng Shui techniques would be most suitable for you. After the meal, the two returned to their respective beds. Song Qian chose to cultivate through the night once more. After several days of practice, my realm has reached the critical point of breakthrough. Today, I shall forego the cultivation of spiritual power and focus on advancing to the late stage of the second realm. From acquiring the Great Sun Shumi diagram at the Dongjun residence to breaking through the early stage of the second realm, and then obtaining the Azure Pearl to transition into the mid-stage of the second realm. Though only a few days have passed, these battles have been truly significant. From engaging the assassins in Tiangu City, exchanging blows with my hands and feet, to annihilating the entire Haisha gang within Luo City, to facing 3 opponents alone at the Haisha dojo, and now, to the decisive battle against Li Ao in the martial market. With each of these encounters, Song Qian's realm has deepened further. Now, without the need for external assistance, this realm will naturally culminate in a breakthrough. Bang! Several hours later, a muffled sound resonated within his body as Song Qian officially stepped into the late stage of the second realm. This breakthrough was somewhat slower than anticipated, taking nearly an hour longer than expected. He murmured to himself. His cultivation method is the 4th-grade martial art of the Qingxian Tian sect, the 8 directions Rui Baolu. Practitioners of this method can condense 8 treasure altars within their bodies to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Initially, due to his humble beginnings, Song Qian could only condense 3 treasure altars. Now, despite possessing a fortune of over several 100,000 spirit stones, he had no time to condense them due to his arduous travels. Now that he has arrived at the martial market, free from the fears of assassination and pursuit, Song Qian can cultivate in peace, undisturbed by external distractions. Before returning to the White Dragon Courtyard, he first visited the martial market trading post to exchange the precious paintings and rare books obtained from the Dongjun residence for spirit stones. With these 10,000 spirit stones, he should be able to condense the 8 treasure altars tonight. Song Qian piled the spirit stones on his bed, and a gentle moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the shimmering stones. Should others witness Song Qian's cultivation, they might very well choke on their blood. What a prodigal son of a noble family, spending over 10,000 spirit stones solely on cultivation. The process of condensation was nearly identical to the last time, and since Song Qian had already condensed once before, this time he navigated it with remarkable ease, swiftly achieving a complete 8 treasure altar. Inhaling deeply, Song Qian drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, first refining it into true qi through the supreme divine sword meridian, and then activating the treasure altar in just a short quarter of an hour. He amassed nearly half of his Dantian's capacity with spiritual energy. It is worth noting that with the previous 3 treasure altars, it would have taken an entire day to refine such a substantial amount of energy. Now, having perfected the 8 treasure altar, the time has been reduced by several dozen times. Song Qian could hardly contain his joy. Glancing out at the night sky, the bright moon hung high, and there was still some time until dawn. He decided to spend the remaining 2 hours absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through his spiritual power. The spiritual energy within the White Dragon Courtyard, if left unabsorbed, would persist and gradually accumulate. Although no one in the entire martial market specialized in spiritual power, in order to avoid unnecessary delays, Song Qian resolved to absorb it all within the shortest time possible. After all, according to his estimations, Should he fully absorb the spiritual energy of the White Dragon courtyard, his spiritual power could potentially reach the 15th level. With the 15th level of spiritual power, even the strongest of the fourth realm would be compelled to fear him. Chapter 28. The white-bearded youth. The night passed in silence, and dawn broke, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room. Song Qian exhaled a breath of turbid air, having successfully broken through to the 14th level of spiritual power. With just one more night, he would be able to fully absorb the spiritual energy of the White Dragon courtyard, ensuring a breakthrough to the 15th level of spiritual power. This was certain. Peering out the window, the day was just beginning to brighten, with only a quarter of an hour left until morning practice. If he hurried, he would arrive just in time. Song Qian rolled out of bed, took a cold shower, donned a green robe, and then set out for the training grounds. Despite having gone without sleep for 2 consecutive days, his spirit was undiminished, with no trace of fatigue. Typically, a martial artist who has yet to break through to the 4th realm still possesses a mortal body, requiring timely nourishment and rest to maintain proper function. Once they break through to the 4th realm, however, their physical constitution undergoes a qualitative transformation, allowing them to forego food and sleep. Some scholars refer to this as the martial body. Yet, Song Qian had not yet transcended to the 4th realm. His physique remained that of a mortal. Having gone without food or sleep for 2 days, he felt no discomfort. The reason for this, even Song Qian himself could not ascertain. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the Eastern Lord's upper Xian Qi and the chaotic Yin-Yang Qi. It might also be that the supreme divine sword meridian within him was extraordinarily advanced, unconsciously transforming his body to a state that surpassed the mortal realm but had yet to fully attain the martial body. Of course, all of this was mere speculation, and Song Qian dared not draw any conclusions. "Qian, why are you here so early today?" A familiar voice called out, and Song Qian turned to see Erniu approaching. "Isn't it necessary to come early? I'm not someone who can create military formations every day." The successful condensation of the 8 treasure altars and the breakthrough to the 14th level of spiritual power had put Song Qian in a good mood, prompting him to jest with the Erniu. "Qian, you flatter me, aren't you the real genius? By the way, Qian, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I have some thin pancakes here. Please don't turn your nose up at them." Yi Erniu produced a thin pancake wrapped in oil paper from his pocket and handed it to Song Qian. Hee. Song Qian chuckled as he accepted the pancake, saying, "Your ability to read the room is commendable. You should consider joining the Wulong Legion." Thea. Yi Erniu scratched his head and replied, "What reading the room? I just guessed you hadn't eaten since your clothes look quite clean." "Yes, the pancake tastes good." Song Qian took a bite. It was fragrant, crispy, and melted in his mouth. This provided a refreshing experience for Song Qian, who was accustomed to lavish feasts in light of your generous offering. "When we split the teams later, I'll make you a small team leader." "What? A small team leader?" Upon hearing this, Yi Erniu was momentarily stunned. "Qian, you aren't joking with me, are you?" "Indeed." Song Qian nodded. The 8 swords breaking military formation requires 800 warriors divided into 8 small teams, each forming a small sword before combining into one. Today, I plan to assign the teams. Each small team will require a leader, and I will appoint you as one. Yi Erniu was the first to choose to follow Song Qian in the White Dragon Cavalry. And as Song Qian gradually took control of the cavalry, he naturally would not neglect him. Yi Erniu, thank you for your recognition, General. With a thud, Yi Erniu knelt down. Since arriving at the martial market, Yi Erniu had faced considerable setbacks. Now, for the first time, he was acknowledged, even if it was just as a small team leader. Yet, this was no ordinary small team leader. This was a position within the White Dragon Cavalry with significant merit. Get up. It's not good for others to see. As Song Qian had merely opened a back door for him, he did not wish to draw too much attention. All right, in the training grounds, the 800 White Dragon Cavalry stood in neat rows, reminiscent of the previous day's scene. However, this time, the one commanding the troops was none other than Song Qian, the rightful White Dragon General. Ahem. Before speaking, Song Qian habitually cleared his throat. From today onward, we will practice the 8 swords breaking military formation. The individuals whose names I call will step forward. Song Shdong, Sun Ba, Yi Erniu, Dongfang Chongqing. Song Qian called out 8 names in succession. You 8 possess the highest talents among the entire White Dragon Cavalry. You will each lead 100 White Dragon Cavalry warriors to practice the first stage of the 8 swords breaking military formation. Wait, Before Song Qian could finish, Li Kuang interrupted, raising his hand. In terms of talent, no one in the entire martial market can match my brother. If you make them team leaders, what about my brother? Liao? Song Qian shot a glance at him and replied, Liao is currently under military punishment and hasn't returned yet. How can I assign him a position? We cannot delay the progress of the entire White Dragon cavalry for one person. But Li Kuang wished to protest further, but Song Qian would not afford him that opportunity. All 8 team leaders, come here. I will discuss the precautions with you. The rest of you should warm up and avoid injuries during training. Yes, the White Dragon cavalry responded in unison. Good lad, just wait. At this point, Li Kuang had no choice but to wait for his brother to return from military punishment. After clarifying the precautions, Song Qian casually strolled around the training grounds, supervising the proceedings. Hey, what's that building? Song Qian's attention was drawn to the southeast, where a mist enveloped the area, revealing a small black tower in the distance. Towers in the secular world serve to complete the feng shui. Constructing a tower in areas lacking in feng shui can counterbalance a mountain. Generally, towers are built to suppress evil and protect fortune. In the martial market, a place where prodigies gather, there are no malevolent spirits or fortune deficits. To construct a tower in such a place is indeed illogical. Erniu, come here for a moment. Unable to comprehend the situation, Song Qian decided to call over Yi Erniu, the local, to inquire further. What's up, Qian Ge? Did I teach them incorrectly? Yi Erniu approached, and his first instinct was to think he had taught incorrectly. No. I called you here to ask about that building over there. It's a tower, right? Song Qian pointed towards the southeast, where the black spire of the tower loomed amidst the mist. Yi Erniu rubbed his eyes, and then looked in the direction Song Qian indicated. Qian Gu, that is the Jizhuan Songjing Tower of our Wushi. It is said to house 99% of the martial arts techniques from the Shangchuan dynasty. Jizhuan Songjing Tower. Song Qian repeated the name and then inquired, may I enter to have a look? That might not be possible, for not only does the Jizhuan Songjing Tower contain martial arts techniques, but it also holds many secrets of the dynasty. Generally, only those who have achieved military merit are allowed entry. Yi Erniu shook his head, sensing that the likelihood of Song Qian being granted access was quite low. After all, even he, having been in Wushi for half a year, had never had the chance to enter the Jizhuan Songjing Tower. All right, I understand. Song Qian nodded and then pondered, if I can't go in, I suppose I can just stroll around the vicinity of the Jizhuan Songjing Tower. That should be permissible, right? Yes, if you don't enter but merely wander around. You are still a general of our Bailong cavalry, so that old man in charge of the tower should not drive you away. Yi Erniu replied, fine, then I'll go take a look around. You stay here and practice diligently. I'll return to check on your progress. After giving the instruction, Song Qian headed southeast. What's so special about a mere tower? What could there possibly be to see? Yi Erniu thought, watching Song Qian's receding figure, unable to comprehend the fascination with such an old structure. A quarter of an hour later, Song Qian arrived at the Jizhuan Songjing Tower. Gazing up at the towering pagoda, he rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought. Just then, a white-bearded boy within the tower noticed the unexpected visitor. Yes, you heard it right, a white-bearded boy. He was the so-called keeper of the Jizhuan Songjing Tower. As mentioned by Yi Erniu, who are you? The Songjing Tower is a restricted area of Wushi. No idle individuals are permitted to approach. The white-bearded boy admonished. I am the current Bailong general, Qian Song. Song Qian replied. Oh, so it's you, young lad. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded boy nodded as if he recognized Song Qian. You know me? Song Qian was puzzled, unable to recall any prior interaction with such an unusual individual. Wei Long mentioned you. You are the one the old Taoist brought into Wushi. The white-bearded boy stated, directly addressing Song Qian by his given name, indicating that his identity was not simple, at the very least. He was of equal standing with the Grand General. And who might you be? Song Qian asked, intrigued by the boy seated on the stone slab, especially curious about his white beard. They all call me the keeper of the classics. Though I am not truly old. I am merely over 900 years of age, the white-bearded boy replied nonchalantly. Song Qian began to doubt his hearing. Even a fifth-tier powerhouse, with vitality as robust as a dragon, would only live for about 500 years. Yet, this boy, aside from his thick white beard, seemed no different from an actual youth, and no matter how Song Qian looked at him, he did not appear to be a 900-year-old creature. Could he be a living legend of rejuvenation? Did you come here to borrow from the Songjing Tower? Before Song Qian could collect his thoughts, the white-bearded boy continued to inquire, "Am I allowed to enter?" ISNT access to the Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower restricted to those with military achievements. Song Qian recalled what Yi Erniu had informed him prior to coming. "You are a person of the old Taoist? A military general, and you provided Wei Long with 2 significant military formations. Allowing you entry into the Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower does not breach protocol," the white-bearded boy explained. "Thank you, senior." Song Qian bowed slightly to the boy. Although he was unsure of the truth behind the boy's claim of being over 900 years old, the fact that the Grand General entrusted him to guard this tower suggested that his identity and strength were undoubtedly extraordinary. Referring to him as senior was not unwarranted. "Senior, I like that title. It makes me feel several centuries younger, and it sounds much better than Keeper of the Classics," the white-bearded boy mused. "When you return, instruct those youngsters that when they come to this Songjing Tower, they must address me as senior. If I hear anyone calling me Keeper of the Classics, I will have their skin peeled off." The boy displayed a sinister smile, sending a chill down Song Qian's spine, making him feel that this individual was not jesting. He could genuinely carry out such gruesome acts. "Senior, may I enter now?" Song Qian tentatively asked. "Certainly, you may enter," the white-bearded boy affirmed, rising to stand before the Crimson Gate. He took a deep breath and then shouted, "Old Ming, open the door." With a resounding boom, the Crimson Gate swung open in response to the boy's loud call. "Wow, it can be done like this?" Song Qian was astonished, having never witnessed such a novel method of opening a door before. "Old Ming has opened the door. You may enter now," the white-bearded boy turned to inform him. "Senior, who is this Old Ming you speak of?" Song Qian took a few steps closer to the Crimson Gate, hesitating before voicing his curiosity. "Old Ming is the spirit of this tower, and the original name of this tower is the De Tianwei Mengshan Tower. I found it cumbersome, so I just call him Old Ming," the white-bearded boy elucidated. "A spirit? This Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower is actually a treasure of 4th-tier rank or higher." Song Qian was taken aback upon hearing this. The tower was so grand, piercing the clouds. The manpower, resources, and wealth required to forge such a massive 4th-tier treasure were astronomical. To 4th tier? "You really underestimate Old Ming," the white-bearded boy scoffed. Before Old Ming was struck by lightning, he was a formidable sacred artifact. Even in his current battered state, his rank has not fallen below that of a spiritual artifact, sacred artifact. Song Qian questioned whether he had misheard. In today's world, all items could be classified into 4 tiers: mundane artifacts, spiritual artifacts, sacred artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each major tier could be subdivided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th being the strongest. However, the mundane and spiritual artifacts had some peculiarities. Both shared 9 ranks, with those below the 5th rank classified as mundane artifacts and those above as spiritual artifacts. A 9th rank spiritual artifact was the threshold to a sacred artifact. As for divine artifacts, they had not been seen in reality for over 100,000 years, existing only in legends. Thus, it was said that the most powerful items in the world were sacred artifacts. Just below divine artifacts, every sacred artifact was possessed by the continent's top powers, each boasting the strength to annihilate the heavens and earth. For any force or sect aspiring to ascend to the realm of true top-tier powers, possessing a high-tier sacred artifact was essential. The most formidable item in the Shangxuan dynasty was the Royal Shangxuan Banner, which barely reached the quality of a 5th-tier premium spiritual artifact. Now, to think that a dilapidated tower meant for storing books was once a legendary sacred artifact was beyond Song Qian's belief. "What are you thinking? If you don't hurry in, Old Ming will close the door, and I want to call for you." The white-bearded boy noticed Song Qian's astonishment and reminded him, "Oh, thank you. Senior, I will enter now." Song Qian snapped out of his reverie. Rather than lingering in contemplation, it was better to step inside and see for himself. After all, seeing is believing. By the way, with your cultivation, you can only explore the 1st level. Do not attempt to ascend to the 2nd or 3rd levels. As Song Qian's figure vanished into the darkness, the white-bearded boy suddenly recalled something and yelled outside. Chapter 29. Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower. Inside the Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower, books were stacked high, with rows of bookshelves, each one 100 paces wide and towering 10 paces tall. Each shelf likely contained tens of thousands of books. And the entire 1st level must have tens of thousands of bookshelves, and a wonder, it is claimed to house 99% of the literature from the Shangxuan dynasty. Song Qian marveled slightly. He then began to stroll casually through the first level, where the books were generally categorized into three types: martial arts, techniques, and miscellaneous. Martial arts and techniques occupied 90% of the space. But the ranks were not particularly high, with most being first or second rank, while those of third rank and above were exceedingly rare. After a round of browsing, Song Qian did not find what he had imagined. Perhaps I was mistaken, he mused. But since I'm here, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Standing in place, he spoke to himself, unaware that his every action was being observed by the white-bearded boy at the entrance. "Old Ming, what do you think this lad is searching for?" The white-bearded boy was somewhat perplexed by Song Qian's behavior. Entering the tower without seeking martial arts, techniques, or even studying astronomy, geography, history, or culture, he seemed to be aimlessly wandering. "I suspect he might be looking for my secrets." A dark face suddenly appeared on the tower's wall, responding. "Are there any secrets within this tower that are unknown even to me?" The white-bearded boy was taken aback. Having guarded this tower for over a century, he had no idea there were still things he did not know. "Well, just a few personal secrets. If you didn't observe closely, naturally, you wouldn't have discovered them." As these words were spoken, the figure with a human face exhibited a hint of bashfulness, a faint blush appearing upon its visage. Observing this, the white-bearded youth scoffed. "You feel embarrassed? You are merely a tower, not a human. Where is your sense of personal secrets? Humph, you might as well have sprung from a stone, thus not being human either." The tower spirit, well-versed in human nature, immediately retorted, "If you ask me, we are two peas in a pod. Do not pretend to be a potato laughing at a starchy tuber." Naturally, Song Qian had no means of knowing what transpired beyond the tower. After wandering a few more circles on the first level, Song Qian found himself in possession of 3 martial arts manuals, 2 on spear techniques and 1 on body techniques. Upon entering the martial arts market, in order to conceal his identity, Song Qian opted for a long spear. However, lacking any prior training in spear techniques, he was unable to unleash the full potential of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Now, arriving at the reputed 9-turn scripture pavilion, which was said to house the entirety of the world's literature, he seized the opportunity to acquire a few spear techniques. The 2 manuals on spear techniques were titled Flowing Cloud Spear Technique and the Remnant River Piercing Cloud Technique, both of high third-tier quality. While their power could not compare to the Supreme Sword Technique, they were certainly adequate for Song Qian at this stage. The other manual on body techniques, Falling Star Pursuing Moon Technique, boasted an exceptionally high quality, ranking as a top-tier 5th-tier technique, albeit incomplete, containing only the first half. Nevertheless, even in its fragmented form, this 5th-tier technique's intricacies and the pace of successful cultivation vastly surpassed that of 3rd-tier body techniques. Which was precisely why Song Qian chose the Falling Star Pursuing Moon technique. What he needed was speed. Surprised by Song Qian's selection, the white-bearded youth remarked, "This body technique, if I recall correctly, was brought back by you from the outer realms." The tower spirit, noticing the youth's unusual reaction, inquired, "What? Is there some profound principle within?" Chuckling at the question, the white-bearded youth replied, "What profoundness could a broken body technique possess? It is simply more challenging to cultivate than other martial arts. If even you find this martial art difficult, then this lad has truly acquired it for free." The tower spirit, well aware of the terrifying aptitude of the youth before him, pondered who else in the world could successfully cultivate such a technique. "Very well, let us settle on these 3. Taking more would be rather impolite." After all, prior to entering the tower, the white-bearded youth had merely suggested that Song Qian take a look around, never implying that he could take any martial arts with him. The decision to take only 3 manuals was also due to the fact that explaining further would be considerably simpler. After contemplating his subsequent remarks, Song Qian rose to depart. However, as he reached the doorway and glanced at the staircase leading to the upper levels, he pondered that senior mentioned something about the 2nd and 3rd levels. Having already stepped into the tower, Song Qian had not clearly heard the white-bearded youth's words, only catching the notion of ascending to the 2nd and 3rd levels. Could it be that the senior implied there was nothing of value on the 1st level and suggested I explore the 2nd and 3rd floors? Song Qian speculated. Very well, since the senior has said so, I shall ascend to the 2nd and 3rd levels for a look. With a rich imagination, Song Qian ultimately resolved to investigate, purely out of curiosity, without any ulterior motives. What the hell? What's this kid doing standing still? Surely he doesn't intend to ascend to the second or third levels? The white-bearded youth felt a twinge of panic upon witnessing this scene. The nine-turn scripture tower did not have bookshelves on every level. The second and third levels housed a multitude of malevolent entities. Song Qian's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the second realm. Should he fall prey to those malevolent beings? His 3 souls and 7 spirits, or the 3 yang fires, would be devoured, leading to dire consequences. Old Ming, quickly forcibly teleport this lad out. We cannot afford any mishaps. The white-bearded youth envisioned the consequences if the old Taoist discovered that his disciple had been possessed by malevolent beings within the 9-turn scripture tower. Or worse, had his 3 souls and 7 spirits or 3 yang fires consumed. I'm not panicking. Why are you? The tower spirit, however, appeared unfazed, gesturing for the youth not to worry, suggesting they continue observing. Believing the lad to be quite promising and likely capable of grasping some profundities from those malevolent entities. Profundities? If this lad enters the second level and survives, it would be a miracle. Let alone comprehending any profundities. Do you truly hold him in such high regard with his late stage of the second realm? The white-bearded youth was left speechless, but suddenly realized, damn it, you were just trying to provoke me. Waiting for the old Taoist to come with his gear to settle the score with me? Hee, you've actually seen through my intentions. The tower spirit chuckled, no longer pretending, and exclaimed, I did it on purpose. Who told you to mock me for not being human? Unbeknownst to Song Qian, all this transpired outside the tower. He simply ascended to the second level, driven by a profound curiosity. The second level, compared to the first, was a stark contrast. Here, there was not a single technique, nor even a hair to be found. The entire second level was desolate, laid bare with nothing present, save for the occasional eerie gust of wind that seemed to seep from nowhere. Creating an unsettling atmosphere, I thought there would be some higher-tier techniques or martial arts, but it turns out to be this. Song Qian expressed his bewilderment. Malevolent entities are formless and shadowy, not confined to the 5 elements. Wandering the boundaries of yin and yang, Song Qian, with his mortal eyes, could not perceive these malevolent beings. Yet the white-bearded youth outside could see them clearly. The moment Song Qian stepped into the second level, dozens of malevolent beings surrounded him, resting upon his shoulders and head. Human life descends, adhering to the heavenly cycle of life and death point. One cry shakes the heavens, a second stirs the earth, a third enters the natural path. This is the cycle of reincarnation. However, of the great Tao, 50 are derived. Heaven transforms into 49. Leaving 1 for the spirits of myriad races. 3 cries determine the 3 fires of humanity. The 100 convergences form the mysterious fire of longevity. The left hand S3 yin embodies the fire of demise, leading to extinction. The right hand S3 yang manifests the fire of rapidity, uniting yin and yang. The 100 convergences gather, with the left 3 yin over the shoulder and the right 3 yang over the shoulder. This is the 3 yang fires of humanity. It is said that humans possess 3 fires, and these are they. Now, as these malevolent beings approached, intent on devouring Song Qian's 3 yang fires, damn it. Outside the tower, the white-bearded youth cursed vehemently before rising to his feet. Grasping an iron rod from his ear, he was poised to break into the tower to rescue him. Hey, don't act recklessly. I am already heavily injured. If you strike me with that rod, I'll be utterly ruined. Seeing the youth retrieve the rod, the tower spirit panicked and hastily called out to stop him. I'll count to 3. If you don't forcibly teleport that lad out, I'll resort to violence against you. The white-bearded youth recognized the tower spirit's fear of him, but he too was apprehensive of the deranged old Taoist. Teleport if you must. Just don't be rough. The tower spirit relented, preparing to forcibly teleport Song Qian out. Buzz! A sound akin to a sword's cry resonated within him, and Song Qian was suddenly jolted awake. A flash of crimson crossing his gaze. Subsequently, he beheld the true face of the second level. What had once seemed spacious within the tower was now densely packed with demons and malevolent entities, each possessing strength above the third realm. What on earth are these things? Upon witnessing the myriad of malevolent beings, Song Qian was taken aback. With a swift motion, he drew the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword, ready to engage in battle with the malevolent beings. Yet, before he could make a move, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he was forcibly teleported out by the tower's spirit. "Kid, are you all right?" The moment Song Qian was teleported out, the white-bearded youth rushed forward, anxiously inspecting the three young fires upon his shoulders, relieved to find them intact. "Senior, when did I come out?" Song Qian, momentarily bewildered, failed to grasp the situation. "You little rascal, I specifically warned you before entering the tower not to ascend to the second or third levels. Just explore the first level," the youth exclaimed in exasperation, "and here you are. Completely disregarding my words, if it weren't for my timely intervention, you would now be nothing but a mindless corpse." Witnessing Song Qian regain his senses, the white-bearded youth erupted in a tirade. I apologize, Senior. I may not have heard you clearly. I thought you were suggesting that the first level lacked anything of interest, and that I should head straight to the second and third levels." Song Qian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Forget it. It was your first offense, and luckily nothing serious occurred. I'll let you off this time." The white-bearded youth replied, "But time is of the essence. You should return whence you came." "Yes," Song Qian nodded, then looked up to find that the sun had already set. "Could it be that it's already so late? I must hurry back to the training ground. The white dragon riders are likely still waiting for me." After bidding farewell to the white-bearded youth, Song Qian hastily made his way back to the training ground. The scene there remained largely unchanged from the morning, with 8 squad leaders guiding their respective teams, each engaged in their own practice without interference. Upon gathering everyone, Song Qian was astonished to discover that Erneu's squad was performing the best, surpassing even the teams led by Zhang Xiong and Sun Ba. "Well done, Erneu. I didn't realize you possessed such leadership skills." As the day drew to a close, Song Qian, on his way home, could not help but commend, "It's all thanks to your teachings, Brother Qian. I merely recounted your advice to them verbatim." Erneu chuckled in explanation, unlike Zhang Xiong and the others, who insist on embellishing their interpretations, thus causing their progress to lag far behind that of my team. Upon hearing this, Song Qian fell into contemplation. Although the 8 swords breaking military array was not of his own invention, as a peak first-tier formation master, he recognized that military formations, while somewhat distinct from traditional arrays, fundamentally belong to the same lineage. Moreover, having possessed the military formation for several days, Song Qian's mental acuity had also improved, allowing him to conduct a thorough analysis and arrive at technical conclusions. Indeed, practicing precisely as Song Qian suggested proved to be the most efficient method, while the others, in their attempts to add personal insights, achieved far less satisfactory results. As the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise. A specialist should handle specialized matters. Upon returning to the White Dragon Pavilion, Song Qian found Jasmine engrossed in her studies of feng shui techniques, neglecting to prepare dinner. Initially, he intended to rely on pills to get through the night, looking forward to a hearty meal once Jasmine finished her training the following day. However, the obstinate Erneu insisted on dragging Song Qian to the cafeteria, and despite Song Qian's numerous refusals, they were of no avail. Ultimately, Erneu successfully persuaded Song Qian with the words, "You may not be hungry, but Sisterly needs to eat. Why not endure a bit and fetch her a meal?" The two made their way to the martial arts cafeteria, which was quite spacious, filled with countless tables and benches, capable of accommodating thousands of martial artists dining together. "Brother Qian, what would you like to eat?" "It's my treat," Erneu declared as he produced his identification token to order. "I'm not particularly hungry these past few days, so feel free to order whatever you like. Just pack a portion for my sister." Song Qian replied, his discerning palate rendering him disinterested in the cafeteria's offerings. "All right, then I shall order a portion of their signature dish for Sisterly," Erneu said as he proceeded to the front to place the order. While Song Qian found a seat for himself, it was evening meal time, and aside from the White Dragon Cavalry, the other 108 military units were also resting at this hour. "Brother, are you not being a bit too domineering, occupying an entire table with 8 seats for yourself?" Suddenly, 2 discordant voices broke the atmosphere. Chapter 30. The cafeteria incident. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, and upon hearing the disturbance, Song Qian turned to see Li Kuang monopolizing a table with 8 seats. A group of individuals from another military unit approached, seeking to sit and dine, but were met with resistance. "What do you mean? Do you look down upon our Tsang Wolf Legion?" Among the Tsang Wolf Legion, there were those with fiery tempers, and upon hearing Li Kuang's arrogant remarks, they immediately rolled up their sleeves. Ready for a confrontation? Li Kuang glanced at the opposing faction with a cold smile. With your mere half-step into the third realm, you ought to refrain from making a fool of yourself. I could suppress you with a single hand. Who does this person think he is, to be so arrogant? Does he not realize he stands against dozens from the Tsang Wolf Legion? Even if he was outmatched individually, the sheer number of their ranks could easily overwhelm him in a coordinated assault. This individual was named Li Kuang, brother to Li Ao, one of the leaders of the White Dragon Cavalry. The ruckus between Li Kuang and the Tsang Wolf Legion instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Young master, this fellow has the backing of Li Ao. Should we not let this go? There are still vacant seats over there. Some members of the Tsang Wolf Legion, wary of Li Ao's influence, attempted to mediate. Shut your mouth. This brat has Li Ao as his backing. Does that mean I, Huang Jing, lack support? Huang Jing, the current general of the Tsang Wolf Legion, was indeed somewhat more formidable than Li Kuang in terms of background. You are Huang Jing? Li Kuang paused, momentarily taken aback. What, are you afraid now that you've heard of young Master S' name? Huang Jing, mistaking Li Kuang's surprise for fear, boasted, if you are afraid, vacate your seat immediately. I, young master, am magnanimous and shall spare you this time. How laughable, young master still holds sway over Li Kuang with just a single word. Indeed, Li Kuang's support pales in comparison to the might of the Tsang Wolf general, who commands respect even from those of high standing. As the onlookers observed this spectacle, they marveled at Huang Jing's formidable backing. In response, Li Kuang revealed a mocking smile and slowly rose to his feet. Just as everyone assumed Li Kuang was about to yield his seat to Huang Jing, the next scene left them utterly astonished for centuries to come. Smack! A sudden slap resounded as Li Kuang struck Huang Jing's face with forced apologies. I am not afraid of you. Rather, I was reminded of an incident from some time ago. During a military exercise with the Tsang Wolf Legion, one of your members was so frightened by the barbarian cavalry that he wet himself. His name was also Huang Jing. Could that be you? After delivering the slap, Li Kuang pretended to ponder. Each word a dagger aimed at Huang Jing's heart. What? Did I hear that correctly? You were scared to the point of wetting yourself on the battlefield? By the barbarian cavalry, no less. This is a disgrace to our martial city. The crowd, all subjects of the Upper Xian dynasty, harbored an intense loathing for the northern barbarian tribes. Just hearing that Huang Jing had been frightened to the point of humiliation elicited cries for his expulsion from the martial city. This demonstrated the depth of the public's fury towards the barbarian invaders. You speak nonsense. Huang Jing clutched his reddened left cheek, exclaiming, I did not even participate in the battle due to illness. How could I have wet myself? You scoundrel! You slander me, and I shall kill you. With that, Huang Jing, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as Li Kuang merely raised his left hand, effortlessly catching Huang Jing's full-force blow. How is this possible? There is a whole realm's difference between us. How could you possibly block my punch so casually? Witnessing this, Huang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, mentally questioning if Li Kuang was a demon or possessed innate strength beyond imagination. Hee, Li Kuang sneered. You think a mere realm's difference is trivial? I never expected such ignorance to emerge from the lips of someone in the martial city. Every minor realm beyond the third realm presents an insurmountable chasm for martial artists. How dare Huang Jing, merely a half-step into the third realm, utter such absurdity? Isn't it just a realm, my brother-in-law? The Tsang Wolf general can easily overcome such a gap, Huang Jing retorted. How amusing. The Tsang Wolf general is the Tsang Wolf general, and you are merely you. His martial lineage is of the highest caliber. And what about you? Do you possess a superior lineage? As the crowd, eager for entertainment, eagerly chimed in, Huang Jing's rebuttal fell flat. Lacking the capability to undertake difficult tasks, you should not attempt what is beyond your means. Consider this slap a small lesson. Li Kuang nodded in agreement with the crowd's sentiments. Now, gather your people and get lost. The further away you go, the better. If I see you again, I will strike you again. You will regret this. I will call my brother-in-law here right now. Huang Jing, recalling the years spent in the martial city, vowed never to endure such humiliation again. You are Li Kuang, right? Call your brother. I wish to see who is more formidable, your brother or my brother-in-law. At this moment, Song Qian shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, Li Kuang is in for a world of hurt. Just then, Yi Erniu returned with the food, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. Placing 2 plates of signature dishes on the table, Yi Erniu inquired, "Brother Qian, you mentioned that Li Kuang is finished. Why is that?" "I believe Li Ao, while perhaps not a match for that Song Wolf general, still has a fighting chance." "Are you certain?" Song Qian took a sip of tea before responding, "How about we place a wager? The loser pays for the meal." "All right, but don't try to weasel out if you lose." Yi Erniu thought it harmless to gamble, acknowledging that even if he lost, it would only be the cost of a meal. "A promise is a promise. I, Qian Song, never go back on my word." Song Qian appeared confident, which made Yi Erniu feel uncertain. Could it be that I overestimated Li Ao or underestimated the Song Wolf general? A short while later, Huang Jing returned with his entourage to the cafeteria. In stark contrast, there was no sign of Li Kuang, nor had Li Ao made an appearance. Yi Erniu slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, "Oh no, I forgot Li Ao hasn't returned from military punishment yet. To honor the bet, it's time to pay up." Song Qian smiled, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. "Very well," Yi Erniu responded with a grunt, and then left his seat to settle the bill. Observing Yi Erniu's departure, Song Qian lost all interest in the gossip around him and instead retrieved 2 manuals on spear techniques from his pocket. These 3rd-tier martial arts, for someone with Song Qian's 14th-tier spiritual power, revealed their essence with just a glance. The term photographic memory perfectly encapsulates his ability. For a master of high-tier spiritual power, mastering any technique is a simple endeavor. The Luyun spear technique emphasizes speed, proving effective even when executed in a single motion. The Kanjiang Chuan Yun technique, on the other hand, inflicts area damage, making it suitable for when surrounded by multiple assailants. Song Qian's selection of martial arts was always purposeful, never a blind pursuit of higher-tier techniques. Only that which suited oneself could be deemed the best. As the 14th-tier spiritual power enveloped the 2 manuals, Song Qian was about to delve deeper into their mysteries when, bang! A sudden loud noise erupted behind him, abruptly interrupting his contemplation. Despite Song Qian's ability to maintain tranquility amidst the bustling cafeteria, the earth-shattering sound shattered his focus. Moreover, the interruption was not over. A figure was sent hurtling towards him. Without turning his head, Song Qian extended a hand and halted the oncoming figure. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the battered visage of Li Kuang, now resembling a pig's head. "Just you wait." Li Kuang seethed with rage, attempting to voice a threat, but his distorted mouth, having lost 2 or 3 teeth, rendered his words unintelligible. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be threatening the members of the Songlong Legion. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian found it somewhat amusing but ultimately suppressed his laughter. "What the hell? Who is this guy?" Yi Erniu questioned upon returning from paying, unable to recognize the disfigured Li Kuang. "Heh, take a good look. This is your half-brother, Li Kuang," Song Qian replied with a slight smile. "Who? Li Kuang? How dare that bunch from the Songlong Legion lay hands on our White Dragon cavalry? Are they tired of living?" Although Yi Erniu and Li Kuang often had a contentious relationship, the nature of their conflict shifted dramatically when it escalated to a clash between legions. Well, didn't expect to find 2 worthless members of the White Dragon cavalry here. Come on, brothers, let us teach these 3 a lesson. Let them know what it means to be overshadowed by others. The martial market is not just for the White Dragon cavalry. It belongs to all of us. Noticing the attire of Song Qian and Yi Erniu, which identified them as members of the White Dragon cavalry, Huang Jing, without inquiry, rallied his men to encircle them, eager to deliver punishment. "Wait." Just then, a deep voice from the back of the crowd halted Huang Jing and his eager companions. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Are these 2 not from the White Dragon cavalry? Shut up. Hurry and pay your respects to General of the White Dragon." "General of the White Dragon?" Huang Jing was taken aback, staring incredulously at Song Qian and his companion, who appeared to be of lesser cultivation than even Li Kuang, struggling to believe that one of them was a general of the White Dragon cavalry. "Wait, the general of the White Dragon cavalry hasn't been chosen yet, has it? Even if one was selected, it would be from Li Ao, Song Xiong, or Sun Ba, right? For these 2 to leapfrog over them, it would require the direct endorsement of the great general, which is utterly impossible." The words of the Songlong general immediately stirred a commotion. Even his appointed vice-general could not contain his curiosity. Asking General, "Have we made a mistake? The general of the White Dragon Cavalry has indeed not been selected yet. Humph! The Songlong general shot a fierce glare at his vice-general, who dared to contradict him. My apologies, General. I have overstepped. The vice-general quickly apologized, realizing the gravity of the situation. This time I shall overlook it. Should you ever dare to contradict me publicly again, you may as well return home to farm. He warned, for a general can hardly tolerate being publicly contradicted by a subordinate. The vice-general took the general's admonition to heart, picturing a grim future of tilling fields. Observing the vice-general's earnest demeanor, the Songlong general finally nodded, then turned to the crowd in the cafeteria to clarify. Last night, the great general sent me a stamped scroll, which contained a description of an unparalleled military formation. It was conveyed by the great general that this formation was created by General Qian of the White Dragon Cavalry overnight. I am to select 800 elite soldiers from each of the remaining 107 armies for intensive training, culminating in a grand martial assembly in a month. Now tell me, does the White Dragon Cavalry not have a general? The Songlong general challenged the crowd, which fell into a profound silence. Since a general had made such a declaration, what could the ordinary soldiers possibly say? Even those with rebellious tendencies dared not voice their thoughts in the presence of the formidable Songlong general. Seeing that the crowd was no longer responsive, the Songlong general clasped his fists towards Song Qian and his companions, saying, I apologize, General of the White Dragon. Today's incident was indeed a misunderstanding. You have been here and should be aware of the unfolding events. Correct? Indeed. Song Qian nodded slightly, acknowledging I understand. It is truly my failure to discipline properly. Fortunately, today's incident did not result in any severe casualties, so let us consider it settled. Given the relatively amicable attitude of the opposing side, Song Qian did not wish to escalate matters due to Li Kuang. After all, he was well aware of Li Kuang's character, arrogant and domineering, relying on his illustrious brother. Experiencing this setback may ultimately serve him well. If he could endure this trial, his martial path would surely see advancement. However, should he falter, it could lead to his stagnation in martial arts, a fate not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, all of this was Li Kuang's own fortune to bear. With no relation to Song Qian, as long as the interests of the White Dragon Legion remained intact, or his own interests were not compromised, all would be well. On the other hand, the Songlong general also nodded in agreement. He had harbored expectations for Song Qian, the legendary general of the White Dragon, since it was rare to find someone capable of creating an unparalleled military formation overnight. However, upon witnessing him today, with merely late second-tier cultivation, he found it hard to fathom why the great general would appoint him as a general of the White Dragon Cavalry. There were others among the White Dragon Cavalry, Liao, Song Xiong, and Sun Ba, whose cultivation levels far surpassed that of this individual. Why choose someone with such low cultivation when those three were clearly more qualified? Was it truly due to his talent for military formations? The Songlong general pondered this, but given the circumstances, he refrained from directly inquiring. He merely nodded slightly before leading his men away. Once the members of the Songlong Legion departed, the gazes of all in the cafeteria shifted towards Song Qian, now filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that this young man before them was, in fact, a general of the White Dragon Cavalry. The White Dragon Cavalry, renowned as the strongest force in the martial market, boasted cavalrymen who were all prodigies. To rise to the rank of general among such extraordinary talents was an indication of truly terrifying aptitude. Chapter 31. The old Taoist get up, everyone has left. Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Song Qian shoved Li Kuang back into his seat, instructing him to stop pretending. With a cough of blood, Li Kuang's appearance slowly returned to normal. He gazed at Song Qian with a complex expression before saying, "Thank you. Sure." This scene left He Erniu wide-eyed in disbelief. In a way, Li Kuang, you actually pretended to be dead? Idiot! With so many of them around, if I didn't play dead, I would truly be done for today. Li Kuang and He Erniu, those two frenemies, began to bicker the moment they met. Song Qian, wishing to avoid the altercation, grabbed his packed meal and bid farewell to He Erniu and the others, making his way to the White Dragon Pavilion. Fill it to the brim. On the way, a familiar voice reached Song Qian's ears, one that felt oddly familiar. Following the sound, he arrived at a patch of grass. He pushed aside the grass and found an old Taoist lying there. Dressed in tattered clothing, his hair a wild mess, and his face a picture of disarray. The old Taoist clutched a wine jug, appearing thoroughly intoxicated. Good heavens, it really is you, old Taoist. This man was indeed the one who had previously given Song Qian directions. Since arriving in Wushi, every shortcut that Song Qian has taken seems inextricably linked to this venerable old Taoist priest before him. At the first glimpse of the old man, Song Qian surmised that he was no ordinary individual. It was highly probable that his disheveled exterior belied a terrifyingly formidable true prowess. As it stands, Song Qian's initial conjecture has proven to be accurate. Otherwise, how could the esteemed General Wei Long of Tianwu have personally designated him as the White Dragon General? Furthermore, the white-bearded youth residing in the Nine-Turn Sutra Tower also appeared to have granted him entry solely due to the old Taoist's influence. The more Song Qian pondered, the more astonished he became. "Hey, old Taoist, wake up! Don't lie there. The ground is cold. Get up!" He patted the old man's flushed face, attempting to rouse him. But the old priest seemed to have indulged in an excess of wine and was deeply entrenched in slumber. Even mumbling, "One more jug of wine, and I can still drink, goodness," he is thoroughly intoxicated. Song Qian smacked his forehead, feeling a sense of impending trouble. After considerable effort, he finally managed to carry the heavy old Taoist back to the White Dragon courtyard. "Old Taoist, pray tell, what is the meaning of bringing along a dozen bricks while being in perfect health?" Glancing at the snoring old man on the bed and then at the neatly arranged bricks on the floor, Song Qian found it utterly perplexing. Could it be that the weapons of masters are so unadorned? Or is it that regardless of one's skill, one still fears bricks? He couldn't fathom it, but as he was leaving, he surreptitiously pocketed a piece, muttering, "What if it turns out to be an extraordinary treasure? Then I would be immensely fortunate." Upon returning to the White Dragon Pavilion and noticing that Jasmine was still engrossed in her training, Song Qian refrained from disturbing her and quietly returned to his own bed to commence his cultivation. Today, he intended to continue absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, aiming to elevate his spiritual power to the 15th level. Should he first circulate his techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of the world and break through to the pinnacle of the second realm? Perhaps it would be wiser to first advance his spiritual power. As he had only recently broken through in martial arts, achieving 2 breakthroughs in such a short time would not be prudent without a solid foundation, potentially leading to future calamities. However, the same could not be said for spiritual power. It requires no such sedimentation. Sufficient essence of the heavens and earth would suffice for a breakthrough. With these thoughts, Song Qian settled into a meditative posture and began to absorb the spiritual energy within the White Dragon courtyard. After a night of tranquility, the following morning, he expelled a breath of turbid air. The spiritual essence of the White Dragon courtyard had been entirely consumed by him, and his spiritual power had successfully ascended to the 15th level. To his astonishment, his spiritual prowess had surpassed his martial capabilities. It is worth noting that 15th level spiritual power is comparable to that of a peak third realm expert. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the next room. Song Qian surmised that the old Taoist must have awakened, prompting him to hastily rise and make his way next door with a creak. He opened the door to find the old Taoist seated on the bed, his gaze bleary, while the floor was strewn with shards of glass. Upon seeing this, Song Qian immediately deduced that the old man must have roused himself from his stupor and inadvertently shattered the vase beside the bed. "Old Taoist, you are finally awake." Song Qian approached to greet him. The old man, however, showed no signs of acknowledgement, his eyes vacant as he sat on the bed. "What has happened to you?" Seeing the old man's lack of response, Song Qian speculated that perhaps he had sustained some internal injury. Yet the old Taoist remained silent. That shouldn't be the case. Given his strength and background, who in the ancient city of Zhantian could possibly harm him? Could it be that he is still dazed from the drink? Thieving drunkard, return my wine. Just as Song Qian was lost in thought, the old Taoist suddenly broke his silence, startling Song Qian so much that he nearly lost his balance. The old man's murky, hollow gaze gradually regained clarity. He looked at Song Qian before pondering aloud. "Are you the lad who invited me to a banquet of 108 dishes?" "Yes," Song Qian nodded, relieved. "Thank goodness your mind hasn't been eaten away by the wine spirit." "Nonsense. I am the immortal of wine. You, mere mortal, dare not speak so." The old Taoist's cheek still bore a flush, and he spoke in a somewhat delirious manner. Not wishing to engage in a verbal spar with him, Song Qian stood up and headed to the kitchen to prepare a pot of hangover soup. However, upon returning with the soup, he found the old Taoist in a state of shock, rummaging frantically over his body. Seeing Song Qian's return, the old man hurriedly grasped his shoulders, shaking him violently. "You carried me back last night. Where are the bricks I had on me? Why are they gone? Did you hide them from me? What have you lost?" Initially, Song Qian was taken aback, thinking the old man had misplaced some priceless treasure. Causing his frantic demeanor, "The bricks. I risked my life to steal them from the madwoman's abode." "Bricks?" Song Qian was momentarily dumbfounded and then pointed beneath the bed. "Aren't they right there?" In a flash, the old Taoist darted to the bed and, with a pair of blackened hands, rummaged beneath it until he finally retrieved his precious bricks. "I must say, sleeping with bricks, don't you find it uncomfortable?" Song Qian placed the hangover soup on the table, realizing that given the old man's current state, he hardly needed it. "You know nothing. These are not just any bricks. They are—" Before the old Taoist could finish, Song Qian interjected, "You're not getting any younger. Perhaps it's time to stop playing with such trivialities?" "Nonsense. This is Shirong, known as the divine soil of antiquity. Have you heard of it?" The old Taoist shot Song Qian a disdainful glance before carefully tucking the bricks into his tattered robe. "Shirong? Divine soil of antiquity?" Song Qian scoured his memories from his previous life, confirming that he had never encountered these terms before. "Why not enlighten me, then?" In the ancient times, when floods ravaged the land, Emperor Gun ascended to the 33rd heaven and stole Shirong. The old Taoist began, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. "Why have you stopped? What did Emperor Gun do with Shirong? To control the floods?" Song Qian pressed for answers. "Go away. Speaking to you is futile. At your level, you cannot grasp such profound topics." The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to discuss the matter of Shirong further. "Fine, if you choose not to explain." Song Qian shrugged, thinking to himself, "After all, I did manage to sneak away a piece while you were asleep. By the way, where is this place? I can't shake the feeling that it seems somewhat familiar." The old Taoist began surveying the surroundings, sensing a hint of familiarity. "Wait a moment. Why does this place resemble the White Dragon courtyard so much? You little rascal. Could it be that—" "Indeed," Song Qian nodded. "Thanks to your blessings, I have been appointed as the White Dragon General by General Wei Long." Noting the old man's familiarity with the place, Song Qian inquired, "Have you resided here before?" "Haha. Not only have I resided here, but I personally constructed the entire White Dragon courtyard." "What?" Song Qian exclaimed in disbelief. "You built the White Dragon courtyard?" It is important to note that the White Dragon courtyard is no ordinary structure. It harbors an ancient and legendary array capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth, a rarity in the world. "Are you astonished? Do you think that I lack the ability to construct something as small as the White Dragon courtyard?" The old Taoist raised an eyebrow. "The intricacies concealed within the White Dragon courtyard are not as simple as you might believe." "Indeed," Song Qian replied, "your assertion holds merit. Constructing the White Dragon courtyard must have required significant effort. I referenced various formations, including the 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams formation, the 10,000 characters Celestial Array, and the 9 Nether Refinement Array. This White Dragon courtyard embodies the essence of numerous schools of thought." "Really?" Observing the old man's earnest demeanor, Song Qian found himself beguiled. "You young lad lack the requisite level. You wouldn't understand even if I explained." The old Taoist shook his head, choosing to ignore Song Qian. Crossing his legs on the bed as if in a state of meditation. Realizing the conversation had grown dull, Song Qian returned to the White Dragon Pavilion to continue his training. After a while, the old Taoist opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Something isn't right. There is something terribly amiss." The very purpose of constructing the White Dragon courtyard was to accumulate the essence of heaven and earth to facilitate his breakthrough in spiritual power. However, within Wuxia, there were no practitioners dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual power. By all accounts, after so many years, the spiritual energy here should have amassed to a formidable extent. Why then, could he now sense not a trace of it? With a heart full of questions, the old Taoist set off toward the White Dragon Pavilion to seek out Song Qian. "Boy, has anyone other than you entered the White Dragon courtyard? Particularly, any practitioners focused on spiritual power?" Seated on the bed, Song Qian raised an eyebrow. "What? Have you lost something again?" "No, I am merely inquiring." The old Taoist squinted, his gaze inscrutable. The White Dragon courtyard is not a tourist attraction, unless permitted by me. No one would dare enter. Song Qian shook his head. If no one has entered, then how could the essence of heaven and earth simply vanish into thin air? Upon hearing the words, the old Taoist scratched his head. Perplexed. Young man, what is the state of your mental prowess? Have you reached the 5th tier? Noticing the faint fluctuations of mental energy around Song Qian, the old Taoist inquired with skepticism, what mental prowess? To prevent the old man from discovering that he was, in fact, a practitioner specializing in mental energy, Song Qian chose to feign ignorance, replying, my level is too low to comprehend what you are saying. You little rascal, do not try to deceive me. I can see the subtle waves of mental energy surrounding you. The old Taoist, with a mere glance, saw through Song Qian's pretense. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback, then stared at the old Taoist in disbelief. You really saw it? One must understand that to perceive another's mental energy fluctuations, one must possess at least a 25th tier of mental prowess. A 25th tier of mental prowess is akin to being comparable to a peak 5th realm powerhouse. Song Qian knew that the elder before him was formidable, yet he did not anticipate just how powerful he truly was. What do you think? The old Taoist wore a semblance of a sardonic expression. In response, Song Qian awkwardly chuckled twice to ease the tension, conceding, all right, you are correct. I have indeed cultivated mental energy. But if I claim that the ethereal essence of this White Dragon court is not absorbed by me, would you believe it? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's gaze towards Song Qian shifted, his eyelids drooping, his expression grave. Observing the old man's demeanor, Song Qian thought to himself, oh no, this old Taoist is contemplating doing away with me. Is he? Clearing his throat, Song Qian coughed lightly twice and suggested, I still have some spirit stones. Perhaps I could offer them all to you as compensation? Humph. Do you think I covet your trifling stones? Upon hearing the term spirit stones, the old Taoist's face instantly contorted with disdain as if these spirit stones were merely stones from a latrine. Hard and foul. Forget it, forget it. Considering you are a rare talent who practices both martial arts and mental energy, I shall not hold this against you. After a lengthy pause, the old Taoist spoke again, yet it was not to admonish Song Qian for absorbing his ethereal essence. Rather, there was a hint of praise laced within his words. What? Song Qian was taken aback, seriously doubting his hearing. Are you complimenting me? Of course, a dual cultivator is worthy of praise. The ethereal essence in this White Dragon court inherently belongs to this martial city. Whether you are general of the White Dragon or a resident of the martial city, absorbing the ethereal essence of the White Dragon court does not seem like a great loss. The old Taoist regarded Song Qian thoughtfully, his murky eyes seemingly plotting something. Now that you mention it, I feel relieved. Upon realizing that the elder had no immediate intent to harm him, the weight on Song Qian's heart finally lifted. By the way, old Taoist, may I ask you a question? After a moment's consideration, Song Qian continued. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist displayed an impatient expression. Spit it out quickly. I have pressing matters to attend to. Is the 5-element sealing array within the celestial court of your making? Song Qian had long harbored this question, for there were no practitioners specializing in mental energy within the martial city, and he was curious about the origin of the 5-element sealing array within the celestial court. Chapter 32. Taking on disciples. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist lifted his gaze to Song Qian, retorting with a question, you, young man, primarily cultivate martial arts and secondarily hone mental energy. You wouldn't be attempting to enter the array path with mental energy, would you? Only those proficient in array formations could discern the intricacies of the 5-element sealing array within the celestial court. Indeed. Song Qian nodded, stating, with my innate full mental energy, if I do not delve into the array path, would that not be a waste of such a remarkable talent? Innate full mental energy? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist furrowed his brow and extended a dark hand, waving it above Song Qian's forehead. As he sensed the 10 towering pillars of mental energy within Song Qian's consciousness, it was evident that they represented the symbol of innate full mental energy. Additionally, there were 5 smaller pillars of mental energy, acquired from absorbing the entirety of the White Dragon Court's ethereal essence, corresponding to a 5th-tier mental energy. The Upper Qian dynasty was indeed one of the 2 dynasties in the world. capable of giving rise to prodigies of innate full mental energy, even after enduring the cataclysm 100,000 years ago. After a long while, the old Taoist finally spoke slowly to a prodigy. Is one with merely innate full mental energy truly considered a prodigy? Upon hearing this, Song Qian was initially stunned, then chuckled, "Old Taoist, please do not jest. The historical records mention numerous individuals with innate full mental energy. I can merely be considered a gifted individual. Historical records? Which historical records are you referring to? The comprehensive history of Upper Qian?" inquired the old Taoist. Yes, Song Qian nodded. It is also documented within the annals of the Upper Qian dynasty over the past 10,000 years. Nonsense, the old Taoist retorted angrily. After the cataclysm 100,000 years ago, it became exceedingly rare for the divine martial continent to give rise to individuals with innate full mental energy. Even the foremost sword path, the 100 paths, experienced a decline. Your so-called historical records are merely fabricated tales spun by later generations based on legends. Recalling the so-called comprehensive history of Upper Qian and the 10,000 years of the Upper Qian dynasty, the old Taoist expressed disdain and then offered a 6-word evaluation. Even dogs would shake their heads at that. Upon hearing this, Song Qian could only give a thumbs up and quip, "By your account, does that not mean I am particularly remarkable?" The old Taoist then shifted his tone, suggesting, "Why not become my disciple? I will teach you the true path of cultivation. Are you certain?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian's face was filled with caution, fearing that the elder might be laying another trap for him. Taoists never speak in jest. After saying this, the old Taoist adopted an extremely serious demeanor, asserting, "Moreover, I guarantee that as long as you follow my teachings, within 3 years, your strength will allow you to dominate the entirety of the Upper Qian dynasty, and even gain a place within the entire Yaoguang prefecture. If I fail to deliver, I vow never to drink again for the rest of my life. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly the case? If he could dominate the Upper Qian dynasty, he could avenge his grievances from being crippled. And if he could secure a place within the Yaoguang prefecture, he could confront Shangguan Yao and avenge his heart's betrayal. Thus, becoming a disciple seemed a viable option, even if the elder was somewhat eccentric. "Every word I speak is the truth," declared the old Taoist. "Very well, then I shall take you as my master." "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." After deep contemplation, Song Qian made his decision. With a resounding thud, Song Qian dropped to his knees before the old Taoist and solemnly bowed 3 times. The old Taoist then helped Song Qian to his feet, with a serious expression, stating, "Young man, I belong to a force known as the Jiwu Ancient Mansion. Since you have become my disciple, you shall be considered half a disciple of the Jiwu Ancient Mansion. From now on, if you encounter individuals from other factions attempting to recruit you, you must not rashly agree." The old Taoist continued, "The major factions within the divine martial continent are particularly wary of individuals with multiple allegiances." "Master," Song Qian interrupted the old Taoist, inquiring, "Is the Jiwu Ancient Mansion powerful? Why have I never heard of it?" "It cannot be considered powerful. It is merely a small faction created by a few old geezers aiming to unify the 9 provinces and 5 domains. It is normal that you haven't heard of it," the old Taoist replied, stroking his beard with a nonchalant demeanor. "Are they seeking to unify the divine martial continent? What a grand ambition!" Upon hearing this, Song Qian was somewhat astonished by the sect's lofty aspirations, yet he could not help but ask, "Master, how strong is our small faction?" "I am not sure how strong it is, but it can certainly dominate all secular forces. After all, as long as those old geezers stand their ground, the others will generally not dare to act," the old Taoist said with utmost seriousness, appearing in no way to be jesting. "Oh dear." Before Song Qian could respond, the old Taoist pondered for a moment and added, "It is getting late. I still have matters to attend to at the Celestial Court, particularly regarding the 9-turn Sutra Tower. Well, I do not yet know much about your situation. After some time, once I understand your circumstances better, I will devise a training plan for you." After bidding farewell to the old Taoist, Song Qian intended to continue his cultivation. However, at that moment, a voice rang out, "May I ask, is General White Dragon present in the court?" "Huang Wenxuan seeks an audience, General of the Great Army's confidant." "Huang Wenxuan?" Song Qian murmured to himself, then replied, "I am in the court. You may enter." Huang Wenxuan stepped into the White Dragon Pavilion and slightly bowed to Song Qian, saying, The general is convening a meeting within the Celestial Court and has sent me to inform you. All 108 generals must be present. What meeting requires all 108 generals to attend? Is it possible that the barbarian tribes are invading? Song Qian inquired. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan pondered briefly and responded, to report back to General White Dragon, the specifics of the meeting are unclear to me. You must attend in person to find out. Very well. Song Qian nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further questioning. After tidying his attire slightly, he followed Huang Wenxuan to the Celestial Court. Within the Celestial Court, in the Assembly Hall, all 107 generals were present, with only General White Dragon, Song Qian, yet to arrive. Therefore, as Song Qian entered the Assembly Hall alongside Huang Wenxuan, mocking voices arose. Oh, the White Dragon General truly has a grand air, making us wait here for him alone. Upon hearing this, Song Qian turned to see a woman with an alluring figure and striking features, undoubtedly a peerless beauty. This individual was none other than General Feng Tian, of the top 10 Tian Feng Legion within the 108 armies of the martial city. Excuse me, my lady, but it seems we do not know each other. What purpose does your immediate condemnation serve? General Tian Feng, Song Qiandao, crossed his arms over his chest and coldly snorted. What is this impeachment? Is it not enough to arrive late without allowing others to speak? He turned to Huang Wenxuan and inquired, Mr. Wenxuan, is there a stipulated time for this assembly? Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan slightly shook his head and replied, there is no set time. The meeting commences when all 108 generals are present. Indeed, Song Qiandao nodded, then fixed his gaze on the other party, saying, did you hear that, young lady? There is no specified time for the assembly. So how can there be such a thing as tardiness? Even if there were no time constraints, you should not have made us generals wait for half a day. Despite the explanation, General Tianfeng remained unyielding and shifted her tone to continue her impeachment. Song Qiandao looked at Huang Wenxuan, but before he could speak, Huang preemptively responded, the Grand General issued a summons for all generals to convene half an hour ago. I reported to each general based on their proximity to their residences. There may have been some discrepancies in timing, but certainly not the half-day you mentioned, which is quite an exaggeration. I hope, General Tianfeng, that you refrain from spreading unfounded accusations and distorting the truth. Huang Wenxuan regarded General Tianfeng with a face devoid of any visible emotion, yet it evoked an unsettling feeling. Although General Tianfeng intended to continue her assault on Song Qiandao, Huang Wenxuan's piercing gaze left her feeling uncertain and compelled her to relent. Thank you. Song Qiandao expressed his gratitude to Huang Wenxuan with a cupped fist. It is but a trivial matter. Where is your seat? Please, take a moment to sit. Huang Wenxuan indicated a position for Song Qiandao before hastily ascending to the second floor. You young man, do not presume that with Deputy General Huang backing you, you can act with impunity, General Tianfeng remarked as she approached him again. You shall see what is in store for you. To this, Song Qiandao paid her no mind, disinterested in engaging with the madwoman. Young sir, are you the 9th generation White Dragon General? Just as Song Qiandao settled into his seat, someone approached him with a question. And you are? Song Qiandao glanced at the newcomer, who possessed striking azure eyes and was dressed in blue, exuding an air of both charisma and mystery. Dongfang Shuima, Beastmaster Legion, the individual introduced himself. Oh? Song Qiandao responded. A soft exclamation escaping his lips. The Beastmaster Legion was regarded as the most enigmatic among the 108 legions in Wuxi, with one of the prerequisites for joining being that individuals must at least be a first-tier Beastmaster. Do you not wish to know why General Tianfeng harbors such animosity towards you? Dongfang Shuima inquired, displaying a casual familiarity. Despite Song Qiandao's apparent disinterest, he pressed on with his conversation. Intrigued by the question, Song Qiandao replied, I would like to hear more. This matter is rather lengthy, so for the sake of brevity, I shall summarize. General Tianfeng is infatuated with Li Ao, yet you have taken the position of White Dragon General from him and sent him to the military penal institution. How could one not hold resentment towards you? Initially, Dongfang Shuima intended to elaborate on the backstory of General Tianfeng's affection for Li Ao, but time constraints necessitated a concise explanation. I see. Song Qiandao nodded, finding this reasoning aligned with his own conjectures. Having arrived in Wuxi less than 10 days prior, he had yet to familiarize himself with the individuals present, nor had he even met General Tianfeng. The only person he had offended was Li Ao, the owner of the Proudbone martial pulse. From Song Qiandao's perspective, It seemed that General Tianfeng and Liao shared a close friendship or perhaps a deeper bond. All 108 generals are present. A deep voice resonated from the assembly hall, drawing the attention of the crowd. The speaker was none other than Grand General Wei Long, in unison. All 108 generals rose and knelt on one knee, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Grand General Wei Long, MM." Grand General Wei Long nodded, then raised a hand to signal for everyone to rise. Observing the assembly of 108 cavalry generals below, the Grand General expressed his satisfaction with a nod. "You are all the absolute elite within Wuxia, each one a talent among a sea of many. Thank you for your kind words, Grand General. However, I cannot help but wonder why you have summoned us all here today. Is there a pressing matter at hand? Perhaps the barbarian tribes are launching a counteroffensive, and we are to take our troops to the battlefield?" One general stood to inquire. "It is not the barbarians attacking." The Grand General shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. "Then what is it? Has there been a rebellion in Zhantian ancient city that necessitates our intervention?" Another general stood to ask. "That is not the case. Zhantian ancient city is a mixed bag, and quelling a rebellion is the responsibility of the city lord's manor, not ours. We serve as the military talent reserve for the court, and our duty is to supply the front lines. Suppressing rebellions is not within our purview." The Grand General continued to shake his head. "Then could it be that individuals from other Wuxia have arrived?" At this, Song Qiandao stood to inquire. The Grand General was somewhat taken aback by the question. "How did you know? Is it true? Are individuals from other ancient cities indeed coming to our Zhantian ancient city?" Someone pondered. Years ago, the court had ordered the construction of 9 Wuxia, situated in 9 ancient cities. The Wuxia in Zhantian ancient city was merely one of them. Now, as the Grand General summoned all present, could it be to welcome the elites from other Wuxia? Enough with the chatter. Let me clarify the situation. Recently, while the barbarian tribes may not pose an imminent threat, they are likely to advance within the next 2 years. His Majesty has recognized this and has ordered the finest from the 9 Wuxia to be gathered here in our Zhantian ancient city's Wuxia. We are to prepare for a joint martial event among the 9 armies. The event is set for tomorrow, and His Majesty will personally oversee it. I gathered you all here to inform you of this. At the martial event, do not bring shame upon me, understood?" The Grand General stated firmly. What is so momentous about that? Among the 9 ancient cities, our Wuxia is undoubtedly the strongest. The others are merely inferior, one general scoffed. Those individuals live in comfort, unlike us in Zhantian ancient city, who are constantly engaged in battles and suppressing rebellions. How can they possibly compare to us? The generals seated below displayed their disdain, likely due to their experiences along the borders. Seeing their arrogance, the Grand General shook his head slightly. "Do not underestimate others. The standards of each ancient city's Wuxia are fairly comparable." Concerned that these proud young elites might suffer defeat and incur the wrath of His Majesty, the Grand General cautioned them. "Rest assured, Grand General, tomorrow's martial event among the 9 armies, our Tianfeng Legion will undoubtedly emerge victorious and bring glory to our warriors." The previously impeaching General Tianfeng stood confidently to declare. "Indeed, our Zhonglong cavalry shall do the same," echoed another general. Chapter 33. Martial event among the 9 armies. The 107 legions voiced their affirmations, while Song Qiandao remained silent in the corner. Deep in thought, a furrow etched on his brow. Seeing this, General Tianfeng could not help but mock him. Some individuals seem quite opposed to their own Wuxia, yet the moment they encounter others, they immediately shrink back. They cannot even utter words of confidence. Truly cowardly, to strike hard within yet cower outside. Does such a person deserve to remain in our Wuxia? General Tianfeng's words were a thinly veiled accusation aimed at Song Qiandao. Drawing the attention of the other generals toward him, in response, Song Qiandao feigned ignorance, continuing to rest his chin on his hand in contemplation. This scene did not escape the notice of Grand General Wei Long, who then asked, "White Dragon General, do you have something to say? Speak freely." The Grand General sensed that Song Qiandao might possess some insider knowledge, prompting him to inquire, "Grand General, to speak candidly, I hail from Dongjun Ancient City. I have visited the Wuxia there and gained a basic understanding of the overall strength of its legions. It is no exaggeration to state that in terms of sheer combat prowess, our Zhantian Ancient City's Wuxia cannot compete with the power of Dongjun Ancient City. Moreover, the closer a Wuxia is to the Imperial City, the richer the training resources they receive, consequently strengthening their capabilities. not to mention Dongjun, but also the two ancient cities of Judu and Longzan near the imperial city. Their strength is truly formidable. You generals are merely gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. Believing yourselves to be the best, to label them as mere sheltered flowers is a gross misrepresentation. They are all thorny roses. They are not as easy to defeat as you might think. I fear that in tomorrow's martial event among the 9 armies, if nothing unexpected occurs, our Zhantian ancient city may very well find itself at the bottom. As these words left Song Qiandao's mouth, the hall erupted in an uproar. Good heavens, do you even comprehend the gravity of your statements, you insolent brat? You bolster the spirits of our enemies while weakening our own military might. You do not belong in our wuxia. Get out. Everyone, listen to the nonsense he is spouting. Though our resources may pale in comparison to theirs, our practical combat experience on the border far surpasses theirs. This alone renders them inferior to us. What does it mean to compete at the 9 armies martial arts assembly? If we rank last, then you are but a provocateur sent by the enemy to sow discord among our ranks. The assembled generals instantly turned their wrath upon Song Qian. Silence. The Grand General Wei Long raised his hand, and the entire conference room fell quiet at once. He then stated, General, Bai Long's words hold merit. I have heard from other leaders of martial markets that their resources are indeed superior to ours, and their overall strength outmatches our legion. This is precisely why I have summoned you here. I had hoped you would recognize our true capabilities and refrain from arrogance, yet I find myself deeply disappointed. For apart from General Bai Long, it seems each of you is consumed by prideful isolation. Believing yourselves invincible and with such a mindset, you will inevitably falter at tomorrow's assembly. Upon hearing the Grand General's pronouncement, the previously boisterous young generals fell silent. What could they possibly say in the face of the Grand General's words, which carried far more weight than those of Song Qian? The significance of Song Qian's words paled in comparison. Only the Grand General's spoken truths held any real meaning. Song Qian nodded in agreement, stating, though the Grand General's words may be harsh, they are undeniably true. If we do not promptly adjust our approach, we shall surely finish at the bottom of the 9 armies martial arts assembly. Should that occur, how shall our sovereign perceive us? We guard the border yet possess the weakest strength. If such an absurdity were to spread, we would become the laughingstock of the world. Yet here you all remain. Basking in your own arrogance, I truly wonder, from where does your confidence derive? As Song Qian spoke passionately, his words fell upon ears that dared not refute him, for the Grand General Wei Long stood by him, making it impossible for them to oppose his stance. They could only grit their teeth in silence, secretly cursing, you wait. Once the Grand General is gone, you will pay dearly for this. Song Qian observed this silently, unperturbed. Anyone who dared to target him would surely regret it, for though he appeared to possess only a late-stage cultivation of the second realm, should he reveal his true cards, vanquishing a 4th realm expert would be a trivial matter. Should these individuals dare to confront him, they would find themselves regretting their actions. With a swift motion, Grand General Wei Long retrieved an imperial edict from his bosom, slowly unfolding it, and proclaimed, what has been discussed thus far is irrelevant. I am now here to announce the specific proceedings of the 9 armies martial arts assembly. This assembly will consist of 3 main competitions, one for the leaders of the martial markets, one for the generals, and one for the soldiers. As for the leaders of the martial markets, it is without question that I shall compete myself. The 108 armies of the martial market, among which the White Dragon Cavalry is undoubtedly the strongest, a fact that I trust you are all aware of. Thus, today we shall primarily discuss the selection of 3 candidates for the generals' competition. As he spoke, Grand General Wei Long's gaze swept over the assembly of exceptional talents before him. Among the 108 generals present were the most formidable warriors of the Zhantian martial market. Wei Long naturally desired for them all to showcase their prowess, yet rules are rules. Only the best among them could be chosen. A general below inquired, how does the Grand General intend to select the 3 strongest generals from our ranks? No. Grand General Wei Long shook his head slightly, responding, our martial market comprises 108 armies, and aside from the well-known cavalry, infantry, and heavy infantry, we also have specialized divisions such as beast tamers, poison masters, assassins, and intelligence units, which are not suited for this assembly. Therefore, the 3 individuals we aim to select today cannot merely be the strongest generals. They must be the most suitable for the 9 armies martial arts assembly. After a considerable pause, Grand General Wei Long continued, "Is that understood?" "Understood." The assembled soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Seeing this, the Grand General nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "I shall now announce the rules for the selection process. 2 individuals will compete against each other. The last 3 standing will represent the Zhantian martial market at the 9 Armies Martial Arts Assembly." Though the Grand General's voice was not loud, it reverberated in the ears of the generals below like a clap of thunder. The 9 Armies Martial Arts Assembly gathers the heroes of the world. Merely contemplating such a grand event stirs my very spirit. Yesterday, I perfected my techniques, and today the sovereign holds the 9 Armies Martial Arts Assembly. This is surely the will of heaven. We vow to seize the championship and elevate the prestige of our Zhantian army. In stark contrast to the fervent excitement of the other generals, Song Qian appeared utterly indifferent, yawning and visibly bored. "Young Master Qian, you seemed so animated earlier, yet now that it is time for the selection, you appear somewhat lackluster," remarked Dongfang Xuemao, noticing Song Qian's unusual demeanor. "Do you not wish to seize the championship at the 9 Armies Martial Arts Assembly and make a name for yourself in Shangxian?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian pondered for a moment before replying, "As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the wind. You see only the glory of being famed throughout the world, oblivious to the fact that you may also become a target." The example of Song Qian, who was celebrated as the foremost prodigy of the Shangxian dynasty due to his Xianyang martial pulse, serves as a prime illustration of this. Dongfang Xuemao responded, suddenly enlightened, "By the way." At that moment, Grand General Wei Long added, "Specialized divisions shall not participate in this selection." With a sigh, Dongfang Xuemao lamented, "What a pity. The 9 Armies Martial Arts Assembly does not allow participants to bring their beasts. Otherwise, I would certainly invite the sovereign to witness a grand spectacle of 100 beasts." "100 beasts?" Song Qian smirked slightly. "What a true shame that would be. By the way, Brother Qian, since you were able to overpower Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong to become a general of the White Dragon Cavalry," Dongfang Xuemao inquired excitedly, "your martial prowess must surely be remarkable, right?" With a slight smile, Song Qian replied, "It's merely average." "Average?" Dongfang Xuemao was taken aback, then began calculating on his fingers. Li Ao is at the half-step 4th realm, Song Xiong at the early 4th realm, and Sun Ba at the mid-4th realm. By this reasoning, Brother Qian, your martial prowess should be above the mid-4th realm. No, you've overestimated me, Xuemao." Song Qian quickly waved his hands. "My cultivation is merely at the 2nd realm. I owe my position as a general of the White Dragon solely to the Grand General's favor." "The 2nd realm?" Dongfang Xuemao exclaimed in disbelief. "Brother Qian, do not jest with me. The White Dragon Cavalry has always been known for its prodigies. How could you, as a general of the White Dragon, possess only 2nd realm cultivation?" Song Qian, uninterested in further explanation, simply stated, "Xuemao, you may hold whatever opinion you wish about my realm. It matters not to me." With that, Song Qian closed his eyes to meditate, contemplating the 3 martial arts techniques: the flowing cloud spear technique, the rending river and piercing cloud art, and the falling star pursuit method. As for participating in the 9 Armies Martial Arts Assembly, Song Qian had no interest whatsoever, especially since Ouyang Tianxia would be present. The sight of an enemy is always particularly grating, particularly given that Song Qian's current strength could barely ensure his own safety. Should Ouyang Tianxia discover that he had reformed his martial pulse and resumed his cultivation, the consequences would be dire. "Brother Qian, it's time to draw lots." As he observed the other generals eagerly stepping forward to draw lots, Dongfang Xuemao couldn't help but inquire about the seemingly unperturbed White Dragon general beside him. Song Qian remained in deep contemplation, showing no inclination to respond. "Oh, I understand." Suddenly, Dongfang Xuemao clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Brother Qian, you must know that my luck in the martial market is famously good. You want me to draw lots for you, right? Rest assured, I will certainly draw the weakest general as your opponent." Having spoken, Dongfang Xuemao truly prepared to step onto the stage to draw lots for Song Qian. Witnessing this, Song Qian could no longer remain seated. He reached out to stop him, saying, "Brother Xuemao, I am unwell and unfit to participate in this assembly. After the event concludes, I will explain everything to the Grand General. There is no need for your concern." "Have all the lots been drawn?" At that moment, Grand General Wei Long inquired from above. In response to the question, The gathered generals raised their lots high and replied, "All lots have been drawn." "Very well," the Grand General nodded, stating, "Then let us proceed according to the drawn numbers for the matches. Contestants 1 and 2, please step forward." In the center of the conference hall, Wei Long had already set up a platform for the competition. The first contestant was General Man Xiang, and the second was General Ling He, representing the Man Xiang and Ling He armies respectively. From their names alone, one could discern that the former was a heavy infantry unit mounted on mighty elephants, while the latter was composed of agile and versatile foot soldiers. After a brief interval, the two would determine a victor, with General Ling He emerging triumphant. "Excellent. General Ling He's agility has improved significantly," Grand General Wei Long praised as he observed the entire match. "Thank you for your kind words, Grand General." Upon hearing this, General Ling He was exceedingly pleased and said, "You may withdraw and take your rest." Wei Long nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the others to retire, and subsequently announced the arrival of the second group. This process continued in a cyclical manner, ultimately culminating in the selection of the two most formidable generals after half an hour: General Tianfeng and General Songlong. "You two are commendable, one at the mid-stage of the fourth realm, and the other at the late stage of the fourth realm," remarked General Wei Long with satisfaction as he gazed upon the two on the stage. "Especially you, General Songlong, who possesses an exceptional Shantir martial vein. Your strength alone is sufficient to rival those on the upper Xian ranking." Thus, it was decided that the two of you would represent us in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. While it may be somewhat challenging to seize the top position, you certainly shan't fall to the bottom. Great General Tianwu, did you not initially state that 3 generals would be chosen to participate in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? Why have only 2 been selected? Who is the third? At this moment, General Ling Yi, who had previously achieved victory in the first round but was defeated in the semifinals, stepped forward. "General Qinsong of the White Dragon Legion, stand up here." Upon hearing this, Song Qian was momentarily bewildered but instinctively rose to respond. "General Ling Yi is inquiring about you. Why did you not participate in the draw?" Wei Long, seated at the head, rested his chin on one hand. "Ah? Were you asking me?" Song Qian, now even more confused, scratched his head in puzzlement. "Isn't General Ling Yi asking you about the remaining spot in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly?" "Indeed, Great General. Have you perhaps made an error?" Ling Yi quickly concurred. "The White Dragon Cavalry is renowned as the foremost among the 100 legions. The former General Bai Long was likewise acclaimed as the leader of the 100 generals. Is there a problem with that?" Having spoken, General Wei Long surveyed the entire assembly, his intent unmistakable. The final spot had been predetermined. This did not sit well with the remaining 107 generals. Why should Qinsong, a late-stage practitioner of the second realm, who had not even participated in the draw, be directly appointed? This seemed profoundly unjust. Yet, in deference to General Wei Long's authority, none dared to voice their dissent. "This is inequitable." At that moment, a voice rang out from among the ranks of generals. The speaker was none other than Song Qian himself. "Great General, my cultivation is lacking, and I did not even partake in the draw. You cannot appoint me simply because I am the White Dragon General. That is not fair. The 9 Armies Martial Assembly is crucial for the future development of the martial market. It cannot be dictated by your whims," General Wei Long asserted with unwavering firmness, insisting that Song Qian participate, as if he had seen through Song Qian's true capabilities. "The date for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly is set for tomorrow, and His Majesty will personally attend at the Battle Heaven Ancient City. You 3 must not let me down." Chapter 34, The Royal Guard. As Song Qian could not resist General Wei Long's insistence, he reluctantly agreed to represent the Battle Heaven Martial Market at the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. In addition, Wei Long assigned him an additional task. Not only must he secure a commendable rank for himself, but the White Dragon Cavalry under his command must also not fall behind. Thus, the pressure on Song Qian was immense. The meeting concluded with a reminder for those attending the 9 Armies Martial Assembly to prepare adequately, while those not attending should also make thorough preparations, lest they forget the 100 Armies Martial Assembly scheduled for a month hence. Upon returning to the White Dragon Hall, Song Qian pondered how he could lead the White Dragon Cavalry to victory at the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. An arduous conundrum indeed. The so-called 9 Armies Martial Assembly, while grandly named, was essentially a platform to showcase prowess before the Emperor, aiming to secure greater resources for their martial market and expedite the growth of their warriors. However, due to various extraneous factors, the overall strength of other ancient city martial markets far surpassed that of their own. What could be done about this? Seated at the edge of his bed, deep in contemplation, he was interrupted by a familiar voice from outside. "Qian-go, are you there?" Instantly recognizing the voice, Song Qian called back, "Come in." "All right, Qian-go." The visitor was Yi Erniu, who, upon seeing Song Qian seated cross-legged on the bed, inquired, "Qian-go, what are you doing sitting on the bed in broad daylight? Aren't you heading to the training grounds?" Song Qian replied, "Don't even get me started. Do you know what the great general discussed at the meeting?" "What did he say? Could it be that the barbarian tribes are invading?" Yi Erniu speculated. "Well," Song Qian shook his head slightly, "it's not that severe. The current emperor has summoned the martial markets of the other 8 ancient cities to the Battle Heaven Ancient City for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly tomorrow." "Oh, the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. I thought it was something of great import," Yi Erniu remarked, still processing the information. "What?" he exclaimed suddenly. "The 9 Armies Martial Assembly is being held, and the emperor is personally attending." "Qian-go, are you serious? Stop joking. Do I look like I'm joking?" Song Qian stated with utmost seriousness. "What are we to do? If we end up at the bottom as hosts, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Moreover, with the emperor observing, should he discover that our overall strength pales in comparison to the other martial markets, will the Battle Heaven martial market face dissolution?" Yi Ernia's anxiety grew with each thought. "Is that so?" Song Qian was taken aback. He had presumed that all 107 generals were so proud that they believed themselves superior and regarded others as beneath them, and thus their soldiers would be of similar caliber. Yet he was surprised to find Yi Erniu perceptive enough to recognize their disparities with other martial markets, a rare insight indeed. "Go be frank." "Qian-go, I initially came from Longchan, where I also registered for their martial market. However, they deemed my aptitude too lacking and refused me entry. I had no choice but to come to the Battle Heaven martial market. Yet I never anticipated that here I would join the formidable White Dragon Cavalry. Even within this elite unit, my talent is merely above average. Given such a vast gap, how can we compete with others? If we lack a sudden influx of divine warriors tomorrow, the Battle Heaven martial market will inevitably find itself at the bottom among the 9 martial markets." Yi Erniu's words were undeniably valid. "By the way, you sought me out, Erniu. Is there something you require? You seem rather flustered." It dawned on Song Qian that Yi Erniu must have had a purpose in seeking him out, especially since he had his own training to attend to. "There is indeed a matter. Our regiment has encountered a minor issue that requires your coordination." "A minor issue? What sort of issue?" Observing Yi Erniu's expression, Song Qian sensed that the situation was far from trivial. "Here's the thing. While we were practicing at the training grounds, a group of individuals appeared out of nowhere, declaring that our White Dragon Cavalry was lacking. They were not from the other 107 legions, but appeared to be outsiders. They intentionally provoked us with their words, and a few of our brothers, unwilling to back down, confronted them, only to be bested." As Yi Erniu spoke, his voice dwindled, particularly towards the end, until it was barely audible. "A group of outsiders?" Song Qian questioned, incredulous. "Are you certain of what you were saying? You are the White Dragon Cavalry, the strongest regiment among the 108. You actually lost to a group of outsiders? The consequences of this revelation would be dire if General Wei Long were to learn of it. Enough. Enough. Quickly take me to see this. I must witness which outsiders managed to bring you down." Song Qian urged, foregoing further inquiries as he hastily followed Yi Erniu. Yes, they made their way to the training grounds. Song Qian spoke again. "Erniu, do you recognize any of those individuals? What distinctive traits did their techniques exhibit? Share your observations. Let me deduce which ancient city they might hail from." "Well, Qian-gu, let me think." Yi Erniu paused. "They wore flying fish garments, donned tall gauze hats, and were equipped with long sabers." As he spoke, a trace of trepidation crossed Yi Erniu's face. Each appeared fierce and formidable, giving the impression that none were to be trifled with. Flying fish garments, tall gauze hats, and long sabers. Each one looked as if they had seen countless battles. Song Qian murmured to himself, pondering how these individuals bore a resemblance to the Emperor's royal guard. "Qian-gu, have you perhaps had a revelation?" Yi Erniu speculated. "I might have an inkling regarding their identities. But let's first investigate further." Song Qian did not make his intentions clear, for should he reveal that he was once part of the Emperor's imperial guard, it might severely undermine the confidence of the opposing party. In the training ground, the once formidable White Dragon Cavalry had vanished, their members now scattered around the arena. At the center stood a group of individuals, impeccably aligned, each movement executed with perfect synchronization. Their attire equally pristine. Though fewer than 100 in number, their presence exuded an aura capable of shattering 1,000 troops. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qian solidified his suspicions. This group was indeed the emperor's personal guards. Recalling his own induction into the palace, he remembered the formidable presence that accompanied the emperor. To his astonishment, these guards had ventured into the martial market. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that they were dispatched by the emperor to seek him out? Perhaps the current emperor had received intelligence regarding him and sent his personal guards to probe into his affairs. Such thoughts filled Song Qian with trepidation, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance to avoid revealing any hint of his unease. At that moment, the leader of the guards approached, eyeing Song Qian intently, and inquired, "You are the general of the White Dragon Cavalry, are you not? Who dares to intrude into the martial market with such a retinue? Are you aware of the consequences?" Though Song Qian recognized the identity of his interlocutor, he chose not to disclose it. After all, this was the martial market, and even the emperor's guards would think twice before acting recklessly. "We are merely here on the orders of a certain gentleman to assess the capabilities of your new recruits. I implore you, General, do not misinterpret our intentions," the leader responded, carefully avoiding any mention of the emperor. The mere fact that such a powerful individual could send his subordinates into the martial market spoke volumes of his influence. Song Qian, unwilling to grant the leader any leeway, pressed forward with determination. The leader fell silent, contemplating how to extricate himself from this line of questioning. However, before he could formulate a response, a young guard stepped forth, declaring, "What are you?" "Merely a minor general of the cavalry." "Do you think you hold any significance?" "Our esteemed master is the current emperor." Before the young guard could utter more, he was swiftly silenced by a blunt blow from the leader's hilt. Rendering him unconscious, "My apologies. I have failed to discipline him properly. I offer my sincerest apologies, General," the leader said, gesturing for two others to remove the young guard from sight. After this brief interruption, the dialogue between Song Qian and the leader resumed. "To be frank, I have already discerned the situation from earlier. You and your men have bested all my troops. If your purpose was merely to assess our strength, why summon me? You could have departed without a word." Song Qian remarked thoughtfully, "As the saying goes, one must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. Since you have vanquished my men, it is only fitting we extend the courtesy to you, General," the leader replied. Pleased that the focus had shifted away from his identity. However, he still felt the need to assert himself, for he was on a mission not only to evaluate the strength of Song Qian, but also to ascertain whether he was indeed the legendary figure of yore. "Oh, so you wish to test your mettle against me?" Song Qian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "General, your words perplex me. We merely sought to gauge the strength of your soldiers. It is only fair that we also assess your prowess. We must ascertain whether the upper beam is askew or if the lower beam is indeed crooked," the leader retorted, his words laden with veiled criticism. "Huh?" Song Qian scoffed coldly. "Very well. How do you wish to proceed?" "I am more than willing to oblige." With the challenge laid bare, Song Qian could not afford to remain passive. Such a reaction would tarnish the reputation of the White Dragon General. "Excellent. Since the general has such fortitude, I shall gladly accompany you in this endeavor. Long Wu, step forth and engage with this general," the leader commanded, summoning a tall guard who brandished a spear with impressive flair. "My brother is typically skilled with a long saber. But recognizing your preference for polearms among martial artists, I have hastily instructed him in the use of the spear. This way, it is not truly unfair to match him against you, is it?" Long Wu's eyes sparkled with mockery as he regarded Song Qian, as if to suggest that if he could not defeat someone newly trained in spearplay, perhaps he should reconsider his place in the martial market. One should be cautious. Blades are unpredictable and injuries are not uncommon. You must think this through. Song Qian was acutely aware of the trap hidden within Long Wu's words, yet he remained undeterred. He would demonstrate that he was no mere soft target, easily molded by others. Blades are indeed unpredictable. Ha ha ha, Long Wu, did you hear that? The general has stated that blades are unpredictable and can cause grievous harm. Have you thought this through? The leader shot Long Wu a knowing glance, signaling him to give it his all. "Rest assured, I have considered this thoroughly," Long Wu replied with a fist salute, then added, "General, please proceed." With a nod, Song Qian and Long Wu stepped into the center of the training ground. They exchanged bows before retreating several paces to ready their weapons. The moment Song Qian unveiled his 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, a crisp sound echoed throughout the arena. Long Wu gasped in astonishment. A fourth-tier weapon. He had not anticipated that Song Qian's armament would be of such caliber, while his own spear barely qualified as a third-tier superior, creating an apparent disparity. Receive my strike, cleaving through clouds and sun. Song Qian paid no heed to Long Wu's astonishment and charged forth with his spear. Just a petty trick? Long Wu scoffed at Song Qian's advance, utterly dismissive. How can someone like you possibly command an army? It's laughable. Allow me to demonstrate what true spear technique entails. I shall unleash a strike capable of shattering 1,000 troops. Long Wu's spear transformed into the illusion of a white tiger, charging forward with unrestrained vigor. Witnessing this, Song Qian's lips curled upward. This was the moment he had awaited. Attack? He roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. In an instant, a vividly alive phoenix of spiritual essence manifested. With a resounding cry, the phoenix spread its wings and devoured Long Wu's white tiger illusion in one swift motion, before the spear's tip pointed directly at Long Wu's forehead. You have lost, Song Qian declared coolly. In that decisive moment, he had felled a contender. The spectators were left in awe, exclaiming, "Goodness, Brother Qian, you are truly formidable. Is this our general? How could we have misjudged him? We thought him a mere ornament, yet he possesses genuine strength." At that instant, the entirety of the White Dragon cavalry was captivated by Song Qian's true prowess, rather than the superficiality they had previously assumed. The royal guards, too, bore witness to this astonishing display, their expectations utterly shattered. Rumors had painted the White Dragon general as a mere figurehead, yet here he stood, a second-tier warrior, effortlessly defeating Long Wu, a half-step into the third tier. This was a contest that should have been a complete mismatch, yet the tides had turned dramatically. The royal leader, perplexed, could not reconcile the incongruence. He had previously assessed Song Qian's capabilities and found nothing extraordinary. I concede, Song Qian said with a smile, returning to the royal guard's presence. I mentioned that your troops were inadequate, yet you insisted on a match. Now look at this. I have struck his face. And the entire White Dragon cavalry witnessed it. Though you have no shame. You insisted on a contest, claiming to test my strength, and now you see the outcome. What are your thoughts? Seeing the leader's countenance darken, Song Qian reveled in his triumph. Chapter 35. Spiritual Veins. The royal guard leader chuckled. I have long heard of the White Dragon general's unmatched valor. Today, I see it is indeed extraordinary. That was merely an appetizer. Shall we engage in another bout? Speak of a match, and we shall oblige. Does our general have no sense of pride? Furthermore, do you truly wish to engage our general in a war of attrition? Have you no shame? Moreover, this is the martial market, our territory. You outsiders must adhere to our rules. Otherwise, we may have to summon the great general to adjudicate. How dare a group of outsiders bully those of us within the martial market? Do you truly believe there are no formidable warriors among us? I am eager to discover just who stands behind you, daring to create such a tumult in a market supported by the great General Wei Long. Upon hearing these words, Song Qian had yet to speak when a group of White Dragon cavalry expressed their dissatisfaction, immediately launching a barrage of complaints towards the royal guard. Song Qian, not one to yield, candidly declared, You have assaulted my men, hence you must apologize to them. After the apologies are rendered, we may discuss other matters. Do you comprehend? Ha ha, General, I was merely jesting with you. Why take it so seriously? No need to rush, the captain of the guard interjected, noticing the genuine ire of the others. He quickly sought to placate them, acknowledging that this was, after all, the territory of another. To blatantly disregard military regulations would be unwise. If they truly summoned the Grand General, it would spell trouble for them. Thus he aimed to calm the situation. At this juncture, Erniu stepped forward to stoke the flames, asserting, Brother Qian, they just assaulted us. This cannot be overlooked. They must pay the price. An apology alone is insufficient. At the very least, they should kneel to apologize. The moment those words left his mouth, Erniu instantly regretted it, as dozens of icy glares fell upon him. Nevertheless, Song Qian pulled him behind himself, reassuring him, Fear not. With me here among the White Dragon cavalry, no one shall harm you. Song Qian's words carried weight, for who would dare strike a general within the martial city? Such an act would not be taken lightly, and punishment could extend to the entire clan. General of the White Dragon, surely you are a man of reason. Is it not absurd for the victor to apologize to the vanquished? Song Qian continued, if you truly wish for our apology, then defeat our soldiers in battle, and only then may you demand we kneel in submission. The captain of the royal guard, not one to be easily intimidated, firmly rebutted Yi Erniu's unreasonable demand, stating, if you wish for my apology, you must first demonstrate your strength. If you lack power, I shall not offer any apology. Upon hearing this, Song Qian replied, very well, since you insist. Let us meet here in 4 days to determine the victor. I shall show you what the White Dragon cavalry is capable of. Without further ado, he boldly proclaimed a challenge for battle. So be it. 4 days hence, we shall meet right here. Whoever fails to appear is a coward. The captain of the royal guard, upon hearing this, could not suppress his mirth, finding it laughable that this group of inept individuals believed they could triumph over his elite guards in 4 days. Moreover, with the martial assembly of the 9 armies taking place tomorrow, should these fools finish last, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. Facing them again in 4 days would surely lead to another defeat. Thus, the royal guard envisioned a swift elimination of their presence in the martial city. Having exchanged farewells, Song Qian summoned all the White Dragon cavalry. Do not lounge beneath the trees. When I instruct you to practice, you shall practice, he chastised the soldiers. You cannot afford to lose. Do you think they would hesitate to strike? How can you be so uninformed? Thankfully, Erniu thought to seek me out, he continued, expressing his frustration. Have you all heard the agreement I made with him just now? Yes, General. The 800 cavalrymen responded in unison. But we cannot possibly defeat them. Their strength is formidable, their cultivation far surpasses ours, and their weapons are superior. How can we hope to prevail? One soldier queried. You need only to adhere to my commands. By strictly following my orders, we will triumph in 4 days, Song Qian asserted. If we cannot defeat them, then I shall relinquish my title as general. His passionate declaration ignited a spark of confidence within the ranks of the White Dragon cavalry. Train diligently, and in 4 days, we shall shatter their expectations. Just as the White Dragon cavalry brimmed with determination for the impending battle, an unexpected figure approached. Brother Qian, someone seeks you, Yi Erniu called out. Who? Song Qian inquired, following Yi Erniu's. He beheld an individual striding forth with purpose. Upon recognizing the visitor, Song Qian promptly greeted him, Grand General, forgive my inadequate welcome. Rise, the Grand General, Wei Long, instructed. With Song Qian standing, he asked, What brings the Grand General to me? I wish to discuss some confidential matters with you. Let us converse in your White Dragon Hall, Wei Long replied. Accompanying the Grand General to the hall, Song Qian observed as Wei Long paced between the primary and secondary chambers. I have come primarily to inquire. Do you recognize this individual? Wei Long said, producing a scroll that revealed the likeness of a man. Song Qian staggered slightly upon seeing the image, for it depicted the old Taoist. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ascertain whether you know this person, Wei Long continued, scrutinizing Song Qian's reaction. Do you think I would claim not to know him? Song Qian jested, though a hint of seriousness lingered. What do you think? Wei Long replied, a bemused expression gracing his features. Very well, I admit I know him. He is the old Taoist you speak of. What of it? Song Qian suddenly recalled the old Taoist's words before departing, mentioning his intention to visit the Heavenly Court and the 9-turned Scripture Tower. Could it be that he had been discovered, prompting the Grand General to seek him out for information? Song Qian cursed inwardly. Realizing the old Taoist had inadvertently placed him in a precarious position, knowing him suffices. I assumed you were unaware. Today, I encountered him in the Heavenly Court, when I inquired if he recognized you. He insisted he did not know you. Unable to convince him otherwise, I came to confirm with you, Wei Long concluded, satisfied with the answer he sought, and promptly departed the White Dragon Hall left alone. Song Qian pondered the Grand General's visit, feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Was it truly believable that he came solely to confirm his acquaintance with the old Taoist? Sitting on his bed, he contemplated the motivations behind such actions. Could it be that the old Taoist had genuinely been captured, and the Grand General was merely testing him? This seemed the most plausible explanation, warranting such a personal visit. Brother Qian, are you there? At that moment, Yi Erniu re-entered the White Dragon Hall, calling out Song Qian's name. Song Qian, feeling a bit exasperated, noted how Yi Erniu always seemed to appear just after his conversations with others. "Come in," he relented, allowing Yi Erniu to enter. "What is it this time? I just resolved matters with the other party. Do not tell me you have more issues to— No. I merely passed by and thought you might not have had dinner yet. So I wanted to invite you to the mess hall." Yi Erniu replied innocently. "Oh, dinner?" Song Qian remarked, glancing out the window to see the dusk settling in. Indeed, it was time for a meal. "Very well. Let us go together." As they walked, Yi Erniu observed Song Qian's less than pleasant demeanor and asked, "Brother Qian, you seem rather troubled. Have you encountered numerous difficulties of late? Are you worried about tomorrow's martial assembly or the bout in 4 days?" "Indeed, many matters weigh heavily upon me. You are but a new recruit in this martial city, and I can sense the burden upon your shoulders," Song Qian acknowledged. "Yet, you are merely a cavalryman. I cannot expect you to assist me. But I appreciate your concern." Feeling a warmth in his heart, Song Qian was touched that Yi Erniu had thought of him amidst his troubles. "Why say such things? You make me feel somewhat bashful." "It is normal to feel pressure. After all, it is said that pressure breeds motivation. Do not worry about tomorrow or the events in 4 days. I have my own strategies to address them." Song Qian reassured him, already formulating plans in his mind for a flawless execution. Only through perfect implementation could he ensure success both tomorrow and in 4 days, particularly with tomorrow's success being of utmost importance. "If tomorrow does not yield success and the emperor looks down upon us, then my martial market shall surely be disbanded. As for the events 4 days hence, should we suffer defeat, it would merely be a loss of morale. Therefore, we must secure victory tomorrow." Thus, as they spoke, the two men arrived at the dining hall. Inside, Song Qian had already seated himself to claim a spot, while Erniu went to order food. Seated, Song Qian surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of laughter and merriment that once filled the air. Clearly, upon returning from their respective divisions, the generals had shared news of the martial gathering scheduled for tomorrow. Consequently, this group was now consumed with worry, unable to enjoy their meal. Observing this, Song Qian too fell into deep contemplation. That moment, Yi Erniu approached with a tray of food. "Qiangu, I've chosen some dishes for you. I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I picked a few things at random." With that, he placed the food before Song Qian and continued, "Please, take a look." Gazing at the array of dishes, Song Qian felt no appetite but, wishing to spare his friend's feelings, mustered a smile. "It's all fine. I'm not picky. Let us eat quickly and return soon." Yi Erniu rapidly finished his meal, while Song Qian merely took a few token bites. As dusk fell, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective quarters. Upon returning to the White Dragon Pavilion, Emily concluded her training. With a sigh of relief, she exhaled the stale air. "After these 2 days of practice, I feel revitalized. Have you gleaned any insights?" Song Qian inquired, stepping closer. "Well, I've grasped a few concepts, though not entirely. I sense that my spirit-seeking eyes and treasure-seeking pulse have transformed slightly. As she spoke, Emily's pupils shimmered like sapphires. Extending her hand, a virtual compass materialized in her palm. With a thought, the needle spun, indicating a corner within the White Dragon Pavilion. "There lies a spiritual vein beneath," she declared. "A spiritual vein?" Song Qian exclaimed, taken aback. The term referred to a vein that gathers the essence of heaven and earth, capable of producing natural spiritual stones over time. Spiritual stones are the currency of the continent, making the source, the spiritual vein, immensely valuable. Within the Shangxian dynasty, 3 major spiritual veins are tightly controlled by the royal family to consolidate their power. "Emily, are you certain?" Song Qian questioned, still skeptical. The notion that a spiritual vein lay beneath the White Dragon Pavilion was as incredulous as being told that a treasure trove of gold lay beneath one's own privy. "Indeed," Emily affirmed resolutely, "on my first visit to the White Dragon Pavilion, my treasure-seeking pulse and spirit-seeking eyes reacted. However, at that time, my cultivation level was insufficient to make a definitive claim. Now, thanks to the feng shui techniques you gifted me, my abilities have significantly improved." "Very well. Is it directly beneath this spot?" Song Qian approached the indicated corner of the White Dragon Pavilion, inquiring further. "Yes." Emily nodded. "I shall find a tool and begin the excavation." Without hesitation, Song Qian set out to search for a hoe, eager to break the ground. However, After scouring the entire White Dragon Pavilion, he found neither hoe nor shovel. Left with no other option, he bound the tip of his 100 birds facing Phoenix spear with the 9 dragons swallowing Heaven's sword, creating a makeshift digging tool. With a determined spirit, he spat into his palm and began to dig. If outsiders were to know that you were using a 4th-tier spear along with a 5th-tier spiritual sword as a hoe, they would surely call it a waste, Emoli remarked, watching Song Qian with a smile. On the contrary, if they were aware that beneath their own homes lay a spiritual vein, they would be even more frenzied than I. Song Qian retorted. Even the lowest grade spiritual veins can yield over 100,000 spiritual stones. Any hesitation on my part would be an affront to such wealth. Chapter 36. The Spiritual Spring. After digging several hundred feet, a radiant spiritual vein emerged. Oli picked up a spiritual stone from the ground, holding it in her hand to feel the essence of heaven and earth within. She frowned after a moment. What could be the matter? Is there an issue with these spiritual stones? Song Qian asked, picking up another stone and enveloping it with his spiritual energy. Upon sensing the pure essence within, he gasped, "This is an exceptional spiritual stone." Spiritual stones are generally classified into 2 types: innate spiritual stones and acquired spiritual stones. Innate spiritual stones are freshly mined from a spiritual vein, containing unrefined essence mixed with impurities. Acquired spiritual stones, however, undergo a refining process to eliminate these impurities, allowing warriors to absorb the essence directly. Yet even among innate spiritual stones, there are distinctions. Those laden with impurities that cannot be used without processing are termed inferior stones. Those with fewer impurities that require minimal refinement are known as medium-grade stones, while those that can be absorbed without processing are classified as superior stones. Exceptional spiritual stones, however, boast purity that far exceeds that of typical acquired spiritual stones. Having absorbed and refined tens of thousands of spiritual stones during his training, Song Qian was exceedingly familiar with the purity of spiritual energy contained within. I can assert with certainty that this is indeed an exceptional spiritual stone. He trembled with excitement. An exceptional vein, perhaps the only one in the entire Shang-Xian dynasty. Indeed, while this is an exceptional spiritual stone, have you not noticed that the essence of heaven and earth within has already dissipated? Molly remarked, exerting force in her hand. With a crack, the seemingly indestructible exceptional stone crumbled to dust. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian furrowed his brow once more, employing his spiritual energy to investigate the stone more thoroughly. This time, he discerned the flaw. The stone's exterior was intact, yet the essence within had vanished entirely. It was as though it had been siphoned away by some force. Could it be that someone has gotten there before us? Emoli speculated. Could it be that the old Taoists discovered this vein during the construction of the White Dragon Pavilion and utilized some secret method to drain all the spiritual energy from the stones? Song Qian pondered, considering this possibility. That cannot be ruled out, but the vein still extends further. Let us delve deeper, Emoli encouraged, pointing toward a seemingly bottomless opening that appeared to lead directly to the Earth's core. Very well, Song Qian nodded, summoning his purple extreme pure flame for illumination. As they ventured deeper, they observed that with every 10 meters they traversed, the temperature within the cave dropped several degrees in no time. The temperature plummeted to several dozen degrees below zeroed. Oli shivered from the cold, while Song Qian remained unfazed, relying on the warmth of the purple extreme pure flame and his superior martial prowess. Perhaps you should wait outside. I can explore alone, Song Qian suggested. Nonsense, Emoli shook her head vigorously. This place is exceptionally cold, reminiscent of the Yin and Sha lands described in feng shui texts. I must see it for myself. Unable to dissuade her, Song Qian reluctantly removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. How about now? Are you still cold? Emoli chuckled at his words. Your garment is hardly a treasure for warding off the cold. I'm still chilly. Then I have no other choice. The purple extreme pure flame is a rare fire. Only the wielder is impervious to burns. If anyone else comes into contact with it, their clothing will ignite, and they may suffer severe burns. Surely you cannot mean. What cannot be done? Emoli looked up at him, her curiosity piqued. After a brief hesitation, he revealed his remaining option. While I cannot grant you warmth from the purple extreme pure flame, I can distribute it evenly throughout your body, by embracing you. I can expel the cold. Upon hearing this, Mo Li's face flushed crimson. Perhaps that's best left undone. After advancing several hundred meters, the temperature had plummeted to several hundred degrees below zero. Even Song Qian felt a chill, let alone Mo Li. For her safety, he took her into his arms, using his body to shield her from the cold. Initially reluctant, Mo Li soon found the cold increasingly unbearable, reaching a point where it could freeze a person solid. Their slow progress made it clear that they needed to move more swiftly. "Why not let me carry you?" Song Qian proposed. "Our current pace is far too slow. Fear not, I am a man of integrity. I shall not take advantage of the situation," he assured her. Mo Li gazed into Song Qian's clear yet somewhat naive eyes, recognizing his sincerity, and eventually consented. Ultimately, after traversing several thousand meters, they arrived at the terminus of the spiritual vein, a shimmering spiritual spring. All the essence from the exceptional spiritual stones had converged into this magnificent pool. Mo Li gazed at the scene before her, a sense of disbelief washing over her. The chilling aura, reminiscent of a place steeped in malevolence, emanated from this pool of spiritual spring, truly astonishing. This very spring was said to be a legendary treasure. Song Qian's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the pool, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Unlike spiritual stones, from which martial artists could extract the essence of heaven and earth with great difficulty, how could it appear to him as a coveted treasure? Mo Li, observing Song Qian's fervent excitement, found herself perplexed why current cultivation is at the late stage of the second realm, merely 2 realms away from breaking into the third. At that point, my vital energy will undergo a transformation into spiritual energy. "Have you ever heard of special spiritual energy?" Song Qian inquired, suddenly posing a question in return. "Special spiritual energy?" Mo Li pondered briefly before responding. "It refers to spiritual energy infused with other powers, such as thunder spiritual energy, which combines with the force of lightning. There are also 5 elemental spiritual energies, light spiritual energy, dark spiritual energy, and so on, all following the same principle." As she spoke, realization dawned on her. "I understand. This pool of spiritual spring, with its frigid aura, is exceedingly rare. Are you using this opportunity to refine Yin Sha spiritual energy?" "Indeed," Song Qian nodded, continuing, "Initially, I was concerned that, after my Xianyang meridian was rendered useless, I would be unable to condense Xianyang spiritual energy, resulting in a significant loss of strength. Yet now, encountering this pool of spiritual spring may allow me to refine Yin Sha spiritual energy, which would be quite satisfactory." Although Song Qian had already possessed spiritual energy, it was a result of the secondary refinement from the 8 Directions treasure altar, and did not meet the conditions necessary for advancement to special spiritual energy. Chapter 37. The Aura of Yin Sha. "Thanks to you for discovering this spiritual vein," Song Qian continued, but Mo Li's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. She mused to herself, so Song Qian's meridian had been destroyed by someone. No wonder his cultivation was so lacking. Who could be so ruthless? If I encounter them in the future, they shall pay dearly. Mo Li silently vowed that she would risk her life to avenge Song Qian. "What are you daydreaming about?" Song Qian's voice snapped Mo Li back to reality. "Did something happen? Were you even listening to me?" Mo Li, sticking out her tongue and appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I spaced out just now. Please say it again. I promise to pay close attention." Sighing, Song Qian expressed his resignation before repeating, "To refine Yin Sha spiritual energy, I must immerse my entire body in the spiritual spring. Thus I will not be able to protect you from the cold. Therefore, I was thinking of sending you out first and then returning to cultivate." Before he could finish, Mo Li waved her hand to interrupt. "No need. I have learned a secret method in geomancy that allows me to resist the cold." With that, Mo Li formed hand seals and chanted incantations, surrounding herself with a barrier of true energy. Huh. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian was taken aback. "If you can resist the cold, why didn't you use it earlier?" "Hee, would you believe me if I said I forgot just now?" Mo Li teased, relishing Song Qian's flustered expression. Time was of the essence. The martial arts assembly was to take place tomorrow, and Song Qian had only one night to refine Yin Sha spiritual energy. To have even a sliver of a chance to condense it, he needed to absorb the entirety of the spiritual spring. "I possess the supreme divine sword meridian, which allows me to refine the essence of heaven and earth in an instant. However, this pool of spiritual spring is composed of the finest spiritual stones gathered from an entire spiritual vein. One night may still prove insufficient." With that thought, he resolved to resort to a particular method. In a swift motion, Song Qian shed his garments, leaving only a pair of shorts. "What are you doing?" Molly exclaimed in shock at this sudden display, covering her already flushed face with her hands. Her heart racing. "Please, take a good look. I am not completely undressed." Molly's loud protest nearly rendered Song Qian deaf. Hearing her words, she peeked through her fingers, but upon seeing him, she became even more flustered. "Ah, you claim you're not fully undressed, yet there's but a tattered piece of cloth covering you. Even if your primal instincts take over, you cannot do that here. There is even a bed in this dilapidated cave." Song Qian was momentarily stunned by her provocative words. It was akin to a typically well-behaved neighbor girl suddenly saying something outrageous. "Where did you learn such phrases?" he finally managed to ask. Bewildered, "I remember you weren't like this before. Our master taught us. He also mentioned that we are quite compatible. If you want it, I can give it to you," Molly recalled with a serious expression, adding, "But not here. There's no bed. Our master? Do we share the same master?" Song Qian was increasingly confused. "And what do you mean by if I want it, you can give it to me?" "The old Taoist master. Did you not personally take him as your master? The old Taoist? You also took him as your master." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. "Put your clothes back on. I will explain afterward." Molly initially intended to clarify directly, but upon seeing Song Qian in his state, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, making it difficult to compose herself. Does soaking in the spiritual spring not require clothing? Can it even be effective? In order to absorb the energy of the entire spiritual spring and refine the Yin Sha spiritual energy overnight, Song Qian decided to shed his clothes, allowing every inch of his skin and every pore to be immersed, thereby achieving the fastest refining speed. With a splash, he leaped into the spiritual spring, no longer engaging in verbal disputes with Molly. The spring was not deep, merely over half a meter, allowing Song Qian to sit cross-legged comfortably. He felt the bone-chilling cold continually stimulating every inch of his skin. Taking a deep breath, he activated both the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian and the 8 Directions Treasure Altar within him. Unlike spiritual stones, extracting the essence of heaven and earth from the spring was exceedingly difficult, especially given the spring's rare and frigid aura. A moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. Fortunately, the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian was incredibly formidable. Even with such a massive influx of cold energy, it could handle it with ease, especially with the 8 Directions Treasure Altar serving as a secondary quality inspector of the essence of heaven and earth drawn from the spring. 70% was refined into true energy, used to expand the spiritual sea in preparation for the breakthrough into the third realm. The storage place for spiritual energy of a third realm expert is called the spiritual sea. The amount of spiritual energy stored in the spiritual sea can be hundreds of times that of the Dantian. The remaining 30% was refined into icy energy, stored in a corner of the Dantian, continuously compressed. When the icy energy is compressed to its utmost limit, it transforms into the legendary Yin Sha energy. Half an hour passed, and under the terrifying refining power of the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian, the water level of the spring dropped by 5 centimeters. At this moment, the amount of true energy within Song Qian's Dantian had filled half of it, while the icy energy in the corner was pitifully sparse. Not even reaching 1,000th of the true energy. Still not enough. Continue refining. An hour passed, and the water level fell another 5 centimeters. 2 hours passed, and it dropped by 10 centimeters. 3 hours passed, and the depth of the spring was reduced to only 20 centimeters. Meanwhile, Molly was not idle. She had somehow found a set of writing tools and began sketching Song Qian's seated posture in the spring. As she drew, Molly blushed again, her mind occasionally drifting to less than respectable thoughts. Half an hour later, the drawing was complete. Molly held the artwork in her hands, examining it closely before breaking into a giggle. In ancient times, there were paintings of noble ladies bathing. Now we have a depiction of a prodigy enjoying a soak. With a splash, Song Qian emerged from the spiritual spring. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he wore a look of joy, secretly thinking, Yin Sha energy has finally been successfully refined. Suspended in the corner of his Dantian was a mass of black gas, the result of nearly 30% of the icy energy from the spring being refined and compressed into Yin Sha energy. With this Yin Sha energy within him, upon breaking into the third realm, Song Qian would be able to infuse his spiritual energy with the power of Insha. Of course, aside from this Insha energy, Song Qian had also accumulated a full dantian of true energy. Moreover, he had experienced the sensation of nearly bursting apart. The essence of heaven and earth contained within the spiritual spring was overwhelmingly vast, yet his dantian could hardly contain it. He had come perilously close to self-destruction. But fortunately, the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian intervened on his behalf. I underestimated the spring and overestimated myself. Song Qian mused with a bitter smile, shaking his head, of the essence of heaven and earth refined from the spring. Nearly 70% had been sealed within the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian. Now, Song Qian's dantian could only retain 30% of the essence of heaven and earth. Chapter 38. The Time-Flowing Stone. It seems I must take some time to consolidate my martial path. In recent days, Song Qian's cultivation has surged at an astonishing rate, having broken through 3 realms in just a few short days. Now, after absorbing 30% of the world's spiritual energy, he is on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the 2nd realm. Fortunately, Song Qian has been diligently suppressing this momentum, managing to maintain his precarious boundary. Tomorrow marks the gathering of the 9 armies for martial competition, and he intends to leverage the multitude of battles to solidify his martial path. As Song Qian mused over this, he remained blissfully unaware that the last remnants of his undergarments had been eroded to shreds by the chilling aura of the spiritual spring. At this moment, he stood before Emily utterly unadorned. He, Emily covered her face in laughter, her brush dancing deftly as she quickly completed another painting titled Heavenly Talent emerging from the bath. Put on some clothes. I know you have a good figure, but there's no need to flaunt it so brazenly, she teased while tossing the discarded garments towards Song Qian. Abruptly brought back to reality, Song Qian caught the thrown clothing, only to feel a sudden chill beneath him. Glancing down, he instantly panicked, exclaiming, "What on earth happened to my undergarments? They were frozen to bits by the cold. Had I not reminded you, you might still be oblivious," Emily replied, her handsome face adorned with a smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. "Then does that mean you've seen me in my entirety?" Song Qian furrowed his brows, casting a peculiar glance at her. "I merely glanced. It's hardly a matter of consequence," Emily dismissed with a nonchalant wave. "Men should be more magnanimous." "Just one glance?" Song Qian questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Indeed, just one glance. Do you think I would deceive you?" Emily asserted with an expression of unwavering certainty. Had Song Qian not employed his mental prowess to discern the 2 paintings concealed behind her, he might have taken her words at face value. However, it must be said, Emily's artistic skill was commendable. Her pieces, gazing at the spiritual spring and heavenly talent emerging from the bath, exuded the essence of a master. Ahem. Song Qian cleared his throat and remarked, "Those 2 paintings may be viewed in secret, but they must not be circulated. Such a scandal would tarnish our reputations." "Eh?" At this, Molly scoffed, "You're far too self-absorbed. Who would want to sneak a peek at your nude artwork? You've already painted them." And I Haven't protested. "We both understand what that entails," Song Qian replied, sharing a knowing smile. "My intention in creating those pieces was purely for amusement. Don't read too much into it," Emily retorted, her cheeks once again flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "What's that?" Song Qian's attention was suddenly caught by a glimmering light at the bottom of the spiritual spring, leading him to suspect there was something more beneath. "Don't change the subject. I assure you, I am not that kind of person," Emily said, initially believing he was trying to divert the conversation. However, to her surprise, Song Qian discarded his robe and leaped back into the spring, his hands rummaging through the depths. To his delight, he soon discovered a piece of white crystal, which felt reminiscent of a spiritual stone, imbued with a rich essence of worldly energy. Upon grasping the white crystal, Song Qian immediately recognized it as a top-tier spiritual stone, for no ordinary stone could harbor such an overwhelming and dense concentration of spiritual energy. As he discerned the form of the crystal, Molly couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "What's the matter with you?" Song Qian noticed her reaction. "Have you never encountered a top-tier spiritual stone before? Are you jesting? This is not merely a top-tier spiritual stone. It is... What is it?" "Ah, I want to tell you." Emily giggled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with a newfound idea. unless you agree to one condition. Observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Song Qian promptly refused. If you want to tell me, I'll just ask the old Taoist. He will certainly know. Don't. Please don't, Emily quickly intervened. If you were to show this to our master, it would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone without a trace. Could it be that dire? Song Qian's expression reflected disbelief. After all, the old Taoist was a generous man. Even after absorbing years of his energy, he had not retaliated, instead taking Song Qian as his disciple. Heh, you are far too naive. Have you heard of the time flow stone? Time flow stone, Song Qian echoed, delving into his memories. I know a bit, but not much. You should elucidate. What do you mean, know a bit, but not much? Emily inquired. I've heard of it, but have not studied it, thus. I know a bit, but not much, he explained. Pfft, Emily chuckled. You're truly earnest? You really do just know a bit, not even half of it. Stop laughing. Hurry and explain. The sky is nearly bright, and I have matters to attend to. Glancing at the time, with less than 3 hours until the 9 armies competition commenced, Song Qian urged her on. The time flow stone, as its name suggests, is a miraculous stone that can control the flow of time. Try infusing your true energy into it, then carefully observe the flow of time, Emily instructed, returning the white crystal to him. Without hesitation, Song Qian flicked his fingers, releasing a strand of true energy. Whoosh! As the energy merged with the crystal, a gleam shimmered across its surface, erupting into a beam of light. This beam expanded around Song Qian, creating a 10-meter radius domain. Within this realm, he could distinctly perceive that time had slowed to more than 10 times its usual pace. Wow, how incredible! This thing can actually influence time. After experiencing the power of the time flow stone, Song Qian was left in awe, never having imagined such a treasure existed in the world. Now, do you still intend to show the crystal to our master? Emily approached, challenging him. The crystal? What is that? Have we even picked it up? At her words, Song Qian feigned ignorance. Let us go. Dawn is approaching. If we are discovered together, it may invite scandalous rumors. Stowing the time flow stone in his jade pouch, Song Qian turned to leave, offering no chance for Emily to respond. How can you just leave after eating and wiping your mouth? Emily grumbled, watching him retreat. You just said you would agree to one condition. I am offering you 3? Song Qian's voice echoed from ahead, and Emily blinked in disbelief. 3 conditions? Are you serious? I, Song Qian, am a man of my word. I never go back on my promises. Chapter 39. Pre-battle mobilization. Emerging from the cavern, Song Qian quickly tidied up the scene. I went out for a bit. I've left breakfast on your bed. With only 2.5 hours remaining until the 9 armies competition, Song Qian wasted no time and hurried to finally Ao, Song Xiong, Sun Ba, and the other 8 most talented individuals. Brother Qian, with the 9 armies competition imminent, all other legions are assembling. Why have you gathered us in this small room? 9 individuals squeezed into a mere 10 square meter space, feeling somewhat cramped. With just over 2 hours left, if you plan to impart martial techniques, it's far too late. There's no time for practice. Indeed, it would be better to conduct a final drill to bolster the morale of our troops. I've heard that the generals of the other 107 armies will distribute enhancement pills before the battle. Our General wouldn't he have prepared any, would he? The 8 top talents of the White Dragon Cavalry engaged in a lively debate, each voicing their opinions, causing a ruckus. Silence. Song Qian, deep in contemplation, spoke, and an invisible pressure enveloped the room, silencing everyone. Evenly Ao, with whom he had long-standing enmity, dared not defy him in that moment. In that instant, Song Qian was the true general of the White Dragon. Yesterday's meeting made it clear to me that if we wish to avoid being at the bottom during the 9 armies competition, we must rely on our White Dragon Cavalry. The other 107 armies are utterly unreliable, filled with arrogant and conceited individuals. Do you have confidence in yourselves? With that, Song Qian surveyed the crowd. Of course. Yi Erniu began to respond but was met with a fierce glare from Song Qian, who then transmitted mentally, be quiet. Can't you see I'm trying to instill some discipline? Hearing the voice in his head, Yi Erniu was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Song Qian as if asking, brother, when did you learn to use mental communication skills? What Yi Erniu did not realize was that Song Qian had not mastered any communication techniques. Rather, his mental prowess had reached the 15th level. Choosing not to explain, Song Qian allowed Yi Erniu to sit quietly without interruption. Following Yi Erniu, another spoke up, "General, rest assured. Against the other martial city's lesser talents, I can defeat them single-handedly." Song Qian cast a glance at the speaker, named Sikong Hanmo, who was at the peak of the third realm with a high-grade martial vein. In terms of strength, he was indeed among the top combatants of the White Dragon Cavalry, second only to Li, Song, and Sunday. Once more, Song Qian scanned the crowd, asking, "Do you all share this sentiment?" Since the prominent figures have encountered no issues, the remaining cunning foxes have also voiced their opinions, revealing their arrogant tales. Bang! Before the sound had faded, Song Qian forcefully struck the ground, and his immense strength shattered the black tiles into countless pieces. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The tiles of Wu City were crafted from black gold, stone, and iron, reputed to be impervious without a force of 10,000 pounds. My peak physical strength at the third realm barely reaches 8,000 pounds. Yet our general, with a casual palm strike, exhibits a force of 10,000 pounds. Could he truly be merely at the second realm? The spectators were engulfed in disbelief, astonished at Song Qian's formidable physical prowess. "You have truly disappointed me," Song Qian declared, surveying the crowd with disdain. Arrogant, boastful, and overbearing, he proceeded to enumerate a series of pejorative terms. "Do you genuinely believe that the other martial markets are mere soft persimmons, easily manipulated? Isn't that the case?" Sikong Hanmo retorted. "Him." Song Qian's gaze pierced like a blade, intimidating Sikong Hanmo into avoidance. "Have you heard of the top 10 experts in Beidou martial market? Tang Luo, Xin Xing, and Jia Jia all possess a minimum cultivation level of the early fourth realm. Now, look at us. How many fourth realm experts do we have? Aside from Song Xiong, Sun Ba, and Wen Liao, who barely qualifies as a fourth realm expert due to his superior martial lineage. The rest? We scarcely have a handful who are half a step into the fourth realm. With such a disparity in cultivation levels, I truly do not comprehend how you can smile." Song Qian's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of these proud individuals. All 10 experts are of the fourth realm. This seems implausible. "General, is your information accurate?" Some clung to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to accept that such a vast chasm existed between martial markets. "If what I say contains even a hint of falsehood, may the heavens strike me down and obliterate my existence." With only 2.5 hours remaining until the martial competition of the 9 armies commenced, Song Qian had no time to elaborate on the intricacies of the situation to this group of proud youths. Instead, he boldly swore an oath. "If I am lying, may I be struck by divine wrath and cease to exist. Alas, we shall surely be at the bottom of the rankings. Just one Beidou martial market possesses 10 fourth realm experts. What chance do we have?" It was said that the emperor himself would witness the competition. This was indeed a monumental embarrassment. Upon receiving confirmation from Song Qian, despair settled heavily upon the crowd. Among the 8, only Li Ao remained unfazed. He gazed into Song Qian's calm eyes and sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared, prompting him to inquire, "General, you summoned us for a meeting as the competition approaches. It cannot merely be to undermine our confidence, can it? What do you believe my purpose is in calling you here?" Song Qian countered with a question. "I surmise that you must possess methods to counter our adversaries or means to enhance our cultivation. Otherwise, it would be illogical to gather us for this meeting." Liao articulated his thoughts, and upon hearing this, the others brightened with anticipation, their gazes fixed intently on Song Qian. 25 hours, with ample resources at your disposal. I expect each of you to dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Can you all manage to break through to the next realm?" Seeing the opportune moment had arrived, Song Qian decided to unveil his trump card. "Brother Qian, what nonsense are you speaking? With merely 2.5 hours left until the 9 armies competition, how could you possibly have obtained 25 hours? Yi Erniu couldn't help but interject. Swish! Song Qian produced the time flow luminescent stone from the spatial jade essence, imbuing it with true energy, which released a brilliant white light as the realm of time unfolded. "I possess a treasured artifact that can slow the flow of time. With a ratio of 1 to 10 compared to the outside world. 2.5 hours translates to 25 hours. Holding the time flow luminescent stone aloft, Song Qian revealed it without hesitation to the crowd. A time treasure. It can indeed delay time. Even a 7th-tier treasure cannot achieve this. Unheard of, General, you reveal such a treasure so readily. Do you not fear inciting our greed? Perceiving the fervor in the crowd's eyes, a smile crept onto Song Qian's lips. Oh, I neglected to mention the paper you signed before entering. It is the legendary covenant of the heavens. Should anyone attempt to seize it or disclose my possession of the time treasure, may they be struck down by divine retribution. Chapter 40. Preserve the third, compete for the first. The phrase "may they be struck down by divine retribution" echoed in the minds of the crowd like thunderclaps. Brother Qian, I pledge my life to you, and my death to your culinary delights. Must you be so ruthless? Indeed, General, we are your most loyal subordinates. Although we have known each other for less than 10 days, I would follow you to the ends of the earth. Yet, your actions are rather disheartening to the brethren. In response to their questions, Song Qian calmly explained, we are all adults here. Mere words of loyalty are of no value. Moreover, I have recorded your earlier expressions with a scroll. Would you care to see it? The greed in your eyes is palpable. You look as if you could skin me alive. Before he finished speaking, Song Qian produced a recording scroll. For those who doubt, I can open the scroll and let you witness the murderous intent reflected in your gazes. General, you jest. We were merely kidding with you. As the scroll was revealed, the crowd shrank back, fully aware of how greed and murderous intent had clouded their expressions. Are you certain you do not wish to take a look? You may regret it. Song Qian teased. Really, we do not want to see it, General. The crowd hastily waved their hands, abandoning their previous bravado. Song Qian smirked, thinking, you are far too inexperienced to challenge me. Let us not waste time. With 25 hours and ample resources, I expect each of you to break through at least one minor realm. Can you achieve this? At this moment, Song Qian resembled a charismatic leader of a sales organization, methodically instilling motivation in the gathered crowd. Absolutely, came the synchronized reply of the 8, marking the commencement of their 25 hours of cultivation. In the first hour, they fervently absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. In the second hour, they exerted every ounce of strength to refine the heavenly and earthly energies. In the third hour, spiritual energy began to swirl around them, with some already showing signs of a breakthrough. During this time, Song Qian was not idle. He immersed himself in the understanding of 3 martial arts: the flowing cloud spear technique, the shattered river piercing cloud technique, and the falling star pursuing moon technique. 18 hours passed, and the first breakthrough occurred. Li Ao broke through to the early 4th realm. General, I must admit, I was wrong earlier. I sincerely apologize. He approached Song Qian earnestly to express his contrition. Hearing this, Song Qian opened one eye, casting a glance at him. Spare me the empty words. They are of no use. If you can achieve a commendable rank in the upcoming 9 armies competition, I would gladly apologize. Very well. Li Ao's gaze hardened with determination. I hereby pledge to secure first place in the upcoming 9 armies competition. With that, he returned to his spot, intent on breaking through another minor realm in the remaining 7 hours. While breaking through 2 realms in succession is not favorable for a martial artist's future path, and the lack of a solidified foundation can lead to vulnerabilities against true power, it is still true that a skinny camel is larger than a horse. How has this fellow changed so drastically after a trip to the military punishment area? Song Qian pondered, perplexed. Previously, Li Ao had been as arrogant as his name suggested, yet now he appeared more docile than Yi Erniu. Something was off. This was decidedly peculiar. Unable to comprehend, Song Qian decided to dismiss the thoughts. Whatever. As long as he can secure first place in the 9 armies competition, that is all that matters. Time ticked away, and one by one, the 8 prodigies began to break through. Meanwhile, Song Qian's comprehension of martial arts also progressed significantly, with both the flowing cloud spear technique and the shattered river piercing cloud technique achieving great mastery. Just a step away from perfection, his grasp of third-tier martial arts had reached the grand completion stage in merely 2 days, a testament not only to Song Qian's innate talent, but also to the terrifying prowess of his 15th-tier spiritual power. However, with the falling star pursuing moon technique, Song Qian found himself at a complete loss. Not only had he yet to reach mastery, but he couldn't even claim to have begun to grasp its principles. Truly, it was a 5th-tier martial art, with an exceedingly high level of difficulty. Without dedicating 10 days to half a month to comprehend it, no results could be achieved. Having concluded this, Song Qian stored away the 3 martial arts and stood up to observe the others. Finally, a breakthrough. Yi Erniu exhaled deeply. Having reached the half-step fourth realm, if I can break through one realm in 25 hours, that translates to one realm every 2 days, with 30 days in a month. Does that not mean I could break through 15 realms? As Yi Erniu contemplated this, he felt as if the entire divine martial continent would soon bow before him. Slap! Song Qian smacked Yi Erniu on the back of his head. You fool, dreaming before nightfall. In just a month, you dare to dream of breaking through 15 realms. Yi Erniu, with his large, sparkling eyes, gazed intently at Song Qian and exclaimed, Brother Qian, that was my innermost monologue. Did you truly overhear it? Stop indulging in daydreams and focus on preparing for the martial assembly of the 9 armies. Song Qian replied with an expression of indifference. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Is General Bailong inside? The Grand General summons you. I'm coming, Song Qian responded and then rose to leave. Our general is truly extraordinary. Not only does he possess the art of sound transmission, but he also seems to wield the legendary ability of mind reading. As he watched Song Qian's departing figure, Yi Erniu realized that this General Bailong harbored far too many secrets. Subordinate Qian Song pays his respects to the Grand General. Upon entering the Grand General's tent, Song Qian performed a gesture of homage. Rise, Wei Long gestured for him to stand. This morning, you requested 3 million spirit stones and signed a military decree. With the martial assembly of the 9 armies imminent, are you and your Bailong cavalry fully prepared? Reporting to the general, my subordinate has devised a comprehensive strategy. We shall secure 3 victories and contend for 1. Song Qian declared with unwavering confidence. 3 victories and 1 contention. The Grand General murmured, I am the military. There are no empty words. Do not jest with me. The term 3 victories and 1 contention refers to vying for the title of champion at the martial assembly. With the minimum expectation of placing among the top 3, Song Qian's playful demeanor vanished as he asserted, My word is as heavy as a mountain. I do not jest. Moreover, I have already pledged my military decree before the general this morning. Should I fail at today's assembly, you may claim my life, Grand General. The Grand General's expression momentarily faltered before he exclaimed with excitement, Excellent. With your assurance, the 3 million spirit stones were not spent in vain. Chapter 41. The Silver Mask. After their discussion, Song Qian accompanied the Grand General out of the tent. His Majesty has come to the martial market. You shall accompany me to greet him, the Grand General stated. Understood, Song Qian nodded in agreement. Noticing the ease with which Song Qian agreed, the Grand General felt perplexed, thinking he would have to offer various excuses. Grand General, what are you implying? I do not quite comprehend. Song Qian maintained an outward calm while a storm brewed within him, pondering, when did I reveal myself? Ha ha, the Grand General chuckled lightly, it's normal not to understand. I was merely jesting, do not be anxious. At that moment, a sharp cry echoed through the air. Looking up, they saw a pure white eagle circling downwards. The Grand General, Wei Long, extended his hand, and the white eagle descended, delivering a message. His Majesty is nearing the gates of Zhantian ancient city. We are to proceed to greet him. Very well, Song Qian replied, then followed Wei Long out of the martial market. Outside, several horsemen held ready 3-tiered thunder steed mounts. The Grand General, Wei Long, took hold of one, stroking its mane, and asked, Can you ride? I possess a modicum of knowledge, Song Qian replied. The Grand General exchanged a knowing glance with the horseman, who promptly handed over the reins with utmost respect. Adding, General, this is a 3-tiered beast. Please exercise caution while riding. Safety is paramount. Thank you for the reminder. Song Qian accepted the reins, feeling the rebellious spirit of the thunder steed beneath him. With a snort, the steed exhaled hot breath, its hooves stamping the ground as if to say, A mere second-realm warrior dares to ride upon my back? Ha ha, Song Qian chuckled, amused that a beast yet to gain sentience would judge its rider. Your fiery temperament is quite formidable. Just as well, I recently acquired the power of Insha. Allow me to temper your spirit. With that thought, Song Qian summoned the Insha energy from his dantian. With a swift motion, a tendril of Insha energy flowed through the reins into the thunder steed. Woo! The steed let out a plaintive cry, its eyes wide with pleading, as if saying, Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Weren't you just boasting? Now you seek mercy. It is too late. Song Qian laughed heartily, mounting the steed and urging it to catch up with the others. The Grand General, Wei Long, had already mounted and was far ahead, while the thunder steed, as if understanding, let out a cry and surged forward with astonishing speed, its hooves propelling it over 100 meters in a single bound. In just a brief moment, Song Qian caught up and called out, "General, I believe the direction to the gates of Zhantian City is not this way." Wei Long glanced back at Song Qian and replied, "We are first to find someone and acquire some items." The thunder steed raced with the speed of the wind, and time was still on their side. Oh, Song Qian thought it best not to inquire further, silently trailing behind. Minutes later, the Grand General, Wei Long, stopped before a blacksmith's shop. "Master, is the item I ordered ready?" "Almost. I just need to quench it again," came a voice, hoarse and raspy, from within the shop. Listening to the sizzling sounds and the steam billowing forth, Song Qian surmised, "Is the Grand General forging a weapon at the last moment?" With a whoosh, a delicate silver mask was completed, crafted as thin as a cicada's wing. The blacksmith presented it with both hands, stating, 18 grains of golden elixir sand, thank you." The Grand General, Wei Long, examined the mask closely and remarked, "This is indeed a fine item, yet isn't 18 grains of golden elixir sand a bit excessive? This is a small business, no bargaining allowed." The blacksmith replied matter-of-factly, "Moreover, this was the agreed-upon price." "Fine." Realizing negotiation was futile, the Grand General reluctantly produced 18 grains of golden elixir sand from his pocket and handed them over. As the blacksmith received the golden sand, a broad smile spread across his face. "We look forward to your next visit." After leaving the blacksmith's shop, the Grand General handed the silver mask to Song Qian. "What is this?" Song Qian asked, puzzled by its significance. "Are you certain you wish to present your true visage to His Majesty?" The Grand General's words confirmed Song Qian's suspicions that his identity had indeed been revealed. "Thank you for your kindness, General, but I must decline the mask." Song Qian was acutely aware of the Emperor's formidable prowess. Relying solely on a mask to conceal his identity seemed nearly impossible. "This mask cost me the equivalent of 18 mountains of gold. Do you truly believe it is just an ordinary mask?" The Grand General countered. 18 mountains of gold? Is that not merely 18 grains of golden elixir sand?" Song Qian asked. "When dealing with him, some matters cannot be articulated too plainly, understand?" The Grand General pondered before adding, "Not understanding is of no consequence. You shall not reach this level anyway. This mask is forged from union iron, possessing extraordinary secrecy. Anyone wearing it will have their appearance, aura, and cultivation concealed from anyone below the 6th realm. At the gates of Zhantian City, a 4-tiered beast, the 4-winged Dapeng, descended slowly. Is this truly the renowned Zhantian ancient city? The foremost among the 9 great ancient cities, it appears rather unimpressive. It pales in comparison to the side gates of our Dongjun ancient city. Who can blame them? Being the closest to the frontier, they don the title of protector of the nation, thus being granted the status of the foremost ancient city by the emperor. But isn't the frontier garrison led by the Grand General Tianwu? What connection does that have with Zhantian ancient city? A group of young prodigies in their 20s stood atop the 4-winged Dapeng, discussing the somewhat dilapidated gates of Zhantian City. Subsequently, the other martial markets arrived in succession. Beidou martial market arrived on swords, Qixing martial market on boats, and Longshan martial market on spiritual vessels. Among them, the most eye-catching was the golden war chariot drawn by 9 4-tiered crimson-winged dragons, for everyone knew that within the golden chariot sat the most esteemed individual in the entire Shangshuan dynasty, the Emperor of Shangshuan. "Your servant Wei Long pays homage to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" As the Grand General Wei Long knelt, the multitude of citizens followed suit, bowing to the golden chariot. At the same time, the prodigies of the 8 great ancient cities also bowed before the ruling emperor, none daring to act with impudence. The only exception among those present was Song Qian, who, donning the silver mask and concealing his cultivation aura, stood at the back of the crowd, leaning against a pillar, observing everything with a detached gaze. "Stand!" A voice emanated from the golden chariot, calm yet filled with an overwhelming authority. Chapter 42. Ouyang Tianxia. Inside the golden chariot, the emperor of Shangshuan, Ouyang Tianxia, donned a crown and a dragon robe, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. "Brother, I have returned this time to share joyful news with you. Why did you insist on bringing me here to witness the martial assembly of the 9 armies?" Ouyang Tinglan, clad in red, sat beside Ouyang Tianxia, pouting in feigned anger. "Tinglan, your return brings me great joy. but I am displeased with your unilateral decision to break off the engagement. Ouyang Tianxia held a pair of yin-yang spheres, the profound aura of martial prowess flickering around him. Song Qian is now a cripple. Can you truly bear to see me wed to a cripple? Ouyang Tinglan believed she had executed the matter flawlessly, only to find her actions had been discovered. While I cannot bear it. It is the will of Father. The die has been cast. I shall not engage in further debate with you. The martial assembly of the 9 armies has gathered all the prodigies of the younger generation from the Shangchuan dynasty. The victor of this contest shall become your husband. Ouyang Tiantian's expression remained impassive, yet his words bore the unmistakable weight of imperial authority. Why? Upon hearing his words, Ouyang Tinglan's emotions erupted instantaneously. I have never favored familial unions or martial alliances, as you well know. This scene left the left chancellor, right chancellor, minister of war, and other dignitaries utterly astonished. In the entire Shangchuan dynasty, the only one bold enough to confront the emperor was the reigning princess. For anyone else, uttering a single word of dissent before His Majesty could lead to a fate of dismemberment or execution. Should His Majesty be in a foul mood that day, he might well bestow upon you a gift of extermination that includes your entire clan. On ordinary days, those ministers, who were accustomed to being one step below the emperor, now cowered in the corners of the golden war chariot, trembling in fear, dreading that the flames of misfortune might engulf them as well. Sighing deeply, Ouyang Tiantian lamented. He could deal ruthlessly with anyone, yet when it came to his own sister, Ouyang Tinglan, he found himself utterly powerless. Allow me to explain. The Shangchuan's fortune comprises 10 portions, and you alone possess 3. Which is even one more than I'd. Should one is fortunate as you marry someone outside the dynasty, that fortune would be shared, and the 3 portions would dissipate, potentially leading to the decline of the Shangchuan dynasty. Ouyang Tiantian earnestly implored, can you truly bear witness to the Shangchuan's transformation from prosperity to ruin, ultimately leading to its obliteration? Fine. After Ouyang Tiantian's heartfelt entreaty, Ouyang Tinglan ultimately chose to acquiesce. But I have one condition. Abruptly, Ouyang Tinglan shifted her stance and declared, this is merely an engagement. The specific date for the wedding shall be determined by me. Ouyang Tinglan thought to herself, as long as she could prolong the timeline, she could eventually grow stronger and reach unparalleled heights of cultivation. At that point, if she chose not to proceed, who could compel her? Ouyang Tiantian, of course, recognized her little ruse but chose to nod in agreement. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Your Majesty, General Wei Long of the Heavenly Martial Army requests an audience. At that moment, a eunuch announced, Princess Tinglan, you are to set off for the Qingxian Heavenly Sect tomorrow. The martial assembly of the 9 armies must determine the champion before sunset. Time is of the essence. There is no need for the customary formalities. Let us proceed directly to the Battle Heaven martial platform. Ouyang Tiantian waved his hand, signaling that the golden chariot need not halt, and they would head straight to the heart of the Battle Heaven ancient city. It has been such a long time. My legs have grown numb from kneeling. Why is His Majesty still not descending? Alas, look, the golden chariot has taken flight. What nonsense! Where did that coachman come from? He has no sense of etiquette. Seeing us kneeling here, he doesn't even know to stop. Observing the departing golden chariot, the kneeling citizens began to murmur among themselves. Hear ye, the emperor's decree. A eunuch appeared atop the city wall, his voice piercing the air. For the upcoming martial assembly of the 9 armies. Time is pressing. There is no need for elaborate formalities. All leaders of the martial markets proceed directly to the Battle Heaven martial platform. So it is decreed. Seeing this, Song Qian intended to turn and leave. But at the city gate, he overheard 2 familiar voices. Are you certain the Princess Tinglan will participate in this martial assembly? I am her personal maid. Trust me, it's absolutely true. The speakers were none other than Ouyang Yue and Yi Shuang, who, having experienced a setback at Song Qian's hands, initially planned to return home for reinforcements. However, upon hearing of the emperor's martial assembly, Ouyang Yue received news from Ouyang Tinglan and reluctantly turned back. Having walked for 2 days and nights, covering tens of thousands of miles, neither had managed to close their eyes. At this moment, Yi Shuang, weary and fatigued, remarked, I must say, aren't you tired? Should we find an inn and rest for a bit? No. Before Yi Shuang could finish her sentence, Ouyang Yue waved her hand in refusal. The battle-heaven ancient city is fraught with chaos. If we are not careful, we might attract the attention of some desperate rogues. At that instant, a group of burly ruffians surrounded them, demanding, "Where are you two young ladies off to?" Not allowing Ouyang Yuer to finish, they closed in. "Do not cause trouble. I am the personal maid of the reigning princess." Seeing that the newcomers were all mid-level cultivators, Ouyang Yuer announced her credentials, hoping to intimidate them. "I am the legitimate daughter of the Yi family from the imperial city. If you dare to act recklessly, my father will not let you off lightly." Feeling the lewd glances and brazen appraisals from the ruffians, Yi Shuang, having grown up in the imperial city, was unaccustomed to such scenes. She hurriedly followed Ouyang Yuer's lead, revealing her identity in hopes of deterring the ruffians. "Oh, the royal family. The Yi family. I am so frightened." The ruffian leader was entirely unfazed, continuing to ogle the two young women's curvaceous figures, especially their prominent assets, which captivated the attention of all present. "Boss, it has been years since I have seen such beautiful young ladies. Allow me to offer you 100 spirit stones. Can I have my first taste of pleasure?" A diminutive, rat-faced thug, clutching a pile of spirit stones, attempted to curry favor with the ruffian leader. Upon hearing this, both women turned pale with fear. "I will count to 3, and we run," Ouyang Yuer whispered. "Yes," Yi Shuang nodded. "1, 2, 3, run." Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the two women unleashed their speed, racing towards the most crowded street. Yet, how naive to think they could outrun us, the ruffian leader remained unfazed. In terms of speed, a second-tier martial artist could never outpace a third-tier cultivator, even if they ran for their lives. Half a minute later, the two women found themselves cornered in a dead-end alley. "Boss, look how considerate these two young ladies are," fearing that we might find it difficult to act in the street, so they intentionally ran into a dead end. The rat-faced thug grinned lewdly, closing in step by step. "What do you want? Spirit stones, money, techniques, martial arts, or weapons? We can provide it all." Ouyang Yuer gasped for breath, proposing that they could offer anything except their virtue. "Ha, such words. Once we have our fun, everything will still belong to us." Seeing that all avenues had been exhausted, the two women prepared to embrace their demise. Ouyang Yuer closed her eyes and asked, "Yi Shuang, are you afraid?" "Not in the least. I would rather shatter than surrender. For I must preserve my purity in this world," Yi Shuang replied. Just as the two were about to detonate their dantians and perish together with the scoundrels, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the alley. Then came the sound of gunfire, followed by a chorus of wails echoing through the alley. "You two, are you just going to close your eyes and wait to die?" Upon hearing the clear voice of a young man, Ouyang Yuer opened her eyes and was startled by the scene before her. What happened? What is going on? Hearing this, Yi Shuang feared that Ouyang Yuer had been violated. As she opened her eyes, a silver mask came into view, accompanied by long, flowing black hair, as the figure wielded 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear. On the ground lay a multitude of corpses strewn about. The newcomer was none other than Song Qian, who had initially wished to remain uninvolved. However, his lingering conscience compelled him to intervene upon witnessing the two beautiful women threatened by a band of ruffians. Ultimately, Song Qian chose to take action. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely assistance." Ouyang Yuer was the first to regain her composure, clasping her hands in gratitude towards Song Qian. "The battle-heaven ancient city is not like the imperial city. You should swiftly return to your respective factions." With that, Song Qian sheathed his spear and prepared to turn away. "Please wait," Yi Shuang called out, inquiring, "You must be from the martial market, correct?" "Indeed," Song Qian nodded. "Might I request your assistance in escorting us to the battle-heaven martial platform? I have but one swift steed, the Wind Chaser Thunder Galloper. If you are willing to squeeze in, you may climb aboard. The 9 armies martial assembly is imminent. I cannot afford to delay, so if you wish to ride, hasten and board." Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang and Ouyang Yuer exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At the battle-heaven martial platform, the left chancellor, holding the imperial edict, stood in the center of the platform and declared loudly, "The 9 armies martial assembly will be divided into 3 major competitions. The first contest will be among the leaders of the martial markets. The second contest will be between the generals. The third contest will involve the soldiers. Following these 3 contests, the Minister of War will rank the 9 armies. Is that understood?" The prodigies from the 9 martial markets responded in unison. Understood. Yet, within the battle-heaven martial market, the White Dragon Cavalry was missing its commander. General Wei Long approached the White Dragon Cavalry and inquired, "Where has the White Dragon General gone?" "Reporting to you, General, the White Dragon General just left the martial market with you. Did he not?" Yi Erniu stepped forward to respond, "That scoundrel. He promised to accompany me to meet the Emperor." And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The general reflected on the moment, realizing that he had turned his back for just a second, and Song Qian had melted into the crowd, never to be seen again. Now that the Nine Armies Martial Assembly has officially commenced, where is Song Qian? "General, we all mentioned last night that Qiansong is not up to the task." Upon witnessing the situation, General Tianfeng stepped forward and declared, "To send him onto the battlefield of the Nine Armies is nothing short of self-humiliation, a disgrace to the prestige of our Zhan Tianwu city." "Are you foolish?" At that moment, General Songlong hurriedly restrained General Tianfeng, whispering, "Do you not see that the Grand General is in a fit of rage?" In response, General Tianfeng merely pursed his lips, displaying an air of indifference. "Is that not the case? Every word I utter is the truth." From the main platform, Ouyang Tinglan scanned the surroundings but could not spot the figures of Ouyang Yuer and her companions. "Yuer, that wretched girl at such a time, still hasn't come to find me. Did I not repeatedly instruct her that upon entering the city, her first task should be to seek me out? This Zhantian ancient city is no safe haven." Ouyang Tinglan was acutely aware of the chaos within Zhantian ancient city and feared for the safety of Ouyang Yuer and Yi Shuang, both possessing only the cultivation of the second realm. Those two girls, none of them are reliable. With an angry curse, Ouyang Tinglan prepared to rise and search for them. "The Nine Armies competition is about to commence. Where do you think you are going?" Ouyang Tianxia reached out to block Ouyang Tinglan from leaving. "Brother, Yuer and Yi Shuang are missing. I fear for their safety." Ouyang Tinglan explained, "Is this trivial matter worth such concern?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianxia's brows furrowed. "Sit down. I will instruct the Minister of War to send a team to search for them." But Ouyang Tinglan attempted to protest, yet Ouyang Tianxia interrupted her bluntly, "They are merely two commoners. What merit do they possess that warrants you to forsake your lifelong matters to seek them? Let me be clear, you are not permitted to go. The saying goes, when an emperor is angered, 100,000 souls may fall, rivers may run red with blood." As the sovereign of the Shangshuan dynasty, Ouyang Tianxia scarcely cared for the safety of a mere maid and a noble's daughter. "Brother, you have changed. You were not like this in my memories." Gazing at the familiar yet distant figure before her, Ouyang Tinglan's expression gradually hardened. "What if I insist on searching for Yuer and Yi Shuang? Are you certain you wish to challenge my limits?" Ouyang Tianxia's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, a terrifying aura of martial prowess enveloping the area. Just as the tension escalated, a horse's neigh echoed through the air, followed by a swift steed, the chasing wind thunder steed, soaring over the heads of the onlookers, landing steadily before the main platform. "Now that we have arrived, you two dismount quickly." With that, Yi Shuang and Ouyang Yuer launched a coordinated attack on Song Qian, leaving him nearly breathless. "Young Master Qian, a small token of my esteem." The two women dismounted, and Ouyang Tinglan produced a jade pendant from her bosom, offering it to Song Qian, "And mine as well." Yi Shuang hastily removed a hairpin from her head. Song Qian cast a glance at the jade pendant crafted from top-quality Han white jade, and the hairpin intricately carved from golden silk nanmu. Both were worth a substantial sum of spirit stones. Without hesitation, he accepted their gifts, departing immediately. "Your Highness, your maid and childhood friend have returned. Do not hold a grudge against His Majesty," the Minister of Rights approached, attempting to mediate. "The Emperor is acting in your best interests. The Zhantian ancient city is fraught with peril, and even with your fourth realm strength, you are not absolutely safe." "Humph!" Ouyang Tinglan merely scoffed, turning her back as she walked towards Yi Shuang and Yuer. Observing this, the Minister of Revenue interjected, "Your Majesty, the princess is still young and her mind not fully matured. It would be wise to indulge her in minor matters." Ouyang Tianxia narrowed his phoenix eyes into slits, coldly stating, "Such a temperament will ultimately lead to her downfall. The chasing wind thunder steed is a steed of the martial market. This young Master Qian must be a general of the martial market, a spirited young man, riding a silver-saddled white horse across the land." As they watched Song Qian's retreating figure, the two women whispered to each other, momentarily oblivious to Ouyang Tinglan approaching from behind. "Hey!" Ouyang Tinglan tapped the shoulders of the two women, pulling them from their reverie. "What are you two staring at?" "Miss Tinglan." Chapter 44 Premiere. Which young man has captivated the capital's foremost talent so thoroughly? And you error, you two haven't fallen for the same person, have you? Ouyang Tinglan teased them with a faint smile. "Oh dear, the miss is joking about you again. Tinglan, do not speak nonsense." Her words instantly flushed the cheeks of both women, who hurriedly attempted to explain. Observing their rosy faces, Ouyang Tinglan was nearly certain that the two were on the verge of falling in love. "I am curious to see which exceptional individual has managed to stir your hearts simultaneously." Subsequently, Ouyang Tinglan gazed in the direction of the two women, noticing Song Qian riding the chasing wind thundersteed as he slowly crossed the Zhantian martial stage before returning to the Zhantian martial market camp. "That figure seems familiar," Ouyang Tinglan mused internally. Yet, to prevent the two women from detecting anything amiss, she feigned indifference. "Is that it? Looks quite ordinary, and he even wears a mask, so he didn't even reveal his face. Yet captivated both of you? Is that how it is?" Upon witnessing Ouyang Tinglan's demeanor, the two women had no choice but to recount the entire story. Young as he is, not only does he possess remarkable cultivation, but he can single-handedly take on 10 opponents. Furthermore, he is the commander of an army. Encountering such a young general, which woman would not feel bashful? The two women spoke in turn, extolling Song Qian to the heavens. If Song Qian were present, he would likely jest, "I was so impressive, and I had no idea." Moreover, Ouyang Tinglan, as an audience member, had no prior knowledge of Song Qian and was utterly bewildered by the two women's praise. He possesses late-stage second-realm cultivation, yet he fought off dozens of mid-stage third-realm ruffians. Is he truly that formidable? Ouyang Tinglan remained somewhat skeptical. Even she, at the second realm, could slay third-realm experts. But if faced with a dozen such opponents, she would have to retreat in defeat. Absolutely true. The two women asserted decisively. "Fine, I shall take your word for it this time." Seeing the resolute expressions on their faces, Ouyang Tinglan had no choice but to believe them. "Qiansong, is it? I shall personally meet you shortly, if you can withstand 10 of my moves with your second-realm cultivation." Ouyang Tinglan contemplated. "Glancing at Song Qian in the distance, you might just barely qualify to be my betrothed of 3 years. Your subordinate, Qiansong, pays respects to the Grand General of Zhanwu." Knowing he had missed the opening ceremony of the 9 armies competition, Song Qian approached Wei Long to express his apologies. "Dio, you know the Princess Ouyang Tinglan's personal maid, and the Yi family's eldest daughter from the royal city?" Wei Long inquired, his tone more curious than accusatory. "Huh?" Taken aback by the question, Song Qian quickly regained his composure, replying, "We met by chance. I know them, but we are not friends." "Why do you ask?" Song Qian remained puzzled by Wei Long's inquisitive tone. "Could it be that the Grand General has taken an interest in the two ladies, wishing for me to act as a matchmaker?" "Grand General, I must tell you, they are not suited for you." "Truly not." Upon hearing this, Wei Long's expression darkened. "Do you think I am the kind of man who preys on the young? I am genuinely happy for you. One is the princess's personal maid, while the other is like a sister to the princess. If you have their support, you will be the biggest winner in this 9 armies competition." As Wei Long spoke, his enthusiasm starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor as a stoic general. After all, he understood that the so-called 9 armies competition was merely a facade to select a suitable consort for the princess. Yet, observing Wei Long's unusual excitement, Song Qian remained utterly baffled. "What do you mean by support? How does one become the biggest winner?" "Do not worry, you will find out soon enough." Given the multitude of eyes on the Zhantian martial stage, Wei Long could not reveal the true purpose of the 9 armies competition. "Oh," Song Qian replied, still confused, and returned to the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. "Brother Qian, you have finally returned." Upon his arrival, Yi Erniu and a host of other talented individuals immediately surrounded him. "You have no idea how perilous things were just now. Your position as the first to take the field was almost seized by that General Tianfeng. Moreover, that General Songlong is no saint either. He too wanted to claim our spot. They even accused you of fleeing the battlefield without fighting." As Song Qian listened to their explanations, he gradually understood the unfolding events. It was unexpected that Songlong and Tianfeng had dared to pressure the Grand General. His gaze swept across the other 8 outstanding figures of the martial market, each possessing formidable cultivation. none could be considered easy targets, especially the figures from Beidou, Qixing, Longchan, and Judu. Among them were even those who had ascended the Shangshuan rankings. The Shangshuan rankings documented all individuals of the fourth realm and above within the Shangshuan dynasty. Most names on the list were long established or over 50 years of age, with only a select few young prodigies achieving such distinction. For instance, the former Wei Long, who had once held the top spot on the list for a considerable time, or the peak-era Song Qian, who had once made the list with third-realm strength. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian chuckled and declared, "A gentleman never takes what others desire. Since Generals Songlong and Tianfeng are so eager to showcase their abilities, I shall graciously grant the opportunity to you both." Indeed, such words should not be taken lightly. A gentleman's promise is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses in pursuit. Ever since Song Qian's return, the gazes of Songlong and Tianfeng have remained steadfastly fixed upon him. Now that Song Qian has expressed his intention to relinquish the first position, the two have leapt forward without hesitation. "Brother Qian, you absolutely must not." Upon hearing this, Yi Erniu and the others were convinced that Song Qian had lost his senses and sought to dissuade him. But Song Qian raised his hand to silence them. Then, looking at Songlong and Tianfeng, he added, "Do not be so hasty to agree. I have one more condition." "Speak." General Tianfeng, channeling his spiritual energy, leapt before the White Dragon cavalry and declared, "As long as it does not contravene righteousness, I can comply. I too." Songlong General followed suit. Song Qian regarded the two before him and stated, "Since I am conceding the first position to both of you, we cannot allow our ranking to be compromised. I propose 4 words. Strive for the first, safeguard the third. Strive for the first, safeguard the third." Upon hearing this, Songlong and Tianfeng were momentarily taken aback. The upcoming 9 armies martial meet is teeming with formidable warriors, including no less than 4 who have ascended the renowned Shangshuan ranking. To strive for the first while safeguarding the third is no trivial matter. After all, I have pledged a military oath before the Grand General to strive for the first and safeguard the third in this martial assembly. If you two cannot even accomplish this, do not speak of the first position. Return home and rest, for the 9 armies martial meet has no place for cowards. Observing Songlong and Tianfeng's indecision, Song Qian hastily added fuel to the fire. "Excellent. This general agrees to your terms. We shall strive for the first and safeguard the third in this martial assembly." Unable to contain his excitement, Songlong General instantly acquiesced, declaring, "Otherwise, I shall bow and apologize." Witnessing this, the previously hesitant Tianfeng General could only glare at Songlong with a hint of resentment before gritting her teeth in agreement. Chapter 45. The Pinnacle. The first match of the 9 armies martial meet. The masters of the martial markets compete. Longchan Martial Market faces off against Zhantian Martial Market. The master of Zhantian Martial Market, General Wei Long, confronts the master of Longchan Martial Market, Situ Juanhao, an elder of nearly 50 years, who stands at the peak of the fourth realm. Old man Situ Juanhao pays his respects to General Wei Long. Situ Juanhao greeted Wei Long with a clasped fist and a nod. Wei Long returned the gesture, saying, "The Situ family's palm techniques are renowned in Shangshuan. Hearing of them is no substitute for witnessing them firsthand. I shall learn from you." After their handshake, the duel commenced. At the command of the left chancellor, Situ Juanhao wasted no time, channeling immense spiritual energy into his palm. Heavenly Gang Mixed Yuan Palm. This is the Situ family's ultimate technique. Rated at the lower 5th level, a true masterpiece of martial arts, especially when combined with his peak 4th realm cultivation. The power of this palm is undeniably formidable. Any martial artist below the 4th realm would surely perish upon contact. In response, Wei Long wore an expression of calm indifference, appearing to regard this astonishing technique with disdain. He raised his hand, gathered his energy, and executed a series of movements so simple they seemed effortless. Yet in Wei Long's hands, they yielded extraordinary results. Bang! The 2 palms collided, their profound spiritual energies clashing, generating waves of palm wind that stirred the spectators. Indeed, the renowned General Wei Long of the borderlands did not even need to utilize martial techniques. Merely relying on his overwhelming spiritual energy, he received Situ Juanhao's 5th-level palm technique. While it appeared evenly matched, the victor was clear. It is said that General Wei Long possesses a unique spiritual energy known as White Dragon spiritual energy, which, once unleashed, holds the power to shatter mountains and cleave rivers. A commendable technique, but alas, it lacks a certain potency, Wei Long remarked, having gauged Situ Juanhao's palm technique. No longer holding back, he enveloped his arms in a pale white aura of white dragon spiritual energy and charged forward. The terrifying force sent Situ Juanhao hurtling backwards, tumbling off the Zhantian martial stage. With this, Wei Long claimed victory in the first match. The moment Situ Juanhao fell from the stage, the voice of the left chancellor rang out. Swiftly employing his agility, Situ Juanhao returned to the martial stage, chuckling. To have exchanged a single round with the general is something I can boast about for months to come upon my return to Longchan. I concede to you, Wei Long, he added. The two exchanged bows before retreating. The left chancellor's voice resounded once more. In the second match, the Beidou martial market faces off against the Qixing martial market. We now invite the respective masters of the martial markets to take the stage. Erniu, what is the Grand General's cultivation level? How could he defeat Situ Juanhao, who was at the peak of the fourth realm? In merely 2 moves, Song Qian, astounded by Wei Long's prowess, could not help but inquired in response. Yi Erniu shook his head slightly and replied, he should be at the mid-stage of the 5th realm or higher. I cannot say for certain. I only recall that the Grand General once battled a mid-stage, 5th realm general of the barbarian tribes, ultimately slaying him in their first exchange. Furthermore, Li Ao interjected, the Grand General was merely holding back. Otherwise, he could have resolved the matter with a single move against Situ Juanhao. Mid-stage 5th realm resolved in a single move. Upon hearing this, Song Qian pondered deeply. Li Ao, have you broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th realm? Noticing the distinct aura of martial arts emanating from Li Ao, Song Qian asked. Indeed, Li Ao replied with a beaming smile. Thanks to the time-treasured artifact of the general and the unlimited supply of spiritual stones, I was able to break through 2 realms in quick succession. Song Qian nodded in acknowledgement. The assistance from the time-flowing stone and spiritual stones is indeed undeniable. But a significant part of it stems from the remarkable talent of the Proudbone martial pulse. Otherwise, among 8 prodigies, all under the same conditions and resources, only Li Ao managed to break through 2 realms. The exceptional quality of his martial pulse at the Xian level is truly commendable. Song Qian offered his affirmation. Li Ao humbly replied, General, you flatter me. Step down and prepare well. Remember the promise you made to me. Song Qian gestured for him to withdraw, ensuring he did not forget his commitment from earlier that morning. I shall not fail in my mission, Li Ao declared with unwavering determination. As Li Ao stepped back, Yi Erniu seized the opportunity to approach, saying, Brother Qian, may I ask you a question? Speak. Song Qian glanced at him and, noticing the unusual expression on his face, inquired, you do not intend to gossip about something, do you? Vulgar? So vulgar. We are cultured individuals. Can our matters be deemed gossip? Yi Erniu's expression turned serious as he replied, we are merely seeking information. Brother Qian, be honest with me. You accompanied the Grand General on a journey and purchased such a high-class mask. Is it not specifically for charming women? A high-class mask? Upon hearing this, Song Qian could not help but chuckle. Who told you I donned a mask for the purpose of charming women? If not for charming women, then are you perhaps trying to evade enemies? Yi Erniu suggested. You guessed it. You must be a worm in my brain. Song Qian's lips curled in amusement, unable to suppress his admiration for Yi Erniu's imagination. Are you seriously evading enemies? Yi Erniu expressed skepticism. Who in the Shangchuan dynasty would dare pursue the martial market general? Fine. I did buy it to charm women. It cost me 18 mountains of gold. Does that not reflect a certain level of class? Glancing at Yi Erniu's smug expression, Song Qian feared that his true circumstances might slip out. He readily changed his story, admitting that he purchased the mask solely for the purpose of charming women. Truly extravagant, spending 18 mountains of gold on a mask. Yi Erniu exclaimed in shock. Nonetheless, if it helps you win the affection of 2 stunning beauties, it will certainly be worth it. Reflecting on the moment when Song Qian rode the Wind Chaser and Thunder Strider, accompanied by the 2 enchanting ladies, Ouyang Yue and Yi Shuang, soaring over the Zhantian martial stage, he felt an undeniable sense of swagger. Brother Qian, where did you acquire this high-class mask? I too wish to have my father procure one for me. Let us discuss it later. We must focus on the matches. Half an hour passed, and the first grand match concluded, with Wei Long unsurprisingly triumphing over his peers to claim victory. Congratulations to Wei Long, the master of Zhantian martial market. for securing the first grand match's pinnacle. Inside the Golden War chariot, Ouyang Tianxia smiled faintly, remarking, "There is truly no suspense. Wei Long's strength is simply in a league of its own compared to the others." Upon hearing this, the Right Chancellor concurred, the Grand General's unparalleled cultivation guards the borders. Naturally, the second-in-command of the other 8 ancient cities cannot contend with him. Since the establishment of the martial market, the masters have been the strongest individuals outside of the city lords. However, Zhantian Ancient City stands as an exception, as the master of the martial market strength cannot be said to far exceed that of the city lord. It is more accurate to say he effortlessly overwhelms him. Ouyang Tianxia nodded in agreement with the Right Chancellor's assessment, though he is slightly older, perhaps 1 or 2 years older than Gu. Otherwise, Wei Long would be the ideal husband for Ting Lan. What a pity. Ouyang Tianxia sighed slightly, resigning himself to placing hopes on the competition among generals or soldiers. Chapter 46. A defeat in return. Next, we proceed to the second grand match, the competition among generals. Zhantian Martial Market faces off against Judu Martial Market. As the left chancellor's voice fell, a youth wielding a Fangtian Huaji emerged from the Judu Martial Market. It was the formidable Jiao Hongda, a powerhouse on the Shangshuan ranking. Upon seeing the contender from Judu Martial Market, Songlong and Tianfeng were left speechless. What kind of luck allows one to encounter a powerhouse from the Shangshuan ranking in the very first match? At merely 25 years of age, he has reached the late 4th realm, surpassing numerous seasoned warriors to claim the 72nd position on the Shangshuan ranking. Jiao Hongda's Fang Tian Huaji is said to possess the ability to shatter clouds with a single strike, crush mountains with a single blow, and slay 4th realm great demons. With such a prodigy in their midst, Judu Martial Market's aspirations for the title in this competition among generals are indeed resolute. Alas, the plight of the Battle Heaven Martial City is indeed sorrowful. The illustrious General Tianwu has only just claimed the title of Lord of the Martial City, yet his subordinates are unable to sustain this triumph. Is this not the will of fate? Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Observing the indecisive Tianfeng, General Songlong was the first to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, General Tianfeng replied, "You possess an exceptional Xin-level martial vein, which serves as our hidden trump card. Thus, I shall take the initiative." "Very well," Songlong nodded, adding, "Exercise caution. Should you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to concede. May I ask, where is the general of Battle Heaven Martial City? Why have they yet to make their appearance? Is it fear that holds them back?" On the Battle Heaven Martial platform, Jiao Hongda taunted towards the direction of Battle Heaven Martial City, "If your commander fears this Fang Tian Huaji in my hands, they may concede without hesitation. Let us not waste anyone's time. In the past, Wei Long and the Lord of Judu Martial City nearly engaged in a deadly confrontation over a courtesan, yet it was through the persuasion of Ouyang Tianxia that the two ultimately reconciled. Coincidentally, the recent contest of the Martial City was a duel between Battle Heaven Martial City and Judu Martial City. Faced with a group of Martial City lords who were merely half a step into the 5th realm, Wei Long would, to some extent, grant them a measure of respect. However, when confronting the Lord of Judu Martial City, his demeanor darkened. Upon entering the arena, he unleashed a powerful strike without a trace of mercy, sending his opponent sprawling from the platform and securing victory. That, of course, it would be unfair to label the general as petty or vindictive, in the face of a rival who would not strike with full force. Yet, Wei Long's blow was excessively forceful, leaving his opponent grievously injured and spitting blood, nearly incapacitated. Observing this scene from the Golden Battle Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia could not help but exclaim, "The punch Wei Long has held back for 13 years has finally found its mark upon Du Gu Nanli." Given the humiliating defeat at the hands of the Martial City Lord, Du Gu Nanli felt compelled to restore his honor in the subsequent duel between the warriors. No, it was not merely about regaining face. Du Gu Nanli sought to return the favor tenfold. Prior to the match, Jiao Hongda received but 8 words: "Show no mercy, fight to the death," and thus, General Tianfeng, brandishing the chiefing spear, ascended the stage to confront Jiao Hongda. With a mocking sneer, Jiao Hongda remarked, "After all this time, you dispatch a mere girl of mid-4th realm to challenge me. It seems your warriors of Battle Heaven Martial City lack genuine strength. Though they excel in deceitful tactics, young lady, I now offer you the chance to concede. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death." Indeed, orders had been issued from above. any encountered from Battle Heaven Martial City would be met with ruthless force. Jiao Hongda's pride and brashness were matched only by his status as a top-tier warrior, and thus, few perceived his arrogance as anything but youthful vigor. Enough of your prattle. Let us engage in combat. General Tianfeng declared, unable to tolerate the incessant taunts. With the chiefing's spear in hand, she launched her assault. Step by step, she advanced, executing 7 steps of the elusive dragon dance, each movement shrouded in mystery. Defying precise prediction, she understood that in a direct confrontation, she stood no chance against Jiao Hongda. Only through cunning tactics could she hope for victory. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes appeared futile. Jiao Hongda scoffed at the feeble attempts of General Tianfeng, channeling his inner energy into the Feng Tianhuaji. Taste my spear, as I sweep through the multitude, with a sweep of the spear. A tempest of winds surged forth, converging upon General Tianfeng. Although her steps were elusive, the relentless gusts rendered her unable to evade. She could only brace herself and withstand the onslaught of attacks. Each gust struck the chiefing's spear with a resounding clang, forcing her back several meters. Unable to employ her agile techniques against the storm of winds, Jiao Hongda seized the opportunity, abandoning his frontal assault to slip behind her. Bringing his Feng Tianhuaji crashing down as he bellowed, "Die!" The razor-sharp tip of the spear sliced through the fabric of General Tianfeng's crimson attire, yet, inexplicably, it failed to inflict true harm. Leaving only a faint scar, a soldier may be slain, but one must not endure humiliation. General Tianfeng recognized that Jiao Hongda was attempting to disgrace her. "You have gone too far. Take this spear and tremble before its might." With a fierce roar, she exploited his opening, thrusting the chiefing spear upward and executing her secret technique, the void-piercing spear technique of the 4th tier. A glimmering point of light emanated from the spear's tip, as if it could tear through the fabric of day and night, heralding the dawn. Jiao Hongda's response was swift. He yanked back his Feng Tianhuaji to block her lethal attack. The clash of weapons sparked a cascade of flames. For a mere girl to withstand 3 of my strikes is indeed commendable. Your martial city may boast of this achievement for an entire year. Having toyed enough, Jiao Hongda was ready to unleash his true prowess and eliminate General Tianfeng. "Have you ever heard of the Spirit of Earth?" Before his words faded, a powerful, rich yellow aura manifested in his palm, instantly amplifying his strength exponentially. With a resounding crash, General Tianfeng was hurled back thousands of meters. Crashing into the stands and stirring a cloud of dust, blood surged in her throat as she expelled a mouthful of vital essence, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Jiao Hongda's energy was indeed of a unique nature. It was no wonder he could dominate seasoned warriors and ascend the ranks of the Xin list. Judu Martial City had truly birthed a prodigious talent, with no time to spare for the idle gossip of other martial cities. The people of Battle Heaven Martial City rushed forward to assess the situation. Upon examination, they discovered that, aside from severe internal injuries, General Tianfeng's limbs and meridians had been shattered by the overwhelming force. "Jiao Hongda, you have gone too far. The martial code dictates a balance of power." Tio struck down General Tianfeng with such brutal force, shattering her organs and severing her meridians, reveals a heart as venomous as a viper's. Following the assessment of General Tianfeng's injuries, the warriors of Battle Heaven Martial City erupted in outrage. "Balance of power?" Jiao Hongda retorted with a sneer. "Your general did not show such restraint against our martial city lord. I merely returned the favor in kind. To bemoan one's lack of skill while blaming others is truly laughable." The members of Judu Martial City were equally unyielding, challenging, "If any among you are dissatisfied, feel free to send a representative. We of Judu Martial City are ever ready. Or perhaps, aside from General Tianwu, you are all but a collection of ineffectual cowards." Laughter erupted from the other 7 martial cities. Thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, I have never encountered such arrogance. I shall take his head and use it as a ball. General Songlong, unable to endure the provocation, prepared to confront Jiao Hongda. Suddenly, a hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. "Do not forget, we fight for 1 and protect 3. The speaker was Song Qian, who, while aware that Tianfeng was no match for Jiao Hongda, was unprepared for the severity of the latter's assault. With shattered organs and severed meridians, such grave injuries would require at least 3 months of recovery, even under the best medical care available in the martial city. While Song Qian felt indignation towards Jiao Hongda's actions, He held no sympathy for the injured General Tianfeng, for this calamity was of her own making. Her hubris led her to believe herself invincible, dismissing Song Qian and pressuring the general to seize the first opportunity. Now, having met with such dire consequences, the bulk of the blame lay squarely upon her shoulders. After one of our own has been grievously injured, you still speak of fighting for one and protecting three? Song Long's fury ignited as he turned his ire upon Song Qian. Is it truly so egregious to have claimed your first opportunity? Furthermore, without our intervention, you would be the one lying here. Having such an ungrateful wretch as a member of Battle Heaven Marshal City is indeed a disgrace. Unfazed, Song Qian remained composed, his expression betraying no hint of turmoil as he met Song Long's fierce gaze. The intensity of Song Qian's calm demeanor unnerved Song Long, who demanded, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing of consequence. I merely offer you a word of caution. Whether you heed it is entirely your choice." After a prolonged silence, Song Qian finally spoke. "Moreover, if you truly possess the strength to defeat Zhao Hongda, none would stand in your way. Regrettably, you lack such prowess. Thus, should you enter the fray, you will only invite further humiliation upon yourself." Before his words could settle, Song Qian leisurely returned to the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. Just then, as if recalling something, he turned back to General Song Long and remarked, "Moreover, no one has coerced you to take the lead. All of this is merely the consequence of your own actions." Above, Wei Long observed this farcical scene in silence, curious to see how Song Qian would turn the tide and seize the victory, fulfilling the promise he had made, a bunch of useless fools. Observing the chaos in the Wutian martial city without a fight, Zhao Hongda on the platform wore an expression of disdain. He truly could not fathom how such an utterly incompetent martial city could be designated by His Majesty as the leader of the 9 armies. In the first match of the generals, Zhao Hongda of Judu Martial City emerges victorious. "Left Chancellor, what is your opinion on Zhao Hongda?" Ouyang Tianxia inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhao Hongda on the martial stage. "In response to your Majesty, while Zhao Hongda possesses exceptional martial talent, he is far too arrogant. He pales in comparison to Beidou Martial City's Han Yuan, who is modest and reserved. Both are of similar age and ranked among the top practitioners on the Upper Xian list, with Han Yuan even ranking higher than Zhao Hongda by over 10 spots. If your Majesty desires a suitable match for the princess, Han Yuan would be the most fitting choice." The left chancellor prostrated himself, articulating his thoughts with clarity and precision. "Your words are mistaken. In my view, He Haochen from Qixing Martial City is more suitable for Princess Tinglan." At this moment, the right chancellor interjected, advocating for his own junior. "Where do you place Morong Hafeng, who is ranked 18th on the Upper Xian list, amidst your recommendations for your juniors?" The Minister of War also joined the fray. "Since you are both recommending your juniors, I too believe that Sikong Yanghua from Shanghai Martial City deserves consideration." Inside the Golden War Chariot, the left and right chancellors, along with the Minister of Rights and the Minister of War, all powerful figures within the Upper Xian dynasty, were fervently debating to promote their own juniors, their faces flushed with excitement. "Silence!" Ouyang Tianxia, seemingly irritated by the commotion, commanded. Thud. The emperor's voice, even amidst the mightiest of ministers, commanded respect, compelling them to kneel in submission. "Does no one among you hold the Wutian Martial City in high regard?" Ouyang Tianxia continued, addressing the prostrate officials. "I have heard that a prodigious talent has emerged from their martial city." "What kind of prodigy?" the left chancellor inquired, lacking knowledge of such news. "I refer to this individual as a prodigy rather than a genius because their unique talent lies not in martial arts, but in formations." Ouyang Tianxia recalled a recent correspondence from Wei Long, who reported that his martial city had produced an extraordinary talent. "Formations? Pray tell, does this individual possess remarkable mental acuity?" the right chancellor asked. According to Wei Long, this person's mental strength seems adequate, around the 11th or 12th tier, but that is secondary. The main point is that this individual created 2 unparalleled military formations in a single night. Military formations? The faces of the gathered ministers were etched with astonishment. With mental strength at the 11th or 12th tier, they truly regarded him as a prodigy. "Your Majesty, if this person can reach their potential, I believe their accomplishments would rival those of General Tianwu." Indeed. Ouyang Tianxia rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Yet, he pondered about this person's martial prowess. Chapter 47. The Power of One Dragon. In the second match, Jinhong Martial City faced Shanghai Martial City. In the third match, Juling Martial City faced Qixing Martial City. In the fourth match, Beidou Martial City faced Dongjun Martial City. As the series of matches progressed, the duels among the talents were undeniably thrilling. However, Ouyang Tianxia in the Golden Chariot found himself utterly disinterested. At this moment, he was eager to see the extraordinary talent mentioned by Wei Long and to ascertain the extent of their martial prowess. Witnessing this, the left chancellor subtly rearranged the original order of appearances. In the seventh match, Wuyin Martial City faces Qixing Martial City. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Ouyang Tianxia's eyes as he regarded the left chancellor, silently acknowledging his astuteness. Truly a veteran of 3 reigns, one who understands my thoughts. The participant from Qixing Martial City, He Haochen, ranked 81st on the Upper Shen list, was set to enter the fray. Wutian Martial City sent forth General Songlong to battle, and prior to departure, Wei Long had specifically cautioned, be wary of He Haochen's hands. They are his trump card for ascending the Upper Shen list. Thank you for the reminder, General, Songlong nodded, gripping a 4th-tier inferior purple thunder gun as he stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing Wuyin Martial City's representative, Ouyang Tianxia's fleeting interest vanished entirely. Observing this scene, the left chancellor pondered briefly before stating, Your Majesty, I believe that proceeding with matches one after another may not determine the 3 champions before sunset. Oh? Ouyang Tianxia responded with interest. What do you suggest? I propose that we establish 2 martial stages and conduct 2 matches simultaneously. This way, time will surely be sufficient, the left chancellor suggested. Well said, that is precisely what I had in mind, Ouyang Tianxia exclaimed. Striking the armrest of his dragon throne with vigor, whoosh, a delicately crafted dragon seal soared from within, landing steadily before the left chancellor. This seal is known as the 9 Dragons Ground Seal. It is a 5th-tier inferior treasure. Once infused with spirit energy, it can transform into a stage comparable to Wuyin Martial Stage. Let us use this seal as the arena for the second match. Your will shall be obeyed, the left chancellor responded, then exited the Golden Chariot with the 9 Dragons Ground Seal in hand. Before He Haochen and General Songlong could engage, he announced, due to time constraints, His Majesty has decided to add an additional arena, allowing for 2 simultaneous matches. In the 8th match, Dongjun Martial City faces Wuyin Martial City. After speaking, the left chancellor infused his spirit energy into the 9 Dragons Ground Seal before casting it forth. Boom! With a resounding crash, an arena rivaling the Wuyin Martial Stage materialized in the sky. It is said that the royal family possesses a treasure known as the 9 Dragons Ground Seal. As this seal emerged, it overshadowed the sun, its formidable power capable of subduing powerful beings across 5 realms. Thus, the colossal arena before them was indeed the legendary 9 Dragons Ground Seal, utilizing a 5th-tier treasure as a martial stage. The Upper Shen royal family was truly extravagant. As the 9 Dragons Ground Seal appeared, it immediately sparked a flurry of discussions among those present, while the participants from Wuyin Martial City were left in confusion. Wait, General Songlong and He Haochen's match hasn't even begun. Why are we up next? Did the left chancellor make an error? Silence. Wei Long called for quiet, gesturing for everyone to settle down, then explained, This is the Emperor's decision. We must comply without speculation. Having said that, Wei Long cast a knowing glance at Song Qian, as if signaling, You shall take this match, understood. Song Qian nodded slightly, retrieving the 100 birds returned to Phoenix Spear from his spatial jade. The participant from Dongjun Martial City, Sikong Yanghua, was someone with whom Song Qian was also well acquainted in their youth. Song Qian, Song Lang, and Sikong Yanghua were hailed as the 3 great prodigies of Dongjun ancient city. Having encountered an old acquaintance, Song Qian remained calm and did not rush to strike but instead inquired, To what level have you cultivated your 9-1 profound skill? Sikong Yanghua, taken aback, asked, Who are you to know of my primary cultivation method? Wuyin Martial City, General Songlong. Song Qian answered the question before adding, If you have not broken through the 7th level of your 9-1 profound skill, you are destined to lose today. What? Sensing the opponent's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the 2nd realm, Sikong Yanghua found it utterly ludicrous. Are you jesting with me? Concede now, and you may still participate in the subsequent matches, Song Qian said earnestly. You little brat, cease your arrogant chatter. Before his words could finish, Sikong Yanghua brandished a demon-subduing staff, unleashing a mid-grade 4th-tier martial skill. stirring the winds and clouds in an instant. The first form of the demon-subduing staff, gale sweeping fallen leaves. On the Wutian martial stage, a black tornado suddenly formed around Sikong Yanghua. Kid, with this strike of mine, any warrior below the fourth realm shall surely perish. You have the chance to surrender now, is that so? A faint smile appeared on Song Qian's lips as tendrils of purple flames manifested in his hand. The first form of the flowing cloud spear technique, long sky-breaking clouds, empowered by overwhelming spirit energy and the pure purple flames. The originally third-tier upper-grade flowing cloud spear technique unleashed a momentum rivaling that of the fourth-tier demon-subduing staff. Caught in the center of the black tornado, Sikong Yanghua was blinded by the swirling winds and failed to notice that Song Qian had launched an attack against him. Hey, what does your silence mean? Are you truly conceding? Sikong Yanghua continued to shout foolishly, unaware that Song Qian had leaped into the air, soaring hundreds of meters above, with the 100 birds returned to Phoenix Spear ignited by the pure purple flames. Intricate power inscriptions illuminated its shaft. A total of 49 power inscriptions emerged, augmenting Song Qian's strength by approximately 5,000 jin. To the eyes of the audience, Song Qian now resembled a purple fire phoenix. Diving downward, hearing the sound of the whistling spear overhead, Sikong Yanghua looked up and thought, what the hell? Is this a sneak attack? Though scorn may be cast, Sikong Yanghua nonetheless raised his staff in the nick of time to block the fire phoenix burning heaven. The black tornado, upon contact with the purple extreme pure flame, instantly disintegrated into nothingness. The purple extreme pure flame, ranked 79th on the heavenly flame list, embodies an unparalleled pure flame power that can incinerate even the elusive and fire-vanquishing force of the wind with an invincible might. Clang! The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear struck the Fumo staff, producing a thunderous sound that nearly rendered the onlookers deaf. Crack! Approximately a second later, a slight crack appeared on the Fumo staff, which was a third-tier exquisite weapon. Although it lacked a spirit and inscriptions, its hardness was comparable to that of a millennium-old mysterious iron. However, Song Qian possessed extraordinary physical strength, capable of unleashing a terrifying force of 10,000 pounds in a single strike. Further augmented by the 49 power inscriptions from the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. This strike, long sky-breaking clouds, approached the might of a dragon. Even Sikong Yanghua, a formidable practitioner of the fourth realm, whose physique had evolved from a mortal body to a martial body, could only withstand such a dragon's might, sustaining severe injuries without succumbing. Boom. Even the fifth-tier supreme treasure, the 9 dragons ground-suppressing seal, trembled slightly, nearly breaking the third-tier weapon and shaking the fifth-tier supreme treasure. This exemplifies the sheer terror of Song Qian's blow. I concede. With veins bulging on his arms and his legs bending excessively, Sikong Yanghua gritted his teeth and forced out the words I concede. Swish! The overwhelming spiritual energy and purple extreme pure flame dissipated as the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear traced a perfect arc in the air before being sheathed. Subsequently, Song Qian retreated several dozen meters and slightly cupped his fists towards Sikong Yanghua, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." In response, Sikong Yanghua showed no sign of reaction. His legs buckled, and his vision blurred as he collapsed backward. I told you, without breaking through the 7th layer of the 9-1 profound art and forming the 9-1 profound body, you simply cannot bear my dragon's might. Observing Sikong Yanghua being carried off the martial stage, Song Qian shook his head with a sigh, remarking, not heeding the wise words of good people, suffering the consequences right before your eyes. Though unable to move, Sikong Yanghua's consciousness remained active. Upon hearing Song Qian's heart-wrenching sigh, he was so infuriated that he spat out a mouthful of blood before truly fainting. Inside the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia, who witnessed everything, murmured, "Second realm cultivation, dragon's might." But this is not even his full strength. Ouyang Tianxia understood that Song Qian possessed an 11th or 12th tier spiritual power, and formations were his trump card. Yet, merely a Sikong Yanghua was insufficient to force Song Qian to reveal all his cards. Left Chancellor, arrange for this youth named Qian Song to face a strong contender from the profound rankings. Your Majesty, this individual is merely of the second realm. Is it not excessive to arrange for him to face a strong contender from the profound rankings? The Left Chancellor replied, "Fear not. I wish to see this young man's true capabilities." Ouyang Tianxia waved his hand, signaling the other to proceed as he instructed. Old Minister, at your command. Tinglan, did you see that? Young Master Qiansong defeated a 4th realm practitioner with his 2nd realm cultivation. Miss, we certainly did not deceive you. Outside the Golden War Chariot, on the main viewing platform, Ouyang Tinglan, Ouyang Yuer, and Yi Shuang were also closely monitoring the battle between Song Qian and Sikan Yanghua. Having witnessed Song Qian's victory over a 4th realm practitioner despite being 2 major realms lower, even Ouyang Tinglan, with her discerning eye, acknowledged him. This individual's physical strength is indeed exceptionally rare. Even within the Qingxian heavenly sect, Ouyang Tinglan, lacking knowledge about physical strength, did not realize that Song Qian's might represented a dragon's power. She attempted to compare Song Qian with the outstanding talents within the Qingxian heavenly sect, and found that he was truly remarkable. Hee. A mischievous smile appeared on Yi Shuang's face. Tinglan, my father mentioned that His Majesty convened this martial gathering to help you select a worthy suitor. I believe young Master Qiansong would be quite a match for you, and rest assured, neither Yuer nor I would compete with you. Saying this, Yi Shuang elbowed Ouyang Yuer, asking, Isn't that right? Yuer? Huh? After a moment of surprise, Ouyang Yuer finally replied, Yes, young Master Qiansong and the young lady. One is a stunning beauty, and the other is a talented youth. You two truly are a match made in heaven. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tinglan pondered thoughtfully. That could work. The candidate I originally had in mind was Beidu Hanyuan and Murong Hafeng, and now I can add Qiansong to the list. Afterward, Song Qian returned to the viewing platform of the Zhantianwu city, kneeling and cupping his fists towards Wei Long, saying, Subordinate Qiansong, I have not disgraced my mission. The first battle is a success. Ha. Wei Long smiled broadly, saying, You lad, so you possess a dragon's power. No wonder you dared to make a military decree with me, claiming to contend for 1 and protect 3. Hee. Song Qian scratched his head and chuckled. If I didn't have some true trump cards, I wouldn't dare to risk my own head. After a brief moment, General Songlong surprisingly triumphed over He Haotzen, ranked 81st on the profound rankings, returning in great victory. You two are indeed the unrivaled duo of our Zhantianwu city. Seeing Song Qian and General Songlong, Wei Long's eyes brimmed with satisfaction, thinking, if the Shang-Xian dynasty had more such fierce talents, how could we worry about the so-called barbarian tribes? Qiangu, that spear of yours was truly magnificent. A 2nd realm practitioner defeating a 4th realm one. You truly are a prodigy, General. If anyone dares to question your strength in the future, just give them a spear to let them feel what despair truly means. Upon Song Qian's return, the numerous prodigies of the White Dragon Legion immediately surrounded him, showering him with praise. That last spear was impressive, wasn't it? To this, Song Qian responded with great composure, I feel it was just average. You haven't seen me at my peak. That was when I was truly impressive. Song Qian's joking tone indicated that he had come to regard the White Dragon Cavalry's prodigies as friends. Having merely defeated a mid-stage 4th realm practitioner, he found little reason to take pride at that moment. General Songlong suddenly mocked, Some people, though lacking in talent compared to my master, are quite adept at sarcasm. Relying on Song Qian's support, Yi Erniu showed no fear of the other's military rank and directly retorted with a barrage of words. Hee. Upon hearing this, General Songlong remained unfazed, merely coldly laughing. Even if your general possesses extraordinary talent, he is still merely a 2nd realm practitioner. If he encounters a strong contender from the profound rankings, he will undoubtedly lose within 3 moves. Moreover, General Songlong intended to say more, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Wei Long above, forcing the words back down his throat. On the other side, Yi Erniu was about to retort but was stopped by Song Qian, stating that arguing was futile. They should see who would ultimately laugh last. Half an hour later, after intense competition, only 6 of the dozens of participating generals from the 9 martial cities remained. Judu Wu City's Jiao Hongda, Beidu Wu City's Beidu Hanyuan, Longshan Wu City's Murong Hafeng, Songhai Wu City's Yang O, and finally, Zhantian Wu City's Song Qian and General Songlong. Zhantian Wu City would face Beidu Wu City. Judu Wu City would face Zhantian Wu City. Longshan Wu City would face Songhai Wu City. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, the left chancellor directly arranged 2 strong contenders from the profound rankings for Zhantian Wu City. Regardless of how Wei Long arranged it, Song Qian was bound to encounter one of them. Chapter 48. You have lost. General Songlong faced Beidu Hanyuan, while the White Dragon General took on Jiao Hongda. Listening to the Left Chancellor's announcement from the platform, Wei Long contemplated briefly before arranging, "Leave Beidou Hanyuan to me. His strength exceeds that of Zhao Hongda by a slight margin." "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, General Songlong felt deeply insulted. "Qian Song, I have tolerated you for long enough. Do not think that a bit of talent allows you to belittle others. Even if I cannot defeat Beidou Hanyuan, it is not your place to act arrogantly." With that, General Songlong wielded his weapon and strode directly onto the arena facing Beidou Hanyuan, leaving Song Qian and Wei Long exchanging glances. "Did I say something wrong?" Song Qian raised his hands in confusion. Wei Long waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "It's fine, just ignore him. He has this temperament. Also, Zhao Hongda is no pushover. Do not underestimate him." Wei Long feared that Song Qian, emboldened by his dragon's power, might become arrogant and careless. "Rest assured, I am well aware." Song Qian waved his hand, signaling the other not to worry, then took out the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, declaring, "I shall go." Oh, oh, oh. You Zhan Tianwu City are truly amusing. Having just dealt with a mid-stage 4th realm, you bring forth another who is even lower in realm, only at the late stage of the 2nd realm? Upon assessing Song Qian's cultivation, Zhao Hongda could not help but laugh. "You are letting him win. His Majesty is watching." Hee. Hearing the derision, Song Qian retorted with a cold smile, "Keep laughing while you can. As long as your mouth isn't crooked, you can still speak. Just wait until I beat you so thoroughly that you'll be left searching for your teeth." With the Fong Tian painted halberd swirling in his grasp, Zhao Hongda's aura of the late-stage 4 realms permeated the surroundings. "You boast with such audacity, young man. I truly cannot fathom the source of your confidence. Is the late-stage 4 realms truly formidable?" Song Qian smiled faintly, then with a flick of his wrist, the purple extreme pure flame in his palm was already eager for action. "Receive my strike, spanning thousands of miles. If you can withstand this move of mine, then continue your bluster." Zhao Hongda ceased his superfluous chatter with Song Qian and directly unleashed his 4th-grade martial arts, his footwork propelling him towards his opponent at an astonishing speed. In just a second, Zhao Hongda was upon him, while Song Qian merely narrowed his eyes as if completely unconcerned. "As this lad, planning to employ a formation for a decisive strike?" Within the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia, noticing Song Qian's unusual behavior, deduced that his opponent would not submit easily. There must be some hidden strategy at play. What has young Master Qinsong encountered? Why is he standing there motionless? Could it be that Zhao Hongda's speed is so overwhelming that young Master Qinsong has yet to react? At this scene, both Ouyang Yuer and Yi Shuang felt their hearts leap to their throats. After all, Zhao Hongda was a formidable contender who had ascended the Upper Qian list. His strike was not to be trifled with. What tricks is Qinsong trying to play? Ouyang Tinglan mused. Ouyang Tinglan's thoughts mirrored those of Ouyang Tianxia. They both understood that Song Qian would not simply yield, yet they could not predict the manner of his counterattack. "A naive lad. I merely unleashed a casual move and have already left you trembling in fear. Too scared to make a single move." Observing Song Qian, who stood as still as a living target, even Zhao Hongda, as his adversary, could not restrain his mockery. "Is there truly no one worth using in the war of heaven?" They actually sent such a waste into the fray in a heartbeat. The tip of the Fong Tian halberd was mere millimeters from Song Qian's chest. In an instant, Song Qian sprang into action, a glint of determination igniting in his gaze as he bellowed, "Now is the time." With a twist of his wrist, he thrust the Ban Yao Chao Feng spear upward with tremendous force. The sheer physical power was terrifying, catching Zhao Hongda completely off guard, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the halberd. Whoosh! Ultimately, the halberd grazed Song Qian's cheek in a fleeting moment, leaving him unscathed. The terrifying strike, a combination of 4th-grade spear techniques and spiritual energy, was effortlessly countered by Song Qian. Having missed his attack, Zhao Hongda felt his arm tingle from the shock and muttered, "Damn it. What kind of monstrosity are you? Your physical strength is utterly abnormal. Don't rush to curse. The show is far from over." Noticing the opening exposed by Zhao Hongda beneath his spear, a faint smile curled at the corner of Song Qian's lips. Purple extreme pure flame, boom! A surge of scorching purple flames erupted from Song Qian's palm, aiming directly at Zhao Hongda's unprotected waist. Not good. Realizing the danger, Zhao Hongda thought hastily. Whoosh! He instantly withdrew his halberd to defend. But ultimately, it was just a fraction too late. Zhao Hongda was acutely aware of the terror that was. If the purple extreme pure flame penetrated his waist, the outcome of this duel would be unequivocally decided in favor of his opponent. Desperate, Zhao Hongda gritted his teeth and resolved to unveil his trump card. The Dragon Blood Martial Vein's supernatural ability to transform vital energy. A resounding shout echoed through the air. A torrent of overwhelming vital energy surged from within Zhao Hongda, directly engulfing and obliterating the purple extreme pure flame. Whoosh! He then retreated several dozen meters, creating distance between himself and Song Qian. I did not expect you to possess a unique fire alongside your dragon-like strength. With these two formidable cards in hand, it was no wonder you dared to challenge us, the Four Realms experts, with merely a second realm cultivation. Having witnessed Song Qian's recent combat prowess, Zhao Hongda recognized his opponent's formidable physical strength but was astonished to discover that he also possessed. The Dragon Blood Martial Vein is indeed a rarity. However, Song Qian's attention shifted towards Zhao Hongda's Martial Vein. Although the Dragon Blood Martial Vein was of high-grade quality, it contained a hint of true dragon power within. Whenever he encountered dragon-related treasures in the future, he would be able to absorb and refine the dragon's strength, allowing his Martial Vein to advance. A truly exceptional Martial Vein. Young man, you can force my Martial Vein's powers at your second realm cultivation. I can see that you are indeed powerful, far surpassing that mid-stage Four Realms woman. Only by engaging in true combat with Song Qian could Zhao Hongda fully grasp the monstrous terror emanating from him. Yet, I shall now get serious. Your opportunity has vanished. Just as his words fell, a pale yellow spiritual energy began to spread. It was Zhao Hongda's unique earth spiritual energy. It was precisely this energy that had allowed him to strike General Tianfeng to the point of incapacitation. The combination of his overwhelming vital energy and earth spiritual energy propelled Zhao Hongda's strength to an entirely new height. Is this not unfair? How is it that he possesses both special spiritual energy and such a formidable martial vein? Why is it that he has everything while I have nothing? The special spiritual energy and the Dragon Blood Martial Vein were both exceptionally powerful on their own. Yet, Zhao Hongda monopolized both, making it hard to fathom just how strong he was at this moment. I can finally comprehend why Zhao Hongda stands above a multitude of seasoned experts, claiming the 72nd spot on the Upper Xian list. With all his trump cards revealed, Zhao Hongda became the center of attention among the crowd. The purple extreme pure flame, ranked 79th on the heaven and earth list, drew the gaze of Ouyang Tianxia, who focused intently on the flame in Song Qian's hand. In a wonder, he could break through Sikong Yanghua's black tornado. It turns out he wields the legendary, on the War of Heaven platform. Song Qian narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Is this all your trump cards? Do you find it insufficient?" Zhao Hongda retorted, "No, I merely inquire," Song Qian replied, shaking his head slightly. "Come forth, let me witness your true strength." This trump card was originally intended for Beidou Hanyuan and Murong Hafeng. Zhao Hongda inhaled deeply, gripping the Feng Tian halberd tightly. "However, your strength has exceeded my expectations, thus I must unleash it early." As his voice fell, the overwhelming vital energy and earth spiritual energy surrounding Zhao Hongda surged into the Feng Tian halberd. Dragon halberd howl to the heavens. An echo of a dragon's roar resonated. And Zhao Hongda's figure vanished from his original location. Not only Song Qian but even the audience with their godlike perspective failed to discern Zhao Hongda's whereabouts. Vanishing into thin air? Surely not. What kind of movement technique has Zhao Hongda practiced to achieve such an elusive speed? Facing such an extraordinary Zhao Hongda, the white dragon general named Qinsong was in dire straits. Unperturbed by the murmurs from the crowd, Song Qian unleashed his formidable 15th-tier spiritual power, enveloping the entire War of Heaven platform. Carefully sensing, he sought to determine Zhao Hongda's whereabouts. After a while, Song Qian received both good news and bad news. The good news was that he had finally pinpointed Zhao Hongda's exact location thanks to his 15th-tier spiritual power. However, the bad news was that the technique Zhao Hongda employed, the Dragon Halberd technique, contained an essence of spatial mystery, allowing him to conceal himself within the fabric of space. This explained why the multitude of eyes present had failed to notice him. At present, Song Qian lacked the power to breach space, meaning Zhao Hongda was effectively in an invincible position. Only if Zhao Hongda chose to attack could Song Qian retaliate. However, should that occur, Song Qian would appear excessively passive. he needed to seek alternative strategies to break the stalemate. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Song Qian's mind, leading him to devise a plan of ambush, clang. Subsequently, Song Qian executed an action that left the audience utterly bewildered. He exerted force through his arm, driving the Ban Yao Chao Feng's spear into the arena. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding an air of surrender. Forgive my ignorance. What new form of offensive strategy is this? No, this is not an attack. This is a display of resignation. The overwhelming might of Zhao Hongda rendered such a tactic seemingly reasonable. Song Qian's perplexing maneuver sparked a flurry of discussions among the audience. What is this lad truly up to? Not only were the spectators bewildered, but even the profoundly skilled Ouyang Tianxia failed to comprehend Song Qian's actions. In a display of patience, only Wei Long grasped Song Qian's intent. What trickery is this lad attempting? Observing this scene, Zhao Hongda, concealed within the spatial void, was equally perplexed. However, as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years wary of the rope. Zhao Hongda had suffered at Song Qian's hands before and dared not act rashly this time. Time passed, minute by minute. On another platform, General Songlong faced off against Beidu Hanyuan, exchanging over 1,000 strikes before being sent tumbling off the stage by a single blow. Beidu Hanyuan, with an air of elegance, chuckled, "Thank you for your guidance. Damn it. I was so close. I could have defeated you." General Songlong seethed with fury. I was merely toying with you. With your strength, you lack the qualifications to compel me to reveal my trump cards. Observing the general of the Songlong, who seemed oblivious to his own limitations, Beidu Hanyuan left behind a scornful remark before turning away from the stage. The outcome had been determined. What need was there for a do-over? It must be noted that the Nine Armies Martial Gathering was a significant event presided over by His Majesty, and it was not within the purview of a mere Songlong general to demand a repetition. The battle had concluded, yet Song Qian and his companion remained exceedingly cautious, showing no inclination to launch an attack. As another incense stick burned, the vitality and spiritual energy of Zhao Hongda, hidden in the shadows, began to wane. He could wait no longer. If he tarried, defeat was inevitable. The moment had come to strike. With this thought, Zhao Hongda stealthily repositioned himself behind Song Qian, intent on executing a surprise attack from the rear. Despite having the advantage of timing, location, and circumstances, Zhao Hongda chose to approach from behind, underscoring his extreme caution. At last, he made his move. A subtle smile graced Song Qian's lips. In this psychological duel, it was his opponent who faltered first. "Qian Song, you have lost?" Zhao Hongda bellowed with laughter as he raised his Feng Tianhua halberd high above his head, preparing to cleave downward. At that moment, even upon realizing the threat, Song Qian was unable to retrieve his 100 Birds Chaofeng spear in time for defense. The expression of victory was already evident on Zhao Hongda's face. In the end, you cannot match me, however. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Song Qian did not reach for the spear. Instead, he drew the Xian Zhan Dao pin from his robe. Channeling his formidable mental energy at the 15th tier, Song Qian wielded the pin, sketching in the AIR.in the next instant. A series of intricate formations illuminated. Activating a powerful third-tier array, Xian Yao Wushuang, ascend to the azure clouds, he chanted, and a brilliant white light emanated from the formation. Suddenly, a pure white Xian bird burst forth. Not good. Even Zhao Hongda, with his formidable composure, found himself momentarily thrown off balance by this unforeseen turn of events. In a flash, the Xian bird pierced through Zhao Hongda, leaving behind a gaping wound. The Feng Tianhua halberd, imbued with martial prowess and the essence of earth, halted mere centimeters from Song Qian's back, unable to advance any further. With a swift motion, Song Qian raised his hand, and the 100 Birds Chaofeng spear emitted a piercing cry, soaring back into his grasp. The spear traced a perfect arc through the air, its tip aimed squarely at Zhao Hongda's brow. "Zhao Hongda, you have been defeated." Song Qian's voice rang out, resonating like thunder and shaking the very nerves of everyone present. Am I truly not mistaken? This second-tier White Dragon general has bested the 72nd ranked Zhao Hongda of the Shangshuan list. A genius. This is the epitome of genius, defeating a powerful adversary across 2 realms. Such a feat has never been seen before. The arena erupted in a frenzy of cheers, a cacophony of jubilant voices rising in celebration. I have lost? On the Wutai of war, Jiao Hongda felt the chilling tip of the 100 Birds Chaofeng spear pressing against him. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the weight of his defeat. With a thud, Jiao Hongda's vision went dark as he collapsed backward. Chapter 49. Beidou Hanyuan under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Song Qian sheathed the 100 Birds Chaofeng spear and returned to the viewing area of the Wutai of War. Good lad, you have truly avenged my grievances this time. Initially, during the decisive battle at the martial city, Wei Long had struck a heavy blow against Dugu Nanli, thus avenging the grudge from over a decade ago. However, he had not anticipated that the opponent would forsake martial ethics, sending a subordinate to fight and ruthlessly attack. The Tianfeng general was the perfect retribution for this. Wei Long observed, seething with anger, yet feeling powerless. This was a conflict among the younger generation, and as the lord of the Wutai of War, he was not in a position to intervene, especially as a grand general of the Shangxuan dynasty. Should he personally step in to suppress the youth, the repercussions could be dire. At best, he would be scorned. At worst, he would suffer a catastrophic loss of reputation. Under such compounded reasons, Wei Long could only allow the situation to unfold unchecked. Yet this time, Song Qian had forcefully triumphed over his opponent's favored subordinate. Crossing 2 realms in strength, Dugu Nanli's already crooked mouth twisted further in frustration. Moreover, Song Qian had fulfilled his promise, achieving a first place to protect 3.as victors. Both Song Qian and Beidou Hanyuan were assuredly in the top 3. With the last position likely to go to Murong Hufeng, at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, was the foremost among the younger generation of Longshan Ancient City and ranked 18th on the Shangxuan list. In a duel between Longshan Martial City and Songhai Martial City, Murong Hufeng had dispatched his opponent Yang O with a single strike. General, do you harbor a grudge against the people of Judu Martial City? Song Qian was unaware of the history between Wei Long and Dugu Nanli. Had you mentioned it sooner, I could have been even more ruthless. It's quite all right. This is quite satisfactory. You should rest for now. I will draw lots for you later. Wei Long waved his hand, signaling for Song Qian to take a break in preparation for the impending contest for the top position. Yes, Song Qian nodded. Below, the Songlong and Tianfeng generals exchanged complex glances as they observed Song Qian engaged in jovial conversation with Wei Long. Songlong general, how shall we confront Qiansong? The injured Tianfeng general lay on a specially designed long bench, his expression fraught with complexity as he inquired of the Songlong general beside him. You ask me? I am equally at a loss. The Songlong general replied with a bitter smile. Who could have anticipated that this young man possessed such extraordinary strength? Rendering even Jiao Hongda powerless against him? Had I known, I would not have contended for the initial strike. With a shared glance, the two generals sighed deeply. Are you two discussing me? Coincidentally, Song Qian, just having stepped away from Wei Long, overheard that Songlong and Tianfeng general sighs. The two looked up, momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Do you two recall our wager? Song Qian cut straight to the chase. You both failed to achieve your respective goals in the contest for 1 to protect 3, which means, by right, you have lost. What shall be your forfeit? The inevitable had arrived. There was no escaping it. The Tianfeng and Songlong generals resigned themselves to appear magnanimous. As for the stakes, Song Qian mused, resting his chin on his hand. I shall take a set of gold-threaded soft armor and a pair of gale boots. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's face lit up with delight as he praised, Ernyo, your timing is impeccable. Hee. Ernyo chuckled, scratching his head. Thank you for the compliment, Qian Gu. Observing the exchange between Ernyo and Song Qian, the Tianfeng and Songlong generals exchanged another glance, their expressions growing increasingly grim, as if to say, it's over. We cannot safeguard our prized possessions. Ahem. Song Qian cleared his throat and turned to face the two generals. I have made my decision. We shall take the gold-threaded soft armor and the gale boots. Whoosh. Although they had been mentally prepared, the two were still taken aback when Song Qian specified his demands. 2 4th-tier spiritual treasures right from the outset. This is what you consider not much? So not much is just a measure of quantity. Honor the wager and quickly present the stakes. Do not delay. Ernyo urged, eyeing the two's hesitance. Why master needs to prepare for the contest for the top position? It's just a pair of boots. I'll give them to you, so stop hurrying me. The Songlong general, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, feigned indifference and shoved the gale boots into Song Qian's embrace. The gold-threaded soft armor is yours. Seeing that the Songlong general had already yielded, the Tianfeng general had no choice but to part with his treasured gold-threaded soft armor. With two fourth-tier spiritual treasures in hand, Song Qian and Ernyo wasted no time. Returning to the ranks of the White Dragon cavalry with broad smiles, leaving the Songlong and Tianfeng generals in a state of despair, they lamented, "Were our brains filled with mush? Why did we agree to such a ridiculous wager? Those gale boots cost me the majority of my life savings. I've never even worn them once. My gold-threaded soft armor was a gift from my father for my coming-of-age ceremony." Above, Wei Long watched the entire exchange with a slight shake of his head and a sigh. "Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. Wow! The fourth-tier gold-threaded soft armor is reputed to withstand all attacks below the fifth realm. And these gale boots are also excellent. Infusing them with spiritual energy unleashes a burst of speed equivalent to 100 meters in an instant. With this blood lesson learned, who would dare provoke our esteemed general again?" The young elites of the White Dragon cavalry buzzed with excitement as they beheld the two spiritual treasures in Song Qian's possession. "Your Majesty, this young man is indeed a prodigious talent." Within the golden chariot, the left chancellor knelt before Ouyang Tianxia, pondering whether to arrange for an even more formidable opponent for the impending contest for the top position. As for the remaining Beidou Hanyuan and Murong Hafeng, neither was a soft target. There was no need for special arrangements. Let it unfold naturally. Ouyang Tianxia narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "You too, go fetch Princess Tinglan. I have questions for her." After a while, Ouyang Tinglan was brought back by the two chancellors, coaxed and deceived. "What is it?" she asked impatiently, gazing at Ouyang Tianxia, who was seated majestically upon the dragon throne. Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Tianxia couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Across the vast realm, aside from his own sister, he couldn't fathom anyone else who dared to display such impatience before the emperor. Supporting his forehead with one hand, Ouyang Tianxia endeavored to maintain his composure. He then pointed at Song Qian, who was observing from the Zhantian martial arena, and declared, "This individual, in terms of innate talent, is not inferior to either of us. In fact, in terms of mental acuity, he far surpasses us. I dare assert that, given time, this young man will achieve remarkable feats. What do you think?" "Ha ha," Ouyang Tinglan chuckled lightly. "Since your Majesty has already made up his mind, does my opinion even hold any significance?" Though Song Qian's extraordinary talents had indeed impressed Ouyang Tinglan, she was reluctant to reveal her sentiments before the exalted emperor. Ouyang Tianxia took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I understand. You may leave now." After a stick of incense, the three masters of the Zhantian, Beidou, and Longchan martial arenas took the stage to draw lots. Upon completion, the lots were handed to the left chancellor. The left chancellor glanced at the lots and announced, "The Zhantian martial arena will face the Beidou martial arena." At this moment, Song Qian was seated cross-legged on the ground, meditating and reflecting on the benefits he had gained from the previous two battles. After a while, he exhaled deeply and thought, "After these two battles, my realm has solidified considerably. Just one more battle will suffice to fully reinforce my foundation before I can break through." Noticing that Song Qian was still seated, Ernyu spoke up to remind him, "Qian Gu, it's your turn to take the stage." "All right," Song Qian nodded, grasping his 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, and strode directly onto the Zhantian martial platform. Beidou martial arena, Beidou Hanyuan. Zhantian martial arena, Qian Song. As Beidou Hanyuan and Song Qian introduced themselves, they clasped fists and nodded in mutual respect. Dragon's Might. Strange Fire, Formation. Holding a black fan, Beidou Hanyuan wore a smile and said, "Young Master Qian Song, your hidden cards are quite impressive. A plethora of skills is never a burden." Song Qian countered before abruptly shifting the conversation. "In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, having an additional hidden card is an extra chance at survival." Beidou Hanyuan nodded in agreement with Song Qian's words. "Is your weapon an ornate fan?" Song Qian then noticed the intricate carvings on the handle of the black fan, which bore a total of 108 inscriptions, clearly a fourth-tier treasure. Is there a rule regarding weapons in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? Beidou Hanyuan inquired. "There is no such rule," Song Qian replied, shaking his head. "However, I recall that during your duel with General Songlong, you wielded a spear. He is he, and you are you. Using a spear against someone of your caliber is simply not appropriate. To be frank, I am known as a master of weaponry, proficient in all 18 types of arms." Beidou Hanyuan explained nonchalantly. Thus, I typically choose different weapons depending on my opponent. Song Qian replied. Then murmured, using a fan as a weapon is indeed unusual. Whether it is unusual or not matters little. As long as it can defeat the enemy, it is a fine weapon, Beidou Hanyuan remarked, his keen ears catching Song Qian's soft voice. Receive my fan, Hurricane Slash. With a light huff, Beidou Hanyuan swung the black fan, channeling his immense spiritual energy into a series of fierce hurricanes that surged towards Song Qian. Flowing cloud spear technique, breaking the sky. Recognizing this as merely a probing move, Song Qian opted to execute a third-tier spear technique. Clang, clang, clang. The hurricanes struck the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear like razor-sharp blades, emitting a series of piercing sounds. Swoosh. Seizing the moment while Beidou Hanyuan was preoccupied with the hurricanes, he utilized a fourth-tier movement technique, covering over 10 meters in a single step, and in an instant, he was before Song Qian. Whoosh. A sound of air being sliced open reverberated as Beidou Hanyuan slashed downwards with the black fan. The top of the fan was lined with sharp blades. And should this strike land, Song Qian would either perish or be left maimed. Sensing the chill by his ear, Song Qian remained unfazed, raising his palm and calling out, "Purple extreme pure flame," with a whoosh. A surge of purple heat erupted from his palm, cold ice breaking the clouds. Faced with the legendary strange fire, Beidou Hanyuan dared not show even a hint of carelessness, promptly producing a third-tier talisman from his robe. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the talisman transformed into an icy blast that temporarily sealed the purple extreme pure flame. Seizing this opportunity, Beidou Hanyuan swiftly directed the black fan downwards to attack Song Qian's lower body. At that moment, Song Qian had cleared all the hurricanes and immediately adjusted the spear's tip for defense. Swoosh, clang. Retracting the spear, he transitioned into a counterattack, executing a seamless series of movements. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear clashed against Beidou Hanyuan's black fan, erupting with a shrill sound. Before the first blow could land, Beidou Hanyuan swiftly retracted his fan, propelling himself several dozen meters away, and praised Song Qian. Your reflexes are astonishingly quick, even among the youth of the Upper Qian dynasty. Moderate, Song Qian replied. Your speed is impressive. You must have reached the realm of wind speed. In a single moment, he traversed 100 meters, a feat deemed wind speed. The previous display by Beidou Hanyuan, where he leaped several dozen meters and took 7 or 8 steps in an instant, had indeed reached wind speed. Meanwhile, thanks to the dual purifications of Upper Qian Qi and Chaotic Yin-Yang Qi, Song Qian's speed had significantly increased, though it had yet to reach wind speed, barely achieving 50 meters in a moment. Based on his estimations, if he could master the falling star pursuing moon technique, his speed would undoubtedly reach the realm of wind speed. All right, then receive my next move, Beidou Hanyuan proclaimed, no longer engaging in pleasantries with Song Qian, but rather gathering his energy to unleash a decisive strike. No, you have already attacked once. It is now my turn, Song Qian retorted, unwilling to allow his opponent to attack without retaliation. Flowing Cloud Spear Technique, second form. Flowing Cloud unmatched, infusing vast spiritual energy into the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. He surged towards Beidou Hanyuan. A sneak attack? Beidou Hanyuan observed, his expression unperturbed, even amused. Do you truly believe I would stand here foolishly and let you strike? A sense of foreboding washed over Song Qian, prompting him to halt his assault and retreat. But it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Vines burst forth from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Song Qian's legs, rendering him immobile. Young Master Qian Song, this vine entanglement is quite remarkable, isn't it? It is the result of half a year's training under a master named Tang. Seeing his opponent immobilized, Beidou Hanyuan rejoiced, once again launching an attack with his fan. Vines? Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Do you not know that vines are vulnerable to fire? Chapter 50. 18 Shadow Clones. With no hesitation, Song Qian raised his palm, unleashing a torrent of blazing purple extreme pure flame. Crackle, crackle, with a series of sizzling sounds. Within mere seconds, all the vines were reduced to ashes. I am aware that vines fear fire, but if they can hold you for even a moment, that is sufficient. Suddenly, Beidou Hanyuan's voice echoed from above. Song Qian glanced upwards, only to see that Beidou Hanyuan had inexplicably transformed his black fan into a spear. Simultaneously, Beidou Hanyuan revealed his 2 hidden cards. dominant spiritual energy, and overlord martial body. Both significantly enhanced a warrior's physical strength. Empowered by these two abilities, Beidou Hanyuan's strike bore tremendous might, even achieving the force of a dragon. In contrast, Song Qian, having just freed himself from the vines, had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the blow. Bending his limbs slightly, he channeled all his spiritual energy and purple extreme pure flame into the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Activating the 49 inscriptions of power, taking a deep breath, Song Qian faced Beidou Hanyuan's lethal strike with utmost seriousness. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the spear's tip collided with the shaft of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, causing the entire Zhantian martial platform to tremble violently. Drawing upon his immense physical strength and thorough preparation, Song Qian ultimately withstood Beidou Hanyuan's devastating strike. The force of a dragon clashed against the force of a dragon, with neither party yielding to the other. The terrifying power radiated in waves from the center of Song Qian and Beidou Hanyuan, dispersing in all directions. As the two stalemated, unable to gain the upper hand. Just as Song Qian prepared to catch his breath, he heard Beidou Hanyuan's cold chuckle. Did you think that was all I am capable of? Breaking wind, slashing waves. Before his words had fully settled, Beidou Hanyuan freed one hand, grasping the black fan once more, and executed a third-tier martial technique, striking directly at Song Qian's chest. Come again. Song Qian's gaze sharpened as he formulated a countermeasure. He allowed the sharp blades at the end of the fan to carve a deep wound into his chest, visible to the bone, while simultaneously driving the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear downward. At this moment, due to holding a fan in one hand and a gun in the other, Beidou Hanyuan found his strength significantly diminished, making it quite easy for Song Qian to shift from defense to offense. With a cold smile, Beidou Hanyuan remarked, "Even if you turn the tables, what of it? You are merely a wounded shell at present. This battle is destined for your defeat. Is that so?" Song Qian retorted, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he echoed Beidou Hanyuan's words back to him. "Did you think I only possess such meager capabilities?" In the blink of an eye, a Xianzhen Dao pin appeared in Song Qian's hand, and with the surge of his 15th-tier spiritual power, a third-tier formation was swiftly established, the Sealing Demon Absolute Kill Formation. As the array's intricate patterns illuminated, a sense of dread surged within Beidou Hanyuan. He contemplated retreating, yet he forgot that it was Song Qian who was on the offensive. If he truly chose to withdraw at this moment, he would not even need to wait for the formation to complete. Merely the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear looming above would be enough to leave Beidou Hanyuan in a state of near death. At that moment, Beidou Hanyuan finally comprehended Song Qian's intentions. Left with no choice, he could only brace himself for the onslaught of the formation. Swish, swish, swish. The formation took shape, unleashing a barrage of sharp energy waves that mercilessly struck Beidou Hanyuan. His once elegant white robe was now tattered, and even the jade crown atop his head was sent flying. In this clash, the ultimate outcome was that Song Qian sustained a grievous wound deep enough to reveal bone, while Beidou Hanyuan was marred with countless injuries, numbering in the hundreds. This tactic of inflicting harm on oneself while damaging the enemy was something Beidou Hanyuan had only read about in ancient texts, never imagining he would encounter it in reality. With one final exchange, both men retreated several hundred meters, creating a safe distance to prevent any sudden attacks. Both were now panting heavily, channeling their internal energy to staunch their wounds and stave off unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Beidou Hanyuan realized that his spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted and thought, "I cannot afford to drag this out any longer. I must seek a swift resolution." In contrast, Song Qian, benefiting from the terrifying transformation speed of the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein, had no concerns about exhausting his energy reserves. As he swallowed hard, Beidou Hanyuan observed the beads of sweat dotting Song Qian's face. Yet the energy surrounding him showed no signs of waning. He could scarcely fathom that a second-tier martial artist possessed a greater reserve of energy than a fourth-tier martial artist's spiritual sea. "Young Master Qian, I have one final trump card, if you can withstand it. This contest shall be yours," Beidou Hanyuan declared, his azure eyes fixed intently on Song Qian. "Let me guess, your final trump card must be your martial vein's divine ability?" Song Qian replied, still catching his breath. Beidou Hanyuan, renowned as the foremost of the younger generation in Beidou Ancient City and ranked 49th on the Upper Xian list, undoubtedly had a formidable martial vein, capable of manifesting a martial divine ability. Indeed, Beidou Han Yuan acknowledged without reservation, my martial vein is known as the Shadow Martial Vein. Shadow Martial Vein. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. It soon dawned on him why Beidou Han Yuan had been training in various weapons. Given your expression, you must be aware of my martial divine ability. Seeing Song Qian's reaction, Beidou Han Yuan smiled faintly and said, if that is the case, it is not too late for you to surrender now. Song Qian, however, remained silent, inhaling deeply before gripping the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear tightly. Witnessing this scene, Beidou Han Yuan sighed deeply, fully aware that resistance was futile, yet he couldn't understand why Song Qian would choose to fight on. The outcome is yet to be determined. Either of us could prevail, Song Qian declared. Very well, if that is your stance, I shall oblige. Beidou Han Yuan recognized that persuading him to yield was fruitless. He had no choice but to unleash his full strength, overwhelming Song Qian with a forceful strike to claim victory in this contest. Shadow Martial Vein's divine ability. 18 shadow clones. As his words fell, Beidou Han Yuan's shadow began to take on a three-dimensional form, splitting repeatedly, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, until 18 shadow clones emerged on the battlefield, all obedient to Beidou Han Yuan's command. Each clone possessed 1/10 of his power. Furthermore, Beidou Han Yuan summoned an array of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, from his storage ring, distributing them among the shadow clones. Armed with these weapons, the shadow clones rivaled early 4th-tier martial artists. What should have been a straightforward 1v1 duel was transformed by Beidou Han Yuan into a 19v1 onslaught. Chapter 51. Blood Qi transforms into beasts. Attack. With a commanding shout, Beidou Han Yuan set his 18 shadow clones into motion. The remnant river-piercing clouds technique was unleashed in a dazzling display. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qian activated the second spear technique he had acquired from the 9-turn concealed scripture tower. The tip of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear ignited in a fierce purple flame, and with a powerful sweep, the flames surged forth, sweeping towards the 18 shadow clones. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued. As the purple flames engulfed the battlefield, the foremost 3 shadow clones were obliterated by Song Qian's overwhelming force. However, the remaining 15 clones, in coordination with Beidou Han Yuan, had already closed in. Front, back, left, right, even above. Every direction was thoroughly blocked, leaving Song Qian with no means of evasion. He could only wield the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear in a desperate defense. Even against a mere 16 opponents, he was overwhelmed. Soon, Song Qian's body was riddled with wounds, blood staining his robe, with several injuries penetrating through entirely. Yet, despite his dire state, he refused to concede. What exactly are you holding on for? Beidou Han Yuan questioned. Perplexed. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. With your second-tier cultivation, you have already reached an astonishing level. I am not holding on for anything. I simply refuse to lose. The final word, lose, was nearly a roar from Song Qian. Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated from within, and Song Qian broke through. He ascended to the pinnacle of the second-tier realm. Broken through? Beidou Han Yuan was momentarily stunned before realizing, so you were using me as a sharpening stone? You caught on. At this, a chilling smile spread across Song Qian's face. Even through the silver mask, Beidou Han Yuan could sense the intense aura emanating from Song Qian, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. With a swift motion, a torrent of blood qi surged forth from the multitude of wounds on Song Qian's body. Attack! With a thunderous cry, the overwhelming blood qi morphed into a colossal primordial beast, consuming the remaining 15 shadow clones entirely. This was Song Qian's bloodline divine ability. Blood qi transforms into beasts. Much like Qiao Hongda's dragon blood martial vein divine ability, it possessed a similar essence. The sheer magnitude of Song Qian's blood qi was unparalleled. Before he obtained the supreme divine sword, his Xian-Yang martial vein, blood qi, and innate full mental power constituted his 3 formidable trump cards. However, to channel the blood qi throughout his body, one needed to reach the pinnacle of the second-tier realm. When he first acquired the supreme divine sword, Song Qian had briefly grasped the ability to control his blood qi. This is impossible. How can your blood qi be so dense? Beidou Han Yuan was left in shock, unable to believe that such a powerful bloodline existed in the world. Yield. for you have no hope of turning the tide. The primal beast loomed behind Song Qian, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This child's bloodline is extraordinary, exceedingly rare throughout history. Ouyang Tianxia, who possessed royal blood, couldn't help but exclaim from within the golden war chariot. Are you silent, waiting for me to strike? Observing Bei Do Han Yuan frozen in place, Song Qian's patience wore thin. He raised his left hand, pointing into the air. Kill, whoosh.